The story unfolds in the realm of Canglan Dalu, where the protagonist Tianyun finds himself in a precarious situation, suspended from a treacherous cliff. Awakening with confusion and fear, he recalls his previous life, which ended unexpectedly due to an overindulgence. To his astonishment, he discovers he has traversed into a world centered around cultivation and powerful abilities. In Chapter 1, Tianyun learns that he has assumed the identity of another Tianyun, a disciple of the Luyun sect, who had met his demise while attempting to please his fiancée, Luyun. As he clings to a tree, Lu shows little concern for his predicament, fixated instead on a coveted fruit. Torn between her desire for the fruit and the obligation of their engagement, she concocts a plan to retrieve the fruit before considering Mu's rescue. As the day languishes, Tianyun, beset by hunger and despair, witnesses a fierce battle between a stunning woman clad in white and a formidable serpent at the cliff's base. The woman's grace and power captivate him, but the threat posed by the serpent sends shivers down his spine. In a dramatic turn, as she vanquishes the beast, its dying thrash causes the ancient tree to break, sending Mu plummeting into the icy waters below. In Chapter 2, after the fierce battle, the woman feels an uncontrollable heat surging within her, a consequence of the serpent's venom. As she struggles with the effects of the poison, she attempts to purge it from her system, but the intensity of the toxin overwhelms her, leading to an involuntary, alluring cry that echoes through the AI. An uncontrollable desire surged forth from within her, akin to a tumultuous tide relentlessly battering against the defenses of her rationality. In that moment, her exquisitely beautiful visage flushed with an enticing crimson hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Her initially cool gaze gradually transformed into one of muddled struggle. Within her eyes lay both a resistance to desire and an overwhelming yearning, rendering her even more alluring and resplendent. The woman writhed, fervently channeling her inner strength in an effort to suppress the insatiable craving coursing through her veins. However, after a brief struggle, she realized that the toxins within her had spiraled out of control. Should she fail to expel the poison swiftly, she would inevitably succumb to a fatal reversal of her blood flow. Faced with this terrifying prospect, she finally turned her gaze towards the unconscious Tianyun in the pond. She understood that she could no longer endure alone. The only one who could save her was this fainted youth before her. In an instant, a flicker of hesitation and conflict crossed her eyes, but it was soon replaced by unwavering resolve. Without further contemplation, she waved her delicate hand, summoning a powerful force that instantly brought Tianyun before her. Gently, she placed her hand by his nostrils, and upon confirming he still breathed, she let out a sigh of relief. He's alive! How wonderful! Without hesitation, she hastily retrieved several healing pills from Tianyun and began to channel her energy to expedite his recovery. Under the soothing warmth of her formidable energy, Tianyun's injuries began to mend rapidly. The woman was acutely aware that if she did not stabilize Tianyun's condition, his untimely demise during a critical moment would yield unimaginable consequences. "You must not die, you rascal." Once she had secured Tianyun's injuries, she could scarcely contain her impatience to remove his garments. Yet, at that moment, Tianyun remained in a state of unconsciousness. Confronted with this situation, her heart was a tempest of contradictions and struggles. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately cast aside her reservations, compelled to yield to fate. After an indeterminate passage of time, Tianyun, in a daze, suddenly opened his eyes. "Surely, am not dreaming?" He shook his head, disbelief etched across his face. "What are you dawdling about, you rascal?" The woman's voice was like celestial music, her luscious lips drawing near to Tianyun's ear, delivering a powerful visual impact. By the heavens! Upon hearing her alluring voice, Tianyun lost all semblance of reason and instinctively embraced her slender waist. In that moment, he could no longer concern himself with the implications. Whether this was reality or a mere illusion, he was no longer inclined to question. A day passed. Exhausted beyond measure, Tianyun eventually succumbed to slumber. The day's events had been utterly bewildering and left him profoundly fatigued. Given his already grievous injuries and the exertions of the day, it was nothing short of miraculous that he was still alive. As Tianyun slept soundly, the woman's eyes flickered with a cold glint of murderous intent. She pressed her long sword against Tianyun's throat, her delicate hand trembling slightly as her heart was embroiled in fierce turmoil. Reflecting on the day's events, she knew that without this young man, she would likely have perished. Yet, the thought of sacrificing her purity to a mere mortal stirred within her a surge of resentment and anger. After much internal conflict, she ultimately found herself unable to carry out her intentions. This man was innocent, and moreover, he was her first. The thought of taking the life of such an innocent soul was a burden she could not bear. Furthermore, due to his unique constitution, she had not only rid herself of the toxins, but had also experienced a breakthrough in her own cultivation. You rascal, considering your status as a Jiao-Yang divine body, I shall grant you this Jiao-Yang slaying God technique. Your future path will depend solely on your own fortune. The woman retrieved a tome from her storage ring and gently placed it into Tianyun's embrace. This Jiao-Yang slaying God technique was an ancient treasure she had stumbled upon in a long-lost relic, suitable only for those possessing the Jiao-Yang energy. Subsequently, she channeled her formidable energy to clear the blockages in Tianyun's meridians. After completing her task, she draped a garment over him and gracefully departed. Time passed, and when Tianyun awoke once more, he found the woman had vanished. Glancing at the inner side of his thigh, he noticed a trace of blood, prompting a smug smile to curve his lips. Suddenly, he discovered an ancient tome nestled in his embrace. Ah, how did this manual come to be here? Could it be left by that celestial maiden? At that moment, astonishment washed over his face. Regardless, I shall attempt to cultivate it. Tianyun sat cross-legged and began to practice according to the manual's instructions. Since arriving in this world, he was determined not to live a life of mediocrity. As he activated the manual, a terrifying surge of Yuan power erupted within him, akin to a torrential flood rampaging through his meridians and dantian. Tianyun emitted a cry of despair, his complexion paling dramatically as beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. By the heavens, am I going to go mad? A hint of fear crossed his face. Lacking any experience in cultivation, he was oblivious to the fact that this power was the Yuan energy left by the woman. As he felt his body nearing an explosive climax, Tianyun hastily channeled the manual, striving to refine this energy. Fourth layer of Qi refinement. Fifth layer of Qi refinement. Sixth layer of Qi refinement. After an indeterminate amount of time, when Tianyun opened his eyes again, he discovered that his cultivation had reached the sixth layer of Qi refinement. Could it be that she helped me open my meridians? A glimmer of joy illuminated his face. Previously, due to blockages, his cultivation had stagnated at the third layer of Qi refinement. However, he now felt his meridians flowing freely, devoid of any signs of obstruction. Recalling the enchanting woman, a smile involuntarily graced Tianyun's lips. How surreal it was that such a breathtaking beauty had shared an intimate encounter with him. It all felt like a dream, leaving him in awe. Attached is the cultivation hierarchy of this work. Qi refinement, spirit gathering, essence gathering, spirit convergence, earth profound, heaven profound, void inquiry, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial saint, martial god. Chapter 3. The brutal beating of Zhang de Biao, my brother. You may rest easy. Now that I have taken possession of your body, I shall not permit anyone to humiliate you any longer. Tianyun slowly rose, his eyes radiating confidence. Initially, upon traversing into the body of a worthless individual, he felt a tinge of discontent. After all, this was a world where martial prowess held utmost respect. Lacking formidable strength would inevitably render one a victim of incessant bullying. Now, having successfully opened his meridians, his cultivation had ascended to the sixth layer of Qi refinement. This sudden and significant transformation ignited a flicker of anticipation for this unfamiliar realm within him. After a moment of contemplation, Tianyun gently brushed off the dust from his attire and began to stroll along the stream beside the pond. Through the memories inherited in his mind, he was aware that the downstream of this brook led directly to Yunzong. As long as he followed this stream, he would undoubtedly find his way out of this area. After 2 days of arduous travel, Tianyun finally arrived at the Grand Plaza of Yunzong. As one of the 4 major sects of the Tianxian Empire, Yunzong was the cherished dream of countless young aspirants seeking enlightenment. Nestled at the edge of the Yun mountain range, The scenery here was picturesque, with towering peaks resembling a celestial paradise. More importantly, the abundant spiritual energy made it an unparalleled sanctuary for cultivation. In the plaza stood a colossal stone, intricately carved with the three characters of Lu Yunzong in a dance of dragons and phoenixes. Gazing upon this ancient and mysterious sect, Tianyun could not suppress a sense of eagerness. In his previous life, he had often fantasized about becoming an extraordinary cultivator, wielding a long sword and traversing the world with grace. Now, he finally had the opportunity to step into this legendary immortal gate. It was impossible for him not to feel exhilarated. Although he currently held the lowly position of a mere errand boy, Tianyun harbored unwavering confidence in his future. After all, he possessed the enigmatic 9 Sons God-slaying technique. He firmly believed that with the extraordinary power bestowed by this technique, his future would undoubtedly be boundless, destined to create ripples in this realm of cultivation. However, Tianyun was acutely aware of the adage that possessing a treasure could invite calamity. Should this rare technique be unveiled, it could very well bring about his doom. Consequently, after thoroughly memorizing the technique, he resolutely destroyed it. Following the memories in his mind, Tianyun swiftly arrived at the errand boy's courtyard of Lu Yunzong. Tianyun, I thought you had perished outside. Hurry up and dispose of the beast waste. And wash those clothes over there. A tall and burly young man, resembling a bull, swaggered over with an air of arrogance. Why should I perform duties such as disposing of beast waste and washing clothes? That is not my task, Tianyun retorted coldly. His duty was explicitly to fertilize spiritual herbs, and the menial chores of disposing of waste and laundering were beyond his responsibilities. In the past, Tianyun might have obediently acquiesced to such demands, given that Biao, the man before him, had attained the 5th layer of qi refinement and was notorious for bullying the other errand disciples. Previously, Tianyun had often fallen victim to his extortion. However, now that Tianyun had reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, he could no longer endure Biao's unreasonable demands. Well, it seems that a few days without proper discipline have made you bold again, Biao sneered disdainfully. Without hesitation, he swung his hand, aiming a heavy slap towards Tianyun. This strike was delivered with great force. Had the previous Tianyun been struck by it, he might have been knocked unconscious. How dare you? A fierce glint flashed in Tianyun's eyes. His right hand shot out like lightning, seizing Biao's wrist. Then, he swiftly raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Biao's abdomen. A dull thud resonated as Biao felt a piercing pain in his gut, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward and crashing to the ground. Take that, Tianyun roared, quickly seizing a nearby sturdy wooden stick and charging at the fallen Biao with the ferocity of a tiger descending the mountain, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. The humiliation he had endured at Biao's hands surged through his mind like a tidal wave, igniting a fire of fury within him. The sound of the stick colliding with flesh echoed, accompanied by Biao's anguished cries. In mere moments, Biao was left battered and bruised, his visage unrecognizable. A pitiful sight. You little scoundrel, my uncle oversees the errand courtyard. You are as good as dead. Biao seethed through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with malice and resentment as he glared at Tianyun. At this point, you dare to threaten me? Prepare to meet your end. A fierce light shone in Tianyun's eyes as he swung the stick down towards Biao's calf. A crisp crack echoed in the still air as Biao emitted a desperate and piercing scream. The agony contorted his face, rendering it as crumpled as a wrinkled piece of paper. From now on, refrain from posturing before me, or I will ensure you regret it each time we cross paths. Tianyun raised his leg and kicked Biao away once more. You wretched brat, wait for me, Biao hissed through gritted teeth, his eyes brimming with venom and defiance. After uttering this threat, he slinked away, dejectedly leaving the scene. Tianyun paid no heed to Biao's menace. In Lu Yunzong, disciples at the 1st to 5th layers of qi refinement could only serve as errand boys. However, upon reaching the 6th layer, one could proceed to the outer sect for assessment. Once he became an outer sect disciple, his status would soar, and a mere errand supervisor would no longer pose a threat to him. Goodness, Tianyun has become incredibly formidable. When did his strength grow so robust? Indeed, just a few days ago, I witnessed him being bullied by Biao. Who would have anticipated that within such a brief period, he would break through to the sixth layer of chi refinement? I wonder how he cultivated so rapidly. At this rate, he might be able to participate in the outer sect assessment by the end of the month. It won't be easy for him to become an outer sect disciple, though. There are still 2 weeks until the month's end, and Zhang de Biao's uncle will surely not let this slide. At this moment, the courtyard of errand boys was bustling with onlookers, each voicing their opinions and engaging in fervent discussions. No one had expected that Tianyun, who had been so easily bullied in the errand courtyard, would reveal such a fierce and valiant side. Chapter 4. Lu Yinran's plans after returning to his quarters. Tianyun entered a state of cultivation. Now residing in this world where martial prowess was paramount, he was eager to elevate his strength swiftly. Only with formidable power could he secure a foothold in this challenging realm. As the Nine Suns God-slaying technique commenced its operation, torrents of pure spiritual energy surged into his body like a tidal wave. This energy nourished his meridians and flesh, fortifying both his physical form and cultivation. After several hours of practice, Tianyun drew forth an iron sword and commenced training in the Mu family's wind-chasing sword technique. Initially, his movements were somewhat rigid, for this marked his first genuine attempt at executing the sword style. Fortunately, he possesses remarkable insight, and through relentless practice, he quickly grasped certain techniques, wielding his iron sword with increasing finesse. In the outer disciple area of Luyun Jianzong, within a serene and elegant courtyard, a strikingly beautiful young woman with an aloof demeanor was intently practicing her swordsmanship. Her graceful figure, clad in flowing white garments, danced with the wind, while her long sword glimmered like a lively dragon. Each move she executed was a perfect blend of ferocity and elegance. Yin had just received news that Tianyun had returned. Suddenly, a fiery young woman dressed in green approached, shattering the tranquility. How is this possible? Yin furrowed her brows, her face betraying a hint of disbelief. I have just received reliable information that Tianyun is indeed back, and he reportedly confronted Zhang de Biao. The girl in green hurriedly relayed the news. He confronted Zhang de Biao? Are you certain you're not jesting? A flicker of astonishment crossed Yin's eyes, her expression one of incredulity. This is absolutely true. It is said that his cultivation has broken through to the 6th level of the chi refining stage. The green-clad girl reiterated, her gaze imbued with conviction. Could he have encountered some fortuitous event? Yin's delicate brows knitted together, her exquisite features revealing a trace of confusion. At present, she had attained the 9th level of the chi refining stage, merely a step away from the spirit gathering stage. Once she breaks through, she will be eligible to become an inner disciple. Deep down, she harbored no desire to reconnect with Tianyun. After all, he was merely a talentless waste with blocked meridians. If others were to learn of her past association with him, it would undoubtedly bring her immense humiliation and could tarnish her reputation within the sect. For this reason, since joining Lu Yinzong, she had only engaged with Tianyun when she required resources, otherwise ignoring him completely. Yin, since your relationship with him isn't completely severed, why not inquire about it tomorrow when his family comes to deliver resources? Suggested the girl in green, her eyes twinkling. You make a valid point. Coincidentally, his family will be bringing resources tomorrow. Yin nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips at the prospect of receiving a bounty. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Tianyun energetically departed from his room. After a night of diligent cultivation, he felt invigorated, radiating vitality. Tianyun, how dare you recklessly harm others in the servants' quarters? An enraged bellow suddenly shattered the morning calm. A tall, burly middle-aged man clad in steward attire strode towards Tianyun with an imposing presence. This man was Zhang Shihua, the steward of the servants' quarters. Steward Zhang, one must speak with evidence. I have not harmed anyone recklessly, Tianyun replied with a cold demeanor, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. Still trying to argue? If you haven't harmed anyone, then how do you explain his injuries? Zhang Shihua pointed accusingly at Zhang de Biao, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. Zhang de Biao attacked me first. I merely retaliated in self-defense, and many witnesses in the servants' quarters can attest to this. Tianyun maintained his composure, devoid of fear. Such audacity! In front of me, you still dare to argue. If you claim there are witnesses, then bring one forward. if someone can confirm that Zhang de Biao struck first. I shall not make things difficult for you today, Zhang Shihua sneered, his lips curling into a cold smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast a chilling glance at the surrounding servant disciples. Under his fierce gaze, the disciples lowered their heads, retreating several steps like frightened quails, unwilling to meet his eyes. Observing this, Tianyun could not help but smirk. Zhang Shihua, you merely wish to avenge your nephew. Feel free to employ any tactics you deem fit. He saw through Zhang Shihua's intentions and stared back defiantly. You little wretch, do not slander me. You have brazenly assaulted others. Today, I shall cripple your dantian. Zhang Shihua's eyes glinted with malice. In a sense, servant disciples were not considered true disciples of Lu Yunzong. They were merely lowly personnel at the sect's disposal. Even if he truly crippled one or two individuals, he would face no repercussions. Today, he intended to set an example, ensuring that all in the servants' quarters recognized him as the undisputed authority. Old fool, do you truly think I fear you? Tianyun scoffed, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his gaze, undeterred by Zhang Shihua's threats. Though Zhang Shihua had reached the 9th level of the qi refining stage, Tianyun was unwilling to surrender and become a victim. Moreover, he understood that if he could defeat Zhang Shihua, it might attract the attention of the higher-ups in Lu Yunzong. This was undoubtedly a rare opportunity to alter his fate within the sect. You seek death, little brat. Zhang Shihua's wrath intensified, his face contorted with fury. As he spoke, he swung his palm with ferocity, unleashing a powerful gust toward Tianyun. Facing Zhang Shihua's furious strike, Tianyun's eyes glimmered with cold determination. He lightly tapped the ground, his figure darting backward like an arrow, swiftly evading the fierce wind generated by Zhang Shihua's palm. In an instant, Tianyun clenched his fists, a dense and potent surge of spiritual energy converging around them, imbued with immense force, and he hurled it toward Zhang Shihua. Indeed, he possesses some skill. No wonder he is so arrogant, Zhang Shihua scoffed, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Without hesitation, he charged forward, his fist carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, as though intent on shattering everything before him. To Zhang Shihua, the 6th level qi refining Tianyun could not possibly withstand such a formidable blow. A resounding crash echoed like thunder as their powerful fists collided, sending shockwaves through the air, creating visible ripples. Zhang Shihua felt an overwhelming force in his arm, stumbling back several steps before barely regaining his balance. In contrast, Tianyun only retreated a few steps, unyielding in his resolve. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Shihua was still unsteady, he launched another punch, employing the Mu family's Tiger Roar fist technique. Each move brimming with formidable power. Though the Mu family's martial arts were not considered high-level techniques, they were remarkably effective for a lowly servant disciple. After all, most servant disciples in Lu Yunzong could only train in basic swordsmanship and foundational fist techniques. Naturally, these elementary martial arts paled in comparison to the Mu family's Tiger Roar fist in both power and intricacy. Curse it! How can this brat possess such strength? Zhang Shihua's heart surged with turmoil, his expression darkening. He found it utterly unacceptable that a mere 6th-level qi refining servant could force a 9th-level practitioner like himself into retreat. It was a profound humiliation. Is it true? Tianyun's strength is indeed formidable enough to corner Steward Zhang like this. Indeed, with such prowess, it is likely that even in the outer sect, one would be regarded as a top-tier genius. At this moment, the surrounding disciples of humble status stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. They could never have anticipated that Tianyun, typically inconspicuous, harbored such astonishing strength. You force my hand, prepare to meet your demise. A glimmer of malice flickered in Zhang Shihua's eyes. With a swift motion, a gleaming long sword materialized in his grasp. He raised the sword high, striking down towards Tianyun with a force reminiscent of thunder, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. You scoundrel! Do you truly believe I fear you? Tianyun's eyes widened in fury as he unsheathed his iron sword without hesitation. In that instant, an indomitable aura emanated from him, akin to that of a war god descending upon the mortal realm. He then executed the chasing wind sword technique, his figure darting forward like lightning towards Zhang Shihua. The two became embroiled in a fierce battle, exchanging blows with a fluidity that captivated the onlookers. At that moment, Mu Tianyun appeared as though a divine warrior had possessed him. His iron sword glimmered ominously, every swing unleashing a fierce arc of sword light, striking towards Zhang Shihai with the speed of a lightning bolt. As he perfected the chasing wind sword technique, Mu Tianyun's valor intensified, growing bolder with each passing moment. Under the relentless assault, Zhang Shihai gradually found himself at a disadvantage, a flicker of fear creeping into his heart. As the combat wore on, the fluidity of Zhang Shihai's swordsmanship began to falter, his once seamless technique now riddled with openings. "You little wretch, do not get cocky," Zhang Shihai shouted, his voice tinged with panic as he attempted to mask his inner turmoil with bluster. Yet, the tremor in his voice betrayed his insecurity. "You insolent cur! With such paltry skills, you dare to trouble me? I shall make you regret this day." Mu Tianyun scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain as he intensified his offensive, akin to a tidal wave crashing upon Zhang Shihai. Before his transcendence, Mu Tianyun had been a fearless rogue, one who thrived on bullying others. He could never tolerate being subjugated. Thus, when Zhang Shihai and his nephew dared to overstep their bounds, he would not stand idly by and allow them to oppress him. Suddenly, Mu Tianyun keenly discerned an opening in Zhang Shihai's defense. His iron sword struck with the precision of a viper, swiftly sending Zhang Shihai's long sword flying. The sound of the sword clattering to the ground resonated sharply, a jarring note amidst the charged atmosphere. Zhang Shihai cried out in agony, blood gushing from his wrist. His face contorted in excruciating pain. "You shall perish." Mu Tianyun darted forward like a specter, delivering a powerful kick to Zhang Shihai's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Zhang Shihai expelled a mouthful of blood, his visage twisted in suffering as he was propelled backward, crashing to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. "You think you can flaunt your superiority all day? Today, I will ensure you regret it." Mu Tianyun sheathed his iron sword and sprinted to seize a wooden rod, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the fallen Zhang Shihai. The relentless sound of wood meeting flesh echoed like a symphony of retribution. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Shihai curled into a ball, clutching his head, emitting cries akin to that of a slaughtered animal. In mere moments, he lay battered and broken, a pitiful sight. The sheer ferocity of Mu Tianyun's combat prowess left the surrounding disciples of humble status dumbstruck, their faces displaying disbelief. Zhang Debiao, nearby, had turned pale as a ghost, trembling uncontrollably. He could hardly fathom how Mu Tianyun, whom he had previously bullied without restraint, could suddenly possess such terrifying power. "You shall no longer bully the weak. You shall no longer extort me." Mu Tianyun's figure flickered like a shadow, and he swiftly struck Zhang Debiao across the face with the rod. The force was tremendous, causing Zhang Debiao's face to swell instantly. Without pause, Mu Tianyun continued to rain down blows upon him. Zhang Debiao howled in agony, his face a mask of torment. "Stop!" At that moment, a voice of immense authority thundered through the chaos, shattering the tumultuous scene. A middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, his expression stern and imposing, materialized like a specter before them. This man was none other than Elder Zhou Chaoping of the Outer Sect. His presence seemed to exude an invisible pressure, invoking a sense of reverence in all present. Chapter 6. Shock in the disciples' quarters. What on earth transpired? Observing the chaotic scene before him, Zhou Chaoping's brow furrowed slightly, an aura of formidable power radiating from him involuntarily. "Elder Zhou, you must uphold justice for me. This Mu Tianyun is rampantly harming others in the disciples' quarters. I merely sought to reprimand him, yet he unleashed a brutal assault upon me, leaving me in this state." Zhang Shihai crawled to Zhou Chaoping, tears streaming down his face as he recounted his tale of woe. "Elder Zhou, this brat is insufferably arrogant, showing utter disregard for the rules of our humble quarters." Zhang Debiao chimed in, eager to embellish his grievances, feigning the utmost indignation. "Young man, do enlighten me. What exactly transpired?" Zhou Chaoping did not readily accept the one-sided accounts of Zhang Shihai and his nephew. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Mu Tianyun. At that moment, he too was filled with astonishment. The sight of this mere disciple, possessing only the 6th level of Qi refinement, defeating Zhang Shihai of the 9th level was nothing short of extraordinary. "Elder Zhou, the matter is as follows." Mu Tianyun cleared his throat and recounted. This Zhang de Biao has long exploited his superior cultivation to extort my training resources, often commanding me to perform menial tasks as if I were his slave. Unable to endure such humiliation any longer, I retaliated yesterday. Upon learning of this, Zhang Shihai came to punish me without discerning right from wrong, seeking to avenge his nephew. I had no choice but to fight back. The witnesses present could attest to the events he described, and Mu Tianyun articulated his account with clarity and reason. Elder Zhou, Mu Tianyun speaks the truth. The Zhang duo frequently extorts us humble disciples, demanding monthly tributes, or else assigning us even more arduous tasks that leave us no time to cultivate. A slender disciple bravely stepped forward, indignation evident in his voice. Indeed, this scoundrel has attempted to take liberties with me, often resorting to physical intimidation. It is utterly unacceptable. A female disciple also emerged, her face aflame with outrage, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang de Biao. As the tide turned, the disciples began to voice their grievances, each recounting the misdeeds of Zhang Shihai and his nephew. The cacophony of their collective anger resonated as they finally released their pent-up frustrations. The faces of Zhang Shihai and his nephew drained of color. Despair etched across their features as they realized the tide had turned against them. Zhang Shihai, you truly possess audacity. The sect entrusted you to oversee the humble disciples. Yet you have not only neglected your duties, but have also abused your authority, extorting others and tarnishing the sect's reputation. Zhou Chaoping's expression grew increasingly stern, his eyes ablaze with fury. Elder Zhou, please spare me. I have seen the error of my ways. Zhang Shihui's face turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper. His eyes filled with profound terror as he hastily fell to his knees. From today onward, you are expelled from the Luyan sect. Someone throw them out. Zhou Chaoping declared with a stern countenance, his demeanor exuding immense authority. Elder Zhou, I beg you for one more chance. I shall never dare again, Zhang Shihui pleaded, his heart racing with fear as he crawled forward, clutching Zhou Chaoping's leg, tears streaming down his face in desperation. Over the years, he had wielded power within the servants' hall, bullying others and offending countless individuals. Deep down, he understood that if word got out about his limbs being broken and the merciless expulsion from the Luyan sect, his fate would be nothing short of tragic. However, Zhou Chaoping's expression remained icy, utterly disregarding the pleas of Zhang Shihui and his nephew, merely gesturing coldly for the stewards to forcibly drag them away. The two stewards obeyed the command, callously hoisting Zhang Shihui and his nephew like dead dogs, tossing them out of the servants' hall. Little one, you performed admirably. I look forward to your assessment at the end of the month, Zhou Chaoping remarked as he turned to Mu Tianyun, a hint of appreciation gradually emerging on his previously stern visage. He genuinely admired this young man. For in the realm of cultivation, those capable of challenging opponents of a higher level were invariably extraordinary talents. The fact that Mu Tianyun, at the 6th level of Qi refinement, could defeat Zhang Shihui, who was at the 9th level, was a testament to his exceptional abilities, suggesting a future of limitless potential. Thank you, senior. I will not disappoint you, Mu Tianyun responded with a respectful tone, his hands clasped in salute. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. The sect will arrange for a new steward to come by shortly, Zhou Chaoping said, waving his long sleeves as he turned to exit the servants' hall. Senior Mu, you are incredible. You must look out for us in the future, one disciple exclaimed. Indeed, we are fortunate to have Senior Mu. Otherwise, who knows how long we would have been bullied, another chimed in. At that moment, the gazes of everyone present were imbued with deep admiration and envy toward Mu Tianyun. They surrounded him, praising him in a flurry of voices, as if he were their savior. Everyone just needs to work hard in their cultivation. One day, you will all elevate your levels, Mu Tianyun encouraged, his eyes radiating positivity. Senior Mu, news has arrived at the mountain gate. Someone from your family is here to see you, a hurried servant disciple announced. Thank you. I shall go take a look, Mu Tianyun replied, excitement flashing across his face as he turned to head toward the mountain gate. The original owner of this body was the young lord of Jueyun City. On the 10th of each month, his father would send someone to deliver gold coins or resources for his cultivation. The thought of receiving a batch of precious resources for his training elicited an involuntary smile of excitement from Mu Tianyun. In a world where martial prowess was revered, The support of resources was indispensable for swiftly enhancing one's cultivation. Regardless of one's innate talent, the absence of resources would hinder one's progress, rendering rapid advancement exceedingly difficult. The adage wealth in martial arts, poverty in literature encapsulates this truth. After all, for the impoverished, acquiring techniques and cultivation resources is an arduous task, and for some, even basic sustenance poses a challenge, leaving little room for thoughts on cultivation. Before long, Tianyun arrived at the plaza of the Luyun sect's mountain gate. In the distance, he spotted a middle-aged man of refined demeanor and tall stature, quietly waiting at the entrance. Instantly recognizing him, Tianyun knew that this elegant gentleman was his father, Mu Lingfeng. Clad in a flowing black robe that billowed in the wind, his father wore a gentle smile. "Father, why have you come in person?" Tianyun ferredly approached, addressing him with a tone of respect and warmth. Perhaps due to the merging of the original owner's soul, the word father rolled off his tongue effortlessly, devoid of any sense of repulsion. "Yinner, it has been several months since I last saw you, so I thought I would come and check on you. How are you adjusting here?" Mu Lingfeng's face softened with affection, his eyes filled with concern for his son. In truth, he harbored reservations about his son's stay at the Luyun sect. Mu Lingfeng was acutely aware that his son's meridians were blocked, rendering him unsuitable for cultivation. Even within the sect, he doubted there would be much promise for him. Yet his son was determined, fixated solely on Lu Yanran, leaving Mu Lingfeng with no choice but to silently support his son's decision. "Father, please do not worry. I'm doing quite well here. Look, I've already broken through to the 6th level of Qi refinement," Mu Tianyun asserted, promptly channeling his internal energy to display his cultivation level. How is this possible? Upon witnessing his son's display of power, Mu Lingfeng's face registered shock. He quickly activated his own energy to carefully inspect his son's meridians. Moments later, his eyes sparkled with excitement and disbelief, as if he had witnessed the most astonishing phenomenon. "Yinner, how did your meridians suddenly open up?" Mu Lingfeng's voice quivered slightly, his face lighting up with joy. "I'm not entirely sure. I was simply practicing, and they opened up," Mu Tianyun replied, withholding the true circumstances from his father. The reasons were far too complex. He could hardly disclose that his meridians had been opened through an encounter with a woman. "Having opened your meridians is wonderful. You are still young, and it is not too late to cultivate diligently." Mu Lingfeng gently patted his son's shoulder, his eyes brimming with excitement and affection. "Father, rest assured, I will strive to cultivate and will not disappoint you," Mu Tianyun declared with resolute confidence, his gaze reflecting determination. "Yunea, on previous occasions, when your Uncle Fu visited with resources, he mentioned that your relationship with Lu Yanran seems to be rather strained," Mu Lingfeng remarked, his brow furrowing slightly with concern. "Father, you need not worry about my affairs. I am well aware of my own priorities," Mu Tianyun smiled, signaling to his father that there was no need for concern. "I understand you have feelings for her, but she is not an ordinary woman, and her intentions are quite complex. I worry that being involved with her will lead to your detriment," Mu Lingfeng cautioned earnestly, his face reflecting genuine worry. "Father, I have come to a realization. When we return, please help me annul the engagement. There are countless women in this world. I need not remain tied to one tree." Mu Tianyun replied with a confident smile. He was no longer the former Mu Tianyun and harbored no lingering affection for Lu Yanran. "Annul the engagement? Yunea, are you certain you are not jesting?" Mu Lingfeng's expression turned incredulous. "Father, I know I was quite willful in the past, sacrificing substantial family interests to assist the Lu family. Now that I have seen through her, I cannot allow this marriage to continue, nor can I permit the Lu family to take advantage of us any longer," Mu Tianyun spoke earnestly. Over the years, the original owner had exploited the family's influence to support Lu Yanran. However, since entering the Luyun sect, she had treated him with disdain, never showing him any kindness, merely utilizing him as a tool. Recently, she had callously cast him off a cliff to fend for himself. Regarding such a cold-hearted and ungrateful woman, Mu Tianyun felt nothing but disdain. "Since you feel this way, I shall return and assist you in annulling the engagement." Mu Lingfeng smiled with relief, feeling pleased with his son's growth and awakening. "Here are 200,000 gold coins, along with 100 Qi refining pills. For now, you may take these for your cultivation." Previously, Mu Lingfeng would send resources every month, but considering that his son would give all the resources to Lu Yanran, he would not provide so much. Now that his son has awakened, he naturally wishes to fully support his son's training. Thank you, father. Mu Tianyun expressed his gratitude, quickly accepting the storage bag handed to him by his father and carefully stowing it away. With these resources, he felt confident he could elevate his cultivation level in a short time. Cultivate diligently. I hope that when I return, you will have become an inner disciple. Mu Lingfeng said with anticipation, gently patting Mu Tianyun's shoulder, his eyes filled with encouragement. I will strive to do my best. Mu Tianyun nodded solemnly. Very well. You should return quickly. I shall take my leave now. After Mu Lingfeng finished speaking, he turned and walked down the mountain. Watching his father's retreating figure, Mu Tianyun wore a faint smile of happiness. In his previous life, he had been an orphan since childhood, never experiencing the warmth of a father's love, with loneliness and helplessness always accompanying him. Yet, the marvelous turn of fate had transported him to this unfamiliar world. Here, he genuinely felt the profound and warm paternal love emanating from Mu Lingfeng. Mu Tianyun silently vowed to cherish this hard-won familial bond and never betray his father's expectations. He then turned and entered the Lu Yun zone. Now possessing 200,000 gold coins, he needed to carefully plan how to utilize this wealth. Previously, his family would provide him with 50,000 gold coins and 20 qi refining pills each month, but those resources would typically end up in Lu Yanran's hands. Now that Mu Tianyun had crossed over, he certainly could not continue to be the exploited sycophant. For an outer disciple, 200,000 gold coins represented a substantial fortune, allowing him to live quite comfortably in the days to come. Even if he indulged daily in the medicinal cuisine, it would suffice for quite some time. It is important to note that the medicinal cuisine at Lu Yun Zone is entirely different from that found in taverns and inns. The dishes here are meticulously prepared using top-quality medicinal materials. Long-term consumption not only greatly benefits the body, enhancing strength and vitality, but also increases the internal spiritual energy. Facilitating rapid cultivation advancement. Xiao Luo, here is 1,000 gold coins. Please assist me in overseeing the fertilization of my medicinal fields. Mu Tianyun handed 1,000 gold coins to a servant disciple. Brother Yun, rest assured, I will keep an eye on the fertilization of the medicinal fields for you. Xiao Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly accepted the 1,000 gold coins. He understood that this sum was a significant income for him, enough to purchase a qi refining pill. Moreover, his monthly pay as a servant disciple was merely 1,000 gold coins. Chapter 8. Mu Tianyun takes the initiative to withdraw from the engagement. Just as Mu Tianyun was about to return to his residence to focus on his cultivation, a melodious yet familiar voice reached his ears. Instinctively, he turned to look, and there stood Lu Yanran alongside a girl dressed in green, not far behind him. Lu Yanran was adorned in a light pink gown, its hem fluttering in the wind like peach blossoms in spring, projecting an air of cold beauty. The girl in green possessed a graceful figure and alluring demeanor, with a hint of makeup enhancing her features. Lu Yanran, is there something you need? Mu Tianyun inquired in a frigid tone. Upon hearing his icy demeanor, Lu Yanran's brows furrowed slightly, her lovely face revealing a hint of surprise. For some time, Mu Tianyun had been like her most loyal sycophant, his eyes sparkling with excitement whenever he saw her. However, today, Mu Tianyun's indifference made him seem somewhat unfamiliar to her, and this striking contrast stirred a sense of confusion within her. Mu Tianyun, I heard your father has sent you resources? The girl in green, Hua Yurong, blinked her expressive eyes and spoke first. Indeed, my father has provided resources, including 200,000 gold coins and 100 qi refining pills. I am currently pondering how to spend this considerable fortune. A smirk of mockery played upon Mu Tianyun's lips. Upon hearing this, both Lu Yanran and Hua Yurong displayed expressions of shock, and their eyes gleamed with fervent interest. Previously, Mu Tianyun's father would only send a maximum of 50,000 gold coins and a few pills. Yet this time he had been so lavish, providing not only 200,000 gold coins, but also a full 100 qi refining pills. How could this not captivate them? Mu Tianyun. Yanran is on the verge of breaking through to the condensing spirit realm. Quickly hand over the gold coins and pills. We are quite busy and cannot waste time here with you. Hua Yurong raised her chin, her demeanor exceedingly haughty. Why should I hand over the gold coins and pills? Mu Tianyun's face bore a smirk of mockery. Mu Tianyun, do you understand what you are saying? Hua Yurong coldly stared at him, stating, Yanran urgently needs these resources to break through. If you do not hand them over, should she become upset later? Even if you kneel before her, she will not acknowledge you. Lu Yanran remained silent, yet her expression radiated pride. She had never anticipated that Mu Tianyun, who had always been obedient to her, would openly refuse to relinquish the resources. Even more surprising was Mu Tianyun's hostile attitude, which utterly subverted her perception of him. I am quite busy and have no time to waste with you. Mu Tianyun cast a cold glance at Hua Yurong and Lu Yanran before turning to walk toward his residence. Had it been the former Mu Tianyun, upon hearing that Lu Yanran might be upset, he would have immediately offered all his resources without hesitation, like a tail-wagging sycophant. Yet now, he was no longer that Mu Tianyun, and he certainly could not continue to play the lowly role. Mu Tianyun, stop right there. Seeing him turn away without hesitation, Lu Yanran panicked, raising her voice in a flustered reprimand. At this moment, she was at a crucial juncture in her breakthrough, urgently needing a large sum of gold coins to procure cultivation resources. If Mu Tianyun were to leave, it would likely take her a considerable amount of time to achieve her breakthrough. Therefore, she was determined to acquire the resources and gold coins from Mu Tianyun today. In Lu Yanran's view, Mu Tianyun still loved her deeply. After all, over the years, he had selflessly supported her cultivation, even going so far as to steal substantial amounts of gold and resources from his family for her. How could a man so devoted simply change his heart? After pondering, Lu Yanran concluded that the only reasonable explanation was that she had not rescued Mu Tianyun from the cliff that day, leading to his displeasure. In her mind, as long as she sweetened the deal for Mu Tianyun a little, he would surely revert to his former self and promptly present her with the resources. Is there anything else? Mu Tianyun suddenly halted, slowly turning around with an elusive smile gracing his face. Mu Tianyun, I know you are upset, but you cannot place all the blame on me. Lu Yanran took a deep breath, striving to adjust her emotions and soften her tone. When Hua Rong and I returned to rescue you that day, you had already vanished. You can ask Hua Rong if you don't believe me. After returning to the sect that day, Lu Yanran reflected and felt that her actions were indeed somewhat excessive, and a sense of guilt inevitably arose within her. Thus, she enlisted Hua Yurong to return to the Lu Yun mountain range to prepare for Mu Tianyun's rescue. What took her by surprise was that when they returned to the cliff, Mu Tianyun had already vanished without a trace. However, she did not feel sorrow. Instead, she secretly rejoiced, thankful to finally be free from this talentless and worthless fiancé. Indeed, Mu Tianyun, that day, in an effort to save you, Yanran and I brought numerous tools with us, only to discover that you had already disappeared. Hua Yurong hurriedly chimed in. At that time, Yanran thought you had fallen off the cliff and was heartbroken for quite a while. I was almost convinced by that. Continue your fabrication. A trace of derision appeared on Mu Tianyun's face. He did not believe a single word of what Lu Yanran said. If she truly wanted to rescue him, she could have woven some sturdy vines to pull him up from the cliff. Yet he hung there on the tree for an entire day, dizzy from hunger, with no sign of Lu Yanran. What must Mu Tianyun do to convince Yanran? The suppressed anger within Hua Yurong surged as she questioned, her tone laced with irritation. Does it even matter whether I believe or not? Mu Tianyun scoffed coldly. Upon hearing Mu Tianyun's words, Lu Yanran's expression darkened further, her tone growing ice. Mu Tianyun, I have nothing more to say. If you do not hand over the resources, our relationship will be severed. Lu Yanran's demeanor, cold and proud, radiated an air of unattainable authority. In her mind, by uttering those words, Mu Tianyun would surely react as he had in the past, panicking and kneeling before her, desperately begging for her forgiveness. After all, whenever she had previously hinted at severing ties, Mu Tianyun had gone to great lengths to please her, even kneeling on several occasions to implore her for forgiveness. No apologies are necessary. Our relationship has already ended. I have informed my father, and upon his return, he will assist me in dissolving the engagement. From now on, you shall walk your own path, and I shall tread mine. Mu Tianyun cast a cold glance at Lu Yanran, his eyes filled with resoluteness, and then turned away without a backward glance. Chapter 9. The Angry Lu Yanran Bastard. How dare you call off our engagement? Lu Yanran gritted her teeth, her face darkening to the point where it seemed as if water could drip from it. She had never anticipated that Tianyun, who had always been obedient to her, would take the initiative to call off their engagement. Although she had entertained thoughts of ending the engagement herself, hearing it from Tianyun's lips was undoubtedly a tremendous humiliation. She had always viewed herself as a paragon of excellence, destined to shine brightly on the path of cultivation. Now, she was being rejected by someone she had long looked down upon, igniting a fierce rage within her. Xuanhuan, this guy is definitely employing a strategy of feigned retreat. You must not fall for his trick, Huayurong said angrily. You make a valid point, Xuanhuan replied, suddenly finding a semblance of reason in her words. After all, Tianyun had previously adored her with fervent passion. How could he so easily change his heart? It must be his father guiding him from behind, prompting him to employ such tactics. How dare he play games with me? This time, I will make him kneel and beg for forgiveness. Xuanhuan scoffed, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes, before turning away with a flick of her sleeves. In her view, as long as she ignored Tianyun within 3 days, he would, as before, obediently kneel before her, desperately seeking her forgiveness. This had worked on Tianyun countless times before, so she was convinced this time would be no different. In the following days, Tianyun secluded himself, concentrating solely on his cultivation. Having traversed into this world centered around cultivation, he aspired to carve out his own path. Simultaneously, Tianyun set himself a grand and ambitious goal: to pursue the path of immortality and achieve the supreme way of the celestial beings. Naturally, he understood that this goal was incredibly challenging, perhaps even dauntingly so, but he would never relinquish it easily. As a transmigrator, he believed in his own fortune. Otherwise, he would not have encountered a peerless female powerhouse at the outset, nor would he have received the extraordinary 9-yang god-slaying technique. During this period, Tianyun focused his cultivation on the 9-yang god-slaying technique bestowed by the mysterious woman. This technique was nothing short of extraordinary, as if it contained the profound mysteries of the universe, and it resonated highly with his physique. Whenever he practiced this technique, a powerful and enigmatic vortex would form within him, akin to a colossal magnetic field, drawing in spiritual energy from the surroundings at an astonishing speed. With the potent assistance of the qi refining pills, Tianyun successfully made a significant breakthrough, reaching the 8th layer of the qi refinement stage in just 3 days. However, the 100 qi refining pills gifted by his father had been entirely consumed. This rate of resource consumption is truly alarming. Tianyun shook his head helplessly, his eyes filled with a sense of loss. He was acutely aware that on the long road of cultivation, substantial resources were indispensable for rapid advancement. Presently, as merely a cultivator at the qi refinement stage, the Mu family might still provide him some support. Yet, he understood that once he reached higher realms, the family's assistance would become increasingly limited. It seems I must become an outer disciple as soon as possible, Tianyun murmured to himself, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes. He realized that to gain the sect's attention and nurturing, he must exhibit extraordinary talent. Once he secured the sect's focused cultivation, the resources available to him would multiply exponentially. After careful consideration, Tianyun had a clear plan to achieve outstanding results in the upcoming outer sect examination at the end of the month. Only by becoming an outer disciple could he truly be considered a disciple of the Luoyuan sect. Moreover, the outer sect competition would take place in a month. If he could win the championship in this highly anticipated event, he would earn opportunity to enter the inner sect early. However, the outer sect competition was the grandest annual event of the outer sect, drawing countless talented individuals together. To stand out in such fierce competition and claim victory was undoubtedly no easy feat, although he had previously defeated Zhang Shihai, who was at the 9th layer of the qi refinement stage. In all fairness, Zhang Shihai's strength was far from comparable to those true outer sect geniuses. Time slipped away unnoticed, and 7 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Tianyun seized every moment, immersing himself in fervent cultivation. The Mu family's wind-chasing sword technique and tiger-roaring fist technique had been perfected under his diligent practice. Though these martial techniques were of lower rank, they were more than sufficient for him at the qi refinement stage. In the outer disciple area, at Lu Yinran's residence, Yinran, it has been 7 days, and that guy still hasn't come to apologize. Could it be that he truly has changed his heart? Hua Yurong's eyes were filled with doubt. This scoundrel is utterly despicable. Just now, my family received news that the Mu family has officially proposed to dissolve the engagement and has severed all business ties with us. Lu Yinran's brow furrowed tightly, her expression dark as thunderclouds. Initially, she had thought Mu Tianyun was merely speaking in anger, never expecting him to genuinely call off the engagement. Moreover, her father had sternly declared that she must do everything in her power to win Mu Tianyun back, or he would no longer recognize her as his daughter. This man is utterly despicable, attempting to coerce you into submission in such a manner, exclaimed Hua Yurong indignantly. How dare he, a worthless individual with blocked meridians, presume to have me marry him? It is nothing short of a delusion. Lu Yinran's voice was as cold as ice, her eyes betraying a profound disdain. Yinran. Mu Tianyun managed to defeat Zhang Shihao from the Miscellaneous Institute. Perhaps his meridians have been unblocked, suggested Hua Yurong. Unblocking meridians is not an easy feat. I suspect he must have acquired some rare treasure, forcibly elevating his cultivation, replied Lu Yinran. Yinran, given his current obstinate demeanor, what should we do next? Hua Yurong inquired. Do not worry. As long as I continue to ignore him, it won't be long before he comes crawling back to apologize. Lu Yinran stated coldly. Yet you are in dire need of resources to break through your cultivation. Hua Yurong reminded her, concern evident in her gaze. No matter. In a month, the outer sect competition will commence. If I can triumph over the others and claim the championship, I shall receive a Ningling Shun. Allowing me to successfully break through, Lu Yinran said, a confident smile gracing her features. Chapter 10. It is said that the top 10 in this outer sect competition will gain direct entry into the inner sect, with the opportunity to be taken as a direct disciple by an elder, Hua Yurong said, her face alight with aspirations. Indeed, securing a spot under an elder's tutelage would ensure our family receives significant support, freeing the Lu family from the need to appease the Mu family. Lu Yinran's eyes glinted with a trace of icy determination. Enough of this anger, suggested Hua Yurong. I have heard that a top-notch medicinal chef has recently joined the apothecary hall, creating exquisite medicinal dishes. We should indulge in a taste. I'd rather not. I have nearly exhausted this month's gold coins. Lu Yinran shook her head helplessly. In the past, she never had to worry about gold coins. Whenever she found herself short, Mu Tianyun would appear like a considerate servant, bringing her gold and resources. However, this time, not only did he fail to provide resources, but he also proposed a divorce, severing all ties between the Mu and Lu families, plunging her financial situation into dire straits. After all, cultivation is exceedingly resource-intensive, and the Lu family could only provide her with a mere 10,000 gold coins each month. Such a pittance would scarcely buy any elixirs, let alone afford a visit to the apothecary hall. It is all Mu Tianyun's fault. Even at this juncture, he has yet to apologize, Hua Yurong fumed, stamping her foot. Previously, whenever Lu Yinran received gold or elixirs from Mu Tianyun, she would often share a portion with her. It was this very reason that she willingly played the supporting role to Lu Yinran, much like a green leaf accentuating her beauty. Deep down, however, Hua Yurong did not genuinely admire Lu Yinran. After all, in terms of talent, beauty, and that enviable figure, she believed she was in no way inferior. She chose to play the role of Lu Yinran's supporting character primarily due to her ordinary background, lacking the resources needed for her cultivation. By pleasing Lu Yinran, she could acquire free cultivation resources, which was hardly a loss for her. Enough of him. I still have a bit of gold left. Let's go and eat sparingly. It should suffice, Lu Yinran suggested. Then let us order a few medicinal dishes to sample. Hua Yurong nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with joy. The medicinal dishes at the apothecary hall not only greatly benefit one's internal energy, but also assist in cultivation. A meal that would undoubtedly be advantageous for her. After a period of frenzied and intense cultivation, Mu Tianyun could distinctly feel his physical stamina gradually keeping pace with his training regimen. It seems I need to replenish myself. The blood energy of this body has begun to lag behind the current intensity of my cultivation. Mu Tianyun furrowed his brow, a hint of resigned frustration crossing his face. He understood that to maintain such high-intensity cultivation, one must possess abundant blood energy and a robust physique to support it. Otherwise, not only would the efficacy of his training suffer, but he could also easily sustain injuries, potentially leaving irreversible damage to his body. With this in mind, Tianyun decided to visit the apothecary hall to treat himself, hoping to replenish his blood energy through the nourishing dishes. After a meticulous bath and donning a fresh outfit, he appeared invigorated. Once prepared, he made his way to the apothecary hall of the Luyun sect. The apothecary hall is undoubtedly the most sought-after location within the Luyun sect. For those disciples from affluent backgrounds, it is a frequent haunt. Conversely, those from less fortunate families, constrained by financial limitations, can only earn contribution points through tasks, making them reluctant to spend here. Naturally, inner sect and core disciples enjoy certain discounts when they make purchases, especially core disciples, who receive a remarkable 70 off, reflecting their esteemed status within the sect. To Tianyun's surprise, as soon as he arrived near the apothecary hall, he encountered Lu Yanran and Hua Yurong head-on. Tianyun, what brings you here? Hua Yurong scrutinized him with a condescending gaze. I have come to consume. Naturally, Tianyun replied coldly, his demeanor unyielding. Tianyun, stop pretending. Do you truly think we are unaware that you are here to apologize? If you genuinely wish to apologize, then show some sincerity. Otherwise, do not expect Yanran to forgive you. Hua Yurong retorted icily. Apologize? Why should I apologize? Tianyun scoffed derisively. The more you act like this, the more Yanran will look down on you. You followed us here and still dare to argue, Hua Yurong said, her face filled with disdain. I must inform you, there are many pursuing Yanran. Unless you kneel and apologize while handing over 200,000 gold coins, she will never forgive you. Upon hearing this, Tianyun's expression turned incredulous, and he coldly mocked, kneel and apologize while handing over 200,000 gold coins? Have you lost your mind? Tianyun, how dare you insult me? Hua Yurong's fury was palpable, her eyes ablaze. What is wrong with insulting you? Tianyun met her hostile gaze without flinching. Hua Yurong trembled with rage, unable to comprehend that the once obsequious Tianyun would dare to insult her publicly. Tianyun, is this your attitude toward an apology? Lu Yanran, with an air of superiority, regarded him like a haughty peacock, her gaze icy. Lu Yanran, do you think you are worthy of my apology? Tianyun retorted defiantly, his tone becoming increasingly frigid. Without me, Tianyun, your Lu family in Juyun City is merely an inconsequential clan. Without me, you would not have had the opportunity to engage with cultivation techniques, nor would you have the privilege to join the Luyun sect. Now that you possess some cultivation, you've begun to forget your roots, believing yourself to be a favored daughter of heaven. A shameless, ungrateful wretch like you dares to demand my kneeling and apology? You must be out of your mind. Tianyun's voice was frigid, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. You scoundrel! Lu Yanran's face turned ashen with rage, nearly causing her to spit blood. Confronted with Tianyun's merciless and piercing words, her originally enchanting visage transformed into an expression of sheer ferocity. Chapter 11. A violent confrontation with Du Zitong. What do you mean? After behaving like a harlot, you still wish to maintain a facade of respectability. Reflect upon your conscience and acknowledge how many gold coins you have squandered over the years. Upon entering the Luyun sect, I provided you with 50,000 gold coins monthly, along with 10 qi refining pills. I never anticipated nurturing such an ungrateful wretch. Tianyun's gaze was laced with profound disdain as he spoke unflinchingly. You scoundrel! Lu Yanran trembled with rage, radiating an intense aura of murderous intent. She could scarcely believe that Tianyun, who had once lavished her with care and compliance, would dare utter such heartless words. This inflicted a severe blow to her pride. Tianyun, have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to Yanran in such a manner? Hua Yurong's face mirrored disbelief. Hua Yurong, in terms of looks, physique, and grace, you are not inferior to Lu Yanran. Why demean yourself by remaining in her shadow? Tianyun narrowed his eyes slightly, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips as he scrutinized Hua Yurong. If you're willing to follow me, I shall provide you with 30,000 gold coins each month. Perhaps you should consider it. His smile was tinged with mischief. How shameless! Who would covet your gold coins? Hua Yurong retorted, her teeth clenched with indignation, a chill radiating from her countenance. Although she resolutely refused with her words, a ripple of intrigue stirred within her heart, even igniting a flicker of temptation. After all, in this world where cultivation is paramount, resources for training are exceedingly scarce. With her modest background, she could hardly sustain her cultivation endeavors. Relying solely on tasks to earn contribution points for resources would yield painfully slow progress. Do not be hasty in your rejection. You may ponder it at your leisure. Should you come to a realization one day, feel free to seek me out. Mu Tianyun's gaze roamed over Hua Yu Rong unabashedly. Of course, he had no genuine affection for her. His intention was merely to vex Lu Yanran. You insolent fool, silence yourself. Hua Yu Rong glared fiercely at Mu Tianyun. Under the intensity of his gaze, her heart raced, and a slight flush crept onto her cheeks, a mixture of shyness and fury enveloping her. Mu Tianyun, I never imagined you to be so despicable. Do you truly believe that Rong'er would take an interest in you? Lu Yanran shot a cold glare at Mu Tianyun, her eyes filled with deep loathing. Lu Yanran, back in Juyin City, you employed every means to entice me into granting you techniques. What is this pretense of innocence now? Mu Tianyun's expression bore a hint of scorn as he mercilessly exposed her. Indeed, Lu Yanran had resorted to various tactics to extract techniques and resources from Mu Tianyun. It could be said that aside from not having crossed the final threshold, they had engaged in nearly every intimate act possible. The only reason they had not transcended that ultimate barrier was Lu Yanran's insistence on saving her most beautiful self for the day of their marriage. At that time, the naive Mu Tianyun had naively believed her words, indulging only in brief encounters. However, since arriving at the Lu Yun sect, Lu Yanran's attitude had undergone a radical transformation. Mu Tianyun, you possess an audacious spirit to speak to junior sister Yanran in such a manner. At that moment, a voice, frigid as ice, cut through the air. A young man clad in white brocade, holding a folding fan, with a tall and statuesque frame, approached with an air of arrogance. This individual was Du Zitong, a devoted suitor of Lu Yanran and a genius ranked among the top 10 among the outer disciples. Due to Mu Tianyun's status as Lu Yanran's fiancée, he had previously sought to provoke Mu Tianyun on numerous occasions. On one occasion, Mu Tianyun had even been severely injured by him, bedridden for several days. How I speak is none of your concern. Mu Tianyun cast a cold glance at Du Zitong and turned to proceed towards the apothecary hall. He understood that Du Zitong's brother was an inner disciple. Without absolute strength, he had no desire to engage in conflict with him. Did I grant you permission to leave? Du Zitong's figure flickered like a wraith, swiftly blocking Mu Tianyun's path. What do you wish to achieve? Mu Tianyun's expression darkened as he asked coldly. Immediately kneel and apologize to junior sister Yanran, or do not blame me for being ungracious. Du Zitong's demi-anneau radiated arrogance. His chin slightly raised as he looked down upon Mu Tianyun disdainfully. Oh, I am quite curious to see how you intend to be ungracious. A smirk crept onto Mu Tianyun's lips, his gaze brimming with provocation. While he did not seek trouble, he was certainly not one to shy away from it. With Du Zitong being so aggressive, practically towering over him, failing to retaliate would render him akin to a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Upon hearing this, Du Zitong's eyes darkened with a flash of ominous intent. One arrogant brat, it seems I have neglected to remind you of your place. To hell with you. Before Du Zitong could finish his sentence, Mu Tianyun's figure abruptly surged forward, delivering a powerful tiger roar fist. This punch, imbued with tremendous force, sliced through the air and struck Du Zitong squarely in the face. With a resounding thud, Du Zitong was caught completely off guard, his nasal bone shattered by Mu Tianyun's blow. Initially, he had intended to impress his goddess, and then crush Mu Tianyun beneath his heel like an insect to showcase his might. However, he never anticipated Mu Tianyun's decisive and swift action, the speed of his punch leaving him no time to prepare. You little bastard. I will. Du Zitong erupted in a fit of rage, his eyes ignited with fury, longing to reduce Mu Tianyun to ashes. To hell with you. Mu Tianyun offered him no respite, swiftly retrieving a steel rod from his storage bag, and unleashed a flurry of blows upon Du Zitong. This is for showing off. This is for picking a fight. Mu Tianyun's eyes blazed with fury as he poured every ounce of strength into each swing, as if he aimed to release all the pent-up anger he had harbored. Faced with Mu Tianyun's relentless onslaught, Du Zitong hastily shielded his head. He yearned to retaliate, but found no opportunities to do so. With a series of rapid, crisp sounds of impact within mere moments, Du Zitong was left in a wretched state, his limbs broken, his head resembling a grotesque mess, utterly disheveled. A chorus of anguished screams, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, reverberated throughout the area. Soon, a throng of onlookers gathered, drawn by the commotion, encircling the scene and murmuring among themselves. Chapter 12. Huayurong's Thoughts. Who is this fellow? How dare he beat Du Zitong to such a pulp? This is simply astonishing. He appears unfamiliar. When did such a formidable character emerge among the outer disciples? This individual is not an outer disciple. He is a servant disciple. I have seen him before, and he seems to have some connection with Lu Yanran. Could it be? A servant disciple is this powerful. It is simply unbelievable. At this moment, the spectators were abuzz with chatter, each face reflecting a profound sense of shock. Meanwhile, Lu Yanran and Huayurong stood nearby, equally astonished, their eyes filled with incredulity. In contrast to Lu Yanran's increasingly grim demeanor, a hint of unnoticeable intrigue flickered in Huayurong's gaze, as if she were contemplating something profound. You worthless fool. From now on, keep your eyes wide open. Otherwise, every time I see you, I shall teach you a lesson. Tianyun directly stepped on Du Zitong's face, forcibly yanking the storage bag from his waist. After accomplishing this, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and strode confidently into the Yaoshan Hall. Tianyun possessed a certain understanding of the regulations of the Luyan sect. Within this sect, the principle of survival of the fittest was unabashedly upheld, with strength equating to authority. The disparity in status between outer disciples and servant disciples was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Servant disciples held the lowest position within the sect, scarcely qualifying as true disciples at all. Thus, even if an outer disciple severely injured a servant disciple, they would face little in the way of punishment, typically receiving only a mild admonition. Of course, circumstances always have two sides. If a servant disciple, through courage and strength, managed to retaliate against an outer disciple, they would likewise face no repercussions. After all, in this meritocratic sect, if an outer disciple could not even defeat a servant disciple, their value would be significantly diminished. The Luyan sect revered the strong, those who could bring glory and benefits to the sect. Among outer disciples, however, the situation differed. If conflict arose between outer disciples, it was imperative not to kill the opponent or cripple their dantian. Such actions would invoke severe punishment from the sect. For the dantian was the foundation of a cultivator, essential for storing primordial energy and supporting cultivation. The destruction of one's dantian signified the total end of their cultivation journey. An undeniably catastrophic fate for any practitioner. You scoundrel! I swear I will not rest until I avenge this grievance. Watching Tianyun's retreating figure, Du Zitong's eyes blazed with unquenchable malice and fury. For a long time, Tianyun had appeared to him as nothing more than an ant to be humiliated at will. Yet, he could never have anticipated that this ant would one day leave him mutilated. Such a drastic reversal was truly difficult for him to accept. Soon after, with the assistance of several outer disciples, Du Zitong left the scene in a disheveled state. How could this bastard change so drastically? Lu Yanran stood frozen in place, her eyes reflecting disbelief. She vividly remembered when they both participated in the entrance examination, Tianyun had become a servant disciple due to block meridians. However, ever since that fateful day when he fell from the cliff, Tianyun's life appeared to have taken a miraculous turn. Not only had his cultivation reached the 6th level of qi refinement, but he had also defeated Zhang Shihao, who was at the 9th level of qi refinement. Now, just a few days later, Tianyun had advanced to the 8th level of qi refinement and even shattered Du Zitong's limbs. Such an exaggerated rate of improvement and ability to challenge those beyond his level was truly astonishing to Lu Yanran. Yanran, this fellow has indeed undergone a tremendous transformation, and his talent seems to have improved as well, Huayurong remarked, her tone tinged with awe. This scoundrel must have encountered some fortuitous event. Otherwise, his cultivation could not have escalated so rapidly, Lu Yanran replied coldly. In fact, I believe he still harbors feelings for you. Why not consider lowering your pride and making amends? Huayurong suggested tentatively. He spoke to me with such disdain. How could I possibly bow to him? Lu Yanran retorted, her voice laced with irritation. Yanran, now that Tianyun's talent has soared, coupled with his extraordinary ability to challenge stronger opponents. If he participates in the outer set competition, He could very well become our greatest rival. Huayu Rong expressed with a hint of concern. You are correct. This fellow has indeed become quite enigmatic. If he enters the outer sect competition, he may indeed pose a significant threat to us, Lu Yanran said, her brows knitting together, her expression darkening further. The combat abilities Mu Tianyun displayed today were on par with her own, with just over a month remaining until the outer sect competition. If Mu Tianyun were to break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement during this period, her chances of victory would be non-existent. Should Mu Tianyun claim the championship, she would be deprived of the coveted Ningling Tsung. Without the assistance of the Ningling Tsung, her path to breaking into the spirit-gathering realm would likely take an extended period. Yanran, lowering your pride to him would bring you nothing but benefits. Should he change his mind, regardless of who wins the championship, the ultimate rewards would be yours, Huayu Rong suggested. You speak lightly of it. This scoundrel has been so cruel with his words, and asking me to bow to him is simply out of the question, Lu Yanran replied icily. The mere thought of Mu Tianyun's scathing remarks ignited a wellspring of resentment within her. So what shall we do? Huayu Rong inquired. Even if he has gained some fortuitous event, he remains merely a servant disciple. Now that he has crippled Du Zitong, do you think Du Tianming will let him off the hook? Lu Yanran's eyes glinted with a coldness. You have a point. Given Du Tianming's vengeful nature, if he learns that his brother has been crippled, he will undoubtedly seek retribution, perhaps even killing Mu Tianyun on the spot. Huayu Rong nodded in agreement. All right. I lack the appetite for food today. Let us return, Lu Yanran concluded, turning to leave the Yaoshan Hall. Huayu Rong watched Lu Yanran's retreating figure, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. Lu Yanran, since you fail to cherish what you have, do not blame me for seizing your love. In Huayu Rong's view, if Lu Yanran could manipulate Mu Tianyun, so could she. As long as she could captivate Mu Tianyun, she would gain abundant resources for cultivation, thereby eliminating the need to ingratiate herself with Lu Yanran. In truth, many suitors surrounded Huayu Rong, yet few could truly stir her heart. After all, her standards for men were exceedingly high, requiring both striking looks and a wealthy background. Deep down, Huayu Rong had long harbored jealousy towards Lu Yanran, envious of her possession of a suitor as handsome and affluent as Mu Tianyun. She often pondered how splendid it would be if Mu Tianyun were her devoted admirer. Chapter 13. Huayu Rong's initiative within the inner disciple area. In a refined and elegant courtyard, a slender woman adorned with light makeup practiced her swordplay. This woman was none other than the inner disciple Zhang Yuanyuan. Sister Zhang, a grave matter has arisen. Your brother and Zhang Shihao have been expelled from the servant-disciple quarters. A young man rushed over, breathless. What on earth happened? Zhang Yuanyuan inquired coldly. It is this way. A brat named Mu Tianyun from the servant quarters has been rapidly advancing in cultivation and clashed with your brother. The young man recounted the events in detail. How audacious! How dare he lay hands on my brother? Zhang Yuanyuan's eyes glinted with icy fury. Sister Zhang, shall I go teach him a lesson? The young man offered. No need. I must enter seclusion for cultivation during this period. I will deal with him once I emerge. Zhang Yuanyuan responded coolly. Mu Tianyun entered the Yaoshan Hall, ordering an extravagant spread of exquisite medicinal dishes, and then indulged heartily. I never expected these medicinal dishes to be so delicious, Mu Tianyun mused as he savored the rich spirit wine while relishing the delicacies before him, his face beaming with satisfaction. In his past life, he had frequented many top-tier establishments, sampling a plethora of gourmet dishes. However, the culinary offerings from those establishments paled in comparison to the medicinal dishes laid out before him. After all, these dishes were crafted from the finest medicinal herbs and various precious beast meats. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Mu Tianyun returned to his residence, immersing himself once more in the pursuit of cultivation. Meanwhile, the shocking news of his brutal beating of Du Zitong swiftly spread throughout the outer sect. It is worth noting that Du Zitong is a prodigious talent, ranked among the top 10 in the outer sect. It is nearly impossible not to cause a stir when someone is celebrated as he is defeated and left with broken limbs by an inconspicuous servant disciple. In the days that followed, Mu Tianyun devoted himself entirely to his training. He understood that in this world where strength reigns supreme, only by continuously enhancing his abilities could he secure a foothold. To this end, He procured a substantial quantity of qi refining pills to provide powerful assistance for his upcoming cultivation journey. One evening, as Mu Tianyun prepared to rest, a series of crisp knocks suddenly shattered the tranquility of the night. Huayurong, what brings you here? Upon opening the door and recognizing the visitor, a hint of surprise flickered across Mu Tianyun's face. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Huayurong gazed intently at Mu Tianyun, her eyes reflecting an unusual determination and resolve. Huayurong, it is late, and we are but a man and a woman alone. Do you not fear that I might devour you? Mu Tianyun's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of mischief. Yet he still graciously gestured for her to enter. Huayurong feigned calmness, taking a deep breath as she slowly stepped into Mu Tianyun's room. At that moment, her heart raced like tumultuous waves, taut with tension. It was her first time entering the chamber of an unfamiliar man, and to claim she felt unperturbed would be sheer self-deception. Fortunately, Mu Tianyun was strikingly handsome and youthful, which made her daring visit at this late hour somewhat justifiable. Do the words you spoke that day still hold true? Huayurong mustered her courage, locking eyes with Mu Tianyun, a rare blush illuminating her cheeks. For days, she had wrestled with her inner turmoil, contemplating whether to seek Mu Tianyun out. After countless considerations, she finally cast aside her pride and ventured to his residence under the cover of night. She was acutely aware that if she could successfully win over Mu Tianyun, it would grant her access to abundant cultivation resources. Should Mu Tianyun emerge victorious in the upcoming outer sect competition, the champion's reward, the Ningling herb, might very well fall into her hands. I was merely jesting. You did not take me seriously, did you? A playful smirk danced upon Mu Tianyun's lips, his eyes glinting with cunning. You scoundrel! Huayurong's expression turned frosty upon hearing his words, and without hesitation, she turned to leave. She had summoned the courage to lower her dignity, only to be mocked by this rogue, which ignited an uncontrollable fury within her. Do not leave. Mu Tianyun swiftly blocked her path, his figure darting to the door. Step aside, or I shall not hesitate to strike. Huayurong's voice was icy, her gaze radiating a resolute, murderous intent. Had she not been concerned about attracting unwanted attention, she would have acted without hesitation. Then do strike, Mu Tianyun retorted, maintaining his playful demeanor. If word were to spread that the top 10 genius of the outer sect visited the room of a mere servant disciple in the dead of night, what do you think their reactions would be? What gossip would circulate among the outer sect tomorrow? What do you truly desire? Huayurong, suppressing her anger, fixed her cold stare upon Mu Tianyun, enunciating each word. Enough of this pretense. Since you have come to my abode at this hour, you must have your own intentions. If you comply, I shall grant you 30,000 gold coins each month. Should you prove your loyalty to me, you will find that I will not treat you poorly in the future. A mischievous smile crept across Mu Tianyun's lips as he reached out to wrap his arms around Huayurong's slender waist. My, what a delightful sensation, he marveled inwardly. There was no denying that Huayurong's beauty and figure were among the finest within the Luoyan sect, especially her voluptuous form, which far surpassed that of Lu Yanran in both fullness and allure. You rogue, are you not merely spinning grandiose tales? Huayurong suppressed her indignation, her eyes narrowing in disbelief. I, Mu Tianyun, would not stoop to deceiving a woman. Moreover, I am the young lord of Juyin City. The entire Mu family is at my command. If you serve me well, I assure you, you shall not want. A roguish grin adorned Mu Tianyun's face. Previously, you offered Lu Yanran 50,000 gold coins monthly, yet you propose only 30,000 for me. Do you truly believe I am inferior to her? Huayurong chided, playfully draping her arm around Mu Tianyun's neck, her gaze imbued with seduction. You are certainly not inferior. In fact, I find you even more captivating, Mu Tianyun replied. I am willing to offer you 50,000 gold coins monthly, provided you demonstrate your worth. A wicked smile played on his lips as his hands began to roam over her form. 50,000 gold coins would be a fortune to most, yet to Mu Tianyun, it was but a trifle. Given his previously obstructed meridians, Mu Lingfeng had only allocated him 50,000 gold coins each month. Now that his meridians were unblocked and his cultivation rapidly advancing, the amount he received would only increase. Scoundrel, should you dare deceive me, I shall not let this end well for you. Huayurong glared at Mu Tianyun with simmering hatred. As Mu Tianyun's heated hands roamed over her, Her heart raced uncontrollably, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. However, she ultimately did not push him away. She understood that without taking a risk, she could never reap the rewards. The Tianyun of today was no longer the weakling he once was. If she did not offer him a taste of sweetness, her hopes of gaining anything from him would be nothing short of a fantasy. Fortunately, Tianyun's extraordinary looks and charisma somewhat eased her apprehension. As his caresses persisted, Xuanhuan felt her resistance wane, her body growing languid as she leaned into his embrace. Seizing the moment, Tianyun gently pressed his lips against hers. In an instant, their mouths collided passionately, igniting a fervor akin to kindling meeting a roaring flame. Their garments fell away, unnoticed, as the atmosphere in the room thickened with intimacy. At that moment, their breaths quickened, enveloped in a heady ambience that seemed to suspend time itself. Chapter 14. Are you expecting me to take responsibility? The following day, morning light streamed through the window's crevice, softly illuminating the bed where Xuanhuan lay nestled in Tianyun's embrace, peacefully asleep. Her exquisite features appeared touched by dawn's light, casting a delicate blush that rendered her even more enchanting. Meanwhile, Tianyun, comfortably cradling Xuanhuan, leisurely enjoyed a cigarette. The origin of this tobacco was rather intriguing. He had stumbled upon some wild tobacco while returning from Luyun Mountain. As a seasoned smoker, rolling his own cigarettes posed no challenge. However, while the appearance of this tobacco resembled that of Earth's, they were, in fact, two entirely different species. The tobacco in this place is not only suitable for crafting cigarettes, but it also harbors a wealth of spiritual energy. In other words, this tobacco is not only harmless to the body, but it can also enhance one's cultivation to a certain extent. Hey, what are you doing? Xuanhuan slowly opened her sleepy eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, revealing a hint of confusion on her face. It's nothing, just having a smoke. Tianyun replied with a slight smile. Let me try a puff, Xuanhuan said curiously. All right, but be careful not to choke. Tianyun chuckled as he handed her the cigarette. Cough, cough, what's so good about this? Xuanhuan coughed repeatedly from the smoke, shaking her head helplessly before returning the cigarette to Tianyun. Here, 50,000 gold coins. Take them for now. And please refrain from being a mere backdrop for Liu Yanran in the future, Tianyun said, taking out the coins from his storage bag and handing them to Xuanhuan. Do you think I want to? Xuanhuan shot him an annoyed glance and replied, I work tirelessly each month just to earn 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins. When I'm around Liu Yanran, if she is in a good mood, she might reward me with 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins. Her eyes were filled with helplessness. Hearing you say that, I can't help but admire you, Tianyun remarked with a hint of appreciation in his gaze. In terms of both looks and talent, you are in no way inferior to her, yet you willingly choose to play a supporting role beside her. That is not something just anyone can do. I was born into an ordinary family, so if I wish to advance further on the path of cultivation, I naturally need to find ways to acquire resources. Xuanhuan sighed slightly, speaking with resignation. As far as I know, you have quite a few admirers around you. Why did you choose me? Tianyun asked with curiosity. Through their day of interaction and communication, he discovered that Xuanhuan was still a maiden. It was precisely because of this that Tianyun's own cultivation had smoothly ascended from the early stage of the 8th layer of qi refinement to the late stage. Although I have many suitors, those who are handsome do not possess your wealth, and those who are wealthy do not have your looks. If I don't choose you, who else could I? Xuanhuan pouted playfully, winking at him. What if in the future you encounter a man who is more handsome and wealthier than me? Wouldn't you regret it? Tianyun replied with a teasing smile. Choosing a man is inherently a gamble. Since I have chosen you, I shall never regret it for the rest of my life, Xuanhuan declared with conviction, her eyes revealing a sense of determination. Her choice of Tianyun indeed carried an element of risk. After all, Tianyun's transformation was astonishing. Not only was his speed of cultivation remarkable, but his ability to challenge beyond his level was also exceedingly formidable. Betting her fate on such a promising man, she felt it was worth the risk. Most importantly, the experiences of that day had allowed her to feel an unprecedented joy as a woman. Initially, she believed Tianyun would only last half an hour at most. However, to her surprise, he proved to be as vigorous as a wild bull, keeping her engaged throughout the entire night. Even more astonishing was Tianyun's extraordinary constitution. which during their intimate moments could enhance her cultivation. Just from that one night, her cultivation soared from the late stage of the 9th layer of qi refinement to the pinnacle of qi refinement, merely a step away from the coveted state of concentration. Consequently, Xuanhuan was resolutely determined to bind this man to her for life. Hey, as much as we're having fun, you're not expecting me to take responsibility, are you? Tianyun said with a hint of helplessness. You jerk, Xuanhuan exclaimed, gritting her teeth as she shot him an annoyed glare, though her eyes held a trace of playful reproach. All right, don't be angry. Our relationship is merely one of mutual benefit. If you truly want me to take responsibility, then it will depend on your future actions, Tianyun said, gently lifting Xuanhuan's chin and gazing deeply into her eyes with a smile that was neither fully serious nor entirely jesting. Previously, Tianyun had endured humiliation from Xuanhuan, and expecting him to take immediate responsibility for this woman was obviously unrealistic. His willingness to spend 50,000 gold coins to support Xuanhuan stemmed partly from a desire to see the woman who once belittled him fully submit to him. Additionally, he wished for Liu Yanran to experience the taste of betrayal from a close friend. Of course, if Xuanhuan were to treat him sincerely in the future, Tianyun would not neglect her, considering her beauty and the fact she had given him her first. I know I may have overstepped before, which might have led to some resentment on your part. However, since I have chosen you, I will be wholeheartedly devoted to you. Even if you don't take responsibility, I will still stand by you for life. Xuanhuan stated earnestly and resolutely. She understood that Tianyun possessed a unique physique, and being with such a man would allow her cultivation to rise rapidly. Thus, even if Tianyun offered her nothing, she would never consider leaving. Let us go. Let us grab something to eat at the medicinal dining hall, Tianyun said as he stood up, changing into a clean and tidy outfit. All right, Xuanhuan nodded obediently, leisurely putting on her clothes. Hand in hand, the two of them affectionately walked out of the room, heading towards the medicinal dining hall. As the surrounding disciples saw them emerge from the room, expressions of envy instantly adorned their faces. It was well known that Xuanhuan was the 5th-ranked genius among the outer disciples. The sight of such a stunning beauty exiting Tianyun's room was undoubtedly explosive news, despite the peculiar glances from those around them. Xuanhuan remained close to Tianyun, showing no signs of rejection. Having chosen Tianyun, she was determined to do everything possible to win his heart and ensure he felt no dissatisfaction. By the way, Tianyun, you injured Du Zitong, and his brother Du Tianming will certainly not let this slide easily. You must be extra cautious during this time, Xuanhuan said with concern etched on her face. She was well aware of Du Tianming's vengeful nature and feared for Tianyun's safety. What is Du Tianming's current cultivation level? Tianyun asked, his expression becoming serious. Du Tianming has already reached the 3rd layer of the concentration stage. He is not only cruel by nature, but also narrow-minded. If he finds out that you have harmed his brother, he will certainly seek revenge. Xuanhuan elaborated on Du Tianming's situation, her tone laced with tension. Don't worry, the end of the month is approaching. Once I become an outer disciple, he won't dare to lay a hand on me, Tianyun replied calmly and methodically. Still, you need to be careful. If you do encounter him, avoid confronting him directly, Xuanhuan urged again. I'm not reckless. If I can fight, I will, but if I can't, I will run. I understand that principle, Tianyun said with a slight smile. Soon, they arrived at the medicinal dining hall. Tianyun ordered a lavish spread of medicinal dishes and began to share the meal with Xuanhuan. Why did you order so much for just the two of us? Isn't it a waste if we can't finish it? Xuanhuan inquired. It's our first time eating out together, and I wasn't sure what you liked, so I ordered a bit extra, Tianyun said, his face glowing with a warm smile. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of enticingly colored exquisite beast meat and gently placed it in Xuanhuan's bowl. This tastes good, give it a try. Thank you. Feeling the gentle and considerate actions of Tianyun, Xuanhuan's face blossomed with a sweet smile, and a warm current surged within her heart. Subsequently, the two indulged in exquisite delicacies and sipped fine wine, enveloped in an atmosphere that was both tender and intimate. Just then, Liu Yanran entered the medicinal dining hall accompanied by a man clad in white. The moment her gaze met Tianyun's, her expression instantly turned as cold as ice. The man in white, sensing Liu Yanran's unusual demeanor, curiously inquired, Yanran, do you know that fellow? Of course I know him. He is Mu Tianyun, the one who injured your brother, Lu Yanran replied icily. So it is this brat. A glint of cold light flashed into Tianming's eyes as he strode purposefully towards Mu Tianyun. Observing this, Lu Yanran's lips curled into a smirk of mockery as she hurriedly followed behind Du Tianming. You little brat, you are the one who crippled my brother? Du Tianming's voice was icy, his gaze fixed on Mu Tianyun like a blade. Who are you? Mu Tianyun's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of vigilance stirring within him. He could sense that the person before him possessed formidable strength, far beyond his current capabilities. Upon hearing these words, Huayurong quickly turned to look. Upon spotting Du Tianming and Lu Yanran, her expression darkened considerably, her eyes filled with worry and tension. Huayurong, you are truly despicable. Secretly associating with him behind my back, Lu Yanran accused with a darkened face, her anger palpable. She could hardly believe that her close friend would become involved with Mu Tianyun, which felt to her like a betrayal. Lu Yanran, do not elevate yourself so high. You are merely a harlot wishing to maintain a facade of virtue. If it were not for Tianyun's constant assistance, you would still be an inconspicuous young lady from a small family in Juyin City. Huayurong retorted coldly, refusing to back down. Huayurong, I have treated you so well, yet you betray me for a man. Lu Yanran trembled with rage, her eyes ablaze with fury. Lu Yanran, I owe you nothing. Over the past year, I have done many things for you. If I had not rescued you during our mission in the Luyan mountain range, you would have surely perished. Huayurong replied disdainfully. While you indeed saved my life, I have not treated you poorly either. I send you thousands of gold coins each month. Yet you still choose to be with him behind my back. Lu Yanran's expression grew darker, her anger and resentment intertwining. You and Tianyun are already unrelated. Why can't I be with him? Huayurong locked eyes with Lu Yanran, her voice cold and challenging. Brat, if you're a man, step outside with me. Du Tianming's voice was chilling, his gaze sharp as a sword, filled with provocation. Tianyun, do not go outside with him. He dares not harm you here. Huayurong reacted swiftly, positioning herself protectively in front of Mu Tianyun. Seeing her unwavering stance, a hint of gratitude flickered across Mu Tianyun's face. Manager Lu, there are 2 flies buzzing around here, disturbing our enjoyment of the medicinal dishes. Could you kindly escort them away? Mu Tianyun spoke calmly, directing his gaze towards the manager of the dining hall. Hearing this, Manager Lu swiftly approached, his voice cold as he stated, if you wish to enjoy the medicinal dishes, kindly take a seat over there. Should you continue to disturb others, I will have no choice but to place you on a permanent blacklist. Manager Lu's expression was serious, his voice commanding respect. Upon hearing his words, the faces of Du Tianming and Lu Yanran darkened considerably. They understood that once on the blacklist, they would likely never again savor the exquisite medicinal dishes, a notion that was utterly unacceptable to them. After all, the medicinal dishes were not only delectable, but also rich in spiritual energy, providing immense benefits to the body when consumed occasionally. But wait until you leave the medicinal dining hall. I will ensure you pay a painful price. Du Tianming shot a venomous glare at Mu Tianyun before turning to head towards the seats by the entrance. Huayurong, I never expected your judgment to be so poor. We shall see who regrets this. Lu Yanran huffed coldly, a flicker of venom in her eyes as she followed Du Tianming. Self-righteous woman, Huayurong scoffed disdainfully. Enough, do not pay them any mind. Mu Tianyun gently comforted Huayurong, serving her another piece of meat. Tianyun, they're sitting by the entrance. How will we exit later? Huayurong's face showed a hint of worry. Do not fret, the medicinal dining hall has guest rooms. We can stay here until the end of the month. Mu Tianyun replied calmly. But staying here for a night costs 1,000 gold coins. Huayurong exclaimed with a pained expression. Expand your horizons. You are now my woman, Mu Tianyun. A mere 1,000 gold coins is nothing, Mu Tianyun declared confidently. During this time, we shall cultivate peacefully in the medicinal dining hall. Once our strength increases, we will no longer need to fear them. Mu Tianyun spoke with unwavering confidence. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, just one step away from the 9th layer. Once he successfully broke through to the 9th layer, catching up to him would be no easy feat for Du Tianming. If he could secure the championship in the upcoming outer set competition next month, he would harness the miraculous effects of the Ningling Shun and break through to the spirit condensation realm in one fell swoop. With that breakthrough, Mu Tianyun was confident he could defeat Du Tianming, completely resolving this potential threat. Chapter 16. Mu Tianyun's unique physique. Mu Tianyun and Hua Yurong basked in the sweet atmosphere, relishing the medicinal delicacies. Throughout the meal, Mu Tianyun exhibited remarkable tenderness, repeatedly serving Hua Yurong with dishes, his gaze filled with affection. After about half an hour, Mu Tianyun gently took Hua Yurong's hand, and together they ascended to the VIP room on the second floor of the medicinal dining hall. Damn it, this brat actually occupies the VIP room. Du Tianming gritted his teeth, his hands clenched into fists, his expression dark and foreboding. He had initially planned to cripple Mu Tianyun's dantian and brutally break his limbs the moment he stepped out of the medicinal dining hall to avenge his brother's injuries. However, he did not anticipate that Mu Tianyun would choose to stay in the VIP room. This sudden turn of events shattered his plans, igniting his fury. Despicable scoundrel! Lu Yanran seethed, her face twisted with rage. The thought of Mu Tianyun, who had once fawned over her like a lovesick puppy, now lavishing affection on Hua Yurong, filled her with endless resentment. To her, it was acceptable to not like him, even to cast him aside, but he was not permitted to favor another woman. Meanwhile, Mu Tianyun was entangled in an affectionate embrace with Hua Yurong in the private room. From the spacious balcony to the cozy bathing area, even the neatly arranged table bore the marks of their intimate and flirtatious exchanges. The very air was thick with an alluring atmosphere. Time flew by, and before long, the end of the month arrived. After a period of cultivation, Mu Tianyun experienced a qualitative leap in his abilities, successfully breaking through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. His aura was stable and powerful, akin to a ferocious beast that had just awakened, radiating an intimidating presence. Hua Yurong's cultivation also saw remarkable improvement, directly advancing from the 9th layer of Qi refinement to the spirit condensation realm. Her demeanor underwent a subtle transformation, rendering her increasingly ethereal and otherworldly. At this moment, she felt an immense sense of gratitude for relinquishing her pride and choosing Mu Tianyun. Otherwise, the prospect of advancing to the Ningxin realm would likely take an interminable duration. Ronger, how could you have advanced so swiftly? Mu Tianyun's expression was filled with perplexity, his eyes betraying his confusion. During this period, Hua Yurong had scarcely engaged in cultivation, spending most of her time entwined in affectionate moments with him. Yet despite this, her ability to break through to the Ningxin realm left him utterly incredulous. Tianyun, you truly do not know why I have progressed so rapidly? Hua Yurong asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. I genuinely have no idea, Mu Tianyun replied, his face a portrait of bewilderment. In truth, your physique is rather unique. Each time we share intimate moments, my cultivation experiences a certain enhancement. A faint blush graced Hua Yurong's cheeks. You haven't been practicing some kind of yin-yang cultivation technique, have you? Mu Tianyun's eyes widened in shock, his expression reflecting his astonishment. In this world dominated by cultivation, he instinctively associated her actions with various esoteric practices, causing a flicker of concern to arise within him. How could that be? If I were practicing a yin-yang technique, you would have been drained long ago. Hua Yurong shot him a reproachful glance, her tone tinged with playful admonishment. Then my constitution must be remarkably extraordinary. Mu Tianyun exclaimed, his face a canvas of astonishment. You must possess some special physique, which is why our intimate interactions enhance the cultivation of women like us. A note of certainty shone in Hua Yurong's gaze. No wonder you've been so enthusiastic lately. It seems you've regarded me as a cultivation tool. Mu Tianyun feigned anger, retorting playfully, how can you say such a thing? I've been quite attentive to you during this time. Hua Yurong pouted adorably, a hint of grievance evident on her face. I was merely jesting. Come, let us procure some sustenance. Mu Tianyun gently took her hand. Do not mention food to me. I still feel nauseous, Hua Yurong said, casting a teasing glare at him. The thought of the food he had suggested made her stomach churn, extinguishing her appetite entirely. My apologies, it was not my intention. Mu Tianyun chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head with an expression of regret. You shameless rogue, Hua Yurong playfully scolded, lightly tapping his shoulder, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Let us be on our way. It is time for us to depart. A confident smile illuminated Mu Tianyun's face, his gaze steadfast and bright. What if that fellow is still outside? Hua Yurong's brows furrowed slightly, concern crossing her features. Rest assured, it has been over 10 days. He cannot possibly be waiting there indefinitely. Tianyun gently patted her shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. He then took her hand and strolled leisurely out of the medicinal hall. The two walked under the moonlight, soon arriving at Hua Yurong's residence. Tianyun, I must attend the inner sect assessment tomorrow, so I will not accompany you to the outer sect assessment. Do your best. A faint smile graced Hua Yurong's face, her eyes brimming with encouragement and anticipation. Fear not. With my capabilities, participating in the outer sect assessment will merely be a formality. Once I secure the championship in the outer sect competition, I will undoubtedly be accepted as an inner sect disciple. Tianyun's tone was resolute, his eyes radiating confidence. I believe you'll become the most dazzling genius in this world. Hua Yurong lightly rose on her tiptoes, akin to a delicate butterfly, and gently brushed her lips against his. Then, she turned and shyly retreated into her room, leaving Tianyun standing there, savoring the sweetness of that tender moment. This infernal charm, Tianyun mused, touching his lips, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Tianyun. At that moment, a familiar yet frigid voice pierced through the air. Tianyun turned to behold Lu Yanran approaching him with deliberate steps. Lu Yanran resided next to Hua Yurong, and she had witnessed the intimate exchange between them. For reasons unbeknownst to her, despite her initial desire to distance herself from Tianyun, a twinge of jealousy surged within her. As if something precious she had cherished was suddenly seized by another. Tianyun cast a cold glance at Lu Yanran before striding away, seemingly uninterested in acknowledging her presence. Seeing him disregard her, Lu Yanran's expression darkened further. Her lips trembled, and her hands clenched into fists, a tempest of fury brewing within her. She stormed to Hua Yurong's door and kicked it open with a forceful motion. Hua Yurong, you shameless wretch, come out. Lu Yanran's voice rang out, sharp and grating, akin to the screeching of an owl at night. Lu Yanran, are you out of your mind? Hua Yurong emerged from her room, shooting Lu Yanran a disdainful glance, her eyes filled with contempt. Hua Yurong, I never imagined you could be so debased, spending all day speaking ill of him before, and now you are entangled with him. Lu Yanran seethed, her teeth clenched, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury, her body trembling in anger. Lu Yanran, I admit I spoke ill of him before, but at that time, he truly was incompetent. My words were not unfounded. Hua Yurong's voice remained calm and resolute, showing no signs of retreat. Then why are you still with him? Lu Yanran inquired, her tone icy and filled with anger. Why can't I be with him? You two have dissolved your engagement. I am not the third party here. On what grounds do you accuse me? Hua Yurong stood tall and unyielding, countering firmly. Moreover, Tianyun is exceptionally talented now. It is merely a matter of time before he becomes an inner sect disciple. Furthermore, he provides me with 50,000 gold coins each month. How could I possibly reject such a handsome and wealthy man? Hua Yurong's voice was clear and assertive, each word resonating with conviction. Upon hearing that Tianyun bestowed 50,000 gold coins upon Hua Yurong monthly, Lu Yanran could no longer contain her rage. Shameless wretch, perish! Lu Yanran's eyes glinted with malice as she swung her hand, delivering a swift slap toward Hua Yurong's face. You seek death. Hua Yurong scoffed, her eyes flashing with disdain. She reacted with lightning speed, her right hand darting out like a bolt, deftly grasping Lu Yanran's wrist. In the next moment, she raised her leg and delivered a powerful kick to Lu Yanran's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Lu Yanran felt a searing pain radiate through her midsection, her face contorting in agony. Her body was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? How could you have advanced to the Ningxun realm so rapidly? Lu Yanran struggled to rise, her expression dark and filled with disbelief. She had not anticipated that Hua Yurong, who had previously been at a lower cultivation level than her, would surpass her in achieving the Ningxun realm. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to her pride. I forgot to mention, Tianyun not only provides me with 50,000 gold coins monthly, but he also generously purchased a Ningling ginseng for me, enabling my breakthrough to the Ningxun realm. A triumphant smile graced Hua Yurong's lips, her eyes glinting with provocation as she gazed at Lu Yanran. She deliberately made this statement to infuriate Lu Yanran even further. With a scoff, Lu Yanran was consumed by a surge of fury upon hearing those words, a mouthful of fresh blood involuntarily erupting from her lips, her complexion turning as pale as parchment. Lu Yanran, Tianyun is now my man. I advise you to refrain from provoking him further, lest you regret it for the sake of past affections. Xuanhuan stated coldly, casting a glance at Lu Yanran, her eyes radiating an icy chill. After delivering her warning, she turned and returned to her chamber, leaving Lu Yanran trembling with rage at the spot. Tianyun, Xuanhuan, you shall pay for this, Lu Yanran hissed through clenched teeth, her gaze brimming with malice. Her body quaked violently from her indignation, hands balled into fists, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palms. The following morning, Tianyun rose early, appearing invigorated after a brief morning routine. With resolute strides, he made his way towards the examination hall, his heart brimming with anticipation and confidence for the future. At this moment, dozens of miscellaneous disciples had already gathered at the site of the assessment. Each of these disciples had achieved the 6th layer of Qi refinement, their expressions a mix of tension and eager expectation. They understood that passing the upcoming evaluation would allow them to leap into the ranks of the outer disciples of Lu Yun's sect, embarking on a distinctly different path of cultivation. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in the robes of an elder strode forward with an imposing presence. This man was none other than Zhou Chaoping, the elder overseeing the outer disciple assessment. Upon recognizing Tianyun, a look of astonishment crossed his features. He distinctly remembered that over 20 days prior, Tianyun had merely been at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Yet, astonishingly, in just over 20 days, Tianyun's cultivation had surged to the 9th layer. Such an extraordinary rate of advancement left Zhou Chaoping utterly astounded. He then cast his gaze over the other participants, confirming that their cultivation levels met the standards for outer disciples, a hint of satisfaction gracing his countenance. All of you have reached the requisite cultivation level for outer disciples. However, mere attainment of this level is insufficient for entry into Lu Yun's sect, Zhou Chaoping declared with a grave expression. I shall now conduct your assessment. If you can endure under my pressure for 10 breaths, you will officially become outer disciples of Lu Yun's sect. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura of dread enveloped the entire assessment arena, akin to an invisible mountain pressing down upon each miscellaneous disciple. In an instant, 2 of the disciples buckled under the immense pressure, collapsing onto their knees. The remaining disciples, struggling to maintain their stance, exhibited flushed faces and expressions of agony, clearly fighting to hold on. In stark contrast, Tianyun stood tall and unyielding like an ancient pine, his countenance betraying no sign of distress. Observing Tianyun's remarkable composure, Zhou Chaoping nodded appreciatively, a smile of admiration illuminating his face. As the 10 breaths elapsed, only 8 out of the 20 disciples who participated in the assessment managed to persevere until the end. Congratulations on successfully passing the assessment. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as outer disciples of Lu Yun's sect, Zhou Chaoping announced, a note of encouragement in his voice as he surveyed the 8 disciples with hopeful eyes. Upon hearing the news of their success, joy radiated from the faces of the disciples. Many of them had previously participated in the entrance examination, but had failed, ultimately opting to become miscellaneous disciples. During their time as miscellaneous disciples, they had displayed unwavering determination and relentless effort, finally breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, thus earning a second chance at assessment. Now that their aspirations had been fulfilled, their elation was palpable. Conversely, those who did not pass wore expressions of profound disappointment, acutely aware that failing this assessment meant they would never be able to join Lu Yun's sect. After all, each miscellaneous disciple was afforded only one opportunity for assessment, and failure resulted in a disheartening departure from the sect, leaving them with no chance to continue as miscellaneous disciples. Chapter 18. The Sacrifice of Xuanhuan Zhou Chaoping. Wearing a smile, distributed identity tokens to each of the successful disciples. These tokens, crafted from a special material, bore unique engravings, symbolizing their status as disciples of Lu Yun's sect. Tianyun, you have indeed not disappointed me, Zhou Chaoping remarked as he approached Tianyun, admiration evident in his gaze. You honor me with your praise, Tianyun replied respectfully, cupping his fists in a slight bow. With your prowess, You will undoubtedly excel in the upcoming Outer Disciple competition. Should you finish in the top 10, you may gain early entry into the inner sect and even be taken as a disciple by an inner sect elder. Zhou Chaoping gently patted Mu Tianyun on the shoulder, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. I shall give my utmost effort, Mu Tianyun affirmed, determination and confidence gleaming in his eyes. Very well, you may now follow the steward to your respective quarters, Zhou Chaoping said with satisfaction, waving his hand. Subsequently, under the guidance of the outer sect's steward, they traversed the winding stone path towards the residences of the outer disciples. In stark contrast to the dilapidated and cramped quarters of the miscellaneous disciples, the residences of the outer disciples were a world apart. The buildings were orderly and elegantly designed, surrounded by serene and tranquil environments, with flowers and trees artfully arranged. Upon entering his room, Mu Tianyun quickly tidied the space before eagerly making his way to the task hall. With merely 7 days remaining until the outer disciple competition, he resolved to undertake some tasks to hone his practical skills. He understood that to become an unparalleled powerhouse, one must endure trials of life and death. Saplings nurtured in a greenhouse could never grow into towering trees. Similarly, those with the same cultivation level, yet forged through countless trials, would undoubtedly possess far greater combat prowess than those sheltered like flowers in a greenhouse. Just then, the sound transmission talisman at Mu Tianyun's waist vibrated, followed by the familiar voice of Huayuron. Through the transmission, he learned that she had successfully passed the inner sect assessment and had now become an inner disciple. They arranged to meet at the task hall to embark on a few days of training together. Shortly thereafter, Mu Tianyun arrived at an imposing and classically styled hall, its architecture adorned with ornate eaves and beams, exuding both luxury and solemnity. This was the task hall of Lu Yun's sect. At this moment, the hall was bustling with activity, filled with inner and outer disciples accepting various tasks. Within Lu Yun's sect, those without substantial family backing had to rely on completing tasks to accumulate contribution points in order to obtain ample cultivation resources. With sufficient contribution points, one could exchange them for precious elixirs to enhance their cultivation or enjoy rare medicinal meals at the apothecary hall. However, undertaking tasks was fraught with danger, and without absolute certainty, most individuals dared not take on tasks lightly. Mu Tianyun, this time I shall see where you run. A chilling voice cut through the air like an icy arrow, shattering Mu Tianyun's reverie. Furrowing his brow, he swiftly turned to see Du Tianming and Lu Yinran advancing towards him with menacing intent. Du Tianming's face was dark, his eyes brimming with palpable hostility. Lu Yinran stood aside, a derisive smile gracing her lips, her eyes filled with disdain and mockery. You two are truly inseparable. Mu Tianyun's gaze turned icy in an instant, a hint of chill evident on his face. The incessant entanglement of these two had ignited the flames of fury within him. Mu Tianyun, I advise you to be sensible. If you kneel and apologize, perhaps I can plead for you before Brother Du, considering our acquaintance. A trace of contempt flickered across Lu Yinran's face. Shameless wretch. Cease your foul talk. Your very presence annoys me. Mu Tianyun cast a cold glance at Lu Yinran, his eyes brimming with disgust and disdain. Lu Yinran's face turned ashen with anger, her hands clenched into fists, her body trembling slightly with fury. She could hardly comprehend how Mu Tianyun, who had once been so obedient and gentle towards her, had transformed into someone like this. Mu Tianyun, do you truly believe that just because you have become an outer disciple, I would not dare to do anything to you? Du Tianming stepped forward, his gaze sharp and menacing, like two blades piercing directly at Mu Tianyun. Du Tianming, an inner disciple, come to bully me, an outer disciple. Do you not feel ashamed? Mu Tianyun scoffed, his face betraying undisguised contempt, his tone laced with sarcasm. You sharp-tongued brat, today I shall break your limbs. Du Tianming, enragé, struck out with his hand, a powerful slap accompanied by a gust of wind aimed at Mu Tianyun. The force behind this blow was tremendous, infused with potent energy. A typical outer disciple would likely be knocked unconscious by such a strike. Faced with Du Tianming's lightning-fast attack, Mu Tianyun realized evasion was futile. In this crucial moment, he felt no fear and met the blow with a punch of his own. A loud crash echoed as fist met palm, reverberating through the surrounding air. Mu Tianyun felt a surge of immense power strike him, his face paling as his body uncontrollably staggered back 7 or 8 steps. In stark contrast, Du Tianming remained as unyielding as a mountain, a smug smile gracing his lips. Good lad, you do possess some strength, but today, no one can save you. Du Tianming snorted coldly, his body darting forward like a streak of black lightning, launching another palm strike at Mu Tianyun. This blow was even more terrifying than the last, the air crackling with a sharp sound that instilled fear. As the strike approached, unavoidable, Mu Tianyun gritted his teeth, channeling all his energy, preparing to confront it once more. In that moment of peril, a stunning figure suddenly appeared before him. With a resounding crash, the beautiful silhouette was sent flying by the overwhelming force of the palm strike. Her body arced through the air like a kite with a severed string, blood spilling from her mouth, her complexion turning deathly pale. Rona, why are you so foolish? Mu Tianyun's heart raced with anxiety as he leaped forward, catching Hua Yurong securely in his arms, his eyes filled with anguish. Though their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit, her unhesitating act of shielding him in this moment of crisis stirred a deep emotion within him. Do not worry. It's merely a slight injury. Hua Yurong spoke through clenched teeth, a trace of blood at her lips, yet her face bore a tragic yet resolute smile. Do not speak. I shall take you to the medicine pavilion for treatment. Mu Tianyun's voice trembled with urgency. Mu Tianyun, do you think you can escape? Du Tianming's voice was icy, his figure flashing to block Mu Tianyun's path. Chapter 19. A life-and-death battle. Du Tianming. One day, you shall pay a heavy price. Mu Tianyun's eyes glinted with cold murder as he fixed his gaze on Du Tianming. Mu Tianyun. Brother Du is the eldest son of the Du family in Tianning City. What qualifications do you, a mere young lord of Juyun City, have to make threats in his presence? Lu Yanran raised her chin, exuding an air of superiority, her eyes filled with disdain. Mu Tianyun, do not accuse me of bullying you. If you kneel and slap yourself 100 times, I may consider sparing you this once. Du Tianming's demeanor was haughty. Looking down on Mu Tianyun, Du Tianming, if you truly wish to avenge your brother, I offer you a chance. In half a month, we shall battle on the life-and-death platform. Do you dare accept? Mu Tianyun's gaze was as frigid as frost, unwaveringly challenging Du Tianming. Mu Tianyun, are you certain you wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with me? Du Tianming's face revealed a hint of disdainful amusement. Enough of your prattle. Simply answer, will you accept or not? Mu Tianyun's eyes burned with murderous intent as he repeated his question coldly. This lad must be mad to challenge Du Tianming to a life-and-death battle. Indeed, it seems he is seeking his own demise. Certainly, Du Tianming has reached the 3rd layer of the mind consolidation realm, while this lad is merely at the 9th layer of qi refining. They are not even on the same level. At this moment, a considerable crowd had gathered around the task hall, murmuring in astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. No one had anticipated that Mu Tianyun, with only the 9th layer of qi refining, would dare to challenge Du Tianming to a life-and-death battle. To the onlookers, this act was akin to striking a rock with an egg, a clear path to self-destruction. Mu Tianyun, since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. Cherish the last half-month of your life. Du Tianming cast a cold glance at Mu Tianyun, filled with disdain and murderous intent, before turning to leave. In truth, he had no desire to agree to this life-and-death battle. After all, his cultivation far surpassed Mu Tianyun's, and even if he won, it would bring him no glory. Yet, with so many witnesses present, if he refused, they might believe he was afraid of Mu Tianyun. Mu Tianyun, Du Tianming is not someone you can contend with. Challenging him will be the gravest mistake of your life. If you apologize to me now and discard that wretched woman, I might consider persuading Du Tianming to spare you. Lu Yanran's expression was arrogant, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Filthy wretch, I have endured you for too long. Before Mu Tianyun could respond, Hua Yurong's eyes flashed with fury, her figure darting swiftly to stand before Lu Yanran, delivering a resounding slap across her face. The crisp sound of the slap resonated through the air. Lu Yanran had no time to react before she was sent flying. Wretched woman, today I shall not let you go unscathed. Hua Yurong's voice rang out like an enraged lioness, as she charged at Lu Yanran with fervor. Though she had sustained some injuries earlier, her cultivation had now reached the mind consolidation realm, and her combat prowess far surpassed Lu Yanran's. A series of sharp, Resounding slaps echoed in rapid succession. In mere moments, Lu Yinran's once beautiful face was left disfigured, swollen and bloodied at the corners of her mouth. Wretched woman, I warn you for the last time, do not provoke us again, or each time I see you, I shall strike you. Hua Yurong's eyes glinted with cold, murderous intent. Vile creature, this is not over between us. Lu Yinran's eyes burned with resentment as she glared at Hua Yurong. After leaving behind a venomous threat, she fled the scene, her retreat marked by utter disgrace. Ronger, are you all right? Mu Tianyun asked with concern, his eyes filled with worry. I am fine. Just a minor injury. Do not fret. Hua Yurong replied, suppressing her pain. Enough of this. Let me accompany you to the medicine pavilion for some healing remedies. Mu Tianyun's voice was gentle as he took Hua Yurong's hand, leading her towards the direction of the medicine pavilion. In the apothecary pavilion, Mu Tianyun purchased some healing elixirs for Hua Yurong and carefully escorted her back to her residence. Tianyun, do you truly have confidence in defeating Du Tianming in half a month? Hua Yurong lay on her bed, a hint of worry etched on her face, her eyes reflecting concern for Mu Tianyun. Do not fret, for should I dare to challenge him, I must possess ample assurance, Mu Tianyun replied with a smile, confidence shimmering in his gaze. His decision to confront Du Tianming was not born of impulsiveness, but rather of thoughtful deliberation. With several days remaining before the outer sect competition, he planned to venture out for training, refining both his cultivation and practical combat skills. Securing the championship in the competition would grant him a precious Ningling Shun, which would enable him to break through to the spirit concentration realm. Once he achieved this elevation, his combat prowess would ascend dramatically, instilling him with the confidence to defeat Du Tianming. I believe you will certainly triumph over him. Hua Yurong nodded, her eyes brimming with trust and encouragement for Mu Tianyun. Rest well. I shall venture to the Luyun mountain range for a few days of training. If anything arises, feel free to contact me. Concern leaped in Mu Tianyun's gaze. You must take care. Hua Yurong's face was awash with worry, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Fear not. I will be fine, Mu Tianyun reassured her with a gentle smile. Could you not stay with me a while longer? A hint of playful shyness danced across Hua Yurong's face, reminiscent of peach blossoms in spring. Given your injuries, you should not be thinking of such things. Mu Tianyun cheated lightly. Pilaifuli tapink hernose. I merely sustained a minor impact. The injuries are not severe, Hua Yurong replied, wrapping her arms around Mu Tianyun, her eyes filled with tenderness. Perhaps another time. You are injured now, and I worry you might not endure, Mu Tianyun said, a hint of helplessness etched on his smile. I do not care. I was injured for you, and you must reward me accordingly, Hua Yurong declared, her hands darting out like a playful serpent, seizing Mu Tianyun's. Wait, do not beg for mercy later. Mu Tianyun felt a surge of adrenaline rush through him, spinning Hua Yurong around and embracing her waist from behind. In that moment, the atmosphere in the room turned exceedingly intimate, the two entangled in each other's presence. 2 hours later, Mu Tianyun left Hua Yurong's residence, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the task hall, selecting a few tasks at random before resolutely departing from Luyun's sect. Chapter 20. An unexpected encounter with a beauty. Upon leaving Luyun's sect, Mu Tianyun made his way directly towards the Luyun mountain range. This range was the largest in the vicinity, undulating like a slumbering dragon sprawled across the earth. Countless demonic beasts thrived in this mountainous expanse, alongside a variety of rare spiritual herbs. Hence, this area became the optimal training ground for the disciples of Luyun's sect. The sect was established at the edge of the Luyun mountain range, primarily to facilitate the training of its disciples. After all, for a powerful sect to sustain its growth, it cannot coddle its disciples like fledglings. Only through continuous trials of life and death can the most exceptional talents emerge. The demonic beasts within Luyun mountain range served as the ideal subjects for the disciples' honing. Once inside the Luyun mountain range, Mu Tianyun became vigilant. He drew his iron sword and cautiously ventured deeper into the mountains, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, ever prepared for potential dangers. Suddenly, amidst the tranquil forest, a faint yet distinctly clear sound echoed, as if something was stealthily traversing the underbrush. Just then, the thicket ahead began to shake violently. In an instant, a colossal black-winged centipede, like a bolt of black lightning, burst forth from the foliage. This creature emanated a chilling aura, its body as thick as an adult's arm, its ebony shell gleaming with a cold, unyielding luster akin to impenetrable armor. Goodness, this centipede is enormous. Mu Tianyun's face registered astonishment, instinctively retreating a few steps. However, he quickly compelled himself to regain composure. After a brief assessment, he concluded that while the black-winged centipede appeared ferocious, its strength was comparable to the 9th layer of the Qi refinement realm, a level he deemed manageable with his current cultivation. Seeing Mu Tianyun show no intention of fleeing, the massive black-winged centipede seemed incensed. It twisted its immense body and lunged at Mu Tianyun with ferocious speed, akin to a whirlwind of darkness. As the centipede barreled towards him, Mu Tianyun's gaze sharpened. He swiftly dodged its fierce strike. Without hesitation, he wielded his sword and charged at the black-winged centipede. The creature reacted with remarkable speed, swinging its powerful forelimbs to clash with Mu Tianyun's iron sword. This beast possesses incredible strength. Mu Tianyun felt a powerful recoil reverberate through his arm, astonishment flickering across his face. Despite the centipede's fierce appearance, Mu Tianyun felt no inclination to retreat. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. He swung his sword once more, advancing towards the black-winged centipede. This marked his first battle with a demonic beast since his arrival in this realm, and though he felt a tinge of nervousness, he gradually adapted to the exhilarating rhythm of combat as the skirmish continued, his initial anxiety transforming into calm focus. In that verdant forest, man and beast engaged in a fierce clash. The centipede's body was armored with tough scales, resembling a shield of overlapping plates. Mu Tianyun's sword merely sparked against it, inflicting little damage. Furthermore, he discovered that within the same realm, demonic beasts, endowed with natural strength and instincts, possessed far superior combat capabilities compared to humans. This particular black-winged centipede occasionally spewed noxious venom, making it difficult to defend against. After a fierce exchange, Mu Tianyun finally spotted an opening in the centipede's defense. Seizing the moment, he thrust his sword like a silver flash, piercing through its abdomen. The black-winged centipede emitted a pained shriek, its massive body squirming violently before it gradually collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Upon successfully slaying the black-winged centipede, a glimmer of exhilaration spread across Mu Tianyun's face. This intense battle allowed him to identify numerous shortcomings in his combat approach, while also accumulating invaluable practical experience. He understood well that, in terms of battle experience, he was far from the equal of practitioners in the same realm. His ability to challenge higher-level opponents was largely attributed to the formidable 9-yang Shi Shinju. Without the cultivation of this extraordinary technique, it would have been exceedingly challenging for him to defeat practitioners of the same level in direct confrontation. After all, the former Mu Tianyun had been a complete novice, devoid of any practical experience. In the following days, Mu Tianyun embarked on an almost frenzied training regimen within the Luyun mountain range. Along his path, he engaged every demonic beast of comparable strength with all his might, refusing to retreat even with his body marred by injuries. If he were to encounter those formidable demon beasts that he could not possibly defeat, he would remain calm and escape at the first opportunity. Time quietly passed during the intense and thrilling trials, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. Through this period of brutal combat training, Mu Tianyun's battle experience became increasingly seasoned. Each of his movements and every strike appeared steady and resolute, with his methods growing more ruthless, and his gaze imbued with a greater sense of determination and composure. On this day, Mu Tianyun, weary yet brimming with fighting spirit, arrived at a picturesque lakeside. The water was crystal clear, resembling a vast mirror reflecting the lush mountains and the azure sky. Noticing the bloodstains and grime covering his body, Mu Tianyun decided to cleanse himself thoroughly. He decisively removed his blood-soaked garments and leapt directly into the lake. However, just as he was about to plunge into the water, an exquisite face emerged from the depths like a lotus flower rising from the water. It was a face of unparalleled beauty, with finely chiseled features resembling a crafted masterpiece, leaving no trace of flaw. Her fair and graceful form was laid bare before Mu Tianyun's eyes. Before he could react, his lips collided directly with hers, lush and enticing. Simultaneously, his hands inadvertently pressed against her soft, supple bosom. In an instant, water splashed everywhere. The girl, still reeling from shock, was forcefully pushed underwater by the impact of Tianyun. Despicable lecher! You seek death! She roared in anger, her voice filled with boundless wrath and humiliation. With a swift motion, she unleashed a powerful palm strike, infused with potent energy, that struck Tianyun squarely in the chest. The impact sent him flying like a cannonball, crashing into the thicket on the shore. Aware of his culpability, he wasted no time in retreating into the dense forest. "You vile scoundrel! I will make you pay." The girl, resembling a graceful swallow, soared from the water and landed steadily on the shore like a celestial being. Her chest heaved violently as her eyes blazed with fury, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. Once she confirmed that no one else was around, she hastily donned her outer garment and swiftly pursued the direction in which Tianyun had vanished. However, after pursuing for distance, she realized she had gone the wrong way. "You despicable lecher! I will remember you. Do not let me catch you." The girl's face was frosty, radiating an aura of icy vengeance. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such intimate contact with any man. Yet today, this unknown boy not only stole her precious first kiss, but also dared to take liberties with her, igniting an inferno of rage within her. At that moment, Tianyun was concealed in a cave 10 miles away. "This girl has immense strength. She nearly crushed me," he gasped, pain etched across his face. The force of her strike had broken several of his ribs and severely injured his internal organs. Had it not been for his extraordinary willpower, an ordinary person would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness from the excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth against the agony that felt like his chest was being torn apart, he carefully channeled his internal energy, slowly aligning the fractured bones in his chest. Following this, he poured all his energy into the Juyang Shishinju, utilizing the miraculous power of the technique to gradually heal his internal injuries. Time slipped by silently within the cave. Unbeknownst to him, 2 days had passed. After 2 days of relentless healing, Tianyun's injuries gradually began to mend. At this moment, only 2 days remained until the crucial outer sect competition. Determined not to miss this pivotal event, Tianyun hurriedly made his way towards Luyunzong. During his journey, Tianyun did not forget the importance of training. Whenever he encountered demon beasts of comparable strength, he would unhesitatingly strike, seizing every opportunity to enhance his abilities. Suddenly, an intense sound of battle erupted nearby. Driven by curiosity, Tianyun suppressed his aura and stealthily approached the source of the commotion. Peering through the dense branches, he beheld a girl clad in a pink gown fiercely battling a hellhound. This hellhound was roughly humanoid in shape, remarkably agile, and exuded a nauseating stench. Its eyes glowed with a sinister crimson light, resembling 2 burning flames, fixated on the girl in pink, while it emitted low, menacing growls. Though the pink-clad girl fought valiantly, it was evident that her strength was waning. Her hair flew wildly, and beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, sliding down her cheeks. Despite her relentless sword strikes, she struggled to inflict any tangible damage to the hellhound. With each ferocious attack from the hellhound, the girl sustained more injuries. Her pink gown torn into tatters that barely concealed her body, exposing large patches of her fair skin. Seizing the opportunity, the hellhound leaped, its sharp claws aimed directly at her shoulder. The girl, unable to evade in time, was struck heavily, collapsing to the ground as her sword flew from her grasp. The hellhound pounced on her, baring its fangs, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. In the face of such despair, a flicker of hopelessness crossed the girl's face. She understood that the hellhound was a notoriously malevolent beast, often preying on human females. Its actions clearly indicated its intent to assault her. Desperately, she struggled, pushing against the hellhound, but her efforts felt utterly futile. What does this monster intend to do? Tianyun, who had been lurking nearby, could no longer contain his fury. Regardless of the circumstances, he was human, and it was clear that this girl was a disciple of Luyunzong. He could not stand idly by while a fellow sect member was violated by a demon beast. "Vile creature, perish!" Tianyun growled, determination flashing in his eyes as he swung his sword fiercely at the hellhound. The creature had already reached the 3rd layer of the condensing spirit realm. Under normal circumstances, defeating it would be nearly impossible for him. However, having fought the pink-clad girl, The hellhound had sustained severe injuries and was now significantly weakened, its combat effectiveness diminished. Thus, Tianyun chose to take the risk to save her. Reacting swiftly to the ambush, the hellhound turned, launching a claw towards Tianyun. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Tianyun felt a tremendous force rebound upon him, causing his arm to tingle, nearly dislodging the sword from his grip. The hellhound roared in fury, its eyes flashing with rage and ferocity, as if it intended to devour Tianyun whole. Following this, it leaped into the air like a bolt of black lightning, charging directly at Tianyun. Vile beast, perish! Tianyun exhibited no semblance of retreat. Instead, it ignited a fierce determination within him as he once again charged valiantly towards the hellhound with his sword in hand. The swordplay he unleashed was nimble and swift, akin to a tempest, with continuous strikes aimed relentlessly at the hellhound. The hellhound, undeterred, utilized its agile form to deftly evade Tianyun's onslaught. Its claws were as sharp as blades, each swing carrying the force to rend the very air. Its razor-sharp teeth concealed a lethal menace, poised to strike at Tianyun's vital points at any moment. The clash between man and beast was intensely fierce, rapidly escalating to a fevered pitch. With formidable willpower and exquisite wind-chasing sword technique, Tianyun skillfully engaged the hellhound. However, just as he was embroiled in this fierce combat, the woman clad in pink, who had previously fled, slowly rose to her feet. Her gaze flickered with complexity as she glanced at Tianyun and the hellhound, a momentary hesitation crossing her eyes, before she took off towards the distance without a second thought. In her estimation, Tianyun, whose cultivation was merely at the 9th level of chi refinement, could not possibly withstand the hellhound's assault. Remaining in that perilous vicinity could very well lead to her demise at the hands of the beast. Chapter 22. The Shameless Woman. Alas, this wretched woman is exceedingly despicable. Tianyun felt a surge of anger upon witnessing this scene. He had initially believed that the woman would assist him, only to discover that she had chosen to flee alone. Nevertheless, Tianyun did not allow himself to be distracted. He understood that his only path to survival lay in vanquishing the hellhound. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly fall prey to this beast. It is crucial to note that the hellhound did not discriminate, preying upon both women and men alike. The thought sent a chill through him. As the battle raged on, Tianyun grew bolder with each exchange, each move imbued with resolute intent to kill. The hellhound, having sustained prior injuries, began to be gradually subdued under Tianyun's relentless assault. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows for hundreds of rounds. At this juncture, Tianyun had also sustained injuries, and his internal energy was nearly depleted. Just then, he finally seized upon a flaw in the hellhound's defense. "The beast!" Tianyun roared as he surged forward like a streak of lightning, channeling all his remaining energy into his iron sword, striking with unmatched ferocity towards the creature's abdomen. The hellhound, caught in the limbo of waning strength and yet to regain its vigor, found itself unable to evade Tianyun's fierce assault in time. With a piercing howl, the hellhound let out a chilling cry, its body shuddering before it slowly collapsed. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianyun swiftly withdrew his sword and severed the creature's head. At last it was resolved. He gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from his brow, and approached the hellhound's remains, preparing to store it in his spatial pouch. Such a formidable beast was laden with treasures. Should he present it to his sect, he would undoubtedly earn a substantial contribution. If he could extract its inner core, the rewards would be even greater. "Young man, I was the one who inflicted the initial injury on this hellhound. You may take the corpse, but the inner core must remain with me." At that moment, an icy voice pierced the air. The pink-clad maiden, who had previously retreated, suddenly reappeared not far away. Her eyes fixated greedily on the hellhound, revealing a glimmer of avarice and fervor. "You fool!" Tianyun shot her a cold glance before promptly storing the hellhound's corpse in his pouch. Had she not fled, but instead fought alongside him against the hellhound, he might have considered sharing the spoils. "Impudent brat, do you know who I am? Surrender the hellhound's corpse willingly, or prepare to face the consequences," the pink-clad maiden threatened, her expression frosty as she glared at Tianyun, attempting to intimidate him with her status. "Shameless woman, I care not for your identity. Vanish from my sight at once, or I shall take my vengeance upon you. Mu Tianyun retorted boldly, his gaze flickering with a fierce light. He had encountered shameless individuals before, yet none could rival her audacity. He had selflessly come to her aid, only for her to choose flight. Now, after he had slain the beast, she returned to demand a share of the spoils, a behavior that repulsed him. But, you are courting death. The pink-clad maiden, consumed by rage, transformed into a blur, her long sword weaving intricate patterns as she lunged towards Mu Tianyun's throat like a meteor on a relentless trajectory. In her eyes, Mu Tianyun had just engaged in a fierce battle with the Hellhound and was likely gravely injured. Thus she deemed it a suitable moment to confront him. After all, the inner core of the Hellhound was of paramount importance to her, and she was unwilling to relinquish it easily. You wretched woman, seek death. Mu Tianyun bellowed, quickly sidestepping to narrowly evade her lethal strike. In a swift counter, he thrust his sword towards the wrist of the pink-clad maiden. With her brows furrowed, the maiden evaded his retaliation with a ghostly grace, retreating skillfully. The two engaged in an intense battle, each move a desperate gamble for survival, neither willing to yield an inch. The pink-clad maiden unleashed a torrent of strikes, her swordplay flowing like an unceasing tide, relentlessly targeting Mu Tianyun's vital points. Mu Tianyun, undaunted, summoned his utmost strength to counter with the wind-chasing sword technique. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows for dozens of rounds. Amidst this fervent clash, neither gained an advantage. Although Mu Tianyun's injuries were somewhat less severe, defeating the pink-clad maiden was no simple task. After all, she had reached the third level of the spirit concentration realm and had trained with the esteemed techniques of the Luyun sect. At this moment, Mu Tianyun could only rely on his indomitable will to keep pace with her. He was well aware that her injuries were more severe than his. If he could prolong the confrontation, her defeat was inevitable. After hundreds of exchanges, the pink-clad maiden grew increasingly anxious as her attempts to subdue him faltered. She understood that the longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for her. After all, she had already sustained significant injuries during her previous encounter with the Hellhound. Now, after enduring hundreds of rounds of combat, her internal wounds became increasingly difficult to suppress. You wretched woman, you are nearing your limit. I shall ensure that you kneel before me and sing conquer. Mu Tianyun taunted as he defended against her relentless assault, seizing the opportunity to provoke her further. He knew that by infuriating her, he could exploit her weaknesses and ultimately triumph over her. Vile scoundrel! The pink-clad maiden cried, her sword radiating a comet-like brilliance as it hurtled towards Mu Tianyun. His expression shifted as he hastily activated the Nine Suns god-slaying technique, leaping aside just in time. With a thunderous crash, the ancient tree behind him was cleaved in two, leaving a vast crater in its wake. Witnessing her strike miss its mark, despair and fear crept into the pink-clad maiden's heart. She realized that her spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, and continuing the battle would lead to her certain defeat. You wretched woman, today I shall make you kneel and sing. Mu Tianyun's eyes gleamed with a chilling intent as he vanished like a specter, his sword weaving lethal patterns as he charged towards the pink-clad maiden once more. He was no benevolent soul, especially not towards his adversaries. He never showed mercy. Moreover, her earlier behavior had incited a deep-seated fury within him. As Mu Tianyun advanced once more, the pink-clad maiden felt a mix of fear and rage, forcing her to launch a haphazard counterattack while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to retreat to safety. At this moment, she was engulfed in profound discontent. Despite possessing the formidable cultivation of the third layer of Ning Shinjing, she found herself utterly humiliated by a mere boy of the ninth layer of Lian Qijing. Forced into such a desperate predicament. Chapter 23. The malevolent Mu Tianyun wretch, you cannot escape. If you surrender obediently now, I might consider allowing you to die in bliss. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Mu Tianyun's lips. You scoundrel, you are doomed. The girl in pink trembled with rage, her silver teeth nearly biting into her lips. In that fleeting moment, Mu Tianyun, with his keen insight, suddenly seized upon a subtle flaw in the girl's defense. His iron sword, like a cunning serpent, swiftly knocked her long sword aside and was now pressed against her throat. I advise you not to move recklessly, or I shall sever your neck. Mu Tianyun's gaze was sharp, emanating a fierce intensity. You do not act rashly. I have already sent a message to my sister. If you dare harm me in the slightest, no one will be able to save you." The girl in pink was struck with fear, her complexion paling to that of parchment, her body trembling involuntarily. "Impudent woman, even at this juncture, you dare to be obstinate? I shall pluck out all your teeth and let you experience the agony of a leaky trumpet." A glint of malice flickered in Tianyun's eyes. Without further ado, he delivered a resounding slap across the girl's face. The sharp crack of the slap reverberated in the air. The girl in pink let out a wretched cry as her front teeth were knocked out, blood gushing from her mouth. "Scoundrel, I shall kill you." Her eyes bulged in fury, venomous hatred directed at Tianyun. "In my grasp, do you truly believe you have a chance of survival?" A cold smirk played on Tianyun's lips, his eyes filled with disdain. Speaking thus, he swiftly grasped her throat with his right hand. In that moment, he had already devised a plan to find a secluded cave and gradually break this woman. "What audacity! How dare you lay hands on my sister, Ji Wuqing?" Just as Tianyun prepared to depart with the girl in pink, a chilling voice pierced the air. Immediately, a woman clad in white, like a flash of lightning, raced toward them and landed nearby in the blink of an eye. Her form was graceful, yet she radiated an aura that instilled dread, resembling an unmelting iceberg. "Halt! If you dare approach another step, I will slay her immediately." Tianyun's heart quivered, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the girl, positioning her defensively in front of him. He sensed that the woman in white was immensely powerful, likely at the pinnacle of Ning Shenjing, far beyond his current capability to confront. "You boy, you must also be a disciple of Lu Yunzong. To slay a fellow disciple is a grave offense. Think carefully." Ji Wuqing's voice was frigid, her gaze sharp as a sword, fixed intently on Tianyun. "I'm not a disciple of Lu Yunzong. Spare me your hollow threats." Tianyun retorted defiantly, holding the girl tightly, his eyes wary as they flitted between Ji Wuqing and his captive, revealing a glimmer of ruthlessness. "Regardless of your acknowledgement, your visage is etched in my memory. Now, release my sister immediately and kneel to apologize. I may consider sparing your life." Ji Wuqing's expression was one of extreme indifference, an aura of lethal intent emanating from her. "What a brazen woman! It was your sister who was ungrateful first, and yet you wish for me to kneel and beg for mercy? I suspect your mind is quite muddled." Tianyun scoffed, his eyes betraying open mockery. "You seek death." Ji Wuqing's countenance turned frigid, her murderous intent surging. However, had it not been for her sister's safety, she would have already struck down this boy with a single blow. "Impudent woman, cease your posturing before me. Toss your storage bag over here, or I shall choke her to death." A hint of malice flickered in Tianyun's gaze. As his words fell, he tightened his grip further. The girl in pink turned crimson, the veins on her face bulging, her breath becoming increasingly labored. With the mask of civility torn asunder, Tianyun felt no compunction. Moreover, he understood that neither sister was inclined to reason. If he released the girl, his fate would be dire. "You boy, do not act recklessly, or I shall have you torn to shreds." Ji Wuqing's fury surged, her eyes nearly ablaze. It was unfathomable that this mere boy, with his cultivation at the 9th layer of Lian Qi Jing, dared to openly threaten her. "Enough chatter. Either hand over your storage bag, or I shall take both you and your sister down with me." Tianyun's eyes were filled with savagery, his grip tightening once more. "Cough, cough, sister, save me." The girl in pink's eyes bulged with terror, her face a mask of anguish and rage. At this moment, she felt the shadow of death looming, her gaze filled with despair and unending fear. "You wretched boy, cease this at once." Ji Wuqing ground her teeth in fury, unable to restrain herself from shouting. Though her storage bag contained ample cultivation resources, they paled in comparison to her sister's life. "If you throw over your storage bag, I guarantee I will not harm your sister in the slightest." Tianyun's voice was cold and unyielding. "If you dare harm my sister, I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death." Ji Wuqing's teeth were clenched as she spat the words through gritted jaws. Ultimately, she reluctantly retrieved the storage bag from her waist and hurled it toward Tianyun with force. Observing this, Tianyun's left hand darted out like lightning, securing the storage bag firmly before quickly fastening it to his own waist. "You have given me the storage bag. Now release her." Ji Wuqing's voice was icy, struggling to suppress her simmering rage. "You shall retreat 300 zhong, and I will release her at once." Mu Tianyun's response was cold and calculating. He understood that if he allowed her to retreat too far, Ji Wuqing would never comply, and the distance of 300 zhang was just right. After all, the girl in pink was already gravely injured, and Ji Wuqing would certainly not abandon her sister to pursue him. Boy, I hope you do not test my patience. If you do not release her now, you will regret ever entering this world. Ji Wuqing cast a cold glare at Mu Tianyun, her eyes filled with an icy menace, then slowly retreated 300 zhang. Ungrateful wretch, should I see you again, I shall leave you battered and broken, Mu Tianyun declared, delivering another resounding slap to the girl in pink's face. He then transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the nearby thicket. The girl in pink was sent flying by the force of the slap, crashing to the ground like a kite with its string severed, raising a cloud of dust. Chapter 24, A Fortunate Windfall Boy, You Seek Death, Ji Wuqing exclaimed, dashing toward the direction in which Mu Tianyun had disappeared. However, after a brief pursuit, she halted, realizing she must return to her injured sister. She understood that in this perilous mountain range, without her protection, her sister could easily fall victim to the claws of ferocious beasts. Wuxin, are you all right? Ji Wuqing asked with concern as she helped her sister to her feet, her eyes filled with tenderness. Sister, I will make that scoundrel pay. Ji Wuqing seethed, an aura of chilling vengeance radiating from her. From a young age, she had always been the cherished daughter of heaven, adored by all, and had never experienced such humiliation. Yet today, she found herself nearly suffocated by a mere boy at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, her front teeth cruelly extracted by him. For her, this was an unparalleled disgrace. Rest assured, that boy will not escape. Though he denies it, I am certain he is a disciple of Lu Yunzong. A glint of chilling murderous intent flickered in Ji Wuqing's eyes. She resolved to locate Mu Tianyun and make him pay dearly for his actions. The fact that she, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm, was extorted by a mere Qi refinement boy was, for her, a profound dishonor. After fleeing for some distance, Mu Tianyun discovered a secluded cave and devoted himself to healing his injuries. Time passed quietly, and a day had swiftly elapsed. By the end of that day, Mu Tianyun's wounds had finally healed, and his aura had become increasingly stable. Subsequently, he retrieved Ji Wuqing's storage bag and emptied its contents. Upon a thorough examination, he found numerous valuable items within. Among them were a staggering 500,000 gold coins and 100 spirit-gathering pills. Additionally, there were several medicinal herbs and 4 valuable talismans. He discovered 2 spirit-traveling talismans, remarkable tools for travel. Once infused in a body, they could triple 1's speed, proving invaluable in life-threatening situations. Furthermore, there were 2 spirit-gathering talismans, which could double the inner strength when infused, potentially turning the tide in crucial battles. It was a substantial gain indeed. A flicker of delight graced Mu Tianyun's face as he meticulously cataloged his spoils, placing all useful items into his own storage bag. During this process, he inadvertently uncovered a pair of sheer black stockings. To his surprise, this seemingly aloof woman wore such audacious lingerie. A wicked smirk played at the corners of Mu Tianyun's mouth as he contemplated her unexpected allure. Next, he took out the corpse of the hellhound, wielding his iron sword with dexterity, skillfully slicing open its belly. Indeed, within lay a core. A beaming smile broke across Mu Tianyun's face as he eagerly grasped the hellhound's core, feeling the immense power it contained. If refined and absorbed, it would undoubtedly allow him to break through to the spirit-gathering realm. However, he had no immediate plans to refine it. He was acutely aware that once he ascended to the spirit-gathering realm, he would lose his eligibility to participate in the outer sect competition, an event of immense significance to him. Securing victory in this competition would yield substantial rewards and the chance to be favored by an inner sect elder, potentially becoming a direct disciple. Becoming an elder's disciple would ensure his safety within the sect and provide him with invaluable guidance in his cultivation. Thus, he resolved to safeguard the hellhound's core until he successfully became an inner sect disciple, at which point he would find an opportune moment to refine it. As for the hellhound's corpse, Mu Tianyun planned to present it to the sect in exchange for contribution points. He then set off on his journey back to Lu Yunzong. Treading carefully, whenever he encountered a woman, he would promptly alter his path to avoid any confrontation. Although his combat abilities had improved during this excursion, He had also offended several powerful women, which left him feeling quite troubled. After all, these formidable women could pose serious consequences should he cross paths with them again. As evening fell, Tianyun finally returned to Luyuan's own. Upon entering the sect, he immediately sent a message to Hua Yurong, informing her of his safe return. He then made his way directly to his residence. During his time away, Hua Yurong frequently reached out to check on his well-being, her concern warming his heart. Since the last encounter where she had been injured while saving him, his perception of her had subtly shifted. Human hearts are made of flesh. With Hua Yurong's sincere treatment, he felt compelled to reciprocate her kindness. Upon returning to his quarters, Tianyun washed away the fatigue and dust of his journey. Moments later, a gentle and melodious knock echoed at his door. Rising quietly, he slowly opened it, and in an instant, a breathtaking figure rushed into his arms. Entwining herself around his neck, dressed in an alluring manner that accentuated her graceful figure, Hua Yurong exuded a faint, enchanting fragrance, as if she had just stepped out of a bath, radiating a refreshing and captivating aura. "Why the rush?" Tianyun asked, a tender smile gracing his lips as he embraced her gently. "Scoundrel, hurry and give it to me." Hua Yurong's voice was laced with shyness, her face flushed with charm, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring. As she spoke, she leaned in towards Tianyun's lips, exuding an exuberant passion. What a temptress! Tianyun felt an intense heat surge within him, pulling Hua Yurong closer as their lips collided with fervor. As their passion escalated, their garments slowly slipped to the floor, enveloping the space in an intoxicating and amorous atmosphere. It must be said, Hua Yurong was truly breathtaking, her figure alluring, with each movement and glance radiating a distinctive charm. Moreover, in Tianyun's presence, she always showcased her warm and gentle side, unreservedly revealing her most enchanting qualities. Most importantly, Hua Yurong consistently provided him with immense emotional value. After all, she had once been so prideful in front of him, yet now she willingly bowed in love, ready to change for him. This transformation ignited a sense of conquest within Tianyun. 2 hours later, as the fervor waned, they lay quietly embraced, savoring this rare moment of warmth. The room was suffused with a tranquil and sweet atmosphere. "Ronger, take these 10 spirit gathering pills for your cultivation." Tianyun tenderly presented her with the pills from his storage bag. "Tianyun, spirit gathering pills. Where did you acquire these?" Hua Yurong's face displayed sudden astonishment upon seeing the pills. "I encountered a woman during my training and managed to extort them from her," Tianyun explained with a smile, recounting his encounter with Ji Wuqing and her sister. "Tianyun, that was far too risky. Those 2 women are undoubtedly intersect disciples. If they cross paths with you, they will not let you off easily." Concern etched itself on Hua Yurong's face, her eyes filled with worry. "Fear not. There are tens of thousands of disciples in Luyuan's zone. It is not easy to encounter them." Tianyun reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand, his expression conveying comfort. He paid little heed to Ji Wuqing's potential revenge. Now he possessed a wealth of gold coins and pills, not to mention the Hellhound's core. If he secures the championship in the grand competition, he shall also receive a precious Ningling Shun and a substantial amount of contribution points. With these resources, he will be able to swiftly elevate his cultivation. At that time, even if he encounters those few women again, Tianyun will possess the confidence to contend with them. Unbeknownst to him, the morning light gently illuminated every corner of the Luyuan sect. Tianyun had risen early, completed his grooming, and meticulously arranged his attire before taking the hand of Hua Yurong and making his way to the outer gate plaza. On this day, Tianyun donned a pristine white robe, resembling snow in its purity, his stature tall and straight like a pine, as if he had stepped forth from a painting. An elegant young gentleman, his sharply defined features, chiseled as if carved by a sculptor, radiated an innate heroism, and the subtle hint of melancholy in his eyes only added to his noble aura. From a distance, he appeared as a peerless young master, exuding an irresistible charm. Hua Yurong, attired in a flowing purple gown, the fabric cascading like water, subtly accentuated her voluptuous and graceful figure, showcasing her elegance. A light touch of makeup adorned her face, enhancing her beauty to an exquisite degree, captivating all who beheld her. With a pair of enchanting eyes, one glance was enough to ensnare the heart. As the two made their entrance into the outer gate plaza, they instantly drew the gaze of countless onlookers, igniting quite a stir. Who is this person that even Xuanhuan would take his arm? A disciple in the crowd could not help but whisper in astonishment. This individual is Tianyun, the recent sensation of the outer gate. It is said that he not only shattered Du Zidong's limbs, but also challenged Du Tianming to a life-and-death battle. Another disciple promptly clarified. Du Tianming is a third-layer inner gate disciple of the Ningxin realm. Surely, this young man cannot be foolish enough to seek his own demise. Another disciple expressed skepticism. This fellow is likely just boasting. When the day of a life-and-death battle arrives, he may very well be too frightened to show up. Another disciple confidently responded. At that moment, the surrounding crowd buzzed with conversation, speculating about Tianyun. Just then, a chilling voice, cold as ice, unexpectedly reached Tianyun's ears. Du Tianming and Lu Yanran approached with dark expressions. Du Tianming's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, while Lu Yanran's gaze was filled with venomous hatred, as if she wished to devour Tianyun and Xuanhuan whole. Do I know you well? Tianyun smirked disdainfully, casting a cold glance at Du Tianming and Lu Yanran. As he spoke, he tightly embraced Xuanhuan's slender waist and nonchalantly walked away, completely disregarding the two. Watching their receding figures, Lu Yanran's countenance darkened with displeasure. Initially, she had planned to seize the opportunity to win the championship of the outer gate competition and obtain the coveted Ningling Shun. However, now that Tianyun's cultivation had also reached the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm, an ominous premonition stirred within her. Although she was currently the top talent of the outer gate, Tianyun's astonishing ability to challenge those above his level still instilled a sense of pressure. Lu Shimi, you need not worry too much. While this fellow possesses commendable strength, he remains far from your match. Du Qiaoming immediately interjected. Du Shixiang, do not underestimate him. Since he dared to challenge you to a life-and-death battle, he may very well have some hidden cards up his sleeve. With just 8 days until your battle, you should contemplate how best to prepare. Lu Yanran replied coldly, gracefully turning towards the arena. Wretched woman, one day I will make you willingly submit beneath me. Du Tianming gazed after Lu Yanran's departing figure, a hint of sinister light flickering in his eyes. In recent times, he had gone to great lengths to please Lu Yanran, bestowing upon her various rare treasures and valuable resources. Yet, Lu Yanran merely accepted them without offering any signs of affection, causing him to gradually lose his patience. In the outer gate plaza, upon a nearby ancient tower, 2 stunningly beautiful young women stood quietly on the 2nd floor. Sister, do you think he will come? Ji Wuxin furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes glimmering with urgency. Rest assured, his cultivation has reached the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm. With the combat prowess he has displayed, he will undoubtedly participate in the outer gate competition. Ji Wuxing's tone was cool, exuding confidence. If I discover his identity, I will ensure he pays a heavy price. Ji Wuxin clenched her teeth, a cruel smile revealing her vengeful intent. Wuxin, remember this is Lu Yun's sect. Do not act impulsively. Ji Wuxing's expression turned serious as she earnestly cautioned her. Sister, you need not worry. The sect only forbids crippling one's cultivation or taking lives. I will merely break this fellow's limbs and render him a eunuch. Surely, that is within reason? Ji Wuxin gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with a thirst for revenge. What transpired between you and him? Why does he claim you are ungrateful? Ji Wuxing inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Sister, do not heed his baseless words. This scoundrel is utterly despicable, taking advantage of my injury during the battle with the Hellhound to snatch away my spoils. Ji Wuxin seethed with anger. Given the combat power he has displayed, he is likely to win the championship in this competition and may even catch the attention of the elders. If you harm him, you risk incurring the wrath of the inner gate elders and severe punishment from the sect. Ji Wuxing's face revealed a hint of concern. That scoundrel not only uttered vile words, but also attempted to defile me. Such wickedness shall not go unpunished. Ji Wuxin's face flushed with anger as she spoke vehemently. The memory of that day stirred within her an endless hatred. She knew that if her sister had not arrived in time, she would have certainly faced defilement at his hands. Do as you wish. Ji Wuxing shook her head helplessly. She knew her sister's temperament all too well. Perhaps, as the other party claimed, this matter was indeed her sister's fault. However, Ji Wuxin remained her only kin, and regardless of right or wrong, she must steadfastly stand by her sister's side. Moreover, the other party had extorted her storage bag, which filled her with rage. Chapter 26. Xuanhuan. Meanwhile, a woman clad in red gracefully stepped into the outer gate plaza. Her figure was enchanting, her demeanor elegant, like a blossoming red rose, radiating captivating allure. The moment she appeared, it was as though a radiant sunset had captivated all present, drawing their gazes irresistibly towards her. This woman was none other than Xuanhuan, a prodigy ranked among the top 10 of the inner gate. Furthermore, she was the elder sister of Zhang de Biao. Sister Zhang, that fellow over there is Mu Tianyun. A man in black pointed toward Mu Tianyun not far away, his tone laced with flattery. How bold of him to dare lay a hand on my brother. Xuanhuan's expression hardened, her eyes flashing with a fierce aura. Sister Zhang, this fellow will not survive long. There is no need for you to take matters into your own hands. The man in black hurriedly interjected. What do you mean by that? Xuanhuan's brows knitted together, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. It is said that he has challenged Du Tianming to a life-and-death battle. Given the disparity in their strengths, he is undoubtedly doomed. The man in black elaborated vividly. Who is Du Tianming? What is his cultivation level? Xuanhuan inquired. Du Tianming is an inner gate disciple. His cultivation has reached the 3rd layer of the Ningxuan realm. The man in black answered respectfully. Is this fellow out of his mind? With merely a cultivation level of Lianqi Jing, he dares to challenge a Ningxuan Jing practitioner to a life-and-death battle. Xuanhuan slightly parted her crimson lips, revealing a hint of astonishment on her countenance. Sister Zhang, with only 8 days remaining until the life-and-death duel, should he perish at the hands of Du Tianming, there will be no need for you to intervene. However, if he falters and refuses to fight, you can deal with him later, reasoned the man in black. You make a valid point. I am curious to see what this young man relies on to challenge a Ningxuan Jing practitioner, Xuanhuan expressed, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in her eyes. As time gradually passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly electrified, with disciples gathering around in throngs to witness the spectacle. They exchanged hushed conversations, each face reflecting eager anticipation. As the most anticipated annual event of Lu Yun Zone, the outer sect competition attracted numerous high-ranking members from various sects to observe the contest. These esteemed figures undoubtedly sought to scout potential disciples. For the outer sect disciples, today's competition represented a prime opportunity to leap forward and alter their destinies. A remarkable performance in the contest could catch the eye of the sect elders, leading to increased resources and guidance, thus opening a broader path for cultivation. This prospect spurred countless disciples to roll up their sleeves, eager to showcase their talents. At that moment, Elder Zhou Xiaoping of the outer sect approached the arena with measured steps, exuding an air of authority. His gaze swept across the crowd with piercing intensity. Today marks the annual outer sect competition of Lu Yun Zone. Those who secure a place in the top 10 will not only receive generous rewards, but will also gain direct entry into the inner sect, with a chance to apprentice under an elder. His voice resonated with clarity, invigorating every disciple present. This competition consists of 2 rounds. The first involved traversing Xianjia Alley, while the second entails arena battles. Zhou Xiaoping announced the rules methodically. Now, let us commence the first round in Xianjia Alley. His voice boomed, reverberating throughout Wanmen Square. Is it not too challenging to traverse Xianjia Alley? I attempted it last month and was expelled before I could even reach the halfway point, lamented a disciple, a frown crossing his face. Indeed, it is likely that no more than 100 from the outer sect will succeed in navigating Xianjia Alley, another disciple concurred, mirroring a similar expression of resignation. At that moment, the atmosphere was rife with murmurs, many outer sect disciples displaying looks of helplessness and concern. Despite the formidable challenges of Xianjia Alley, numerous disciples clung to their dreams and courage, determined to face the trials head-on. After all, whether they succeeded was one matter, but lacking the courage to even attempt was another. Tianyun, do exercise caution. The Xianjia puppets within possess formidable strength. Do not underestimate them, cautioned Huayu Rong, gently grasping Mu Tianyun's sleeve with a hint of worry in her voice. Rest assured, with my strength, the Xianjia Alley poses no challenge to me, Mu Tianyun replied, his countenance radiating resolve and confidence. He then joined the throng of outer sect disciples as they stepped toward the entrance of Xianjia Alley. Upon entering, Tianyun was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. A winding, dimly lit passage stretched ahead, its destination unknown. The walls shimmered with an ethereal blue light, mysterious and eerie, while a low rumble echoed ominously from the passage's end, instilling a sense of trepidation even before the battle commenced. Tianyun took a deep breath, striving to calm his mind. Simultaneously, other outer sect disciples began to enter Xianjia Alley, their faces etched with tension and unease, while some timid disciples even displayed signs of panic. Suddenly, a black Xianjia puppet sprang forth like a bolt of lightning from a nearby alley, targeting a tall disciple. With a raised iron fist, it struck with tremendous force, landing a powerful blow on the unfortunate disciple. The resounding impact sent him flying, his body crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this, the other disciples turned pale, their legs seemingly glued to the ground, paralyzed by fear. Yet Tianyun remained calm, devoid of any fear as he strode with determination deeper into Xianjia Alley. At that moment, a massive Xianjia puppet let out a deep, thunderous roar akin to an enraged bull and charged towards him. Unfazed, Tianyun's eyes gleamed with resolve as he lifted his leg, channeling potent yuan force into a powerful kick that sent the puppet hurtling away, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. Is this fellow truly so formidable in combat? The onlookers behind Tianyun wore expressions of shock, their mouths agape. If we follow him, perhaps we too can overcome this challenge, one disciple thought, summoning his courage to approach Tianyun. However, as he took a few steps forward, another Xianjia puppet surged from the side alley, launching a swift punch at him, with no means to defend himself. The disciple was struck and sent sprawling to the ground, groaning in pain. Witnessing this, the more timid individuals recoiled in fear, retreating into the background, their eyes filled with dread and helplessness. Yet surprisingly, Lu Yanran appeared at Tianyun's side, her gaze icy and her strikes decisive as she swiftly defeated several Xianjia puppets, demonstrating exceptional prowess. Simultaneously, a few outer sect disciples at the 9th level of Lianqi Jing approached, their expressions haughty and exuding an air of superiority. Tianyun, while your strength is commendable, you stand no chance against me for the championship, Lu Yanran remarked coldly, her eyes burning with fierce determination. You foolish woman. Tianyun replied with a dismissive glance at Lu Yanran before pressing onward into Xianjia Alley, uninterested in engaging with someone so self-absorbed. You insolent wretch. Lu Yanran's expression darkened at his mockery. You dare show such disrespect to junior sister Lu? Cried a man in white, his stern demeanor causing him to step forward and block Tianyun's path. I advise you to apologize to junior sister Lu at once, or do not blame us for being ungracious, threatened a burly man, his posture menacing. Everyone, be cautious. This fellow is treacherous. I was ambushed by him last time and had my limbs broken. Du Zitting seethed, his eyes aflame with rage as he glared at Tianyun. I have no interest in wasting time with you all. If you truly wish to battle, let us settle this in the arena, Tianyun retorted coldly, casting a glance at the trio before swiftly darting deeper into Xianjia Alley. Given his current strength, defeating them would be effortless. However, even a genius requires a backdrop to shine against. If he were to vanquish them now, no one would dare challenge him during the arena battles later, thereby diminishing his opportunity to attract the attention of his sex higher-ups. The impudent boy, just wait until we meet on the arena. I shall surely break your legs. Du Zitong's teeth clenched in anger, his eyes gleaming with a chilling murderous intent. Although Tianyun's cultivation was advancing rapidly, Du Zitong did not believe he would be defeated in a direct confrontation. Tianyun, this time I will ensure your utter defeat, Lu Yanran thought to herself. Watching Tianyun's disappearing figure, a fierce determination flickered in her eyes. Subsequently, the group hastened into the depths of Xuanjia Alley. As they delved deeper, the number of Xuanjia automatons increased exponentially. Everyone exerted their utmost prowess, engaging in fierce battles with these spinning automatons. Some disciples of lower cultivation were soon overwhelmed and hurled out by the automaton's attacks. Meanwhile, those of higher cultivation struggled valiantly, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads, visibly exerting themselves. Tianyun, however, appeared as if strolling leisurely, unfazed, proceeding directly towards the end of Xuanjia Alley. When a Xuanjia automaton charged at him, he deftly sidestepped, avoiding direct confrontation with these spinning foes. Tianyun's intent was clear. He did not wish to clear the path for those behind him. By evading the automatons, they would instead launch their attacks at Liu Yanran and the others following closely. Observing this, Liu Yanran pushed her speed to the limit, rapidly pursuing Tianyun. It must be said that in terms of speed, Liu Yanran was not at all slower than Tianyun, and her movements were even more agile, soon allowing her to run alongside him. What are you staring at? Never seen a man before? Tianyun coldly glanced at Liu Yanran. How shameless. Who's looking at you? Liu Yanran retorted, gritting her teeth and shooting a fierce glare at Tianyun. My apologies, I misspoke. It was the dog that was looking at me. Tianyun smirked with a hint of derision, then quickened his pace once more. Liu Yanran, upon hearing this, felt her fury ignite. Both of them moved swiftly, and within a quarter of an hour, they burst out of Xuanjia Alley. The moment they emerged, they instantly captured everyone's attention, including some intersect elders who turned their gaze upon them. Shortly thereafter, the top 10 prodigies of the outer sect also made their way out of Xuanjia Alley. Meanwhile, not far from the outer sect square, in a tower, the sisters Ji Wuqing and Ji Wuxin wore expressions of anger. Sister, that scoundrel has indeed appeared. Ji Wuxin's eyes were filled with murderous intent, fixated on Tianyun in the distance. Do not rush. Once he enters the inner sect, we shall have ample opportunities to deal with him, Ji Wuqing said coldly. The memory of him extorting her storage bag sent a chill down her spine. In her storage bag lay not only a substantial amount of gold coins, but also numerous spirit-nourishing pills, and most importantly, all her intimate garments. This time, I will ensure he is rendered a eunuch, Ji Wuxin seethed, recalling how close she had been to being choked to death, her front teeth knocked out, igniting her fury to an unprecedented level. At this moment, Tianyun remained oblivious to the fact that he was being targeted. He stood quietly on the arena, awaiting the conclusion of the first round of assessments. Approximately half an hour later, the first round concluded, with only 80 individuals successfully navigating Xuanjia Alley. Congratulations on successfully surpassing the first round. Next, we will conduct the top 10 ranking battles and the championship contest, Zhou Chaoping announced once more, detailing the rules for the second round of competition. The rules for the second round were exceedingly straightforward, utilizing an elimination format until the top 10 competitors were determined. Once the top 10 were established, they would engage in ranking battles, with the one who secured the most victories being crowned the ultimate champion. The subsequent elimination matches would be determined by a draw. Tianyun unexpectedly drew number 80, while his opponent would be number 1. The first match, Xiao Yinling versus Tianyun. The referee's booming voice resonated across the arena. As the referee's words fell, a man clad in black leaped into the air, landing firmly on the arena. This individual had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement and ranked 50th among all outer sect disciples. Upon hearing his name, Tianyun leaped effortlessly onto the arena. Kid, you made quite a name for yourself in this outer sect recently. Today I shall see if you truly possess extraordinary skills or are merely a figure of empty reputation. Xiao Yinling's piercing gaze fixed upon Tianyun, his face revealing a hint of disdain. In response to Xiao Yinling's provocation, Tianyun remained impervious, quietly awaiting the battle to commence, showing no intention of engaging with him. The battle begins. The referee's command echoed around the arena. You brat, get down from there. As soon as the referee's words fell, Xiao Yinling moved like lightning, soaring into the air and striking towards Tianyun with a powerful palm. This strike contained tremendous elemental force, causing even the surrounding air to emit a sharp sound as it cut through, evidencing its formidable might. Instantly, all eyes were fixed on Tianyun, particularly those of Liu Yanran, Du Zitong, and the other top 10 prodigies of the outer sect, all of whom were keen to see how he would respond to Xiao Yinling's aggressive assault. Faced with this seemingly fierce strike, Tianyun's gaze remained deep and stable, unperturbed, as he stood calmly in place. Surely this fellow is not paralyzed with fear? At that moment, the spectators' hearts raced, their attention magnetically drawn to Tianyun, eyes brimming with tension. Just as Xiao Yinling's palm was about to make contact with Tianyun's body, he suddenly moved, evading the fierce blow with ghostly agility. Xiao Yinling's strike missed, and due to inertia, he stumbled forward several steps uncontrollably. Down you go, Tianyun shouted coldly. his form transforming into a blurred shadow as his right leg swept with the force of a steel pillar, striking Xiao Lianling's back with overwhelming power. In an instant, a thunderous impact resounded, and Xiao Lianling felt a terrifying force surge towards him, causing him to lose control and plummet heavily towards the ground below the arena. The entire venue fell into a profound silence, shock etched upon every face. This scoundrel possesses such strength. Lu Yanran's stunning visage betrayed a glimmer of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Mu Tianyun would so effortlessly neutralize Xiao Lianling's attack and send him crashing off the arena. Du distingues expression graduelle gros grave. While he too could easily defeat Xiao Lianling, he could not do so in a single blow. Meanwhile, several elders atop the platform revealed glimmers of expectation in their eyes. Clearly, these seasoned elders had begun to take note of Mu Tianyun. The moment Mu Tianyun stepped down from the arena, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. Numerous female disciples gazed at him with admiration, fervently applauding and cheering. Undeniably, in terms of appearance, Mu Tianyun was exceptionally handsome, especially as his cultivation progressed. He naturally exuded a unique aura, increasingly captivating the attention of the opposite sex. Tianyun, despite your formidable ability to challenge beyond your level, do not underestimate Lu Yanran should you encounter her, Xuanhuan gently reminded. Rest assured, with my current prowess, she poses no threat to me. Mu Tianyun replied with a calm smile, his eyes radiating confidence. Although he was merely at the 9th layer of the Qi refinement realm, the immense Yuan force within him instilled unwavering confidence even against a practitioner of the 2nd layer of the concentration realm. I am well aware she is not your match. I merely fear that memories of past affections may lead you to suffer a great loss, Xuanhuan said with a slight frown and a smile. Fear not, I, Mu Tianyun, am not one to hesitate. You overthink. I am resolute, for the championship title is of utmost importance to me, and I will not show mercy. Mu Tianyun stated firmly. It is wonderful to hear you think this way. Xuanhuan smiled with relief. The battles on the stage continued to unfold with fervor, the atmosphere in the arena growing increasingly electric. The victorious disciples wore expressions of joy and pride, while those who faced defeat could not conceal their despondency and frustration, their eyes betraying a hint of unwillingness. After approximately 2 hours, it was once again Mu Tianyun's turn to take the stage. This time, his opponent was a young woman clad in red. This lady ranked among the top 30 talents in the outer sect, renowned for her stunning beauty and extraordinary abilities, attracting countless suitors. As she stepped onto the platform, she immediately employed her charm against Mu Tianyun. With flirtatious eyes and a sweet voice, she said, "Young Master Mu, I have heard of your remarkable strength. It is my fortune to spar with you today. I hope you will show mercy." Her voice, akin to a melodious songbird, was enchanting, stirring emotions within those who heard it. However, Mu Tianyun remained unmoved by her allure, fully aware that it was merely a tactic and refusing to be easily swayed. Nonetheless, he did not strike harshly, for this was merely a sparring match and not a life-or-death battle. After exchanging a series of techniques, he adeptly seized upon an opening and, with precisely measured force, defeated her. The grace he exhibited left the red-clad maiden with a sense of admiration. Before descending from the stage, she cast a flirtatious glance in his direction, well aware that he had held back. Otherwise, given her strength, she could not have lasted so long in combat. The battles continued to be intense and exhilarating. After another hour, Mu Tianyun emerged victorious once more, successfully entering the top 10. Simultaneously, Liu Yanran, Du Ziteng, and other originally high-ranking talents also secured their places among the top 10 based on their own strengths. The crucial ranking battles for the top 10 and the highly anticipated championship duel were about to commence. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena grew heavy and tense, with all eyes fervently fixed on the top 10 contenders on the stage. Who do you think will claim the championship this time? One disciple could not help but inquire. It is indeed difficult to predict. The disparity in strength among this year's top 10 talents in the outer sect is not significant. If I were to speculate, I believe Lu Yanran has the highest probability of winning, another disciple analyzed. Lu Yanran certainly has a chance to win, but Mu Tianyun's strength should not be underestimated. I feel he may become the greatest variable in this outer sect competition. Another disciple shared his perspective. At this moment, the crowd buzzed with discussions. each expressing their opinions and eagerly predicting the eventual champion of the competition. As the battle officially commenced, the first match featured Lu Yanran against Du Jitong. Junior sister Lu, though your strength is remarkable, this competition concerns my future, and I will show no mercy, Du Jitong said, staring intently at Lu Yanran, his voice imbued with determination. Although he harbored certain feelings for Lu Yanran, the stakes of this competition compelled him to act without restraint. There is no need for you to hold back, senior brother Du. Unleash your full power, Lu Yanran coldly replied, her demeanor indifferent. Then you must be cautious. Du Jitong warned, swiftly swinging his sword, a brilliant arc of sword energy slicing through the air towards Lu Yanran with ferocious momentum. He understood well the strength of Lu Yanran. Any lapse in focus could lead to his downfall. Thus, he gave his all from the outset, aiming to suppress her with his fierce strike. Lu Yanran, however, elegantly evaded the powerful blow, her form resembling a delicate petal as she floated gracefully into the air. With a flick of her long sleeves, a white ribbon shot forth like lightning, swiftly wrapping around Du Jitong's wrist. The ribbon's speed was astonishing, akin to a serpent striking, leaving him unable to react in time. Startled, Du Jitong hastily swung his sword, attempting to sever the ribbon. Yet, his reaction was a beat too slow. In that instant, Lu Yanran's ribbon had already ensnared his wrist. With a sudden pull, she exerted such force that Du Jitong's sword fell to the ground. As a top 10 talent in the outer sect, Du Jitong's reflexes were sharp. The moment the sword hit the ground, he quickly grasped the ribbon with his right hand. Using his body's momentum, he launched a punch at Lu Yanran midair. The wind from his punch whistled, carrying tremendous force. A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Yanran's eyes as she waved her left hand, unleashing another ribbon from her sleeve. This ribbon, like a swift spirit snake, instantly coiled around Du Jitong's throat. As the sensation of suffocation gripped his neck, fear and astonishment flashed across Du Jitong's face. He had not anticipated that Lu Yanran would so effortlessly defeat him. Senior brother Du, you have lost, Lu Yanran said coldly, casting a glance at him devoid of pity. I have lost, Du Jitong sighed, though he felt a myriad of frustrations within. He could only accept the reality of his defeat. Lu Yanran's strength was indeed astonishing, surpassing all expectations. Indeed, Du Jitong has reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement realm, yet he was utterly powerless against Lu Yanran. It is truly remarkable, the crowd gasped. No one had anticipated that Lu Yanran would defeat Du Jitong so decisively. This confrontation reshaped everyone's perception of her strength. This woman is indeed formidable. Tianyun mused, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. He could discern that Lu Yanran's prowess was extraordinary, placing her among the elite within her realm. Her recent battle against Du Jitong showcased an impressive level of technique and combat skill. The next match featured Tianyun against Du Jitong. The referee's voice resonated throughout the arena like a thunderous bell, reaching every ear. Upon hearing his name, Tianyun moved like a bolt of black lightning, gracefully leaping onto the platform. Tianyun, how dare you defy junior sister Lu? Today, I shall teach you a lesson so you understand the consequences of offending her. Du Jitong's gaze was cold and piercing, revealing a hint of sinister intent. What a pathetic sycophant. Tianyun coldly cast a glance at Du Jitong, his face reflecting utter disdain. You seek your own demise. Du Jitong, thoroughly incensed, swung his long blade ferociously, resembling a frenzied beast as he lunged at Tianyun. Despite being one of Lu Yanran's admirers, hearing such words spoken publicly ignited an overwhelming fury within him. Fool! Tianyun scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt. In an instant, he unsheathed his iron sword, unleashing a sharp and dazzling sword aura that sliced toward Du Jitong's wrist with blinding speed. The force of the strike was formidable, too swift to evade. A crisp sound echoed as the blade cleaved through flesh, causing Du Jitong's sword to slip from his grasp, blood gushing forth to stain his arm. With another swift motion, Tianyun positioned his sword against Du Jitong's throat, the cold blade pressing against his skin, instilling a palpable sense of death's proximity. Spare me. I concede, Du Jitong hastily pleaded, fear evident in his voice. If you lack the ability, do not act arrogantly. Tianyun, devoid of any compassion, delivered a powerful kick to Du Jitong's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Du Jitong was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. "This fellow possesses extraordinary combat prowess," murmured the onlookers in astonishment. Indeed, Hu Zhizhong, ranked 9th among the outer disciples, was defeated by him in a single move. At that moment, spectators widened their eyes in shock. Lu Yanran, Du Zitong, and several other top contenders exchanged solemn glances. They had believed Mu Tianyun to be merely a figure of empty reputation, his fame far surpassing his actual strength. However, witnessing Mu Tianyun's displayed power dispelled any thoughts of underestimating him. In the ensuing battles, Mu Tianyun exhibited overwhelming combat capability, dispatching every opponent he faced in a single stroke. The next match pitted Mu Tianyun against Du Zitong. The referee's voice boomed, shattering the brief silence that enveloped the arena. Upon hearing his name, Du Zitong's expression darkened, knowing full well that his strength was comparable to Hu Zhizhong's. If Mu Tianyun could easily defeat Hu Zhizhong, then besting him would be no challenge. Du Zitong, do not tell me you lack the courage to step onto the stage? Mu Tianyun observed Du Zitong coldly, a mocking smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with provocation. "Mu Tianyun, do you truly believe I fear you?" Du Zitong gritted his teeth, the words nearly forced from his clenched jaws. Ultimately, under the gaze of the crowd, he steeled himself and ascended the stage. Although he initially contemplated conceding, Mu Tianyun's taunts compelled him to act, lest he suffer disgrace. "Let the battle commence," the referee announced. "Mu Tianyun, perish," Du Zitong roared, his voice laced with anger and defiance. He leaped into the air, swinging his sword fiercely at Mu Tianyun. This strike embodied his pent-up rage, the blade radiating a blinding light accompanied by a piercing wind, evoking a sense of dread. "Is this all you can muster?" Mu Tianyun's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, his eyes reflecting scorn. He slightly shifted his body, his movements light and agile, akin to a nimble swallow, effortlessly evading the fierce assault. "Taste my blade again." Du Zitong, missing his initial strike, quickly swung his long sword anew, launching a frenzied attack against Mu Tianyun. Aware of his inferiority, he poured every ounce of strength into his assault. Mu Tianyun's lips curled into a cold smile as he vanished in a flash, moving with ghostly speed, closing the distance with ease. Suddenly, he seized Du Zitong's wrist with a grip akin to iron, halting the momentum of his sword. How is this possible? A look of disbelief flickered across Du Zitong's face. He exerted all his might, desperately trying to escape Mu Tianyun's grasp, only to discover that the latter's grip was akin to steel, rendering his struggles futile. "I shall teach you humility," Mu Tianyun snorted, delivering a powerful punch with his right hand. This blow was infused with his formidable energy, striking Du Zitong's abdomen with tremendous force. A dull thud reverberated as Du Zitong felt a searing pain shoot through his torso, involuntarily emitting a muffled groan as his body hunched forward, anguish etched across his face. "Will you still dare to act arrogantly?" Mu Tianyun's lips curled into a mocking smile, his gaze laced with derision. With that, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike akin to a tempest, battering Du Zitong's midsection mercilessly. Each blow carried immense power, pushing Du Zitong to the brink of despair. "Ah, Du Zitong est fast flushed crimson." Muffled cries of pain escaping his lips as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably. "You suffer from a bellyache. How fittingly named. Was it not due to your childhood ailments that your mother bestowed this name upon you?" A mocking smile graced Mu Tianyun's face. With that, he delivered a fierce kick to Du Zitong's abdomen. Thud! Du Zitong's body flew through the air like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. The spectators below were left in stunned silence, utterly shocked by the spectacle before them. No one had anticipated that Du Zitong would be so thoroughly overwhelmed, rendered utterly defenseless. "Mu Tianyun is exceedingly ruthless. Du Zitong has been completely crushed," murmured the crowd, their voices rising like a tide. Lu Yanran watched the scene unfold on the stage, her brow furrowing tightly, her expression growing increasingly grim. Initially, she believed her strength would afford her a significant chance of claiming the championship. However, as Mu Tianyun's prowess gradually revealed itself, she realized her assumptions had been overly simplistic. Chapter 30. The Great Battle with Lu Yanran. "Brother, you must make sure to utterly crush that scoundrel." Du Zitong trembled with rage, his teeth chattering, his eyes seemingly ablaze with venomous hatred. "Fear not, in 8 days. It shall be a life-or-death battle. I will ensure to cripple his dantian and render him a eunuch, forcing him to languish in regret and suffering for the rest of his life." Du Tianming's voice was chilling, his eyes glinting with a terrifying murderous intent. This idea has merit. To kill him so easily would be too merciful. The malice in Du Zitong's eyes intensified. This young man, named Mu Tianyun, possessed considerable talent, nearly unmatched among his peers. An intersect elder gazed at him with admiration. "That girl, Lu Yanran, is equally remarkable. The champion of this tournament will likely emerge from among them," a stern-faced, middle-aged man remarked. "Zhou Chaoping, do you have detailed information on that lad?" Qin Xiufeng, the head of the Ji family, inquired curiously. "Head Ji, here are the details on the young man. Please take a look." Zhou Chaoping responded respectfully, promptly handing over Mu Tianyun's information. A year ago, during the assessment, his meridians were still blocked, yet in just a month, he has advanced to the 9th layer of the Qi refining stage. It appears this lad has encountered some fortuitous opportunity. A hint of surprise crossed Ji Lanyue's face. "Master Ji Feng, is it not the case that Qin Xiufeng has always only accepted female disciples?" A distinguished middle-aged man inquired with a hint of perplexity. "What? Is it not permissible for me to accept male disciples?" Ji Lanyue responded with a cold demeanor, her tone neither warm nor hostile. "That is not the point. It is merely that the unique characteristics of Qin Xiufeng's cultivation methods are more suited for female practitioners. If you were to accept him as a disciple, would it not be a waste of talent?" The man hastily clarified. "Indeed, this young man is a prodigy in swordsmanship. If he were to be taken under my wing at Bajianfeng, he would undoubtedly become an unparalleled genius in the future." Another middle-aged man clad in a white robe spoke, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "The sword techniques of Bajianfeng are excessively aggressive in comparison. They are far less suited for him than the methods of Ling Jianfeng," the previous man retorted, unwilling to concede. "I perceive that this young man possesses exceptionally profound yuan power. Should he join Tian Daofeng, he might very well become a top-tier knife practitioner." Shining brilliantly in the realm of blades, a tall man exuding a robust aura interjected. "Enough of your quarrel. Let us allow the young man to make his own choice," a graceful and mature Taoist woman stated, her noble presence commanding attention. "Elder Xuanhuan speaks wisely. We shall permit him to decide." The elders and peak masters on the high platform nodded in agreement, the once fervent debate gradually subsiding. Meanwhile, the battles on the stage raged on with intensity. At this moment, among the numerous contestants, only Mu Tianyun and Lu Yanran remained undefeated. The final match would pit Mu Tianyun against Lu Yanran. The referee's voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing throughout the arena. With this command, all eyes were instantly drawn to the stage as if magnetized. Mu Tianyun's expression was tranquil, emanating a composed and stable aura. He lightly tapped his feet on the ground, his body gracefully leaping into the air and landing on the stage. Lu Yanran soared up like a celestial being, descending elegantly onto the platform. Her figure was lithe, her gaze reflecting determination and an icy demeanor. Clad in a flowing pink gown that danced in the wind, she resembled a radiant flower blooming amidst the breeze, yet exuded an air of aloofness. The two stood at the center of the stage, their eyes locking in a collision of sparks that ignited the tense atmosphere. "Mu Tianyun, although your strength is formidable, Lu Yanran, am determined to claim victory in this competition." Her voice was as cold as frost, infused with pride. "Lu Yanran, the championship is won through strength, not merely through your declarations of intent," Mu Tianyun replied, a hint of disdain curving his lips. "In that case, do not blame me for being merciless." A fierce glint flashed in Lu Yanran's eyes as she unsheathed her sword, its blade shimmering with a chilling light. "Enough chatter. Let us engage." Mu Tianyun's tone was indifferent, revealing a trace of contempt. "Taste my sword." Lu Yanran huffed, her form transforming into a blur, her sword thrusting directly toward Mu Tianyun's chest with an unstoppable momentum. Mu Tianyun's lips curled into a confident smile, his body tilting slightly as he nimbly evaded her fierce strike. Immediately, he waved his hands, an invisible force expanding outward, swiftly suppressing Lu Yanran's sword intent and thwarting her assault. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Lu Yinran's heart raced with shock. She had anticipated that Mu Tianyun would avoid a direct confrontation, yet he effortlessly neutralized her offensive, far exceeding her expectations. Adjusting her stance, Lu Yinran executed a graceful yet lethal arc with her sword, the tip glinting with cold brilliance as it aimed for Mu Tianyun's vital points. Her swordplay was unpredictable, rendering defense nearly impossible. Mu Tianyun remained composed, his movements light and agile as he danced away from her tempestuous onslaught, as if strolling on air. It must be said that Lu Yinran's prowess was truly extraordinary, far surpassing that of an average 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Her sword techniques were exquisite, each move imbued with immense power and skill. Fortunately, Mu Tianyun cultivated the 9-yang shattering god technique, a premier method that continuously replenished his internal yuan power, far exceeding that of ordinary practitioners. Thanks to this profound foundation of yuan power, he faced Lu Yinran's attacks with ease. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged 7 or 8 blows. Although Lu Yinran's swordsmanship was unparalleled, it began to wane against Mu Tianyun's overwhelming yuan power and adept footwork. As Mu Tianyun grew more emboldened, he unleashed the pursuit of wind sword technique, launching a relentless counterattack wave after wave toward Lu Yinran. Seeing her prolonged offensive yield no advantage, a frigid frost crept onto her face. The championship of this grand competition was of utmost importance to her. Without it, she could not obtain the coveted Ningling herb. Without the herb's aid, considering her current cultivation progress, breaking through to the Ningxun realm might require a protracted period of 1 to 2 months. This would undoubtedly hinder her training significantly. Lu Yinran, today you are destined to lose. Mu Tianyun's expression remained cold, his voice devoid of warmth. As soon as the words left his lips, he swung his right hand, unleashing a torrent of powerful yuan force that struck Lu Yinran's wrist with tremendous impact. Clang! Lu Yinran felt as if her arm had been struck by a heavy hammer, a piercing pain coursing through her, causing her sword to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. Nevertheless, as the foremost genius of the outer sect, she reacted swiftly. Just as her sword fell, her left hand moved like lightning, a white ribbon darting toward Mu Tianyun's neck like a spirited serpent. Her movements were fluid and seamless, showcasing her extensive combat experience and quick reflexes. Mu Tianyun's gaze sharpened, his figure flickering like a specter as he deftly seized the ribbon with his left hand. In the next moment, his body transformed into a streak of lightning, delivering a swift kick toward Lu Yinran. This kick was infused with formidable yuan power, akin to a thunderous force. Bang! The sound reverberated like thunder. Lu Yinran felt as though a massive boulder had struck her abdomen, intense pain radiating through her body, causing her to uncontrollably fly backward, tracing an arc in the air. Just before she was about to exit the stage, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lu Yinran's eyes. She swiftly whipped the ribbon, wrapping it around a pillar at the edge of the stage. Utilizing this force, she forcibly pulled herself back, her feet barely landing on the edge of the platform, her figure teetering on the brink of collapse. However, as soon as she regained her balance, Mu Tianyun surged forward like a bolt of lightning, his sword gleaming coldly as it pressed against her neck. The icy blade rested against her skin, emanating a chilling aura. You have lost. Mu Tianyun's expression remained impassive, his tone cold as he uttered those 3 words. Mu Tianyun, although you have won this time, I will surely reclaim victory one day. Lu Yinran's voice trembled slightly, laced with anger and resentment. I apologize, but I have no desire for any further entanglements with you, so you will not have the opportunity to defeat me again. However, if you insist on provoking me, do not blame me for being ungracious. Mu Tianyun cast a cold, piercing glance at Lu Yinran, his gaze as sharp as a blade, before turning away and descending from the arena. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yinran trembled violently with rage, her heart swelling with resentment and bitterness like a surging tide. The man who once catered to her every whim had now bestowed all his affection upon her close friend. This stark contrast filled her with indignation, making her hatred grow like a poisonous vine within her heart. As this extraordinary battle concluded, the atmosphere in the arena erupted into a clamor, the tension reaching a fever pitch. In that moment, all the outer disciples gazed at Mu Tianyun with a newfound sense of admiration and reverence. Soon, the highly anticipated awards ceremony commenced. According to the rules of the competition, The top 10 outer disciples would be directly promoted to inner disciples and would receive a commendable number of contribution points as a reward, undoubtedly recognizing and encouraging their strength. The champion of the tournament would receive even more substantial rewards, including a rare Ningling ginseng and 50 contribution points, along with the invaluable privilege of entering the second floor of the library and treasure house. For any disciple, this was a coveted opportunity. Tianyun, congratulations on your triumph in this outer disciple competition. Here is a contribution card worth 500,000 points, along with a Ningling ginseng. Zhou Chaoping beamed with satisfaction. His eyes filled with admiration as he presented a contribution card and a ginseng radiating a faint spiritual glow to Tianyun. Thank you, Elder Zhou. Tianyun responded with utmost respect, slightly bowing in a gesture of humility. From this day forth, you shall officially become an inner disciple. You must devote yourself to your cultivation and strive to progress, never disappointing the sect's earnest endeavors in nurturing you. Zhou Chaoping's face bore a hopeful smile, his gaze imbued with expectations for Tianyun's future. I shall wholeheartedly commit to my cultivation and will not fail the sect's meticulous guidance, Tianyun replied earnestly, nodding resolutely, determination reflecting in his eyes regarding his future path of training. Tianyun, I am Chun Daoling, the master of Lingjian Peak. Given your extraordinary talent, would you be willing to join my Lingjian Peak? A distinguished, poised, middle-aged man approached with measured steps, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Tianyun, your pure yang elemental energy complements the techniques of my Tiandao Peak splendidly. Should you choose to join my Tiandao Peak, I shall personally take you as my disciple and impart my teachings to you. Tiandao Peak Master Gao Xuanhuan added earnestly, extending an invitation. Enough of your dispute. This young man shares a profound connection with my Baji Peak, and only by joining Baji Peak can his innate talents be fully realized, proclaimed Li Xinhao, the master of Baji Peak, crossing his arms confidently. In an instant, the various peak masters and numerous elders began to extend olive branches to Tianyun, creating an atmosphere of lively fervor. Each esteemed master held Tianyun's talent in high regard, eager to recruit him as a remarkable disciple to enhance their respective peaks. Faced with so many esteemed masters and elders vying for his apprenticeship, Tianyun felt a moment of bewilderment. He understood that joining any of these masters would present an unparalleled opportunity that would greatly aid his cultivation journey. However, he had not conducted a thorough investigation into the circumstances of the various peaks and had never anticipated such a competitive recruitment scenario. Witnessing this spectacle, envy and jealousy flickered across the faces of those around him. For them, merely being accepted as a disciple by an inner elder was already a monumental stroke of luck, a rare occurrence. Yet now, these lofty masters, usually high above, were clamoring to take Tianyun as their disciple. Such a stark contrast stirred feelings of envy and jealousy within their hearts. All right, you all appear flustered. This young man likely does not know how to choose. Perhaps we should first assess his innate attributes to determine which peak he is best suited for, suggested a distinguished middle-aged man. That sounds reasonable. Let us first evaluate his talent, the others agreed, nodding in consensus. Tiandao Peak Master Gao Xuanhuan promptly produced a large testing stone and placed it firmly before Tianyun. This stone, smooth and exuding a mysterious aura, seemed to harbor boundless power. Young man, channel all your elemental energy and deliver a full-force punch to this stone, Gao Xuanhuan instructed, his eyes alight with anticipation. Tianyun remained calm, slowly positioning himself in front of the massive testing stone. He understood that this punch might determine the course of his future, yet he felt an inexplicable tranquility rather than anxiety. Taking a deep breath, he activated the Juyang Shirshin Ju within him. Instantly, his elemental energy converged like rivers flowing to the sea, coalescing into a formidable force within his fist. Then, with a powerful strike, he unleashed his fist upon the testing stone, the force of his punch roaring like a dragon's roar. In an instant, the testing stone erupted in brilliance, a warm light radiating like a rising sun, illuminating the entire outer disciple plaza, causing the onlookers to squint against its brightness. However, this radiance was fleeting, quickly fading like a shooting star, leaving the stone dull and lifeless, as if the earlier glow had been a mere illusion. Strange. Why did that light extinguish so quickly? Gao Xinhong and the other masters and elders wore expressions of confusion as they gathered around to examine the testing stone's reaction, seeking to uncover the cause. After a brief moment, disappointment washed over their faces, their previous hopes evaporating in an instant. Indeed, it is of no attribute. Gao Xinhong murmured regretfully. This young man possesses immense combat strength and elemental energy far exceeding that of his peers. How could he be without an elemental attribute? It is truly perplexing. Indeed, while no attribute talent may be stable, it poses significant challenges for achieving substantial breakthroughs in cultivation, limiting future accomplishments, mused Chen Dowling, the master of Lingjian Peak, shaking his head with a sigh. Though this child currently displays formidable combat prowess, the absence of a talent attribute may not align well with our Lingjian Peak's techniques. Precisely, our Baji Peak demands a high standard for elemental attributes, requiring at least a hint of gold affinity. Yet this young lad possesses not even a trace of gold attribute, Li Xinhao of Baji Peak lamented, shaking his head in resignation. In that moment, the thoughts of recruiting Mu Tianyun faded like smoke as the esteemed masters and elders felt their resolve waver. Although they valued Mu Tianyun's displayed strength, the elemental attributes were paramount for cultivators, almost determining their limits on the path of cultivation. At this moment, all the elders and peak masters stood enveloped in a shroud of disappointment. However, a plump, noble-looking female Taoist standing to the side flickered with a barely perceptible glimmer of light in her eyes. Mu Tianyun remained still, his expression as composed as ever, showing no signs of disappointment on his face. To him, his talent was anything but ordinary, and the failure to detect an attribute might very well lie with the testing stone itself. After all, the world is full of wonders. One should not hastily conclude based on this single test. Lu Yanran and Du Zitong exchanged glances, a smirk of derision appearing on their faces. Subsequently, the esteemed leaders and elders cast their gazes towards the other disciples, initiating the selection of their favorite successors. Lu Yanran, do you wish to join my Qin Xiufeng? Inquired the master of Qin Xiufeng, Jilan Yue, her voice cold and crisp. I am willing, exclaimed Lu Yanran, her face illuminating with joy as she respectfully bowed. Soon after, other disciples began to pledge allegiance to their respective elders or peak masters, creating a lively scene of master-disciple ceremonies. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, Mu Tianyun stood alone, resembling a forgotten, solitary star, isolated in his silence. Mu Tianyun, though you may currently surpass me, your lack of innate talent will ultimately constrain your future achievements. Lu Yanran remarked with a hint of triumph. A presumptuous woman, Mu Tianyun scoffed, disdain flickering across his features. We shall see. Lu Yanran shot him a venomous glare before respectfully following her master, departing the scene. As the crowd gradually dispersed, a mature and elegant Taoist nun, possessing an air of aloofness and an enchanting beauty, approached with graceful strides. Mu Tianyun, do you wish to join my tutelage? Her voice was cold, yet melodious, imbued with an undeniable authority that evoked a sense of reverence. Disciple Mu Tianyun pays respects to master, he responded, feeling compelled to kneel and bow respectfully. He sensed that this exquisite Taoist nun possessed unfathomable strength, potentially far exceeding that of the peak masters and elders present. Her otherworldly demeanor imparted an impression of a transcendent being, instilling admiration within him. Upon hearing her words, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, their faces adorned with expressions of surprise and confusion. Elder Xuanhuan, what has prompted your sudden interest in taking on a disciple today? Yelaniwe inquired, curiosity piqued. I happen to be in need of an alchemical apprentice, and this lad appears quite astute. With proper guidance, he might evolve into an exceptional alchemist, Xuanhuan Qingru replied, her tone calm and unassuming. The crowd instantly displayed expressions of envy, for Xuanhuan Qingru was a top-tier alchemist, renowned throughout the Tianxian Empire, commanding immense respect even from the likes of the Lu Yun sect master. Over the years, countless individuals had aspired to enter her tutelage, yearning for her guidance and legacy. Yet she had never shown any inclination to accept disciples until now. Yin'er, come with me, Xuanhuan Qingru beckoned, gently waving her whisk, an unseen force lifting Mu Tianyun effortlessly as they soared away at great speed. This is flight. Mu Tianyun felt an overwhelming excitement. Whether in his past life or this one, he had often fantasized about flying freely through the cosmos on a sword. Although this experience was not born of his own strength, it instilled a glimmer of hope for the realization of his dreams. Tianyun firmly believed that with relentless effort in his cultivation, he too would one day wield a celestial sword and soar through the skies. After a brief moment, Tianyun followed Xuanhuan to a towering peak that pierced the clouds, exuding a majestic aura. The summit was adorned with captivating scenery and abundant spiritual energy, resembling a paradise on earth, dreamlike and ethereal. At the peak lay a crystal-clear lake, its surface mirroring the surrounding landscape, a sight to behold. Beside the lake stood an exquisitely crafted courtyard, its architectural style steeped in classical elegance, radiating a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 33. The Stern Xuanhuan. This spirit medicine compendium contains records of various peculiar medicinal herbs from around the world. You have 3 days to memorize it entirely. Should you fail to remember even a single herb, you shall run 1,000 laps around this peak. Xuanhuan's voice was cool and authoritative as she handed the thick tome to Tianyun. Yes, master, he replied, bowing respectfully. This is the blueprint for constructing a wooden house. There's a clearing over there. You may build one yourself. Xuanhuan added, handing him a sheet of paper. Understood. Master, Tianyun nodded dutifully before turning towards the nearby forest to begin chopping wood. After felling the trees, he set to work on constructing the wooden house. After half a day's labor, he finally completed a rudimentary structure. Fortunately, Xuanhuan had provided him with a blueprint. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to proceed. Once the house was built, Tianyun eagerly retrieved the hefty spirit medicine compendium and sat before his new abode, engrossed in its pages. So thick, how could I possibly memorize it in 3 days? He thought, feeling overwhelmed. Yet, recalling Xuanhuan's stern gaze and the punishment of running 1,000 laps, he gritted his teeth and resolved to study diligently. With his current cultivation level, running 1,000 laps around the peak might be manageable, but 10,000 would surely leave him exhausted. He was determined to avoid such a fate, dedicating himself to mastering the spirit medicine compendium. Over the next 3 days, Tianyun immersed himself in the text, neglecting sleep and food. Surprisingly, since arriving in this world, his memory had undergone a remarkable transformation, nearing the point of photographic recall. Finally memorized it all. I truly am a genius, he thought, a proud smile creeping onto his face. With this memory, if I could return to my previous life, acing the entrance exams for prestigious universities like Peking University and Tsinghua would be a breeze. However, he quickly composed himself, reminding himself, no, I have a few hours left. I must review everything carefully once more. A mistake would be disastrous. Thus, Tianyun cautiously reopened the spirit medicine compendium, determination and focus emanating from him as he delved into the text once again. This time, he read with exceptional diligence, scrutinizing every detail and engraving each word into his mind. As 2 hours passed, having confirmed that he had thoroughly memorized the contents, Tianyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The spirit medicine compendium was now indelibly etched in his memory. Henceforth, when encountering any medicinal herb, he would be able to identify it with a mere glance. More importantly, the comprehensive information on the various medicinal properties provided him with a solid foundation in medicine, deepening his understanding of the healing arts. With the spirit medicine compendium in hand, Tianyun once again approached Xuanhuan's courtyard. Though a tinge of anxiety lingered in his heart, anticipation and confidence surged within him. Master, I have completely memorized the spirit medicine compendium, he declared, bowing respectfully and presenting the tome with both hands. Chapter 456. What are the 3 medicinal herbs, and what are their respective effects? Xuanhuan's voice was as cold as frost, her expression marked by an undeniable authority. Xuanhuan grass can heal the spiritual wounds of a person when refined into a pill. It can also enhance one's spiritual strength. Tianyun recited the effects with respect and clarity, his tone unwavering and resolute. Very well. It seems you have indeed put in considerable effort these past few days. Beginning today, I shall commence your education in the art of alchemy. Xuanhuan gently nodded, a rare smile of appreciation gracing her countenance. Thank you, master. Tianyun hurriedly bowed again, his heart brimming with gratitude and excitement. For him, the opportunity to study under a top-tier alchemist, such as Xuanhuan was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He understood well that for a cultivator, the assistance of resources is an essential factor for swift advancement on the path of cultivation. If he could become an exceptional alchemist, he would no longer need to worry about the resources for his cultivation. It is well known that in the Canglan Continent, alchemists hold the most esteemed status. Not only are they adept in the art of alchemy, capable of concocting various miraculous elixirs to aid cultivators in enhancing their prowess, but they are also well-versed in medical arts, capable of reviving the ailing and saving countless lives. Wherever they go, alchemists are met with respect and admiration. In the days that followed, Tianyun closely followed Xuanhuan, resembling a parched sponge eager to absorb knowledge in alchemy and medicine. However, this learning process was far from smooth. What caused Tianyun considerable distress was that although Xuanhuan possessed a beauty that could rival that of celestial beings, she was exceedingly strict, even bordering on the brutal. Whenever Tianyun made mistakes while sorting herbs or failed during the alchemical process, Xuanhuan would mercilessly chastise him. Moreover, she would often impose upon him the punishment of running 1,000 laps around the mountain, which was a daunting task given the mountain's towering height. Running a mere 1,000 laps was already a tremendous challenge, let alone 10,000, making it an exceptionally harsh punishment. Fortunately, Tianyun was exceptionally gifted, with a memory that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. After enduring several physical trials, he became increasingly cautious, and his alchemical skills finally began to show significant improvement. Now, when sorting herbs, he dared not be the least bit careless, each action executed with utmost precision. Although Xuanhuan's teaching methods were exceedingly harsh, Tianyun harbored no grievances. Instead, he became more diligent and earnest in his studies. He understood that, despite her seemingly cold demeanor, even resorting to using a whip on him, all of this was ultimately for his benefit. Consequently, during this period, both his medical and alchemical skills underwent remarkable advancement. Furthermore, Xuanhuan did not solely focus on imparting alchemical knowledge. She occasionally provided him guidance in cultivation, even teaching him several sets of techniques. With a sense of reverence and gratitude towards this strict yet breathtakingly beautiful mentor, Tianyun realized that relying solely on his innate talent to elevate his cultivation would take an extensive amount of time to ascend through each small realm. However, with such a distinguished alchemist guiding him, the path of cultivation ahead appeared significantly smoother. Chapter 34. Cultivating the Xuanhuan sword technique in the ensuing days. Tianyun diligently followed Xuanhuan during the day, fully engrossed in learning alchemy and medicine. At night, he would return to his dwelling, dedicating himself earnestly to cultivation amidst the tranquil night, striving to enhance his abilities. With the aid of the Ningling Shan, Tianyun's cultivation swiftly broke through to the Ningxun realm. This breakthrough allowed him to feel a marked enhancement in his power. Subsequently, utilizing the formidable energy of the Hellhound's inner core, he successfully advanced to the second layer of the Ningxun realm. Achieving 2 consecutive breakthroughs filled Tianyun's heart with joy. Now, with only 2 days remaining until his life and death battle with Du Tianming, reaching the second layer of Ningxun allowed a heavy burden to lift from his heart, instilling him with newfound confidence. Yuan, how have you progressed in mastering the Xuanhuan sword technique? Xuanhuan's voice was cool and melodious as she approached Tianyun. Her elegant figure and aloof demeanor resembled a proud plum blossom in the snow, exuding an irresistible charm. Master, this sword technique is profoundly intricate. I have practiced for 5 days and have barely grasped the basics, Tianyun replied, his tone tinged with a hint of anxiety. You truly are a dullard. How many times have I taught you? Xuanhuan's voice grew colder, her gaze revealing an air of authority. Master, I shall strive to practice harder and endeavor to attain proficiency at the minor accomplishment level as soon as possible, Tianyun responded earnestly, bowing his head in respect. After spending time with Xuanhuan, he had developed a sense of trepidation toward her. Though her beauty was enchanting, like a celestial being descended to earth, her sternness could instill genuine fear. Pay attention. I will demonstrate once more. If you do not understand, ask quickly. if you still fail to learn it. I shall not hesitate to punish you, Xuanhuan warned, casting him a piercing look that combined sternness with expectation. She then gracefully drew the Xuanhuan sword, leaping into the air like a dancing fairy, demonstrating the sword technique. It must be said, Xuanhuan's beauty was unparalleled, particularly her enchanting figure, combined with her aloof and stunning aura, creating an almost magnetic allure that captivated anyone who beheld her. Previously, Tianyun had often found himself distracted by her extraordinary form, causing him to falter in mastering the essence of the Xuanhuan sword technique. However, this time, Tianyun had learned his lesson, understanding that the life and death battle loomed. He could not afford to be complacent. Thus, he suppressed his inner turmoil, casting aside all distractions, and focused intently on learning the sword technique. As Xuanhuan wielded the Xuanhuan sword, the blade shimmered with a cold light under the sun, her form resembling a radiant rainbow, tracing beautiful arcs in the air. Each of her sword moves contained powerful and resounding elemental fluctuations, yet retained an elegance and fluidity, as if she and the sword had merged into one, achieving a state of harmony between man and weapon. The swordplay was at times like a tempest, overwhelming in its ferocity, while at other times it flowed like water, soothing yet concealing deadly intent. This time, Tianyun completely cast aside all distractions, no longer allowing himself to be swayed by Xuanhuan's breathtaking beauty and presence. His gaze was steadfast, fixated on her every move, revealing a determination and focus that brooked no negligence. Xuanhuan executed the final move of the sword technique, gracefully descending as if a flower petal drifting to the ground, landing without a sound. She raised her eyes to Tianyun, her gaze scrutinizing. "Did you see clearly? Now demonstrate it back to me." With that, she lightly flicked her wrist, sending the Xuanhuan sword flying toward Tianyun. As he caught the sword, a powerful sensation of resistance coursed through him like an electric current. The sword trembled slightly, as if an invisible force sought to break free from his grasp. Tianyun's heart sank, and he quickly summoned all his elemental energy in an effort to subdue the magnificent weapon. However, no matter how hard he tried, his efforts proved futile. The Xuanhuan sword quaked violently in his hand, seemingly disdainful of its new master, eager to escape his control. Taking a deep breath, Tianyun worked to regain his composure, swiftly devising a strategy in his mind. He gathered all his elemental energy once more, attempting to suppress the legendary sword with greater finesse. However, despite his myriad attempts, he found himself seemingly pitted against a towering mountain, struggling to wield this sword. Moreover, Tianyun could distinctly sense that this was an exceedingly proud and unparalleled sword, and with his current prowess, gaining its acknowledgement was indeed a formidable challenge. Beside him, Xuanhuan quietly observed Tianyun, her gaze revealing a hint of anticipation. Tianyun gripped the hilt of the Xuanhuan sword tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion as he engaged in a strenuous battle with the weapon. Time passed slowly in the tense atmosphere. Beads of sweat gradually formed on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks, and his internal energy was greatly depleted in this fierce contest. At that moment, Tianyun's hands clutched the hilt like a vice, his palms nearly drawing blood from the intensity of his grip. Suddenly, as blood seeped from his palm and touched the hilt, the sword emitted a resonant hum. Subsequently, the Xuanhuan sword, which had been resisting, ceased its struggle, its blade trembling slightly as if acknowledging its new master. Feeling the sword's submission, Tianyun's heart soared with joy as he gently swung it a few times. The blade sliced through the air, creating a rush of wind, and a smile of delight spread across his face. Truly, as a Jiuyang Shinti, even a mere drop of blood could compel this divine sword to submit. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered with astonishment, her tone betraying an unmistakable surprise. "Master, what is the Jiuyang Shinti?" Tianyun inquired, curiosity etched on his face. The Jiuyang Shinti is a legendary physique, a cultivation talent that far surpasses the ordinary, a rarity among millions. However, those with this physique will have their meridians blocked from a young age, and only the most formidable masters can help them open their channels, allowing them to embark on the path of cultivation, Xuanhuan explained calmly. "No wonder my meridians have always been blocked," Mu Tianyun realized, his heart suddenly enlightened. But master, why did I not manifest any attributes during my test? Who said you have no attributes? Xuanhuan Qingru raised an eyebrow slightly. You possess a full attribute talent for cultivation. The testing stones of Lu Yun Zong are utterly incapable of revealing your true potential. Otherwise, do you think I would take a waste? Her voice, cold yet authoritative, held a weight of truth. I knew it. How could I possibly be a waste? Mu Tianyun exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. This Xuanhuan sword was my cherished weapon in my youth. Since you have gained its recognition, I shall bestow it upon you. I hope you will wield it with prowess and carve out your own domain. Xuanhuan Qingru's gaze shimmered with expectation. I will strive diligently in my cultivation, never to disappoint your hopes. Master, Mu Tianyun replied respectfully. Then practice your swordplay without delay, Xuanhuan Qingru instructed, her demeanor turning serious. Yes, master. Mu Tianyun responded with reverence. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm the excitement within him, and then began to execute the Xuanhuan sword technique as he had just memorized. Initially, his movements were somewhat awkward, revealing a lack of familiarity. After all, this sword technique was profoundly intricate, imbued with boundless mysteries. And mastering it in a short time was no easy feat yet. As he progressed through the sword forms, Mu Tianyun gradually found his rhythm, his movements becoming more fluid, as if he and the sword had become one. Xuanhuan Qingru, meanwhile, sipped her tea leisurely, quietly observing Mu Tianyun's practice, her keen eyes missing no subtlety in his actions. Halfway through, she suddenly spoke, her tone cool and severe. This move is incorrect, the angle is slightly off, and the infusion of energy lacks precision. Start over. Mu Tianyun was taken aback, as if doused with cold water. He quickly halted his swordplay, meticulously recalling his previous movements to identify the flaws. After making adjustments, he began to practice the sword technique anew. This time, he was more cautious, striving for perfection in every movement. As he continued to execute the sword forms, a formidable aura began to emanate from him, starkly different from before. The sword techniques appeared sharper and more confident, each strike imbued with tremendous power, as if to tear the surrounding air asunder. Xuanhuan Qingru nodded slightly, a flicker of barely perceptible approval in her eyes. Despite her stern critiques, she held a deep appreciation for her disciple, Mu Tianyun. She had spent an entire month mastering this technique, yet he had achieved this level in just 5 days, far exceeding her expectations. After a while, Mu Tianyun completed the entire set of sword techniques, much improved, yet still lacking in finesse. Further practice is essential, Xuanhuan Qingru remarked sternly. Mu Tianyun sheathed his sword and respectfully replied, "Thank you for your guidance, master. I shall practice diligently day and night, determined not to disappoint your expectations. Your talent is commendable, and your diligence is evident. If you maintain this momentum, you are destined for greatness. Here is another technique, Feng Wuxian Fa. Take it and cultivate it. If you succeed in mastering it, you will possess an additional means of self-defense in the future as you traverse the martial world." Xuanhuan Qingru's eyes shimmered with admiration as she retrieved a manual from her storage ring and handed it to Mu Tianyun. He accepted the manual with both hands, gently opening it to discover an intricate technique, every word radiating a profound and inscrutable essence. Moreover, Xuanhuan Qingru had annotated the key points of cultivation, each note detailed and precise. "Thank you, master," Mu Tianyun expressed with heartfelt gratitude, his voice trembling slightly. Since his arrival in this world, it was the first time he felt such selfless kindness directed toward him. He recognized that these manuals were exceptionally valuable, their rarity beyond his imagination. In this world, cultivation manuals were incredibly scarce, often coveted by various formidable factions. For Xuanhuan Qingru to so generously impart such a top-tier technique to him was a favor beyond measure. While you cultivate, do not forget to delve into the arts of healing and alchemy. I will be in seclusion for a time, and upon my return, I shall personally assess your healing and alchemical skills. Should I discover any laziness, you are well aware of the consequences, Xuanhuan Qingru admonished with a serious expression. With that, she vanished in a flash, like a streak of light, disappearing into a nearby cave. Watching her depart, Mu Tianyun silently vowed to exert every effort in his cultivation, determined not to disappoint his master's expectations. He then began to study the Feng Wu Shen Fa. In 2 days, he would face Du Tianming in a life-and-death battle. While he was confident in defeating his opponent, he remained uncertain of any hidden trump cards the other might possess. To ensure absolute success, he planned to master this technique to at least an introductory level before the imminent confrontation. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had memorized the essence of the Feng Wu Shen Fa and Xuanhuan Qingro's annotations. With his deepening understanding of the manual, Tianyun began to attempt to circulate his energy according to the prescribed methods. Sitting cross-legged, he gradually guided his energy into the 8 extraordinary meridians, circulating it along a specific pathway. Initially, the flow of energy was obstructed, encountering numerous hindrances, yet Tianyun remained undaunted, continuously adjusting his approach and trying again. After countless efforts, his energy finally began to flow steadily along the path outlined in the Xuanhuan Shen Fa. Tianyun felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, and he gradually became lighter, as if he could ride the winds at any moment. A wave of joy washed over him, for he realized he had taken the first step in mastering this extraordinary technique. However, the path of cultivation is seldom smooth. In fact, succeeding in the practice of such a supreme technique is no simple feat. When Tianyun endeavored to enhance his proficiency, he encountered a formidable bottleneck. No matter how hard he tried, the speed of his Yuan Li's operation could not accelerate, and his movements remained far from the agility described in the manual. He understood well that relentless effort would yield counterproductive results. Thus, he paused his training, calming his mind to replay every detail of the Feng Wu technique and the annotations left by Xuanhuan Qingro. Suddenly, he recalled the concept of unity of heart and sword that Xuanhuan Qingro emphasized while imparting the Xuanhuan sword technique. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Perhaps the Feng Wu technique also required the attainment of a harmonious state of body and mind to break through. Tianyun no longer focused solely on the operation of Yuan Li, but instead attempted to deeply integrate his thoughts with the Yuan Li. He envisioned himself as a phoenix soaring through the skies, graceful and free. As this visualization deepened, he felt a tighter connection forming between himself and the Yuan Li. Slowly, Tianyun rose to his feet, circulating Yuan Li between his legs, and his body began to move in accordance with the technique's incantation. Initially, his movements were somewhat stiff, but as the flow of Yuan Li stabilized, his form gradually became light and ethereal. He resembled a phoenix unfurling its wings, dancing elegantly in the courtyard. With each leap and turn, a gentle breeze followed, as if his body had melded with the wind. Chapter 36. The dispute between two women. Time passed unnoticed, and a day slipped by in the blink of an eye. After a day of training, Tianyun had made progress, yet he remained some distance from mastering the technique. To swiftly grasp this technique, he tirelessly circulated Yuan Li between his legs, fully executing the Feng Wu technique. In an instant, his figure transformed into fleeting shadows, darting back and forth across the courtyard. Another day passed unnoticed. Under Tianyun's dedicated practice, the Feng Wu technique finally reached the threshold of proficiency. At this moment, he felt his speed was 3 to 4 times faster than before. When combined with the Xuanhuan sword technique, his combat prowess would see a significant enhancement. Subsequently, Tianyun departed from his dwelling, making his way towards the life and death platform of Luyun Zone. Today, the life and death platform appeared particularly lively, with numerous onlookers gathered, creating a tight crowd around the platform. Curiosity and anticipation filled the faces of the crowd. "Do you think Tianyun will actually come?" a disciple asked, his expression filled with doubt and uncertainty. The disparity in cultivation levels between him and Du Tianming was stark. He likely lacked the courage to face this life and death duel. Another disciple shook his head slightly, his tone confident. Indeed, Tianyun is currently only at the 9th level of qi refinement. Even if he has refined that precious Ning Ling ginseng, he can at most reach the early stage of the spirit condensation realm, making him no match for Du Tianming. Another disciple chimed in. Whether he comes or not will soon be known. After all, he is the champion of the outer sect competition, and this life and death battle was initiated by him. If he were to back down now, he would surely become the laughingstock of the entire sect, remarked an older disciple, his gaze scrutinizing. The discussions around the life and death platform erupted, with everyone eagerly speculating whether Tianyun would make an appearance. Not far from the life and death platform, upon a colossal stone, stood two exceptionally graceful young women. They possessed an ethereal elegance, akin to celestial beings descended from the heavens, exuding an undeniable charisma. Sister, it seems we need not intervene ourselves. Du Tianming has already reached the third level of spirit condensation. If that boy dares to show up, he will undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Ji Wuxin remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. This boy does not appear to be entirely foolish. Since he dared to initiate this life and death battle, he might indeed have some confidence. Ji Wuxin replied calmly. That is a valid point. Let us wait patiently. To be honest, I do not wish for this boy to perish so easily on the arena, Ji Wuxin said, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. Deep down, she did not truly want Tianyun to die on the platform, for that would rob her of the chance for revenge. Meanwhile, Huayurong hurried to the edge of the life and death platform, her eyes filled with worry. Huayurong, are you in such a hurry to come here to retrieve his corpse? A cold and mocking voice swept through like a chilling wind. A girl in a white dress approached with an air of arrogance. She possessed a cool demeanor, akin to a snow lotus blooming atop a snowy mountain, yet radiated an icy aloofness. Lu Yanran, if you dare to speak nonsense again, believe me, I will tear your mouth apart. Huayurong glared at her fiercely. Huayurong, now that I have also broken through to the spirit condensation realm, do you really think I fear you? Lu Yanran retorted, her gaze flashing with a hint of deadly seriousness, refusing to back down. Previously, with her cultivation level, breaking through to the spirit condensation realm would have taken her at least a month or two. However, having recently become a disciple of Master Qin Xiufeng, she received substantial support in the form of precious cultivation resources, enabling her to achieve this breakthrough swiftly. Lu Yanran, even if you have broken through to the spirit condensation realm, what of it? You still cannot match me. If you truly have the courage, challenge me to a life and death battle. Huayurong's voice was frigid, her gaze as sharp as a blade directed at Lu Yanran. She had broken through to the spirit condensation realm a month ago, and after this period of settling and training, her combat prowess far surpassed that of Lu Yanran. Huayurong, do not think that just because your cultivation is higher than mine, I will fear you. We shall see. I will settle this score with you sooner or later. Lu Yanran gritted her teeth, her face etched with resentment and fury. She could not comprehend how, in just over a month, Huayurong had already advanced to the late stage of the first level of the spirit condensation realm. Such an astonishing speed of cultivation was beyond her belief. Lu Yanran, do not think that joining Master Qin Xiufeng makes you remarkable. Missing out on Tianyun will be the most foolish decision of your life. Huayurong replied coldly, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Tianyun is merely a talentless waste. His future achievements are bound to be limited. Moreover, he may not even survive today's life and death battle on the platform. Lu Yanran retorted coldly, her tone laced with contempt. In truth, deep within her, she did not wish for Tianyun to die on the platform. On the contrary, she hoped he would continue to struggle for survival. To her, as a non-attribute cultivator, his future prospects were exceedingly limited. Meanwhile, she, having been fortunate enough to join Master Qin Xiufeng, had a bright and limitless future ahead of her. Hence, she wished for Tianyun to live on, enduring a life of insignificance, forever looking up at her from below. Fool! Huayurong coldly spat the word, her tone dripping with disdain. Perhaps due to spending so much time with Tianyun, she had unconsciously adopted one of his catchphrases. Shameless harlot, I considered you my closest confidant, and yet you dare to steal my man. How utterly shameless! Lu Yanran exclaimed, trembling with rage, her teeth clenched. You are the shameless one. Your entire family is shameless. She has long since discarded you. What reason do I have not to be with him? Huayurong retorted resolutely, her demeanor unyielding. Thus, the exchange between the two women escalated into a fervent quarrel, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, who gathered curiously around them. What could possibly have caused this sudden conflict between Lu Yanran and Huayurong? Weren't they always the best of friends? One disciple inquired, his face a mask of confusion. From the tone of their argument, it appeared they were vying for a man, and that man seemed to be Tianyun. Another disciple whispered, lowering his voice. You may not be aware, but I've heard that Tianyun is actually Lu Yanran's fiancée, someone chimed in mysteriously. Is that for real? Someone else couldn't contain their curiosity and asked. Indeed, it is true. They entered the sect together, and their relationship was quite close at the beginning. However, as Mu Tianyun became a servant disciple, Lu Yin gradually distanced herself from him. A well-informed disciple recounted animatedly, captivating the surrounding crowd. At this moment, gossip and speculation swirled around the onlookers, as more and more people gathered to witness the spectacle. Chapter 37. The Furious Xuanhuan. Look, Du Tianming has arrived. Just then, a stir rippled through the crowd. Everyone turned to see two young men striding toward them from a distance. The newcomers were none other than the brothers Du Tianming and Du Zitong. Upon their arrival, they immediately captured the crowd's attention, becoming the focal point of the gathering. Brother, make sure not to kill that brat too easily. It would be best to cripple his dantian and render him a eunuch, leaving him in a state worse than death. Du Zitong spoke with a sinister expression, his eyes brimming with malice. Rest assured, with my cultivation, incapacitating his dantian is but a mere flick of the wrist, Du Tianming declared, confidence radiating from his gaze. As soon as he finished speaking, he elegantly leapt onto the platform. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with the crowd glancing around in anticipation, eagerly awaiting Mu Tianyun's arrival. At that moment, Mu Tianyun's imposing figure finally came into view. His steps were steady, his gaze resolute, exuding an innate aura of confidence. As he appeared, the crowd instinctively parted to clear a path for him. Tianyun. Hua Yurong's eyes shone with surprise and concern as she hurried toward him. Wait for me below. We will go to the medicinal cuisine hall for a meal shortly, Mu Tianyun replied with a serene smile, gently pinching Hua Yurong's jade-like cheek in a tender and affectionate manner. All right, I will wait for you. Hua Yurong nodded obediently, her eyes filled with trust and reliance, though a hint of worry lingered in her heart. Upon seeing Mu Tianyun's confident smile, she felt her concerns were unwarranted. Are you Mu Tianyun? A cold, melodious voice suddenly pierced through the tension like a shard of ice shattering in the night. The crowd turned to see a young woman clad in a form-fitting purple garment, her demeanor haughty, striding toward them, adorned with jeweled hairpins. She possessed a tall and alluring figure, radiating an aura that kept others at bay. This newcomer was none other than Xuanhuan, ranked 19th among the inner disciples. What brings you to seek me, senior sister? Mu Tianyun asked calmly, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Mu Tianyun, you broke my uncle's limbs and caused my brother, Zhang de Biao, to be expelled from the sect. How do you intend to settle this score? Xuanhuan's voice was cold and melodious, yet laced with an underlying chill, her gaze sharp as a blade directed at Mu Tianyun. Senior sister, I trust you understand the intricacies of right and wrong in this matter. If you insist on causing a scene and continue to trouble me, I assure you, I am not one to shy away from confrontation, Mu Tianyun responded, his gaze unwavering as he met Xuanhuan's icy stare. You arrogant brat. Do you truly believe I would refrain from acting against you within the sect? Xuanhuan's voice turned frigid and piercing. Enough with the chatter. If you have the guts, try to strike me, Mu Tianyun retorted, his tone equally frosty, his eyes fixed coldly on her. Now that he had become an inner disciple, he was confident that if a conflict arose, the sect's higher-ups would intervene swiftly. Thus, he was untroubled by thoughts of his own safety. You seek death, brat. Xuanhuan's eyes glinted with cold fury as she swiftly raised her hand to strike Mu Tianyun. Perish, wretched woman, Mu Tianyun roared, drawing his Xuanhuan sword and charging toward her. Reacting swiftly to his weapon, Xuanhuan conjured a formidable protective shield around her in an instant. With her jade-like hand imbued with powerful energy, she struck directly at Mu Tianyun's sword. Having reached the pinnacle of the concentration realm, she regarded Mu Tianyun's attack with disdain. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. Mu Tianyun felt a numbing sensation in his arm, as if his sword had collided with an incredibly hard boulder, the force of the impact sending him staggering back several paces. You insolent brat. Today I shall ensure your legs are broken, Xuanhuan declared, her once haughty demeanor now marred by a hint of frost as she unleashed another swift strike toward Mu Tianyun. Cease this, a voice of authority thundered, shattering the tense atmosphere. Instantly, a formidable force surged from the distance, neutralizing Xuanhuan's attack. The crowd turned to see an imposing elder clad in black robes. his expression stern and his gaze profound, suddenly materializing at the scene. This was none other than the law elder, Qin Donghai. Senior, you have finally arrived. This vile woman has gone mad, attacking anyone in her path, Mu Tianyun exclaimed, swiftly retreating behind Qin Donghai, feigning a look of grievance. You insolent brat. You seek your own demise. Zhang Yuan seethed, her body trembling with rage, her eyes glinting with icy malice. This is the life and death platform, not a place for your quarrels, Qin Donghai stated with authority. Indeed, Senior is correct. A gentleman does not engage in conflict with a woman, and I shall not lower myself to her level, Mu Tianyun replied, leaping gracefully onto the platform. Young man, on account of Elder Qin, I shall spare you today. But remember this. Do not let me see you again, Zhang Yuan warned coldly, her gaze piercing as she regarded Mu Tianyun on the platform. Wretched woman, I initially had no desire to engage with you, but should you persist in seeking trouble, do not blame me for being unmerciful, Mu Tianyun replied icily, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. He did not instigate trouble, yet neither did he fear it. If she sought to challenge him, he would not show mercy, regardless of her gender. We shall see. Zhang Yuan haughtily raised her chin, a glimmer of disdain in her eyes. Mu Tianyun's gaze darkened momentarily, but he chose not to engage further. Zhang Yuan's strength had already reached the pinnacle of the concentration realm, a level he could not contend with at present. However, he did not dwell on this. Given his current rate of progress, it would not be long before he possessed the strength to defeat her. At that time, should Zhang Yuan seek his trouble again, he would not hesitate to retaliate. He was not a gentle soul, and he would not spare anyone who provoked him, even if that person was a woman. Mu Tianyun's audacity is simply astonishing. How dare he offend Zhang Yuan? Indeed, Zhang Yuan is a top-tier genius within the inner sect, ranked 19th on the genius leaderboard. This fellow has antagonized her. Life in the sect will undoubtedly become arduous for him, given his current capabilities. Whether he can even leave the life and death platform alive is a pressing concern, let alone any future prospects. Your reasoning holds merit. The surrounding crowd erupted in whispers, their gazes towards Mu Tianyun imbued with disdain and contempt. Chapter 38. The Slaying of Du Tianming. Are you both resolute in proceeding with this life and death battle? Qin Donghai's countenance was as frosty as winter, his demeanor exceptionally imposing, his eyes glinting like sharp blades as they swept over Mu Tianyun and Du Tianming. We are certain. Both Mu Tianyun and Du Tianming replied almost in unison. Upon hearing this, Qin Donghai's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Gradually, he extended his hand, retrieving a life-and-death contract from his robes, and offered it to them, his tone grave. Since you both insist on this life-and-death duel, you must sign this contract. Without hesitation, Mu Tianyun firmly accepted the contract and swiftly inscribed his name upon it. Du Tianming, with a proud demeanor, equally refused to be outdone and promptly signed his name as well. There are no rules on the life and death platform. Any means are permissible. Let the battle commence, Qin Donghai declared, leaping gracefully to the edge of the platform, his gaze fixed upon the impending duel. Mu Tianyun, today I shall shatter your dantian and render you a eunuch, ensuring you live a life filled with agony and regret. A cruel smile crept across Du Tianming's face, his expression radiating a chilling malice. Let's talk. You have but one opportunity to strike. Mu Tianyun's demeanor was as tranquil as still water, though his voice dripped with profound disdain. Since we have come this far, I shall grant you 3 strikes, considering your inferior cultivation. Du Tianming's face twisted into a sneer, his eyes glimmering with scorn and arrogance. This Mu Tianyun must be mad. How can he dare to step onto the life and death platform with his level of cultivation? Indeed, despite having recently advanced to the 2nd level of the Ningxin realm, he is still no match for Du Tianming. The crowd surrounding the platform began to murmur, their eyes filled with mockery for Mu Tianyun. Clearly, no one expected him to prevail in this life-and-death battle. Since you insist on putting on a show, I shall indulge you. A cold smile crept onto Mu Tianyun's lips. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a blur, his Xuanhuan sword flashing forth, radiating a brilliant cold light as it arced toward Du Tianming. The speed of this strike was astonishing, almost unfathomable. Du Tianming felt a surge of intense fear wash over him, like a bucket of ice-cold water poured over his head, rendering him icy with dread. He could sense the terrifying power contained within Mu Tianyun's strike, one he could not hope to withstand. Yet, it was too late to evade. The fierce, sword energy had already locked onto him completely. With a sharp sound, before Du Tianming could mount any defense, a searing pain shot through his neck, and blood gushed forth like a fountain from his throat. How is this possible? Du Tianming's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with a profound incredulity. He could never have imagined that he would be so easily dispatched by Mu Tianyun. Even in his final moments, he could not accept this reality. In an instant, Du Tianming's head rolled to the ground like a ripe fruit, yet his body remained upright for a brief moment. Only after a few seconds did the headless corpse finally collapse, crashing heavily onto the platform with a dull thud. With a steady motion, Mu Tianyun sheathed his Xuanhuan sword. His actions precise and unencumbered. Maintaining a calm expression, he turned and walked down the platform, not even casting a glance at Du Tianming's lifeless body. A profound silence enveloped the crowd below, all present rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. Moments later, an uproar of astonished exclamations erupted. How is this possible? Mu Tianyun actually killed Du Tianming with a single strike. Indeed, this is utterly inconceivable. The onlookers regarded Mu Tianyun with expressions filled with shock and disbelief. No one had expected that Mu Tianyun, possessing merely the second level of the Ningxin realm, could so effortlessly slay Du Tianming. Liu Yanran's expression darkened immensely upon witnessing this scene. Initially, she had been certain that Mu Tianyun lacked any innate talent, and that his rise in strength would be fraught with challenges. Yet now, in just a span of 8 days, Mu Tianyun not only advanced to the Ningxin realm, but soared to its second level. This remarkable rate of improvement left her incredulous, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Sister, this fellow's combat prowess is astounding. He actually dispatched Du Tianming with a single move. Ji Wuxin's mouth fell slightly agape. Disbelief etched across her features. Though this lad possesses commendable combat strength, his lack of innate talent will ultimately limit his future achievements. Ji Wuxin spoke slowly, a hint of disdain in her tone. Sister, I can no longer tolerate this. I must cripple his limbs later. Ji Wuxin's voice dripped with venom and rage. This is the life and death platform, overseen by the law enforcement elders. It would be unwise to act now. We shall wait until he departs from the platform to teach him a proper lesson. Ji Wuxing's eyes glinted with cold resolve. Tianyun, I did not realize your strength was so formidable. Hua Yurong's eyes sparkled with joy and excitement as she embraced Mu Tianyun, her face aglow with happiness. Let's go to the herbal cuisine hall for a celebratory feast. Mu Tianyun's countenance softened into a tender smile. Indeed, Hua Yurong nodded gently. Hand in hand, they made their way toward the herbal cuisine hall. Little brat, let's see what you can run to this time. A chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. Ji Wuxing and Ji Wuxin appeared before Mu Tianyun and Hua Yurong, blocking their path. It's you two. Mu Tianyun's brow furrowed slightly, a glimmer of caution flickering in his eyes. Today, I shall ensure you are rendered a eunuch. Ji Wuxin gritted her teeth, her gaze filled with malice. You lack the ability to do so, Mu Tianyun replied, his tone laced with disdain. Do you truly believe that defeating that waste Du Tianming makes you invincible? Ji Wuxin's face flushed with anger, her teeth clenched in frustration. As she spoke, her cultivation at the 4th level of the Ningxin realm became apparent. A powerful and imposing aura enveloping her. Quite impressive, you've swiftly advanced to the 4th level of the Ningxin realm. However, since you are so confident, why not engage in a life-and-death duel with me? A sardonic smile graced Mu Tianyun's lips, his eyes gleaming with provocation. You are not worthy to challenge me to a life-and-death battle. Ji Wuxin scoffed, though a flicker of apprehension crossed her eyes. With that, she struck out with a palm, a fierce wind accompanying her attack as it hurtled toward Mu Tianyun. Deep down, she was acutely aware that engaging Mu Tianyun in a life-and-death battle would instill a sense of trepidation. After all, he had just effortlessly dispatched Du Tianming, who was at the 3rd level of the Ningxin realm, with a single move, and she had only just broken through to the 4th level. Facing Mu Tianyun in earnest left her with lingering doubts about her own victory. As Ji Wuxin made her move, Mu Tianyun's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly employed the Fengwu movement technique, his form resembling an ethereal shadow as he advanced rapidly towards his opponent. Chapter 39. The Great Battle with Ji Wuxing. Be careful. Ji Wuqing exclaimed, her heart tightening at the sight. Without hesitation, she waved her delicate hand and unleashed a palm strike towards Mu Tianyun, the air crackling with her fierce energy. Initially, she had been confident that her sister Ji Wuqing could easily subdue Mu Tianyun. However, witnessing Mu Tianyun's ghostly agility ignited a sense of foreboding within her. Her intuition warned that her sister might not be a match for Mu Tianyun. Driven by this concern, she decisively chose to intervene. Noticing Ji Wuqing's intent, Mu Tianyun's gaze sharpened, and he quickened his pace, moving with the speed of a tempest. Just as Ji Wuqing's palm was about to strike, Mu Tianyun darted forward like lightning, deftly grasping Ji Wuqing by the throat and positioning her in front of himself as a shield, his movements seamless and without flaw. Shocked to see Mu Tianyun using her sister as a barrier, Ji Wuqing instinctively retracted the force of her strike and redirected it towards the ground beside them. With a thunderous roar, the earth erupted, creating a sizable crater. "Release my sister, or you shall face my wrath," Ji Wuqing commanded coldly, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. "You vile woman, hand over your storage bag, or I shall strip your sister of her garments," Mu Tianyun retorted defiantly, her tone laced with menace. "You seek death." Ji Wuqing's eyes widened in fury as she transformed into a wraith-like figure, charging towards Mu Tianyun. After all, they were in the Luyun sect, and she was certain Mu Tianyun would not dare to harm her sister. Without hesitation, Ji Wuqing launched her attack against Mu Tianyun, who, recognizing the ferocity of her approach, kept Ji Wuqing firmly in front of him while swiftly drawing the Xuanhuan sword. In an instant, the blade glimmered with a chilling light as the two engaged in a fierce battle, their movements capturing the attention of many onlookers who gathered to witness the spectacle. Though Ji Wuqing was indeed powerful, Mu Tianyun's use of Ji Wuqing as a shield rendered her cautious, causing her to hold back many of her moves. "Come on, you think I fear you?" Mu Tianyun exclaimed, executing the Fengwu technique to its fullest, her form fluid and ghostly as she maintained her defense. Each time Ji Wuqing attacked, Mu Tianyun skillfully used Ji Wuqing to absorb the blows, allowing them to exchange strikes with surprising parity. "Mu Tianyun, if you are a man, face me in a fair fight." Holding a woman hostage is hardly a display of strength. Ji Wuqing seethed, her face flushed with anger, her gaze sharp as a blade. "You, as a senior disciple of the sect, bully a mere newcomer like me. Do you not feel any shame?" Mu Tianyun retorted without reservation, dripping with sarcasm. "Enough. Do you not respect the sect's rules?" A booming voice interrupted their exchange, resonating across the area. The crowd turned to see Qin Donghai, resembling a streak of black lightning, swiftly approaching and landing firmly before them. His expression was grim, and authority radiated from his gaze. "Elder, you have finally arrived. This woman is nothing but a rabid dog, attacking anyone in sight," Mu Tianyun said, hastily retreating behind Qin Donghai. "What is going on?" Qin Donghai glared at Mu Tianyun, perceiving him as a troublemaker. Just recently, he had offended Zhang Yuanyuan and slain Du Tianming in the arena, and now he was embroiled with the Ji sisters. Had it not been for Xuanhuan Qingrou's reputation, he would have considered confining Mu Tianyun for half a month. "Elder, it all began when I encountered her being attacked by hellish hounds in the Luyun Mountains. Out of camaraderie, I intervened to save her. Yet, she took advantage of the chaos to flee, leaving me to face the hounds alone," Mu Tianyun recounted, taking a deep breath. "After a tremendous struggle, I managed to slay the hellish beasts, only for her to emerge demanding the inner core as a prize. In my frustration, I taught her a lesson." He gestured towards Ji Wuqing, stating, "To my surprise, this woman has come seeking trouble today, attacking me without cause. You insolent brat, do not twist the truth. The hellish hound was already injured by me. You merely took advantage of the situation," Ji Wuqing retorted, trembling with rage. "You are truly ungrateful. Had I not rescued you, you would have perished at their hands. While you fled in self-preservation, I fought to defeat them, only for you to emerge demanding the spoils," Mu Tianyun replied with disdain, his eyes filled with contempt. "How can such a despicable person like you ever hope to find husband?" Ji Wuqing seethed, her fury palpable. "I swear before heaven, if a single word I speak is false, let me be struck by lightning and never reincarnate," Mu Tianyun declared solemnly, raising his hand above his head, his voice unwavering. As he made this vow, the onlookers began to murmur, discussing the unfolding drama. "No way. Ji Wuxin seems so pure and lovely. Who knew she could be so shameless? Indeed, it's true that one cannot judge a book by its cover. How malicious her heart must be to betray someone who saved her, the crowd whispered. Their gazes filled with disdain for Ji Wuxin. Infuriated by the whispers, Ji Wuxin trembled with rage, spitting blood as her once charming visage twisted in fury. You insolent brat! Our conflict is far from over, she shrieked, her voice sharp and piercing. You despicable woman! What kind of man would want to marry someone as revolting as you? Tianyun coldly replied, his tone dripping with mockery. Enough! This is the sect. Such ruckus is unacceptable. If I catch you fighting again, you shall all face the sect's punishment. Qin Donghai's authoritative voice rang out, his gaze sweeping over the three with undeniable intimidation. At this moment, he found himself in a predicament. On one side was Tianyun, the favored disciple of Xuanhuan Qingru, and on the other were Ji Wuqing and Ji Wuxin, disciples of the Qingyun Peak Master. No matter which side he chose to support, it could lead to troublesome repercussions, placing him in a difficult position. Chapter 40. The Beauty of the Maple Leaf Forest. Rest assured, Elder, as long as the dog does not bite me first, I generally do not strike at dogs. Tianyun said with a serious expression, though a hint of mockery lingered in his words. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuxin trembled with rage. Her eyes filled with an endless malice, wishing to see Tianyun subjected to 1,000 tortures. Beside her, Ji Wuqing's expression mirrored her sister's dismay. Regardless of the circumstances, Ji Wuxin was her beloved younger sister. The humiliation inflicted upon her sibling by Tianyun ignited a fierce fury within her. Leave at once. Do not provoke me again, or I shall not hesitate to confine you, Qin Donghai remarked with an irritable tone. This disciple takes their leave, Tianyun promptly replied, bowing respectfully before hastily departing with Huayurong. Before long, the two found themselves at the Yaoshan Hall. The room was permeated with a tantalizing aroma, a delightful amalgamation of rare spiritual herbs and exquisite beast meat, stirring a voracious appetite within anyone who entered. Tianyun, how have you progressed in strength so rapidly without informing me? I was worried about you for days, Huayurong exclaimed with delight, offering Tianyun a succulent piece of beast meat. Her gaze, filled with growing affection for him, revealed her deepening feelings. She was acutely aware that she had completely succumbed to this emotion. Reflecting on her initial choice of Tianyun, she recognized that one aspect was his willingness to provide the resources necessary for her cultivation, an enticing prospect for any practitioner. Moreover, his handsome appearance and sudden resurgence of talent had undeniably captivated her. Since their companionship began, she had not only experienced unprecedented joy, but had also witnessed a significant enhancement in her own abilities, achieving a harmonious balance between love and cultivation. What is there to worry about? I am not an impulsive person. If I lacked absolute confidence, I would not have initiated a life and death challenge. Tianyun stated with a confident smile. Tianyun, your master is renowned for her ruthlessness, and her temperament is notoriously erratic. How does she treat you? Huayurong asked curiously, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. While my master can be strict, she is fundamentally a good person. The rumors circulating are merely fabrications, Tianyun explained. Although Xuanhuan Qingru's strictness sometimes placed him under pressure, he could not deny her dedication as a mentor. Whether in guiding his cultivation or imparting the intricacies of alchemy and medicinal practices, she was meticulous and earnest. Furthermore, Tianyun sensed that the alchemical and medical knowledge imparted by her contained profound mysteries that transcended the current understanding within the Canglan Continent. However, he had yet to fully comprehend these teachings, leaving him uncertain of their true power. In a warm and pleasant atmosphere, they continued to converse, sharing their experiences and feelings, before leaving the Yaoshan Hall with contentment. Soon, they arrived in a picturesque grove within the sect, where the maple trees resembled a resplendent jewel embedded within the Luyun sect, offering an exquisite landscape. Each autumn, the maple leaves would cascade down like a dreamlike curtain of red rain, transporting one to an ethereal realm. This place, akin to a paradise, attracted many male and female disciples seeking solace in its beauty. The path of cultivation is inherently arduous and monotonous, akin to wandering alone in darkness, which can easily wear one down. Thus, during their leisure time, Many disciples would frequent this maple grove, engaging in deep conversations to alleviate their fatigue and seek a rare sense of passion and ease. Tianyun, what brings us here? Hua Yurong inquired softly, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks, reminiscent of the enchanting glow of sunset clouds. Along their path, they occasionally heard sounds from deeper within the grove that elicited a blush. These sounds were faint, yet seemed to possess a certain allure that stirred the heart. What do you think? Mu Tianyun replied, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, his gaze filled with affection and cunning. He gently draped his arm around Hua Yurong's slender waist, his touch tender and practiced. You rascal, what if someone sees us? Hua Yurong feigned anger, shooting him a reproachful glance. The thickets over there are dense. It should be fine, Mu Tianyun chuckled, his eyes glimmering with mischief. With that, he took her hand and led her deeper into the grove. Along the way, they encountered numerous young men and women. Some hid behind uniquely shaped stones. Others concealed themselves in thick underbrush, while a few daring souls chose to perch atop lofty, ancient trees. Have these people lost their minds? Mu Tianyun thought with an inward sigh. He had merely sought to experience the outdoors, unaware of the multitude of kindred spirits that thrived in this seemingly tranquil grove. To avoid any unnecessary awkwardness, they cautiously searched until they discovered a secluded corner where they could fully relish the unrestrained beauty of nature. Initially, Hua Yurong felt a bit out of place, but in the face of Mu Tianyun's fervent enthusiasm, she eventually let go of her inhibitions. Simultaneously, news of Mu Tianyun slaying Du Tianming and his fierce confrontation with Zhang Yuanyuan and Ji Wuqing swiftly spread throughout the sect, becoming the focal point of fervent discussions among the disciples. At Tiandao Peak, a grand palace exuding classical charm, a tall and imposing young man with a chiseled visage sat leisurely within, sipping tea. He emanated a formidable aura, akin to a drawn blade that instilled fear. This man was Xuanhuan, a core disciple of the Luyan sect. Senior brother Zhou, we have just received credible news that Miss Wuxin has been wronged. A young man clad in the robes of an inner disciple hurriedly entered, his expression fraught with urgency. Who dared to wrong Wuxin? Xuanhuan's previously calm demeanor darkened, a flicker of stormy intent flashing in his piercing gaze. The one responsible is named Mu Tianyun. It is said that he publicly grasped Miss Wuxin by the throat. The inner disciple reported without hesitation, succinctly recounting the incident. Such audacity! How dare he lay hands on a woman belonging to Xuanhuan? Xuanhuan's voice was low and icy, his eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent. Senior brother, this fellow is indeed exceedingly arrogant. Just moments ago, he killed Du Tianming in the arena and clashed violently with Zhang Yuanyuan, the inner disciple added. Truly reckless, daring to provoke even Zhang Yuanyuan, Xuanhuan remarked, a hint of surprise crossing his face. Should we not teach him a lesson? The inner disciple inquired cautiously. To dare offend my woman is unforgivable. Xuanhuan's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Huaguang, you shall personally warn this boy and break his limbs. Understood, senior brother Zhou. Huaguang replied respectfully before promptly departing. Chapter 41. Becoming an exceptional alchemist at Luyan Peak, on the edge of a picturesque cliff, a young man adorned in white brocade, crowned with a golden diadem, sat elegantly in a pavilion, sipping tea. This young man, Bai Jianyan, was the top genius among the core disciples of Luyan sect and the second son of the sect leader. Senior brother Bai, we have just learned from the inner sect that junior sister Yuanyuan has been involved in a conflict with an inner disciple. A young girl clad in green hurriedly entered. Oh, who possesses such audacity as to provoke a woman of mine? Bai Jianyan slightly raised his head, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. This fellow is named Mu Tianyun. He was merely a servant disciple, but recently clashed with the younger brother of his sister, Yuanyuan. The girl in green briefly recounted the matter concerning Mu Tianyun. This lad possesses commendable talent, having ascended from a servant disciple to an inner sect disciple in just a few months. He appears to be a promising prospect. Bai Jianyan nodded slightly. Bai Shixiang, what do you mean by that? The girl in green inquired curiously. Yun, go and give that lad a lesson. Let him sever a leg and apologize to Yuanyuan, and that will suffice. Bai Jian waved his hand and said, Understood, Bai Shixiang. Lu Yinyin respectfully acknowledged before retreating. Rong Air, here are 200,000 gold coins and some Ning Shundan. Take them for your cultivation. Mu Tianyun spoke gently as he handed a storage bag to Huayurong. Tianyun, no need for that. I haven't even finished using what you gave me last time. Huayurong quickly replied. Take it. Can one ever have too many resources? Mu Tianyun's lips curled into a gentle smile as he lightly pinched Huayurong's delicate face. Who would ever find resources excessive? I merely worry that you might think I value only resources and gold. Huayurong lowered her head slightly, her voice soft yet tinged with unease. Initially, her interest in Mu Tianyun was indeed motivated by his resources. However, as time passed and feelings grew, her heart underwent a subtle transformation. Now, she had completely fallen from Mu Tianyun. Her affection was pure and fervent, far surpassing any concern for resources. Yet with Mu Tianyun offering her resources again, she could not help but feel a pang of anxiety, fearing he might misunderstand her feelings for him. All right, take the resources and rest assured. Since you have chosen to follow me, I naturally hope you will grow alongside me, Mu Tianyun said, gently embracing Huayurong. He could sense her transformation. In truth, he did not reject this budding affection. Although he initially approached the relationship with a playful mindset, human emotions are complex. Huayurong had risked herself to save him, nearly suffering grievous injuries at the hands of Du Tianming. This bond forged in life and death stirred something deep within him, awakening a sense of gratitude. Tianyun, regardless of whether you are rich or poor in the future, I have committed to you in this lifetime, Huayurong declared with heartfelt conviction. Do not speak too soon. People can change. In this brutally competitive world of cultivation, countless examples exist of former allies turning into enemies over interests. Mu Tianyun replied with a smile. Do you not trust me? Huayurong lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Why are you crying? Mu Tianyun chuckled helplessly, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. We are both cultivators with long lifespans ahead of us. Who can guarantee that their heart will not waver when faced with various temptations? Mu Tianyun spoke tenderly. I know you may not fully believe me now, but one day I will prove it to you through my actions. Huayurong nestled closer into Mu Tianyun's embrace, speaking resolutely. I reiterate, as long as you sincerely follow me, I shall never neglect you. Mu Tianyun looked earnestly at Huayurong, sincerity and promise shining in his eyes. Those are your words. You must not go back on them. Huayurong pouted slightly, resembling a petulant little girl, her eyes brimming with happiness. Though I, Mu Tianyun, may not be the epitome of a good man, I would never deceive a woman, he replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Although he had developed feelings for Huayurong deep within, he still harbored a tinge of wariness. As a young man who had traversed from the 21st century, he possessed a unique and profound understanding of human nature. Just as in historical tales and real life, instances of betrayal for personal gain are all too common. In this harsh realm of cultivation, where the strong prey on the weak and self-interest reign supreme, the drama of partners turning against each other for profit unfolds daily. Mu Tianyun was acutely aware that to become a peerless powerhouse standing at the pinnacle, one not only requires exceptional talent, but must also maintain a vigilant heart at all times. Only in this manner can one steadily navigate through a world rife with danger and temptation. After sharing affectionate conversation for a while longer, Mu Tianyun reluctantly returned to the peak where Xuanhuan resided. In the days that followed, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of alchemy and medicine, while also diligently enhancing his own cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, a month had swiftly passed. After this period of dedicated cultivation, Mu Tianyun's cultivation level surged to the third layer of Ning Shunjing. Simultaneously, his Xuanhuan sword technique and Fengwu body technique successfully reached a minor achievement. At this moment, Mu Tianyun was intently focused on refining pills. He expertly sorted through various herbs, cautiously adding each one into the alchemical furnace. Subsequently, he channeled the abundant Yuan Li within him, skillfully activating the burning fire technique imparted to him by Xuanhuan Qingro. In an instant, a roaring flame erupted beneath the furnace, and Mu Tianyun remained wholly focused on managing the fire, not daring to let his attention waver for even a moment. This time, I must succeed in concocting a top-tier pill, Mu Tianyun murmured to himself, determination and persistence shining in his gaze. Through relentless study over the past few months, he had become proficient in refining high-level pills. Yet, each time he attempted to produce a top-tier pill, he always fell just short of the necessary refinement. In this world, pills are categorized into 4 distinct grades: low, medium, high, and top tier. The lower the grade, the more impurities contained within, leading to greater negative effects on the body. It is often said that medicine contains 3 parts poison. While low-grade Dan can assist cultivators in enhancing their cultivation, they also contain a significant amount of impurities. Prolonged use of low-grade pills can lead to a shaky foundation for cultivators, and in severe cases, may even damage their meridians, causing irreparable harm to their future cultivation paths. Conversely, top-tier pills are entirely different. Their quality is pure and devoid of impurities, and even with prolonged consumption, they do not adversely affect the body. Instead, they can greatly enhance the efficacy of cultivation. Across the vast Canglan Continent, while alchemists are not particularly rare, those capable of crafting top-tier pills are exceedingly few and far between. Approximately 15 minutes later, a rich and fragrant aroma began to waft from the alchemical furnace, the scent acting like invisible tendrils that tantalized Tianyun's senses. A flicker of excitement illuminated his face. He understood that he had reached the critical moment of pill condensation. With unwavering focus, he endeavored to remember every intricate detail of the refining process. Should this attempt prove successful, this invaluable experience would become an essential asset on his future path in alchemy. He adjusted his breathing, striving to calm his mind while meticulously controlling the heat. After another quarter of an hour, Tianyun finally ceased his manipulation of the flame. With a heart filled with anticipation and trepidation, he cautiously opened the alchemical furnace. In an instant, a rich fragrance enveloped him, refreshing and invigorating. Inside the furnace lay 8 milky white Dan, each exuding a soft and mysterious glow akin to 8 resplendent pearls. I have finally succeeded in refining top-tier Dan. Tianyun could hardly contain the excitement within him, a radiant smile blooming on his face. Amidst his exhilaration, he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. He promptly secured the elixir he had crafted and then immersed himself in the refinement of the next batch. This time, he adhered meticulously to the previous steps, carefully controlling the alchemical flames, his mind intensely focused, not daring to let any distraction disrupt his concentration. Approximately half an hour later, Tianyun successfully concocted another exquisite Dan. Gazing at this elixir, which embodied his blood, sweat, and effort, he was filled with a profound sense of joy and excitement. He realized that from this day forth, he had become a second-tier master alchemist. He would no longer need to fret over elixirs. However, he understood that alchemy was not a venture without cost. Medicinal herbs were the foundation of alchemy, and in this world, they were exceedingly precious. The sect could not provide him with herbs for free unless he could produce elixirs for them, through which he could accumulate significant contribution points. Only with sufficient contribution points could he exchange for the necessary herbs from the sect's treasury and continue his path in alchemy. Subsequently, Tianyun began to explore some special elixirs, such as poison elixirs, Dan, Dan, and explosive elixirs. These peculiar concoctions were relatively easy to craft, making them quite suitable for nefarious purposes during his travels. Chapter 42. The crafting of elixirs. That morning, sunlight cascaded over the peaks like golden silk, and Tianyun was diligently practicing his swordsmanship atop the mountain. His figure was agile, and the Xuanhuan sword in his hand shimmered with a cool radiance, every swing accompanied by the sound of rushing winds. Suddenly, the stone door of a nearby cave slowly creaked open, emitting a dull thud. A woman clad in a flowing white robe emerged gracefully, her demeanor exuding maturity and nobility, akin to an orchid in a secluded valley, radiating an air of otherworldliness. Disciples pay respects to their master. Tianyun, keenly sensing the disturbance, immediately ceased his practice and respectfully inclined his body in greeting. Yuania, have you been diligent during my retreat? Xuanhuan's gentle voice was cool, reminiscent of a mountain spring, yet carried an undeniable authority. Master, I have been diligently cultivating and have not neglected my studies in alchemy or medicine, Tianyun responded earnestly, sincerity evident in his gaze. Demonstrate your swordplay and agility. Xuanhuan's expression turned serious, her command succinct yet powerful. Yes, master. Tianyun complied respectfully, unsheathing the Xuanhuan sword without hesitation. In an instant, he moved gracefully, employing the Feng Wu movement technique, his form akin to a nimble bird flitting across the mountain. His motions flowed seamlessly, the swordplay and agility complementing each other, each move imbued with a unique charm. Observing Tianyun's adept and intricate techniques, Xuanhuan's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible admiration. She had not anticipated that after just a month of retreat, Tianyun could elevate his skills to a minor success. Such talent and dedication genuinely astonished her. After a brief moment, Tianyun sheathed his sword and respectfully approached Xuanhuan. Mediocre, but in terms of swordplay and agility, you barely pass. Xuanhuan nodded slightly, her demeanor calm, yet unable to conceal a hint of approval. She paused momentarily before continuing. Have you finished studying the alchemical and medical texts I left for you? In response to Master, I have committed all the texts to memory, and I am now capable of independently crafting the exquisite Ning-Shundan, Tianyun replied with reverence. You can concoct the exquisite Ning-Shundan? Xuanhuan's beautiful eyes briefly widened with surprise. Indeed, I am capable of crafting the exquisite Ning-Shundan, Tianyun confirmed cautiously. Very well, brew a batch for me to observe. Xuanhuan waved her hand lightly, her gaze revealing a hint of anticipation, urging Tianyun to demonstrate his alchemical skills. Yes, master. Tianyun obediently acknowledged, swiftly retrieving the alchemical furnace. He expertly began to prepare the medicinal herbs, each movement precise and fluid. Once the herbs were sorted, he adeptly activated the burning fire technique, wholly focused on the alchemical process. This young man possesses remarkable skill. He truly is a prodigy in alchemy, Xuanhuan mused silently, a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. Tianyun was intensely focused, beads of sweat gradually appearing on his forehead. After about half an hour, a beautifully crafted, exquisite Ning-Shundan was finally completed. He gently opened the alchemical furnace, and a rich aroma of the elixir wafted through the air, invigorating his senses. Seeing the elixir finally completed, Tianyun felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Throughout the alchemical process, he had felt a tinge of nervousness. Any mistake could have led to a reprimand. Indeed, it is the exquisite Ning-Shundan. However, your proficiency in the alchemical process still requires improvement. Practice more in the future, Xuanhuan assessed. Internally, she was utterly astonished. Before her retreat, Tianyun had merely been a novice alchemist, capable of crafting only low-grade chi-boosting pills. Yet in just a month, he had advanced to producing the Ning-Shundan, and with such high quality. Such an extraordinary rate of progress was truly hard to believe. I shall diligently practice in the future and will not disappoint Master's expectations. Tianyun responded respectfully, his tone resolute. The formulas I have imparted to you must not be divulged, otherwise it could invite significant trouble, Xuanhuan cautioned gravely, a trace of concern in her eyes. I understand. Tianyun nodded earnestly. In the following days, Tianyun accompanied Xuanhuan in dedicated practice, learning the art of alchemy and various medical knowledge. Unbeknownst to him, another month passed. During this time, Tianyun's cultivation experienced another surge, breaking through to the fourth layer of the Ningxin realm. His rapid advancement was largely attributed to the resources provided by Xuanhuan. Moreover, Tianyun engaged in medicinal baths daily to enhance his physical strength. The herbs used for these baths were meticulously selected by Xuanhuan, each one extraordinarily precious. Consequently, Tianyun harbored immense respect and gratitude for his master. He also silently vowed to work diligently in his cultivation to repay Xuanhuan's nurturing kindness in the future. One day, Tianyun approached Xuanhuan with a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, expressing his desire to return home. 3 months had elapsed since his arrival in this world, and he had not yet returned to Julian City. With his significant improvement in cultivation, he felt ready to venture out and revisit the Mu family. Although Tianyun was a time traveler, his soul had seamlessly merged with the original Tianyun. In a sense, they were the same person. Even his emotions were sometimes influenced by the previous Tianyun, intensifying his longing for home. Your cultivation is still too low. I have here a Shun Xing talisman and a Tian Sha talisman. They may save your life in critical moments, Xuanhuan said with concern, handing Mu Tianyun the two talismans. Thank you, master. Mu Tianyun replied respectfully, bowing earnestly, his eyes filled with gratitude. He could discern that the Shun Xing talisman and Tian Sha talisman Xuanhuan gifted him were far superior to ordinary talismans. A typical Shun Xing talisman could at most triple his speed, but this exquisite version could enhance his speed by over 5 times. The most precious item is this Tian Sha talisman, which, when affixed to one's person, can instantaneously unleash combat power that far exceeds a single great realm. However, such a defiant talisman undeniably comes with its drawbacks. It can only unleash one strike. Should this strike fail to annihilate the opponent, the wielder's strength will swiftly regress to its original level. Naturally, this item is only to be employed for survival, and Mu Tianyun would not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. I feel a bit hungry. Let us prepare a meal before departing. Xuanhuan Qingru said gracefully as she seated herself on a stone chair, a rare, gentle smile gracing her features. Please wait a moment, master. I shall attend to it at once, Mu Tianyun replied hastily as he retrieved his tools and began to focus intently on crafting medicinal dishes and delicacies. Over time, he had studied numerous recipes for medicinal cuisine, and Xuanhuan Qingru had insisted that he prepare these dishes daily. Failure to do so would result in a punishment of running 1,000 laps around the mountain peak. Consequently, Mu Tianyun had successfully been trained into a top-tier medicinal chef. After partaking in a delectable medicinal feast with Xuanhuan Qingru, Mu Tianyun departed from the mountain peak, making his way toward the gate. To his surprise, he encountered a legendary Jiuyang Shenti in such a place. Observing Mu Tianyun's retreating figure, Xuanhuan Qingru murmured to herself, her gaze revealing a hint of anticipation. Chapter 43. A violent confrontation with Hua Guang, Mu Tianyun. This time I shall see where you can run. Just as Mu Tianyun strolled leisurely from the mountain peak, a chilling and resentful voice suddenly shattered the tranquil air. A man and a woman approached him. The woman was alluringly curvaceous, her beauty striking and imbued with an air of arrogance, while the man was tall and robust, clad in the garb of an inner sect disciple, exuding an innate aura of oppression. The newcomers were none other than Ji Wuxin and Hua Guang. Little girl, have you been unruly again due to my absence? Mu Tianyun's lips curled into a smirk, a playful glint in his eyes. You dare seek death? Ji Wuxin seethed, her delicate features clouded with frost, her eyes filled with fury and murderous intent. How audacious to openly tease Miss Wuxin in my presence. Hua Guang's voice was as cold as ice, his gaze flickering with sinister intent. And who might you be? What if I tease her? Mu Tianyun retorted with a dismissive sneer. Although Hua Guang had reached the 9th layer of the concentration realm, Mu Tianyun regarded him with utter disdain. During this period, Mu Tianyun had diligently immersed himself in medicinal baths, resulting in a transformative enhancement of his physical prowess. More importantly, his agility and swordsmanship had undergone a qualitative leap, significantly amplifying his ability to challenge opponents of higher tiers. With this newfound confidence, Mu Tianyun was eager to engage in combat with the individual before him, wishing to test the veracity of his combat capabilities. You insolent wretch, I shall break your limbs today, Hua Guang bellowed, his rage palpable. Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Tianyun unleashed the Fengwu body technique, his form resembling a bolt of black lightning as he wielded an iron rod, striking fiercely at Hua Guang. His speed was unparalleled, rendering his figure almost imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving only a blurred afterimage. Hua Guang, being a top talent of the inner sect, possessed an acute sense of danger. Alarmed by the sudden attack, he instinctively raised his arm to defend himself. In Hua Guang's estimation, Mu Tianyun, a mere 4th-layer practitioner of the concentration realm, could not possibly inflict any harm upon him. With a resounding crack, a sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed through the air as Hua Guang's expression twisted in agony, a scream escaping his lips. You little bastard, I will slay you. Hua Guang's eyes burned crimson with rage as he unleashed a powerful punch toward Mu Tianyun. At that moment, he was utterly incensed. Being a distinguished genius of the inner sect, it was humiliating to be incapacitated by a mere 4th-layer practitioner. Fengwu Jiutian, Mu Tianyun called out, pushing the Fengwu body technique to its utmost limit, transforming his body into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. A thunderous crash resonated as the spot where he had stood was instantly transformed into a massive crater. Dust and debris filled the air. Where is he? Huaguang's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated Mu Tianyun's speed to be so formidable, enabling him to evade such a full-force strike in an instant. Hua, Xixiao. Be careful, Ji Wuxin exclaimed urgently, her voice laced with concern. This is bad. Hua Guang's heart tightened as a profound sense of crisis surged within him, compelling him to turn and throw a punch. However, even though his reflexes were swift, in that fleeting moment of turning, a fist the size of sandbag, accompanied by a howling wind, struck him squarely in the face. With a resounding thud, Hua Guang felt as though his nose had endured a brutal blow, blood gushing forth and staining his visage. Under the force of the punch, his body was sent careening backward, crashing heavily to the ground. You little wretch. Hua Guang trembled with rage, words caught in his throat as he choked on his own blood. At that moment, his head throbbed, his vision blurred by blood, and he found himself overwhelmed by a tumultuous blend of anger, pain, and disbelief, rendering him nearly incapable of thought. Damn it! Mu Tianyun pressed his advantage, brandishing the iron rod and charging once more at Hua Guang. As he swung the rod, Mu Tianyun appeared as a harbinger of death, each strike resonating with a fierce wind, transforming into a flurry of shadows that relentlessly battered Hua Guang's limbs. The chilling sounds of bones snapping echoed like a macabre symphony through the air. Hua Guang's face contorted with despair and terror, his cries piercing the atmosphere, reminiscent of anguished wails from the depths of hell, inducing chills in those who heard. He simply could not fathom how a mere fourth-layer practitioner could shatter the limbs of top talent from the inner sect. Mark my words from now on. Whenever you see me, keep your distance, or I shall strike you down each time. Mu Tianyun proclaimed with unrestrained arrogance, his foot pressing down firmly on Hua Guang's face, his eyes brimming with disdain and intimidation. What is going on here? The onlookers were stunned to witness Hua Guang, the once esteemed figure, being trampled beneath Mu Tianyun's foot. Is this truly Hua Guang? This is utterly absurd. When did Mu Tianyun's combat prowess become so terrifying? Passers-by exclaimed, their expressions reflecting sheer shock. Mu Tianyun, release Hua Xixiao at once. If Brother Zhou learns of this, he will not spare you. Ji Wuxin struggled to suppress her fear and fury, her cold gaze fixed on Mu Tianyun. Initially, she had intended to leverage Hua Guang's strength to teach Mu Tianyun a lesson. Yet the outcome had turned out drastically different than anticipated. You ungrateful wretch. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson. Mu Tianyun's eyes glinted with menace as he turned to stride toward Ji Wuxin. You scoundrel, what do you intend to do? Ji Wuxin instinctively retreated a few steps, a tinge of panic and alarm crossing her features. What do I intend? Why, I intend to. Mu Tianyun's lips curled into a teasing smile, his gaze carrying an intense air of predation as it fixated on Ji Wuxin's voluptuous form. Shameless scoundrel. Ji Wuxin instantly comprehended the underlying meaning of Mu Tianyun's words, her fury igniting like a wildfire. As she spoke, she raised her hand and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap towards Mu Tianyun, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Upon witnessing this, Mu Tianyun revealed a hint of a disdainful smile. In an instant, he evaded her strike, his right hand darting out like lightning to firmly grasp Ji Wuxin's wrist. With a sudden tug, he pulled her into his embrace. Let go of me, Ji Wuxin shouted in fury, raising her knee with force, aiming directly at Mu Tianyun's groin. You think you can challenge me? Mu Tianyun scoffed, swiftly clamping his legs together like a vice, rendering her attack futile. He then acted quickly, deftly pressing several acupoints on Ji Wuxin's body, sealing her cultivation with precision. As a master alchemist who had reached the level of a divine physician, he possessed an intimate understanding of the body's meridians and acupoints. Thus, immobilizing her cultivation was a mere trifle. Mu Tianyun, what on earth do you intend to do? Ji Wuxin's face exhibited a trace of panic, her heart filled with an ominous premonition. You vile woman, you have repeatedly provoked me. Could it be that you genuinely harbor feelings for me, seeking to draw my attention? An evil glint flickered in Mu Tianyun's eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand slid down from Ji Wuxin's collar. You bastard, I will kill you. Ji Wuxin trembled with rage, her exquisite face flushed with embarrassment. She had never anticipated that Mu Tianyun would dare to perform such an audacious act in public. After all, there were numerous onlookers present. How would she face them afterward? Your skin is quite nice, rather smooth as well. Remember, keep your eyes wide open. If you dare provoke me again, I will make you regret it. Mu Tianyun withdrew his hand and sniffed it, a smug and slightly lewd smile gracing his face. With that, he raised his hand and struck Ji Wuxin's face with a forceful slap, the sound echoing sharply. Before she could react, she was sent flying from the blow. Blood gushed from Ji Wuxin's mouth, and her beautiful visage quickly swelled, rendering her an utterly pitiable sight that elicited sympathy from the onlookers. Is Mu Tianyun insane? How dare he treat Ji Wuxin this way? Murmured the crowd. Indeed, Ji Wuxin was the woman favored by Zhou Yunshan, and this audacious act of public humiliation was unprecedented. At that moment, gasps of shock rippled through the crowd as they exchanged incredulous glances. Such audacity to openly demean a female disciple. A chilling reprimand suddenly pierced the air, akin to a heavy hammer striking the crowd's ears. Everyone turned in unison to see a haughty young woman in green, striding gracefully towards them. Her figure was slender, the emerald fabric billowing in a breeze like a lively green leaf, yet she emanated an aura that commanded respect. This was the core disciple, Lu Yinyan. Sister, your statement is rather misguided. Well, have I ever demeaned her? Mu Tianyun quickly defended himself, feigning innocence. He sensed the formidable strength of the green-clad maiden. Her energy restrained, yet radiating a powerful pressure, likely at least at the second level of gathering essence. Though Mu Tianyun's own power had significantly increased, he knew he would not stand a chance against her. I witnessed it with my own eyes, and you dare to argue here. Come with me to the enforcement hall. Lu Yinyun's tone was as icy as frost, her gaze imbued with an authoritative severity. Sister, your words are rather biased. As the saying goes, seeing is not necessarily believing. Please allow me to clarify, not to explain. Mu Tianyun hastily interjected, contemplating his strategy. Oh, then pray tell, why did your hand venture towards her? Lu Yinyun's voice was frigid, her eyes locked onto Mu Tianyun. The situation was this. I had a minor disagreement with this sister and inadvertently upset her. Being a kind-hearted individual, I merely intended to massage her to alleviate her distress, lest her anger harm her health. My intentions were noble, yet I was misunderstood. Mu Tianyun spoke earnestly, his expression exuding sincerity. One audacious excuse. The onlookers erupted into laughter, their gazes filled with mockery and derision. You shameless scoundrel! Who asked you to massage me? Ji Wuxin's teeth ground together in anger, her once flawless face contorted with rage, her eyes nearly ablaze. She had encountered many shameless individuals, yet none had been as brazen as this one. Why did you not say so sooner? I even used my energy to assist you with your meridians, fearing your anger would harm your health. Mu Tianyun replied with feigned exasperation. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuxin spewed another mouthful of blood, her eyes rolling back as she fainted on the spot. You truly are the epitome of shamelessness, Lu Yinyun coldly huffed, her expression turning frigid, filled with disdain and contempt. Sister, I have explained myself clearly. I acted solely out of goodwill. You cannot unjustly accuse me, Mu Tianyun retorted coolly. He was not one to instigate trouble, but neither did he shy away from it. If pressed, he would not simply endure. You insolent brat! I cannot be bothered with Ji Wuxin's affairs. Now sever a leg and apologize to Sister Zhang Yuan, and I shall spare you this once. Lu Yinyun commanded imperiously. Sever a leg and apologize? Mu Tianyun burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Lu Yinyun's expression darkened, an invisible killing intent emanating from her. Sever a leg and apologize? Are you out of your mind? Mu Tianyun smirked disdainfully, meeting Lu Yinyun's gaze with unwavering defiance. Mu Tianyun's audacity was astonishing, openly provoking Lu Yinyun, a prodigy of the second level of gathering essence and a favored disciple of Brother Bailey. The surrounding crowd buzzed with whispers, their gazes laden with scorn and derision. Chapter 45. Toying with Lu Yinyun, I initially intended to have you sever a leg, but since you were so intent on courting death, I shall take all 4 of your limbs today. Lu Yinyun's eyes glimmered with a chilling light, her voice laced with a terrifying coldness. Sister, we are all of the same sect. Is it not excessive to threaten the amputation of limbs? Mu Tianyun interjected, attempting to de-escalate the situation. Seizing a moment of inspiration, he retrieved a small wooden box from his storage bag, a broad smile gracing his face as he said, "How about this? Consider my apology. You are magnanimous, so please forgive me this once." As Lu Yinyun observed Mu Tianyun's sudden shift in demeanor, her expression softened slightly, though her tone remained frosty as she inquired, "What gift? You must know that my master is the only top-tier alchemist in the sect, and this box contains exquisite pills." Mu Tianyun, with a face full of ingratiation, remarked, "If you could kindly spare me, all these elixirs shall belong to you." Considering your somewhat acceptable attitude, all you need to do is sever one of your legs and sincerely apologize to Xuanhuan, and we shall consider this matter settled, Lu Yinyun coldly responded, a fleeting glimmer of greed flickering in her gaze. It was evident that the exquisite elixirs held great allure for her. Alas, if it requires sacrificing a leg, so be it. Senior sister, your beauty is unparalleled, and I am utterly enamored by you at first sight. Allow these gathering essence elixirs to serve as a token of my admiration, with hopes of forging a friendship with you. Mu Tianyun spoke with utmost sincerity, his eyes brimming with infatuation, as if truly captivated by Lu Yinyun's beauty. He reverently extended the wooden box towards her. However, within this box lay not the coveted gathering essence elixirs, but rather a dozen poisonous pills. Once these toxic pills were activated, chaos would ensue, enveloping the area in a thick, obscuring smoke, allowing him the opportunity to escape amidst the turmoil. Gathering essence elixirs within? Upon hearing this, Lu Yinyun's heart jolted, her eyes momentarily sparkling with delight. Such exceptional elixirs are exceedingly rare within the sect and would greatly aid her cultivation. These exquisite gathering essence elixirs were bestowed upon me by my master. Yet, as my cultivation is still at the condensation realm, they are of no use to me at present. It would be a waste to keep them, so I shall gift them to senior sister as a gesture of my regard. Mu Tianyun hastily flattered, adopting a posture of utter subservience, resembling a devoted sycophant. Since you are so perceptive, I shall overlook your previous rudeness. Now, swiftly break your leg, as junior sister Zhang awaits your apology. Lu Yinyun stated with an air of haughtiness, perceiving Mu Tianyun merely as a spineless sycophant desperate to preserve his life. By keeping him under her thumb, she would no longer need to worry about her cultivation resources, especially with Mu Tianyun's master being the sect's highest-ranking alchemist, a veritable treasure trove of resources. Thank you for your magnanimity, senior sister. As long as I can earn your forgiveness, sacrificing a leg is of little consequence to me. Mu Tianyun said, his face full of obsequiousness. I implore you to accept these exceptional gathering essence elixirs. He again reverently presented the wooden box before Lu Yinyun. Vile woman, since you are so intent on severing my leg, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Mu Tianyun thought to himself, secretly infusing the box with an invisible surge of essence power. This power would immediately trigger the toxic pills within, ensuring that once the box was opened, a cloud of poisonous smoke would erupt. Since you are so sincere, I shall accept it. Lu Yinyun, with an air of superiority, extended her hand to receive the box, her eyes glinting with avarice. Senior sister, won't you open it and see? Perhaps there are unexpected delights inside, Mu Tianyun said with a sycophantic smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinyun slowly opened the box. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, enveloping the scene in thick smoke, the acrid fumes spreading rapidly, rendering visibility nil. The surrounding trees and stones were shattered by the blast, debris scattering in all directions. You vile brat, this is not over. Lu Yinyun seethed with fury, her eyes nearly ablaze with rage. Her once resplendent green gown was now tattered and torn, and her flowing hair was singed and smoking, presenting a disheveled appearance. You wretched wench, if you wish to sever my leg, wait for your next life. Mu Tianyun sneered, taking advantage of the obscuring smoke to vanish from sight. This scoundrel is truly despicable. He appeared as a sycophant but attacked senior sister Lu with poisonous pills. The onlookers murmured in disbelief, their expressions filled with astonishment. No one expected Mu Tianyun, who had seemed so servile moments before, would resort to such treachery. Meanwhile, news of Mu Tianyun's violent confrontation with Huaguang and Ji Wuxin, as well as his mockery of Lu Yinyun, swiftly spread throughout the sect. At this moment, Mu Tianyun felt an immense sense of relief as he made his way toward the mountain gate. After his encounter with Xuanhuan, he had gained a new understanding of his own strength. He estimated that with his current abilities, he could likely contend with practitioners at the first layer of the Gathering Essence realm. However, if faced with a core disciple like Lu Yinyan, he would undoubtedly have to flee. 2 hours later, Tianyun arrived at a town on the outskirts of the Luyan mountain range. Though the town was not particularly prosperous, it was vibrant and full of life, bustling with people on the streets. Tianyun selected a fiery steed and swiftly rode toward Jueyun City. Let us wander through the mortal realm, living freely and unrestrained. Along the way, Tianyun galloped with exuberance, passionately singing, his face alight with excitement and anticipation. By day, he traveled while honing his combat skills, and when night fell, he sought out a secluded cave to recuperate and gather strength for the next day's journey. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On one particular morning, as Tianyun traversed a deep gorge, he suddenly heard the sounds of intense combat in the distance. He looked up to see a man and a woman engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Their movements were like lightning, their swords dancing with deadly precision, each strike carrying a lethal threat. The woman, clad in an exquisite pink gown that shimmered with a soft glow, resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her noble demeanor and elegant maturity, combined with her otherworldly beauty and flawless skin, created an astonishing figure that captivated all who beheld her. Her enchanting eyes, clear as a spring, seemed to draw one in, ensnaring them in their depths. The man opposing her wore a purple and gold robe, exuding an aura of malevolence. His gaze was filled with malice, and each move he made was executed with ruthless precision, radiating a chilling, murderous intent. What terrible luck! It would be wise to leave at once. Tianyun thought to himself, hastily urging his fiery steed to turn and flee from this perilous scene. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing sound sliced through the air, followed by a fierce wave of sword energy, akin to a glimmering blade of ice, rushing towards Tianyun with tremendous force. As the sword energy sliced through the air, it seemed to carve the atmosphere itself, emitting a faint hissing sound. Instantly sensing the imminent danger, Tianyun activated his agility to the fullest, moving with ghostly swiftness as he dodged to the side. With a resounding crash, akin to a thunderclap, the surrounding air trembled violently. The fiery steed was instantly cleaved in two by the relentless sword energy, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the ground in a gruesome spectacle. Although Tianyun evaded the fatal blow, he could not wholly escape the residual force of the sword energy, sending him crashing to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Upon impact, he could no longer contain himself and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Soon after, his body lay lifeless on the ground, resembling a motionless corpse. In that moment, Tianyun had several ribs fractured, and each faint breath was accompanied by excruciating pain. However, in order to ensure his own safety, he bravely endured the excruciating pain that could almost induce fainting, choosing to feign death instead. Fortunately, as a top-tier divine physician, he possessed an intimate understanding of the body's mysteries, rendering the act of entering a state of apparent death a trivial task for him. What have I done to deserve this? Tianyun felt an overwhelming surge of anger within him. He was merely passing through this place by chance, yet he had been inexplicably struck by a sword from the assailant. Despite the fury burning in his heart, he dared not move an inch. The combatants in the sky wielded immense power, their formidable aura suffocating, far beyond his current capacity to contend with. At this moment, Tianyun's only option was to continue to feign death, awaiting the conclusion of their battle. Only in this manner could he harbor a glimmer of hope for survival. Otherwise, should he be discovered, his life would be forfeit. While the two were engaged in battle, Tianyun discreetly consumed several healing pills. Subsequently, he quietly circulated his internal energy, utilizing the medicinal properties of the pills to subtly mend the grievous injuries within his body. In truth, the primary injuries he sustained were a few fractured ribs. Though the pain was unbearable, they did not pose a mortal threat. At that moment, the battle in the air had escalated to a fever pitch. Both sides exerted their utmost strength, with each move a desperate gamble for life, a dazzling array of sword techniques and supernatural abilities unfolding in rapid succession. Fortunately, Tianyun remained concealed within the grass, skillfully avoiding the repercussions of their fierce combat. Han Xinya, I advise you to surrender the Xianghua, lest you face my ruthless wrath. The voice of the man in purple was laced with venom and greed, his gaze fixated on the woman like a ravenous wolf. Yang Xuanhuan, the Xianghua is now in my possession. If you possess the ability, feel free to attempt to seize it. Han Xinya responded with an icy demeanor, her voice reminiscent of the frost in the depths of winter, exuding an aura of penetrating chill. Her sword danced continuously, the glimmering blade emanating waves of sharp sword energy. Wretched woman, since you are determined to seek death, do not blame me for being merciless. Yang Xuanhuan gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he lunged aggressively toward Han Xinya once more. In an instant, the two were once again engulfed in a fierce struggle. The sword energy rampaged through the air, the scene astonishingly intense, sending shivers down the spine of any onlooker. Unbeknownst to them, the two had been locked in battle for an entire day and night. Throughout this period, Tianyun lay as still as a lifeless corpse, motionless on the ground. He had contemplated seizing the opportunity to escape this perilous location. However, the terrifying strength of the combatants above deterred him. Should they sense his movement and harbor murderous intent, a single additional strike could spell his demise. Consequently, Tianyun opted to remain motionless on the ground, feigning death, reluctant to act rashly, even as anxiety consumed him from within. Fortunately, after an entire day of covert healing, aided by the healing pills and his internal cultivation, his injuries had markedly improved. The previously fractured bones had been silently mended through his superb medical skills, and his physical condition was gradually restoring. Before long, half a day had passed. The surrounding area bore the scars of their fierce confrontation, with once lush trees reduced to mere rubble, leaving a scene of devastation in their wake. At this moment, both Yang Xuanhuan and Han Xinya were covered in a multitude of wounds, blood gushing forth and staining their garments. Their hair was disheveled, and they appeared utterly disheveled, their former elegance entirely lost. Han Xinya, do you now feel the unbearable heat coursing through your body, a sensation of restlessness rising within? Yang Xuanhuan's lips curled into a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming with malice and satisfaction. Shameless wretch, how dare you use such insidious poison against me? Today is either your death or mine. Han Xinya's gaze was filled with determination and fury as she charged at Yang Xuanhuan once more, unhesitatingly swinging her sword. Wretched woman, you have already fallen victim to the Qi In He Huan San. Soon, you shall see how I will make you beg for mercy beneath me. Yang Xuanhuan's lips curled into a cold smirk, his eyes filled with lewdness and greed. He was well aware that in a direct confrontation, he would find it exceedingly difficult to subdue Han Xinya. Thus, he had taken advantage of her moment of inattention during the battle to surreptitiously employ the insidious Qi In He Huan San, a colorless and odorless aphrodisiac. As he evaded Yang Xuanhuan's relentless attacks, Han Xinya's anxiety mounted. She understood that if she could not swiftly eliminate Yang Xuanhuan, the consequences of the poison's onset would be dire, potentially leading her to a point of no return. You cursed beast. A cold light flickered in Han Xinya's eyes. In the next moment, her body was enveloped in an eerie crimson mist, her aura surging with newfound vigor. Madwoman, you dare to burn your vital essence. A hint of terror flashed across Yang Xuanhuan's face, as if he had encountered something dreadful. He dared not linger, turning to flee like a frightened dog. Han Xinya shouted, her voice resonating like a thunderclap. With a fierce wave of her delicate hand, her sword transformed into a torrent of sword shadows, cascading like a relentless downpour toward Yang Xuanhuan. Seeing this, Yang Xuanhuan hurriedly produced a gleaming black shield, raising it before him. However, despite the shield blocking much of the onslaught, two sword strikes found their mark, piercing Yang Xuanhuan's thigh. Wretched woman, I will fight you to the end. Yang Xuanhuan roared, his voice filled with rage and despair. He disregarded everything and began to burn his vital essence, unleashing a forbidden technique as he charged recklessly toward Han Xinya. In an instant, the two were once again embroiled in a fierce battle, the intensity and brutality surpassing their previous encounters. The air thick with the scent of blood and an atmosphere of slaughter. Chapter 47. The angry Yang Xuanhuan, after several hundred exchanges, both were battered and bruised, their strength nearly depleted. Wretched woman, you are now gravely injured. I shall see how long you can endure. Yang Shihuan's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. His eyes fixed on Han Xinya with the ferocity of a hawk. You scoundrel, even in death, I shall never allow you to triumph. An Xinya's complexion flusha. Her once flawless beauty now rendered strikingly vibrant due to the combined effects of anger and the drug. Clearly, she was on the brink of collapse. Had it been an ordinary woman, she would have likely surrendered long ago. As she spoke, she hastily retrieved a handful of detoxification pills, attempting to alleviate the effects of the aphrodisiac within her. However, the detoxification pills had minimal effect on the potent poison, merely providing temporary relief from her desires. Observing that the two had momentarily ceased their fighting, Tianyun quickly rose from the ground and cautiously began to retreat. Halt! Yang Shihuan's keen eyes instantly detected Tianyun's movement, and he reprimanded him in a low voice. Though his tone was somewhat weary, it carried an undeniable authority. Hearing this, Tianyun's heart tightened, and he could only come to a gradual stop. Turning around, he plastered a smile of servility on his face and said, Senior, I was merely passing through this place by chance. If you could show mercy and let me go, I would be most grateful. Though Tianyun longed to escape this perilous situation immediately, he dared not act recklessly, fearing that a misstep might provoke the other party, putting his life in jeopardy. After all, he was uncertain whether they still retained the power to eliminate him in an instant. The impudent brat, your life is indeed quite resilient, surviving under my sword. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yang Shihuan's eyes. Initially, he believed that a mere flick of his sword would be sufficient to dispatch this inconspicuous ant on the spot. Yet, to his surprise, the opponent not only survived, but appeared to be brimming with vitality. Senior, you are a person of great renown. Why bother to stoop to the level of a junior like me? Tianyun suppressed the anger boiling within, striving to maintain a tone of humility and deference. But an extraordinary opportunity lies before you. If you can strike that wretched woman with a single blow, this local grade manual shall be yours. The corners of Yang Shihuan's mouth lifted slightly, a hint of an enticing smile gracing his features. Senior, please do not jest with me. Her strength is formidable. How could I possibly be her match? Tianyun's countenance betrayed a hint of difficulty, yet his mind was racing with strategies. Fear not. That wretched woman is gravely injured and afflicted by spring poison. Her combat ability is severely diminished. You need only to strike her once, and I shall not only grant you a local grade cultivation technique, but also a reward of 1,000,000 gold coins. Yang Shihuan continued to persuade, his words laced with temptation. Brat, do not heed his deceitful words. This man is despicable and ruthless, renowned for his unscrupulous methods. If you are foolish enough to trust him, your fate will be dire. Han Xinya interjected urgently, her voice tinged with concern. At that moment, her internal energy was nearly depleted, and if this young man truly turned against her, she feared she would lack the strength to suppress the spring poison within her. Observing the frail state of the two, Tianyun could not help but entertain a bold and perilous thought. These two seemed to lack any fighting capacity. Should I seize this opportunity? After weighing his options, he ultimately resolved to take the risk. After all, such an alluring chance was hard to resist. Hurry and kill her, Yang Shihuan urged as he sensed Tianyun's wavering resolve. If you comply, I assure you a lifetime of riches and glory. At this moment, Yang Shihuan's own energy was nearly exhausted. He could only place his hopes on this young man. Should Tianyun attack Han Xinya, it would surely trigger the spring poison within her to erupt. In that moment, he could take the opportunity to eliminate Tianyun and reap the benefits. Seizing the Xian fruit, to hell with you. Tianyun suddenly roared, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he charged toward Yang Shihuan without hesitation. Seeking death, Yang Shihuan exclaimed, hastily raising the black shield before him. He had never anticipated that this young man would dare to launch a sudden attack, igniting the fury within him. With a thunderous crash, Tianyun felt an overwhelming force rebound against him, sending him tumbling backward for several dozen feet before he could stabilize himself. Yang Shihuan was equally affected, his body retreating like a kite with its string cut, his complexion paling to a ghostly white as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. You filthy scoundrel, perish! Tianyun bellowed as he sprang to his feet. once again swinging his sword toward Xuanhuan. After their previous exchange, he sensed that Xuanhuan was on the brink of exhaustion, with little combat prowess remaining. If he continued to fight, there was a real chance he could slay him. Success in defeating such a formidable opponent would undoubtedly grant him a wealth of precious cultivation resources, greatly benefiting his journey of advancement. Pitiful insect, you are courting death. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth in anger, enduring the pain within as he struggled to lift his sword against Tianyun. However, in his current state of injury, he quickly found himself on the defensive against the vigorous Tianyun. He had never anticipated that this mere chi-refining youth would possess such extraordinary combat ability. Initially, he thought that even in his weakened state, dealing with this young man would be a trivial task. Yet, once engaged, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. This young man was a battle monster, his strength far surpassing that of his peers. You wretched brat, you dared provoke me. Tianyun roared. Executing the exquisite Feng Wu movement technique, his Xuanhuan sword striking like a tempest, relentless and fierce. How could the Xuanhuan sword end up in the hands of this young man? Could he be the newly accepted disciple of Elder Xuanhuan? Han Xinya observed the sword in Tianyun's hand, her expression revealing surprise. Realizing this, she felt a surge of motivation and swiftly charged toward Xuanhuan. With Han Xinya's involvement, Xuanhuan found himself besieged from both sides, quickly forced into retreat. His injuries worsened by the moment. Blood flowed freely from his wounds, staining his garments crimson. You little brat, I will remember you. Do not let us cross paths again. Xuanhuan spat a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in rage. Aware that he was beyond redemption, he made a decisive escape, his body transforming into an afterimage as he employed a formidable forbidden technique to flee at great speed. Tianyun's expression darkened considerably upon witnessing this. He understood that the technique employed by his opponent was exceptionally powerful. Given his current strength, he could not hope to pursue. Chapter 48. An unfortunate encounter, brat. Who is Xuanhuan Qingru to you? Upon seeing Xuanhuan flee, Han Xinya finally exhaled a sigh of relief, her body collapsing to the ground as if all support had vanished. You know my master? Tianyun's face displayed astonishment, never expecting Han Xinya to be acquainted with Xuanhuan Qingru. Of course I know her, but this is not the time for idle chatter. Quickly take me away from here. I can barely endure any longer. A flush crept over Han Xinya's face as her gaze grew increasingly dazed. At that moment, the spring poison within her surged uncontrollably, and she was nearing her limit. Senior, please hold on a little longer. I will assist you shortly. Tianyun, seeing her condition, wasted no time in scooping her up and swiftly fleeing into the distance. However, as he embraced Han Xinya, she felt the spring poison within her erupt like a powder keg. That invisible yet overwhelming desire surged forth, battering against her rational defenses like a tidal wave. Gradually, her eyes became increasingly unfocused, her consciousness blurring as her hands began to flail uncontrollably. Hey, stop it! Tianyun felt an unusual sensation from below, his expression turning awkward. With no time to think, he hastily activated the Qingxin technique, trying to remain calm amidst the temptation. This woman possessed unfathomable strength and was acquainted with his master. He could not afford to offend her lightly. Yet, despite his strenuous efforts to restrain himself, Han Xinya had completely succumbed to madness. Her hands instinctively wrapped around Tianyun's neck, driven by an urgent primal need. In the next moment, her luscious red lips, seemingly guided by some mysterious force, slowly approached Tianyun, her warm breath tantalizingly brushing against him like a feather. Please, don't do anything reckless. Just hold on a bit longer, Tianyun urged, his voice tinged with urgency and tension. At this moment, he stood on the precipice of collapse. Before him, Han Xinya exuded an enchanting beauty that was utterly captivating, radiating an irresistible allure. Her form was tightly entwined with his, and had it not been for his unwavering resolve, he might have succumbed completely to this overwhelming temptation. Approximately 15 minutes later, Tianyun, accompanied by the nearly uncontrollable Han Xinya, arrived at a secluded cave. Calm yourself. Let me try to detoxify you, Tianyun said hastily as he retrieved a golden needle. However, before he could take further action, Han Xinya pounced on him like a ravenous tiger, pinning him to the ground. Give me. At this moment, Han Xinya had entirely lost her rationality. Her delicate, snow-white hands clawed at Tianyun with reckless abandon. Her movements imbued with a frenzied desperation. What a predicament! Don't blame me later, Tianyun thought. His gaze laced with helplessness as he felt the heat of desire ignite within him. He could see that Han Xinya was on the brink of life and death. If he did not act swiftly, her life would be forfeit. At this juncture, even if Han Xinya cooperated, he could not guarantee the expulsion of the poison. Thus, he had no choice but to place all his hopes on this unique method of attempting to save her. The prospect of whether Han Xinya would turn on him afterward was no longer within his realm of concern. In that moment, it seemed as if they were caught in an irresistible tempest, entwined in a fervent embrace. Their garments, torn asunder by this wild struggle, fell away like confetti, littering the ground. Gazing upon her exquisitely beautiful form, Tianyun felt his breath quicken, the flames of desire surging within him. It must be said, Han Xinya was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, possessing a seductive and mature charm, especially her alluring presence, which seemed to possess a magical quality. One glance was enough to ensnare the heart. In an instant, they both forgot the world around them, their hurried breaths echoing within the cave. The air was thick with a suggestive atmosphere, enveloping the entire cavern in a shroud of intimacy. A day later, the cave floor was adorned with a simple bedding, where the two lay peacefully entwined, savoring this rare moment of warmth. Sunlight streamed through the crevices of the cave entrance, casting golden rays that softened the dim surroundings. "What is your name?" Han Xinya inquired softly, her gaze fixed on Tianyun, revealing a hint of curiosity mixed with complex emotions. Tianyun, he replied, a faint smile accompanying his words. "And you?" Xinya. As her heart gradually cooled, Han Xinya fixed her piercing gaze upon Tianyun like a blade, and warned, "You would do well to keep this matter to yourself. Otherwise, no one can save you. Rest assured, I am no gossip. Such matters will remain unsaid." Tianyun responded quickly. "I've heard that Xuanhuan Qingru has taken on a new disciple. I did not expect it to be you." Han Xinya slowly broke the brief silence. "You know my master?" A glimmer of surprise flickered in Tianyun's eyes. "Of course," Han Xinya succinctly replied. "Are you also from Lian sect?" Tianyun continued to inquire. "Yes," she nodded slightly. "Now that we have come to this, if you do not mind, I can take responsibility." Tianyun mustered his courage to speak. Though this woman was no longer a maiden, her strength was unfathomable. If he could win her over, it would undoubtedly aid him on his path of cultivation. "Take responsibility for me? Surely you jest." Han Xinya chuckled softly, an enticing smile gracing her lips. Yet there was a hint of mockery and resignation within. "I am serious. Of course, if you find me unworthy, then forget I said anything," Tianyun replied earnestly, his eyes revealing a glimmer of hope. "I do not mean to belittle you. It's just that we are not suited for each other." A trace of subtle bitterness flashed in Han Xinya's eyes. "What do you mean?" Tianyun asked in confusion. "Enough questions. It is impossible for us. And you would do well to forget this matter forever." Han Xinya's tone grew increasingly cold. She then gracefully rose, donning a pristine white gown that flowed elegantly over her figure, accentuating her graceful silhouette and noble demeanor. Deep within, she felt a flicker of attraction towards this young man. Yet fate had not aligned their paths, rendering their connection a fleeting encounter. Chapter 49. Return to Jueyun City. "I understand you may have your struggles, but a woman as beautiful as you makes it difficult for me to forget," Tianyun said helplessly. "Your sweet words have no effect on me," Han Xinya replied coolly. She then retrieved 10 spirit stones from her storage and tossed them casually to Tianyun, stating, "In light of your commendable performance yesterday, consider these 10 spirit stones a reward." "Are you treating me like a duck?" Tianyun asked, baffled, feeling both exasperated and amused. "You could say that." Han Xinya smiled faintly. With that, she floated away like a celestial being, vanishing from the cave. Left alone, Tianyun reflected on this dreamlike experience. What a captivating woman, he murmured, his eyes betraying a sense of longing. It must be said, Han Xinya was like a spellbinding fairy, a stark contrast to Hua Yurong, each embodying a distinct style. Hua Yurong represented youthful beauty, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, fresh and enchanting. In contrast, Han Xinya was a mature, alluring figure, akin to rich wine, exuding a unique and irresistible charm that lingered in the mind. After tidying his clothing and thoughts, Tianyun departed the cave, resuming his journey toward Xuanhuan city. In the days that followed, Tianyun continued to cultivate while traveling, enjoying a carefree existence. Before he knew it, 10 days had passed in a flash. Through this period of training, coupled with the aid of the 10 spirit stones, Tianyun's cultivation had significantly advanced, propelling him from the 4th to the 6th layer of the condensing spirit realm. Feeling the surge of power within him, a smile of joy graced his face. That morning, Tianyun finally arrived at Xuanhuan city. Although Xuanhuan city was not particularly large, it appeared far more magnificent compared to the cities he had seen on television. Upon entering, he was greeted by rows of classical buildings, each uniquely styled, with upturned eaves and intricately carved beams. The bustling streets were alive with the comings and goings of merchants calling out their wares and distinguished cultivators weaving through the throngs. Most of the crowd consisted of ordinary people, with only a few possessing any cultivation, typically at the early stages of the refining chi realm. "Is that Tianyun? Why has he returned so suddenly?" murmured the townsfolk, their curiosity piqued. "I heard he was merely a servant disciple at Lu Yun's sect. Perhaps he has been dismissed." That could be true. A few days ago, Lu Yanran returned, and I heard she has become an inner disciple of Lu Yun's sect. With her talent, it wouldn't be surprising if the city were renamed after her. As Tianyun made his appearance in the city, he quickly became the center of attention, drawing numerous gazes and sparking a flurry of speculation among the residents and merchants alike. Unperturbed by the murmurs surrounding him, Tianyun steadily advanced towards the city lord's mansion. After a brief moment, a majestic and grand residence came into view, its intricately carved railings and ruby-red entrance exuding an aura of solemnity that reflected the extraordinary status of its master. "Young master, you have finally returned. This is Dyer." A guard, responsible for the entrance, spoke in haste as Tianyun approached the mansion's threshold, his expression fraught with anxiety. "Muing, what has transpired?" Tianyun inquired, a knot tightening in his heart, filled with bewilderment. "The eldest daughter of the Lu family has arrived with her entourage, seemingly intent on personally annulling the engagement. The city lord is currently receiving them in the reception hall," Muing replied, urgency lacing his tone, tinged with indignation. "Did my father not already facilitate the annulment?" Tianyun frowned, his voice deepening with concern. "Indeed, the city lord did assist in the annulment, but Lu Yanran, in her arrogance, believes you are unworthy of her. Thus, she insists on coming here to formally reject the engagement, clearly aiming to humiliate our Mu family," Muing expressed, his clenched fists trembling with fury. "Does she truly think me an easy target?" Tianyun's anger flared, his eyes seeming to blaze with fire. Without delay, he strode purposefully towards the reception hall of the city lord's mansion. In the opulent and elegant reception hall, the atmosphere was thick with tension, almost suffocating. Mu Lingfeng sat in the main seat, his countenance dark as a storm cloud. The senior members of the Mu family stood solemnly at either side, each bearing a semblance of concern in their gazes. In the center of the hall stood a middle-aged man, resplendently attired and exuding an air of arrogance. Lu Dafu, the head of the Lu family. Accompanying him were a man and a woman. The man, bearing a striking stature akin to a pine tree, possessed sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, radiating an innate confidence and authority, emanating a formidable presence. He was Ji Tianhao, a core disciple of the Lu Yun sect and the esteemed nephew of the sect master, Qin Lianyue. Beside him stood the aloof and graceful Lu Yanran, clad in lavish garments, her exquisite features marred by an expression of disdain. "Lu Dafu, the engagement between our families has long been dissolved. What brings you here today?" Mu Lingfeng's voice carried a suppressed fury. "With your inept son, what right does he have to annul the engagement with my daughter? Should the engagement be dissolved, it must be initiated by her." Lu Dafu retorted coldly, his tone dripping with arrogance and contempt. "Lu Dafu, have you lost your sense of propriety?" Mu Lingfeng trembled with rage, his eyes flashing with lethal intent. As the city lord, he could hardly tolerate such humiliation from a mere merchant. Had it not been for Ji Tianhao's presence, he would have struck Lu Dafu down without hesitation. "A mere city lord dares to flaunt his authority before me." Ji Tianhao scoffed, his voice resounding like a hammer throughout the hall. An invisible yet overwhelming pressure emanated from him, suffocating everyone present. Why you are a Gyuan realm expert? Mu Lingfeng's face turned ashen, a wave of deep-seated fear washing over him. He understood the terror of a Gyuan realm expert in their presence. He and the entire Mu family felt as fragile as ants. After all, his own strength barely reached the pinnacle of the Ningxuan realm. Chapter 50. Do you wish to annihilate my entire clan? I shall not deny you an opportunity. Immediately announce within the city that your son is unworthy of my disciple. Lu Yinran. Furthermore, all shops in the Eastern District must be transferred to the Lu family as compensation. If you comply, this matter will be settled. Otherwise, Ji Tianhao's demeanor was haughty. His tone as frigid as the depths of winter, laden with threat. Young master, although you are a core disciple of the Luyan sect, is it not excessive for you to meddle in the disputes of secular families? Mu Lingfeng managed to restrain his fury, his voice icy. I will meddle as I please. What will you do about it? Speak one more word, and I shall annihilate your entire clan. Ji Tianhao's eyes glinted with chilling malice, exuding an aura of imminent danger. Such bravado! I shall see just how capable you are to utter such threats against my entire clan. A voice cold as ice suddenly rang out. Mu Tianyun emerged into the reception hall, his gaze sharp as a blade, radiating an intense and formidable aura, staring unwaveringly at Ji Tianhao, devoid of fear, filled instead with provocation and disdain. Mu Tianyun. The moment Lu Yinran laid eyes on him, her expression shifted, a flicker of complex emotions and a hint of trepidation crossing her features. Yinner, why have you returned so suddenly? Mu Lingfeng's face displayed evident surprise as he instinctively pulled Mu Tianyun close, concern etched in his eyes. Father, I missed you, so I returned, Mu Tianyun replied. My child, why did you come back at this time? Mu Lingfeng's very deepened. Do not fret, father. As long as I am here, no one shall harm the Mu family. Mu Tianyun's voice resonated with conviction, his eyes shimmering with self-assurance. Boy, you are Mu Tianyun? Ji Tianhao inquired coldly, his gaze filled with disdain and scrutiny. Are you the one who seeks to annihilate my entire clan? Mu Tianyun's gaze was as piercing as a sword, fixing coldly on Ji Tianhao. He discerned that the man before him was merely at the third layer of the Gyuan realm, should they engage in combat. He held a 70% confidence in defeating him. After all, he had recently advanced 2 minor realms, breaking through from the 4th to the 6th layer of the Ningxuan realm. Moreover, his martial skills had seen significant enhancement through relentless training, making him a force to be reckoned with. Young man, for the sake of our shared affiliation, if you kneel and apologize to Yinran, publicly acknowledge your unworthiness, and compensate the Lu family with all the shops in the Eastern District, I may consider sparing you this time. Ji Tianhao's demeanor was haughty, his eyes betraying deep scorn. Dismissing Mu Tianyun entirely, and if I refuse to comply? A cold smile emerged on Mu Tianyun's face, his eyes brimming with unmasked derision. Mu Tianyun, do not overstep your bounds. My daughter is now the prized disciple of the Luyan sect's Qin Xiufeng, and this man is the sect master's nephew. I advise you to recognize the gravity of your situation, Lu Dafu boasted, his expression one of arrogant triumph, convinced of his impending victory. Old fool, when did it become your turn to speak here? Do you believe I will not end your life right now? Mu Tianyun's gaze bore into Lu Dafu, fierce and unyielding. Under the intensity of Mu Tianyun's predatory glare, Lu Dafu felt a chill run down his spine, abruptly silencing him, no longer daring to utter another word. He was merely an ordinary man devoid of any cultivation, and facing Mu Tianyun's fierce gaze, it was impossible for him to remain unperturbed. Mu Tianyun, my father is but an ordinary man. What prowess is there in bullying him? Lu Yinran stated coldly. Lu Yinran, you persist in provoking me, believing me to be pliable as clay? Mu Tianyun's eyes blazed with fury as he swung his hand, a resounding slap cutting through the air towards Lu Yinran with the swiftness of lightning. The speed of that palm strike was astonishingly swift. The fierce gust of wind it generated seemed capable of tearing through the air, and in an instant, it landed squarely on Lu Yinran's face. A crisp and resounding slap echoed throughout the hall. Before Lu Yinran could react, her body was sent flying, crashing heavily against the pillar behind her. You bastard! This isn't over. Lu Yinran's hair became disheveled in an instant, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth, leaving her looking utterly disheveled. You seek death. Upon witnessing this, Ji Tianhao's fury erupted, his figure transforming into a dark shadow as he unleashed a palm strike towards Mu Tianyun. He had not anticipated that a mere practitioner at the Ningxin realm would dare to act so recklessly before him. Such insolence felt like a direct affront to his authority. With remarkable agility, Mu Tianyun reacted swiftly, his figure flickering like a specter, and unbeknownst to him, he had already grasped the Xuanhuan sword. With a sudden and forceful swing, the sword, imbued with a chilling sword aura, sliced through the air like a silver lightning bolt, aimed directly at Ji Tianhao's wrist. Ji Tianhao's expression changed drastically, an intense sense of crisis swelling within him. His instincts warned him that Mu Tianyun's strike contained terrifying power. If he were to be struck, the consequences could be dire. In a moment of desperation, he swiftly dodged to the side. Though Ji Tianhao successfully evaded the lethal blow, the sword aura still grazed his arm, leaving a long gash that stained his sleeve with crimson. "You little wretch, I will ensure your demise today." Ji Tianhao's eyes glinted with malice as he drew his long sword, surging forward with boundless murderous intent toward Mu Tianyun. Each of his strikes was fierce and ruthless. Infused with formidable yuan power, the air filled with the sharp whistling of slicing blades. As a core disciple of the Luoyun sect, he held a significant pride. Being injured by a mere Ningxin realm practitioner was an intolerable humiliation for him, a slight he could not easily swallow. Mu Tianyun's expression remained stoic as he adeptly employed the Feng Wu body technique, evading Ji Tianhao's attacks with ghostly agility. Simultaneously, he wielded the Xuanhuan sword with increasing finesse, unleashing waves of sword energy that clashed against Ji Tianhao's strikes, erupting in brilliant displays of yuan power. Witnessing this, Mu Lingfeng's face reflected utter astonishment as he hurriedly led the Mu clan's senior members out of the hall. At that moment, he internally marveled at how, in just a few short months, his son's strength had reached such an astonishing level, a fact that left him incredulous. Chapter 51. Ji Tianhao's disgraceful retreat. At this moment, Lu Yanran's face mirrored disbelief, her eyes filled with shock and fear. She hastily took her father and fled in a flurry outside the hall. Initially, she believed that with the formidable backing of Ji Tianhao, she would smoothly extricate herself from the engagement and compel the Mu clan to relinquish the business in the eastern part of the city. Yet, she never anticipated that Mu Tianyun's strength had ascended so rapidly, engaging Ji Tianhao in a fierce battle without yielding an inch. A pang of regret surged within her. The battle between the two was exceedingly brutal. In mere moments, the hall was reduced to rubble under their fierce yuan power clashes. Walls crumbled, and furniture lay in ruins. Soon, their battleground shifted to the back garden, where they continued their fierce skirmish. They exchanged blows back and forth, each side equally matched, neither gaining an upper hand. However, as the combat raged on, Ji Tianhao's countenance grew increasingly grim, his impatience mounting. As a practitioner at the third layer of the Zhuyuan realm, to be unable to subdue a Ningxin realm practitioner was a significant blow to his pride. In stark contrast, Mu Tianyun became emboldened with every clash. His mastery of the Xuanhuan sword growing ever more proficient, relentlessly targeting Ji Tianhao's vital points, each strike imbued with formidable power and lethal threat. "You little wretch, perish!" Ji Tianhao roared, intensifying his assault, his long sword becoming a whirlwind of strikes. In a swift motion, he drew an attack talisman from his storage pouch and hurled it at Mu Tianyun without hesitation. The talisman radiated a mysterious and potent energy, clearly indicating its extraordinary power. Seeing the opponent summon an attack talisman, Mu Tianyun did not dare to underestimate it. He immediately maximized his agility, transforming into a gust of wind, his speed reaching its zenith. A thunderous explosion erupted, like a clap of thunder, as a building within the city lord's manor was blasted open, bricks and stones flying, dust swirling in the air. "You dog, unleash your remaining tricks." Mu Tianyun's eyes glimmered with a fierce and resolute light as he charged once more at Ji Tianhao, embodying an unyielding spirit. As Mu Tianyun displayed such ferocity, Ji Tianhao felt a twinge of trepidation. He had merely sought to impress a maiden, not to find himself in a life-threatening situation. After all, life is singular. He had no desire to meet his end here. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in dozens of exchanges. During this fierce contest, Mu Tianyun gradually gained the upper hand. his exquisite swordplay and indomitable spirit driving Ji Tianhao back time and again. Ji Tianhao's expression darkened further as more wounds appeared on his body, blood seeping forth and staining his garments. Yanran, we must leave. Realizing the situation was turning dire, Ji Tianhao hastily affixed a movement talisman to himself. In an instant, his form transformed into a fleeting shadow, his speed accelerating several-fold. He swiftly grasped Lu Yanran's hand, vanishing from the scene, leaving only the sound of rushing wind in their wake. Observing Ji Tianhao and Lu Yanran's hasty retreat, a shadow flickered in Mu Tianyun's eyes. Yet he ultimately chose not to pursue. Despite possessing movement talismans himself, such talismans were exceedingly precious, each hard-earned, and he was reluctant to squander them on these two individuals. Moreover, Ji Tianhao was the nephew of the sect leader Qin Xiufeng, and Lu Yanran was the sect leader's prized disciple. Without absolute strength, Mu Tianyun was hesitant to eliminate them. After all, within the sect, wanton slaughter of one's peers was a grave offense. If the sect were to discover such deeds, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Certainly, if he encountered these two in the wilderness, he would show no mercy. However, this was Juyin City, where countless witnesses had seen Lu Yanran and Ji Tianhao arrive at the city lord's manor. Should anything happen to them, all suspicion would fall upon him, plunging him into an endless quagmire of trouble. Seeing his daughter and Ji Tianhao flee in disgrace, Lu Dafu's face turned pale, standing frozen in shock. "My lord, I was momentarily foolish. I beg for your mercy." Lu Dafu's earlier arrogance evaporated, his legs buckling as he knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing in supplication. "Lu Dafu, you truly court death." Mu Tianyun's eyes glinted with a fierce light. "Young Master Tianyun, I implore you to spare my life. I am willing to offer the entirety of the Lu family's wealth just to secure my survival." Lu Dafu's voice trembled with fear and desperation. "Do you truly believe I would covet the meager wealth of your Lu family? From tomorrow onward, I do not wish to see a single member of the Lu family in Juyin City. Otherwise, there will be no mercy." Mu Tianyun's voice was as cold as the ice of winter, chilling to the bone. "We shall depart Juyin City immediately. Let us go at once." Lu Dafu hastily prostrated himself, bowing incessantly as if he were pounding garlic. "Get out of here, and remember, roll." Mu Tianyun's voice was frigid, emanating an invisible aura of menace that sent shivers down the spine of those present. Though he yearned to eliminate Lu Dafu, he ultimately restrained himself. After all, Lu Yanran remained unresolved. Should he rashly kill Lu Dafu at this moment, the Mu family would likely face her vengeance. This woman possessed considerable talent, and if she were determined to retaliate, the Mu family might not withstand her wrath. Moreover, Mu Tianyun could not remain in Juyin City indefinitely. Furthermore, Lu Dafu was merely an ordinary man, posing no significant threat to the Mu family. Whether he lived or died would not greatly impact their fate. Yes, I will leave at once." Lu Dafu trembled in fear, scrambling away from the city lord's estate. At that moment, his heart brimmed with regret. Initially, he had believed that his daughter had successfully ensnared Ji Tianhao, a golden son-in-law, and with such a formidable support, the Lu family could easily overshadow the city lord's estate. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Dafu had stormed into the city lord's estate seeking trouble. However, he had never anticipated Mu Tianyun's return, whose strength rivaled that of Ji Tianhao. This sudden turn of events left him feeling utterly despondent. Look, isn't that the head of the Lu family? Why is he rolling out of the city lord's estate? Indeed, it is him. Just a moment ago, he was parading around with servants, banging gongs and drums, declaring his intent to break off the engagement. How is it that he is now rolling out? At this moment, a crowd of curious onlookers had gathered outside the city lord's estate, observing Lu Dafu's disheveled state. Whispers and conjectures filled the air, with expressions of astonishment echoing among the gathered townsfolk. Chapter 52. The Origins of Mu Tianyun Yun'er. How is it that your strength has surged so dramatically in just a few months? Mu Lingfeng grasped Mu Tianyun's hands tightly, a smile of pride illuminating his face. "Father, you may not be aware, but my master is the foremost alchemist of the Luyun sect. Thus my cultivation speed is naturally accelerated compared to others." Mu Tianyun explained with a smile. "Excellent. It seems you are destined for greatness." Mu Lingfeng could hardly contain his joy, his face aglow with delight. The young city lord's talent is exceptional. He is indeed a blessing for our Mu family. The high-ranking officials of the city lord's estate approached, their faces adorned with smiles as they extended their congratulations, their eyes sparkling with visions of a promising future for the Mu family. Yun'er, although your power has greatly increased, you have offended Lu Yanran and that Ji Tianhao. Could this lead to trouble for you? Mu Lingfeng's smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of concern. Father, rest assured. Those two do not pose a threat to me, Mu Tianyun replied with conviction, a natural air of authority radiating from him. With his current strength, Lu Yanran and Ji Tianhao could not possibly endanger him. Were it not for the confines of Juyin City, he would have already dealt with them decisively. However, for the safety of his family and to avoid entanglement in unnecessary troubles, he had suppressed his murderous intent. He was not one to act impulsively without absolute certainty of success. After all, Ji Tianhao's aunt was the esteemed leader of the Qin Xiufeng sect. Such a formidable figure was not someone he could provoke lightly. Even if he felt fearless, he had to consider the well-being of his family. Yun'er, you have grown into a responsible adult. The support the family can provide you is ultimately limited. As you venture into the world, you must be vigilant about your safety and avoid reckless actions. Mu Lingfeng sighed softly, worry etched in his gaze. Father, I have matured and will be cautious. By the way, the family need not provide me with gold anymore, Mu Tianyun stated. How can that be? Cultivation consumes vast resources. Without the family support, how can you acquire sufficient resources on your own? Mu Lingfeng responded. Father, you need not worry. I am now capable of earning my own resources. Gold holds little significance for me now, Mu Tianyun replied earnestly. In the stages of qi refinement and spirit gathering, gold is indeed quite valuable. However, as one's cultivation advances, these mundane coins are gradually supplanted by spirit stones and elixirs. To those profound cultivators, only spirit stones and elixirs hold true value, rendering gold utterly unattractive. Subsequently, Mu Tianyun presented some elixirs to his father. Seeing the elixirs offered by Mu Tianyun, Mu Lingfeng's expression ignited with excitement. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the spirit gathering stage, mere steps away from the gathering essence stage. The only reason he had not yet broken through was the lack of supporting resources. With these elixirs, he felt confident he could soon ascend to the gathering essence stage. That evening, the city lord's estate hosted a grand celebratory banquet. The entire upper echelon of the Mu family, along with collateral relatives, attended the feast. During the festivities, family members raised their glasses to Mu Tianyun, expressing their congratulations. Over the years, some members of the Mu family had harbored grievances towards Mu Tianyun. After all, the family had invested substantial resources in his cultivation, yet his progress had stagnated without any notable improvement. Were it not for his father's status as the city lord, he might have been ruthlessly expelled from the family long ago. Now, witnessing Mu Tianyun display his extraordinary talent and strength, the higher-ups and collateral family members were filled with joy. With such a remarkable talent at the helm, the rise of the Mu family was merely a matter of time, and everyone naturally felt elated about it. Meanwhile, under Lu Dafu's lead, the Lu family departed Juiyun City in disgrace. Lu Yanran's expression was dark as storm clouds, her eyes filled with boundless hatred. After much contemplation, she ultimately resolved to relocate her family to a nearby city. As a well-established merchant family, the Lu family maintained business ties with surrounding cities, making the move feasible. Beside her, Ji Tianhao seethed with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. As a core disciple of the Luyun sect, he had been accustomed to a life of luxury and privilege, fostering an arrogant and conceited demeanor. Originally, he had believed that accompanying Lu Yanran back would allow him to showcase his grandeur before others and win her heart. However, he never anticipated that not only would he fail to impress, but he would also be humiliated, fleeing in a state of disarray and utter disgrace. Thus, his image in Lu Yanran's eyes collapsed instantaneously, plummeting to new depths. In light of this situation, Ji Tianhao's hatred for Mu Tianyun reached new heights. He believed that had it not been for Mu Tianyun's interference, his illustrious image would not have shattered, and he would have undoubtedly won the lady's affections by now. Once the Lu family was settled, Lu Yanran returned to the Luyun sect alongside Ji Tianhao. After spending a few days with his parents, Mu Tianyun embarked on his journey home. Before departing, his parents prepared numerous local specialties from Jueyun City, overflowing with their love and concern for him, stirring a warm sensation within his heart. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, struggling to survive in loneliness and hardship. Here, he experienced an unprecedented sense of paternal and maternal love, a warmth akin to the sun on a winter's day, illuminating his heart. Although Mu Tianyun longed to spend more days with his parents, relishing this rare familial bliss, he understood that the path of cultivation was akin to rowing against the current. One must either forge ahead or be swept back. To become an unparalleled powerhouse, one must possess not only an unwavering heart of a champion, but also a relentless drive for self-improvement and progress. Mu Tianyun recognized that his current cultivation level was still too low, rendering him incapable of self-protection in this merciless phase of training. Thus, he was fervently eager to enhance his prowess as swiftly as possible. To achieve this objective, remaining in Jueyun City was evidently not a wise course of action. At this moment, atop the city, a middle-aged couple stood in quiet contemplation, their gazes intently following the receding figure of Mu Tianyun. Lingfeng, our Yinner has finally grown up. Chun Jingxian sighed softly, her eyes brimming with both reluctance and pride. Indeed, Yinner harbors lofty aspirations. His future is destined to transcend this place. The path ahead must be forged by his own efforts, Mu Lingfeng remarked, a glimmer of hope reflected in his gaze. Do not fret unduly. This child, having descended from the heavens, is by no means an ordinary individual. Perhaps his future path has already been intricately designed by fate, Chun Jingxian gently reassured her husband, her eyes sparkling with tender affection. You make a valid point. Come, let us also make some plans for our lives, perhaps considering a child of our own. A radiant smile illuminated Mu Lingfeng's face. How shameless. At our age, still contemplating children. What would others think? Chun Jingxian feigned indignation, her tone laced with playful reproach. Yet, despite her words, a faint smile of joy betrayed her true feelings. We are merely in our late 30s, in the prime of life. What is laughable about having a child? Let go of such thoughts. Mu Lingfeng chuckled heartily, gently taking Chun Jingxuan's hand as they slowly departed the city tower. In truth, Mu Tianyun was not their biological son. 16 years prior, while traveling, the couple found themselves in a forest when a sudden tempest unleashed torrential rain, accompanied by thunder and lightning, plunging the world into chaos. As they hurriedly sought refuge, a mysterious rift appeared in the sky. To their astonishment, an infant, swaddled in a soft, ethereal glow, began to descend slowly. The child's descent was unhurried, as if an invisible force were cradling him. It was this very phenomenon that allowed Mu Lingfeng to catch the celestial child effortlessly. At that time, the couple had recently wed and had yet to bear children. Upon seeing this adorable baby, they felt an inexplicable sense of kinship and warmth, instantly growing fond of him. Consequently, they decided to bring the child back to Jueyun City, raising him as their own with utmost care. Chapter 53. Nine-turn spirit mushroom in the boundless expanse of the chaos divine realm. An elderly man with flowing white hair and profound eyes wielded a compass, diligently probing the void. Strange, where has that Rakshasa Taoist nun vanished to? He muttered, furrowing his brow in displeasure. Master Wuji, do you think she might have fled to the lower realm? Inquired a middle-aged man, his presence formidable and gaze sharp. That possibility cannot be dismissed. Silence. I shall continue my search, the white-haired elder commanded, resuming his probing with the compass. The onlookers exchanged solemn glances, anticipation evident on their faces. Suddenly, the compass trembled in the elder's grasp. She has indeed concealed herself in the lower realm. A glimmer of greed flickered across the elder's face. Excellent. With her location confirmed, escape is no longer an option. A woman clad in red displayed a look of excitement. Let's not waste any more time. We must hasten to that small world. With that, the white-haired elder transformed into a streak of light, racing away into the distance, followed closely by the others. In the ensuing days, Mu Tianyun fully embraced his freedom, fervently honing his skills while journeying. His curiosity about the Canglan Continent flourished, particularly regarding its myriad of fantastical beasts that piqued his interest. Simultaneously, he harbored a romantic and whimsical anticipation. Perhaps one day he might encounter a fox demon who had cultivated for a millennium or 1,000-year-old white serpent spirit, leading to a love story reminiscent of Ning Kaichen and Su Xian, an enchanting affair between human and demon. One day while traveling, Mu Tianyun traversed a gorge imbued with an air of mystery. As he approached, he detected a faint yet alluring fragrance of herbs. As an alchemist, he had acquired substantial knowledge of medicinal materials, allowing him to instantly recognize this distinctive aroma. A spark of realization ignited within him. This enigmatic valley likely harbored rare, spiritual herbs. This thought brought a smile of delight to Mu Tianyun's face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously stepped into the valley, each footfall taken with utmost care. Upon entering, Mu Tianyun's senses heightened. The silence enveloping the valley was unnaturally profound, reaching an eerie intensity. His instincts warned him that within this seemingly tranquil gorge, a powerful beast might be lurking. Only such a formidable presence could render the valley so hauntingly quiet. To ensure his safety, Mu Tianyun remained on high alert, akin to a taut bowstring, prepared for defense and retreat. His vigilant gaze swept across his surroundings, scrutinizing every minute detail. At that moment, Mu Tianyun spotted a peculiarly shaped spirit mushroom embedded in a rock face within the gorge. Nine-turned spirit mushroom. His heart raced, and a look of elation illuminated his countenance. The nine-turned spirit mushroom was a treasure of unparalleled rarity, capable of enhancing the cultivation of a practitioner in the gathering yuan realm by one minor level. Even for those in the gathering spirit realm, it could elevate them by half a minor level. This remarkable herb was worth its weight in gold, and even wealth could not guarantee its acquisition. Despite his overwhelming excitement upon discovering the nine-turned spirit mushroom, Mu Tianyun refrained from acting impulsively. His recent training alongside Xuanhuan Qingru had imparted invaluable experience. He understood that such heavenly materials were often guarded by powerful top-tier beasts. A hasty attempt to collect it could result in a devastating ambush from a hidden predator. To ensure absolute safety, Mu Tianyun meticulously observed his surroundings, leaving no potential hiding spot unexamined. After thorough scrutiny, he sensed an intense aura of danger emanating from the thicket beside the nine-turned spirit mushroom, as if a pair of murderous eyes were watching him from the shadows. After a moment's reflection, Mu Tianyun picked up several stones from the ground, channeling his inner energy into them before hurling them forcefully into the underbrush. An enraged roar erupted, shattering the stillness. The ground trembled violently as a massive figure emerged from the foliage like a bolt of black lightning. It was a colossal flame lion, merely standing there. It exuded an undeniable pressure. Its bloodshot eyes blazed like raging flames, radiating a savage, bloodthirsty light that deterred any attempts at direct confrontation. By the heavens, a flame lion! Mu Tianyun's expression shifted, instinctively retreating a few steps, his gaze fixated on the formidable beast. He discerned that this flame lion possessed formidable strength, rivaling that of a practitioner at the 4th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. However, Mu Tianyun did not choose to flee. He was acutely aware that such beasts were notoriously vicious and suspicious. Fleeing would only signal fear, provoking a fierce and lethal attack. However, if one dares to gaze unwaveringly into the eyes of the adversary, it may instill a modicum of caution in them, thus securing a glimmer of hope for oneself. In that moment, a man and a beast stood in a tense standoff, each fixated on the other, the air thickening with an invisible frost. Yet, as time languidly passed, the fiery lion refrained from launching an assault, stirring a flicker of perplexity within Mu Tianyun. Suddenly, he discerned a barely perceptible sword mark on the lioness' thigh, faintly stained with a trace of blood. This creature was, in fact, wounded. No wonder it hesitated to act recklessly. Mu Tianyun mused silently, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Under normal circumstances, the speed of the fiery lion would render escape nearly impossible. However, if the opponent were gravely injured, their mobility would be significantly compromised, altering the dynamics of the encounter entirely. "What are you staring at? Come at me." Mu Tianyun scoffed, delivering a swift kick to a small stone at his feet. The stone shot forth like an arrow, hurtling toward the fiery lion. With an enraged roar, the fiery lion swiped its massive paw, shattering the stone into dust. In the next instant, it leaped into the air like a black meteor, lunging towards Tianyun. Beast! Perish! Tianyun executed the Fengwu footwork, rising gracefully, the Xuanhuan sword gleaming with a chilling light as he swung it fiercely at the fiery lion. At that moment, Tianyun had resolved to take a daring gamble. The Xuanhuan Lingji was of paramount importance to him, seizing it could elevate his cultivation by 2 realms. Furthermore, should he succeed in slaying the fiery lion, he might acquire the Jiyuan realm elixir, an unmissable opportunity for profit. A resounding crash echoed as Tianyun was violently knocked back, akin to a kite severed from its string, stumbling several dozen paces. He felt his internal energy surge tumultuously, nearly forcing blood from his mouth. Before he could catch his breath, the fiery lion surged forward again, charging at him like a bolt of black lightning. "Do you truly believe I fear you?" Tianyun gritted his teeth, suppressing the discomfort within, and once more employed his agile footwork to engage in a dance of combat with the fiery lion. He understood that, given his current strength, a head-on clash with the fiery lion would spell certain doom. However, employing a nimble strategy to exploit the beast's injury could yield a slender chance of victory. Chapter 54. Slaying the fiery lion. Tianyun, utilizing the Fengwu footwork, appeared as a wraith, elusive and cunning amidst the fray with the fiery lion. Though the beast appeared extraordinarily fierce, each of its attacks carried an earth-shattering force. A closer observation revealed its movements were not as agile as presumed. The reason was the worsening injury to its thigh, crimson blood oozing steadily from a wound. Witnessing this, Tianyun could not suppress a feeling of triumph. He keenly deduced that this fiery lion must have sustained severe internal injuries, and that its leg had been grievously wounded. As long as he continued to maneuver cleverly, victory would inevitably be within his grasp. With a furious roar, the fiery lion unleashed an enraged bellow that resonated throughout the canyon, its massive form hurtling towards Tianyun like a bolt of black lightning. It could scarcely fathom how this seemingly pitiful human could withstand its assaults for so long. Consequently, the lion's wrath ignited, eyes blazing with a murderous intent as it surged toward Tianyun with fervor. In an instant, man and beast clashed fiercely within the deep canyon, the battle unfolding with breathtaking intensity. Dust swirled as if a sandstorm had descended, and debris flew, inducing trepidation in all who beheld. In a mere half-hour, the two had fought fiercely. Under Tianyun's relentless and crafty skirmishing, the fiery lion's strength rapidly waned, its speed diminishing with each passing moment, each lunge appearing increasingly labored. Yet, Tianyun's condition was equally dire. The prolonged, intense combat had nearly drained his stamina, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as his breath became heavy and labored. However, the fiery lion, unable to subdue Tianyun, grew increasingly agitated, losing all semblance of rationality. "Beast, your demon core shall be mine." A cold smile flitted across Tianyun's lips, his eyes filled with determination. With a slight exertion of his legs, he soared into the air like a majestic eagle, the Xuanhuan sword shimmering with a deadly frost as it descended upon the fiery lion's head. With a thunderous impact, the Xuanhuan sword struck the lion's crown, producing a jarring clang. To his astonishment, this full-force strike left not a scratch upon the fiery lion, as though he had struck an unyielding slab of iron. "I refuse to believe I cannot slay you." Unfazed, Tianyun's form flickered as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Each blade of his sword sliced through the air with fierce intent, targeting various points on the fiery lion's body. Yet, no matter how vigorously he attacked, he could not breach the lion's formidable defenses. The fiery lion possessed an exceedingly robust physique, its tough hide akin to a natural armor, rendering it impervious to his onslaught. Realizing that breaking through the defenses in a short span was futile, Tianyun swiftly adjusted his strategy, opting to persist in his agile approach, gradually wearing down the beast's stamina. He understood that once the fiery lion's strength was depleted, opportunities to penetrate its defenses would become significantly more attainable. Throughout the ongoing assault, Tianyun remained acutely vigilant, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, perpetually searching for any chinks in the fiery lion's armor. After meticulous observation, he finally spotted a subtle yet undeniable sword mark on the lion's abdomen. A glint of realization flickered in his eyes, as if he had glimpsed a ray of hope in the darkness. Without hesitation, he employed his footwork, launching a fierce assault toward the lion's belly. Cognizant that the key to breaching the fiery lion's defenses lay in targeting its wounds, Tianyun pressed forward. The fiery lion, though a beast, was astute. In an instant, it recognized Tianyun's intent, promptly shielding its injured area with its massive paw, forming a barrier against the impending strike. Do you think protecting your abdomen renders you invulnerable? Tianyun scoffed, a sly glint in his eyes. He swiftly altered his sword technique, directing a ferocious slash at the fiery lion's injured right leg. The sword, infused with Tianyun's wrath and resolve, struck the lion's wounded leg with tremendous force. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering the ground and permeating the air with a pungent scent of iron. With a roar that bordered on madness, the fiery lion howled, its voice reverberating through the canyon as it launched a frenzied assault on Tianyun, each strike imbued with a desperate ferocity. Under the exquisite enhancement of Fengwu Shenfa, Tianyun's attacks flowed with remarkable fluidity, akin to the effortless drift of clouds and water. His movements were agile, each strike aimed precisely at the vital points of the flame lion, leaving no opportunity for the beast to catch its breath. Suddenly, Tianyun concentrated all his strength, unleashing an exceptionally fierce sword chi. The sword chi struck like an indomitable blade directly at the flame lion's vital area. A pained, anguished roar erupted from the flame lion, echoing throughout the canyon and sending chills down one's spine. Its body collapsed like a landslide, trembling uncontrollably, its once bloodthirsty and ferocious eyes now wide open, filled with despair and unwillingness. Tianyun, recognizing this golden opportunity, swiftly pressed the attack, delivering another decisive strike. This blow, imbued with the force of a breaking bamboo, landed heavily on the flame lion's abdomen. The creature emitted another furious roar, yet this time it was laced with profound exhaustion. Subsequently, it fell heavily to the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability, its life force gradually dissipating. However, Tianyun dared not let his guard down. He understood the ferocity of the flame lion and feared it might still possess the strength to retaliate. Thus, he continued to unleash a relentless barrage of attacks. Each sword strike steady, precise, and ruthless, targeting its vital points. In less than a moment, the flame lion finally ceased to breathe, its massive body lying still on the ground, devoid of any movement. Finally, it was over. Tianyun let out a long sigh of relief, his taut nerves instantly relaxing as he sank to the ground, panting heavily. After a brief moment, he summoned the strength to stand, moving swiftly to collect the inner core from the flame lion. This inner core radiated a gentle glow, harboring immense energy. Following this, he hastened to the cliffside, carefully plucking the invaluable Xuanhuan Lingji. At that moment, a smile of satisfaction graced his face. Chapter 55. The Enchanting Maiden Su Xiao Brother by Li. The flame lion is right inside. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps shattered the tranquility of the canyon. Two men were seen hastily approaching, quickly appearing before Tianyun. The leading man was slender, dressed in the distinctive robes of a core disciple of the Luyun sect, his garments fluttering elegantly in the breeze. The man behind him possessed strikingly handsome features, clad in a purple long robe, wearing a crown crafted from smooth jade, exuding an innate nobility. Upon seeing the flame lion lying on the ground, astonishment flickered in their eyes. "Kid, did you really slay this flame lion?" The slender man spoke first, his gaze sharp as an eagle, filled with skepticism and scrutiny. "This flame lion was indeed slain by me," Tianyun replied, furrowing his brow slightly as an ominous premonition welled up within him. Yet he clasped his fists in a respectful gesture. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. These two individuals possessed unfathomable strength, their restrained auras emanating a formidable pressure. If they sought to seize his spoils, given his current state, he had no hope of retaining the Xuanhuan Lingji. "You are a disciple of the Luyun sect?" The slender man's expression displayed a hint of surprise. "I am a disciple of the inner sect of Luyun. Here is my identity token." Tianyun quickly responded, retrieving his identity token from his storage pouch. At this juncture, he could only hope that, as fellow sect members, they would refrain from taking what was rightfully his. "Junior brother, this flame lion was actually injured by me a few days ago. With your strength, it would have been impossible for you to slay it. Hand over the Xuanhuan Lingji and the inner core, and I shall grant you the carcass of this flame lion, the slender man asserted with an air of unyielding arrogance. Brother, the treasures of heaven and earth are inherently ownerless. They are to be claimed by the fortunate. Since you failed to acquire them the other day, it merely proves your lack of affinity, Tianyun retorted, striving to suppress his rising anger, maintaining a calm tone. The Xuanhuan Lingji and the inner core of the flame lion were hard-won treasures, a price he was unwilling to pay lightly. Kid, I demand the Xuanhuan Lingji and the inner core of the flame lion. Consider the 200,000 gold coins as compensation for your troubles. Hurry and hand over the items. Li Jianshan's voice was cold as ice, his tone carrying an imperious authority that brooked no dissent. Just 200,000 gold coins for the Xuanhuan Lingji and the inner core? This is nothing short of blatant robbery. Tianyun felt an overwhelming surge of wrath. Despite his internal fury, he dared not show any sign of dissatisfaction outwardly. He understood that if he failed to recognize the situation, this desolate expanse could very well become his burial ground. After all, this secluded area was rarely frequented by others, should they choose to resort to violence. No one would be the wiser. Since you wish to, Tianyun began, but his words were abruptly interrupted by a melodious voice, crisp and enchanting like a nightingale. Brother Bai Li, your blatant attempt to seize another's possessions could tarnish your reputation if word gets out. Hearing this, Tianyun turned towards the source of the voice. There stood a mesmerizing young woman, her alluring figure reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. Her skin was as white as jade, radiating a soft glow, and her exquisitely delicate features were graced with a youthful charm. She possessed an enviable physique, her voluptuous form creating a striking visual impact. It's her. Upon recognizing the beautiful maiden, Tianyun felt as though 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. This enchanting young woman was none other than the one he had encountered at the lake in Luyan Mountain. At that moment, he felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead, vividly recalling how, in his panic after falling into the water, he had inadvertently grasped her chest. The thought of this incident filled him with helplessness and annoyance. Junior sister Xiao, you seem to misunderstand. I had no intention of robbing his possessions. Bai Li Jiangshan nastili clarifia, forcing astrainat smila. Brother Bai Li, the Xuanhuan Lingji and the inner core of the flame lion are invaluable treasures. To offer merely 200,000 gold coins for them is equivalent to outright theft, Su Xiao remarked with a charming expression. Junior sister Xiao, I was merely jesting with this junior brother. How could I only offer 200,000 gold coins for such precious treasures? Bai Li Jianshan quickly laughed, attempting to salvage his image, though his smile appeared rather forced. Junior brother, I didn't expect to see you again so soon, Su Xiao said, her beautiful eyes glancing over Tianyun, her gaze imbued with a hint of playful cunning. Ahem, long time no see, Tianyun awkwardly replied. Junior sister Xiao, you actually know this junior brother? Bai Li Jianshan expressed surprise. We've met once before, Su Xiao replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. This junior brother, considering the favor of Xiao, if you obediently surrender the Xuanhuan Lingji and the inner Dan of the flame lion, I shall not only offer you 200,000 gold coins, but also bestow upon you an additional 20 high-grade Ning Shen Dan. What say you? Bai Li Jian Chun spoke again, his piercing gaze cutting through the air like two sharp swords, revealing a hint of menace. How dare you not seize this opportunity? Xuanhuan inwardly cursed. At his current level of cultivation, gold coins held little value for him. Moreover, those 20 high-grade Ning Shen Dan were utterly unappealing. As he was already a master alchemist, why would he forego his own superior Ning Shen Dan for something lesser, unless he were truly deranged? Although Tianyun felt immense dissatisfaction towards Bai Li Jianshan's behavior, he dared not display even a trace of discontent on his face. Just as he was about to reluctantly acquiesce, Su Xiao quietly conveyed through a voice transmission, "Young man, do not agree to him. As long as you resolutely refuse to sell, I assure you that you will come to no harm. Are you certain you can guarantee my safety?" Tianyun's heart stirred, and he quickly returned a voice transmission, his tone laced with doubt. Nonsense. Su Xiao coldly replied. Young man, Bai Li Xiang is inquiring about you. The slender man shot a cold glare at Tianyun, impatience filling his eyes. Chapter 56, He is my man. This senior brother, These two items were obtained at the cost of my life. No matter how much you offer, I cannot sell them. Mu Tianyun replied with a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Though he felt some trepidation, he strived to maintain his composure. Repeat that. The slender man's expression darkened to an extreme, a chilling, killing intent radiating from his gaze. Fool, I will not sell. Are your ears deaf? Mu Tianyun retorted coldly. At that moment, he was thoroughly enraged. With Su Xiao as protection, he no longer cared about sparing the other's face. You seek death, the slender man bellowed, swinging his hand to deliver a slap that shot towards Mu Tianyun like a bolt of black lightning. The speed of this slap was astonishing, producing a piercing sound as if the very air were being torn apart. Just as the situation became critical, a graceful figure, akin to a stream of white light, instantly positioned herself in front of Mu Tianyun. With a gentle wave of her jade-like hand, a seemingly soft motion contained immense power, effortlessly neutralizing the fierce attack. Gao Jingling. As a core disciple, how dare you publicly oppress a fellow junior brother? Are you not afraid of losing face? Su Xiao said coldly. Su Sihi. This flame lion was originally injured by me. Otherwise, how could he, with such limited cultivation, possibly defeat it? Gao Jingling, furious, blushed as he attempted to defend himself. Since you had the ability to injure the flame lion, why did you not take its inner Dan and Jiu Zhuanlingji at that time? Su Xiao retorted mercilessly, her sharp words striking at the heart of the matter. I was also injured at the time, which is why I had to seek help from Bai Li Shi Xiao. Gao Jingling gritted his teeth in frustration. Then it is settled. Since you lack the capability to ultimately slay the flame lion, these treasures are naturally irrelevant to you. Su Xiao stated coldly, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. Hearing this, though Gao Jingling felt 1,000 grievances, he dared not voice them further. After all, Su Xiao was the sect's holy maiden, of unparalleled status, far beyond his reach. Young man, are you certain you will not sell? Bai Li Jianshun's voice grew increasingly frigid, his piercing gaze locking onto Mu Tianyun like a tangible blade. This senior brother, I have made my refusal clear. Do you truly intend to rob a fellow disciple of his treasures? Mu Tianyun responded coldly. Since Su Xiao had already promised to protect him, he certainly would not relinquish those two precious items. While it might offend Bai Li Jianshun, these treasures were far too valuable, especially the Jiu Zhuanlingji, which could elevate his cultivation by 2 minor realms. To part with it so easily would be utterly unacceptable. Do you know what consequences you will face for refusing this holy son's request? A flicker of chilling malice passed through Bai Li Jianshun's eyes, akin to a glimmer from the depths of hell. Following that, an invisible yet formidable pressure surged forth from him like a tidal wave. Under this oppressive force, Mu Tianyun felt as though a massive mountain had been placed upon him, his legs nearly buckling under the weight. Bai Li Shi Xiao, as the holy son of the sect, such coercive tactics may tarnish your reputation should word get out, and they do not align with your esteemed identity. Su Xiao waved her hand, a gentle yet resilient force instantly countering the pressure emanating from Bai Li Jianshun. Xiao Shimi, I do not wish to engage in conflict with you. Step aside immediately. Bai Li Jianshun's expression grew increasingly grim. If it were any other matter, he might have relented out of respect for Su Xiao. However, the Jiu Zhuanlingji was of utmost importance to him, crucial for his advancement to the gathering spirit realm. He was determined to acquire it today, no matter the cost. Bai Li Shi Xiao, you hold the esteemed title of Holy Son. It is quite shameful to oppress a fellow junior brother. Should this become known, it could damage your standing within the sect. Su Xiao's gaze was icy, her tone dripping with unmistakable sarcasm. Bai Li Qianqin ignored Su Yao, fixing his cold stare on Mu Tianyun. Young man, I give you one final opportunity. Surrender the Jiu Zhuanlingji at once, or do not blame me for my ruthless methods. It is truly a pity that our Lu Yun sect has such a holy son as you, wielding great power, yet stooping to threaten a mere novice in the Ningxin realm. Do you truly believe this grants you prestige? Mu Tianyun scoffed, his gaze unwavering, coldly meeting Bai Li Jianshun's eyes. It is said that even a clay figurine possesses some spirit. Driven to this point, Mu Tianyun resolved not to retreat any longer. However, he was not reckless. Were it not for Su Xiao standing by his side, he would not have dared to openly provoke Bai Li Jianshun. What an arrogant young man. Which peak do you belong to? Bai Li Jianshun's voice was as cold as ice, sending shivers down one's spine. Had Su Xiao not been in front of him, he would have long since struck down this insolent youth. Fool, why should I divulge that to you? Tianyun smirked slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips, his eyes filled with derision. Seeking death, Bai Li Jianshun's fury ignited, and he shouted, striking out with a palm aimed squarely at Tianyun. The speed of the strike was blinding, like a bolt of black lightning, carrying a force that could topple mountains, chilling to the bone. In that moment, he was thoroughly enraged. As the holy son of the sect, no one had ever dared to provoke him like this. Bai Li Jianshen, do you possess so little tolerance as the holy son? Su Xiao mocked, her jade-like hand suddenly sweeping forward to meet Bai Li Jianshen's attack with a powerful counterstrike. A tremendous sound echoed through the canyon, shaking the surrounding air. Su Xiao involuntarily staggered back 3 steps, each step leaving a deep imprint in the ground. Yet Bai Li Jianshen stood firm like an unyielding mountain, unmoved. Xiao Shimi, how could you engage in combat with me for this boy? What is your relationship with him? Bai Li Jianshen's gaze was as frigid as frost, filled with confusion and inquiry. He is my man. If you dare to lay a hand on him again, do not blame me for being impolite. Su Xiao's tone was unwaveringly resolute. Su Xiao, even if you wish to reject me, there is no need to casually find a useless fool to act as a shield. Right? Bai Li Jianshen's words dripped with disdain and disbelief. He had no faith in Su Xiao's assertion. After all, within the sect, every move of Su Xiao was under his close watch. Whenever any man approached her, he would receive news instantaneously. Thus, in his view, Su Xiao merely wished to use this boy before her as a pawn to extricate herself from his entanglement. Chapter 57. The furious Bai Li Jianshen, you are the useless one. Your entire family is comprised of fools. Tianyun, unable to contain his rage, erupted with a barrage of insults. Has this boy lost his mind? Su Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. She never imagined that Tianyun, a mere inner-sect disciple, would dare to openly curse Bai Li Jianshen. It is worth noting that Bai Li Jianshen was the son of the sect leader, destined to potentially inherit the position of the Luyun sect's leader, enjoying unparalleled prestige within the sect. You little bastard, even if the king of heaven were here today, he could not save you. Bai Li Jianshen's fury reached a boiling point. In an instant, he became a streak of black lightning, charging towards Tianyun. Bai Li Jianshen. Stop! Su Xiao's voice rang out, her figure shimmering like an elegant flow of light as she firmly positioned herself in front of Tianyun once more. Su Xiao, step aside, or do not blame this holy son for being merciless. Bai Li Jianshen's eyes glinted with a cold light, emanating an invisible aura of murderous intent. If you wish for me to step aside, let us see if you possess the capability to make me. Su Xiao retorted with a cold huff. If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. Bai Li Jianshen let out a low roar, his body transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards Tianyun once more. Oomph! Su Xiao, unwilling to back down, struck out her palm to meet his attack. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle, the scene remarkably spectacular. You little brat, plapava to die. Seeing this, Gao Jingling's eyes flashed with a fierce glint as he pounced towards Tianyun without hesitation. You dog, do you really think I am afraid of you? Tianyun roared, pressing the Tian Sha talisman, gifted to him by Xuanhuan Qingru, onto his body. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from him. In the face of Tianyun's sudden surge, Gao Jingling's face revealed a look of shock and disbelief. At this moment, it was clear that attempting to evade was futile. He could only muster all his strength to meet the impending attack head-on. Boom! The two powerful forces collided, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Gao Jingling felt an overwhelming force surge through him, like a lightning strike, crashing into his body. Puffed. Gao Jingling spat out a mouthful of blood, his body uncontrollably flung backward, crashing heavily against a nearby ancient tree. How is this possible? Gao Jingling's face turned as pale as a sheet, his eyes filled with profound disbelief. He could never have imagined that Tianyun concealed such a high-level talisman. It is known that ordinary talismans, even if they can temporarily enhance power, can only elevate 1 or 2 minor realms. However, the talisman in Tianyun's possession directly propelled him by an entire major realm, far beyond his expectations. You dog, I will ensure you are left in tatters today. Tianyun bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. He leaped into the air like a ferocious leopard, charging once more at Gao Jingling. However, just as he leaped, the surging Yuan force within him suddenly vanished without a trace. What the hell? Realizing the state of his body, Tianyun felt a wave of frustration. At this moment, he was already airborne, and retreating was clearly too late. In desperation, Tianyun forced himself to maintain a fierce demeanor, hoping to intimidate Gao Jingling. Gao Jingling, witnessing this, was struck with panic, hastily pulling out a Shun Xing talisman and affixing it to himself. Instantly, his body transformed into a blurred afterimage, swiftly fleeing into the distance. Tianyun's earlier attack had severely wounded him, and now he was utterly terrified, opting to escape decisively. That was terrifying. Observing Gao Jingling's frenzied retreat, Tianyun finally exhaled in relief, a hint of gratitude gracing his expression. After battling the fiery lion, his Yuan force had already been nearly exhausted. With the Tiansha talisman's power now dissipated, his physical condition was dire, and he could hardly contend with Gao Jingling. Fortunately, the latter chose to flee. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. After all, despite being injured, Gao Jingling was still a practitioner of the fourth layer of gathering Yuan, a force far beyond Tianyun's capacity to withstand. Useless. Li Jinshan's expression darkened to an extreme upon witnessing Gao Jingling's pitiable state. In a flash, he evaded Su Xiao's attack like a specter, heading straight for Tianyun. You dog, just wait. Tianyun gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain within, and swiftly applied the Shun Xing talisman given to him by Xuanhuan Qingru. In an instant, his body transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the valley's exit, leaving only a faint afterimage behind. At this moment, he was utterly disheartened. The two talismans gifted by Li Qingru were worth their weight in gold, serving as his life-saving trump cards. To have used two at once was undoubtedly a heavy blow for Tianyun. You little brat, you cannot escape. Li Jinshan's entire being radiated a hellish aura, his eyes ignited with flames of fury. He quickened his pace, resembling a frenzied beast, swiftly pursuing Tianyun. Su Xiao furrowed her brows tightly, promptly employing her skills to hasten her pursuit. During the chase, she continuously launched attacks at Li Jinshan, attempting to hinder his relentless pursuit of Tianyun. Faced with Su Xiao's relentless entanglement, Li Jinshan was compelled to divide his focus to fend off her strikes. Thus, the two engaged in another fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. Meanwhile, Tianyun took advantage of their battle to rapidly vanish into the dense forest. Upon witnessing Tianyun's successful escape, Su Xiao's figure flickered, akin to a graceful swallow, quickly darting away into the distance. Wretched woman, wait for me. One day, this holy sun shall make you regret your actions. Li Jinshan's eyes burned with a fierce murderous intent. Li Shishong. At this moment, the previously fleeing Gao Jingling returned to Li Jinshan's side, his face etched with terror and guilt. Useless. Li Jianxing glutted furiously, raising his hand to deliver a powerful slap, infused with immense strength, directly striking Gao Jingling's face. Slap! The sound echoed sharply. Gao Jingling had no time to react, being sent spinning several times from the force, left dazed and disoriented. Chapter 58. Escape to freedom, damn you little bastard. Do not let this holy sun encounter you again. Li Jinshan ground his teeth, his eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty light. At this moment, the fury within him burned with an intensity that was beyond measure. The 9-turn spiritual mushroom was of vital importance to him, crucial for his potential breakthrough to the gathering spirit realm. Yet now, an inner sect disciple, seemingly emerging from nowhere, had audaciously absconded with a 9-turn spirit mushroom right beneath his nose. What was most unbearable for Li Jinshan was the public proclamation by Su Xiao, the woman he had pursued for so long, declaring this disciple to be her man. This revelation struck him like a resounding slap to the face. Tianyun ran frantically, covering over 100 li, until he finally discovered a secluded cave where he exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, covered in wounds, his internal energy nearly depleted, and his complexion as pale as paper, exuding an aura of profound weakness. You scoundrel! Once my cultivation rises, I will make you pay dearly. Tianyun's eyes glinted with a fierce light. Although he had lost 2 life-saving talismans in this encounter, fortune smiled upon him as he acquired a 9-turn spirit mushroom and a fiery lion's inner Dan, a delightful surprise indeed. With these 2 extraordinary treasures, he could elevate his cultivation by 3 minor realms, breaking through to the 9th layer of the spirit consolidation realm. Upon reaching this level of power, his combat prowess would soar, allowing him to rival those in the 6th layer of the gathering essence realm. Thus, his safety would be significantly assured, enabling him to escape with speed even when confronted by Li Jianshun. Tianyun sat, gasping for breath. Once he regained some strength, he set up defensive traps at the cave entrance. Soon after, he sat cross-legged, regulating his breath and focused intently on healing his injuries. With the aid of healing elixirs, his wounds healed at an observable pace. Each healing pill was imbued with potent medicinal essence, nourishing his damaged meridians and internal organs like a refreshing spring. Before long, the pallor of his face began to regain a hint of color, and the pain in his body gradually subsided. Once his injuries were mended, Tianyun wasted no time in producing the fiery lion's inner Dan. This inner Dan resembled a radiant pearl, emanating a warm and gentle aura, concealing within it an exceptionally pure energy. Tianyun took a deep breath, calming his mind to stillness, and placed the fiery lion's inner Dan in the palm of his hand. He activated the 9-yang god-slaying technique, beginning the meticulous process of refining this inner Dan. Initially, the inner Dan resisted fiercely, akin to a wild and untamed beast, violently pushing against his attempts at refinement. The pure energy rampaged within him, striving to break free from his grasp. Yet Tianyun did not waver. Instead, he harnessed his indomitable will and persisted in the refinement. As time progressed, he gradually discerned the rhythm of the inner Dan, mastering the method of its refinement. Bit by bit, he absorbed the energy contained within the inner Dan into his body. Approximately 2 hours later, Tianyun sensed a remarkable transformation within him. The spiritual energy in his body surged, and his dantian and meridians expanded, accommodating more energy. At this moment, Tianyun channeled his technique, converting the continuously influxing energy into elemental force along specific pathways. This process demanded utmost focus and patience. Every strand of energy's transformation was crucial to his cultivation's enhancement. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Tianyun finally encountered the barrier of the 7th layer of the spirit consolidation realm. This barrier stood like an invisible wall separating him from higher realms. He dared not slacken his efforts and intensified the operation of his technique, gathering all his elemental force into a single point, akin to a torrent of water striving to break through this obstruction. However, regardless of his efforts, the barrier remained steadfast, as unyielding as a mountain, showing no signs of yielding. Undeterred, Tianyun concentrated all his spirit, amassing his elemental force at this point, akin to 1,000 soldiers preparing for a final charge. Once, twice, thrice, after countless attempts, the seemingly indestructible barrier finally exhibited a hint of give. In an instant, the barrier burst asunder like a dam giving way, and a terrifying surge of elemental force flooded into his body, causing his aura to explode forth. At that moment, he successfully broke through to the 7th layer of the spirit consolidation realm. Feeling the torrential power coursing through him, Tianyun's heart brimmed with elation. This was the joy of achieving success after enduring hardship, akin to finally glimpsing dawn after long wandering in darkness. Yet Tianyun understood that he could not afford to relax. A more daunting challenge awaited him, refining the 9-turn spirit mushroom. After a brief respite, he retrieved the 9-turn spirit mushroom. The moment it emerged, the cave filled with a rich and fragrant medicinal aroma, a scent so enchanting it invigorated his spirit. He activated his technique once more, cautiously placing the 9-turn spirit mushroom into his mouth and chewing slowly. As the mushroom was gradually consumed, a powerful and gentle medicinal force spread through him like a flood breaking through a dam. This medicinal potency surpassed that of the fiery lion's inner Dan, more profound and potent, akin to an abyss brimming with untold treasures awaiting his exploration. Tianyun remained vigilant, focusing intently on guiding the medicinal force as it coursed through his meridians toward his dantian. However, the potency of the nine-turn spirit mushroom was overwhelmingly strong, akin to a runaway stallion, darting uncontrollably in all directions as it flowed toward his dantian. Tianyun felt as though a raging inferno had ignited within him, his organs at the brink of being consumed by this scorching medicinal force. The agony was akin to 1,000 needles piercing his body, pushing him to the brink of collapse. "Stay calm. I must remain calm," he repeatedly admonished himself, striving to maintain inner tranquility. He concentrated his spirit, once more condensing his elemental force to engage in a fierce struggle against the uncontrollable medicinal power. His consciousness became a commander on the battlefield, directing his elemental force in a breathtaking contest against the medicinal potency. After a fierce confrontation, Tianyun, relying on his tenacity and mastery of techniques, successfully guided the medicinal force into his dantian. As the medicinal energy coalesced within his dantian, he could distinctly feel it expanding, becoming ever more robust and solid. He continued to direct the medicinal force, allowing it to circulate within him, continually enhancing his body and meridians. With each cycle, his physique grew stronger, and his meridians more resilient. Chapter 59. Xuanhuan's provocation time passed unnoticed as Tianyun immersed himself in the refinement of the nine-turn spirit mushroom. Finally, after an extended period of effort, he completely refined the medicinal potency of the nine-turn spirit mushroom, successfully breaking through to the ninth layer of the spirit consolidation realm. In an instant, a powerful and restrained aura emanated from him. He slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within, his face radiant with confidence and determination. At this moment, Tianyun had undergone a profound transformation. Every gesture exuded an air of confidence, as though he had been reborn. Subsequently, Tianyun resolutely departed the cave, embarking on the path to Lu Yun's home. Along the way, he seized the opportunity to practice the Phoenix dance technique while hastening his journey. As his strength continued to grow, he increasingly perceived the subtle intricacies of the Phoenix dance technique. Not only could he execute this technique with greater finesse, but he also began to faintly sense the presence of wind elemental power. When aided by a favorable wind, his speed would increase dramatically, akin to a bird soaring effortlessly on the breeze. Even against the headwinds, he adeptly harnessed the power of the wind attribute, minimizing resistance to an extraordinary level, propelling his speed far beyond that of practitioners of the same realm. Naturally, he did not neglect his training in the Xuanhuan sword art. He was acutely aware that in this world where strength reigns supreme, only through relentless enhancement of his own abilities could he carve a path through thorns and secure an invincible position in the future. Unbeknownst to him, half a month had slipped by. After enduring such rigorous trials, Tianyun's foundational cultivation grew increasingly solid. Furthermore, his mastery of both swordplay and movement techniques reached new heights, every strike and maneuver becoming ever more fluid. Simultaneously, Tianyun also delved into several exquisite boxing and palm techniques. Through his diligent study, these martial arts gradually integrated into his combat system, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of his prowess. Tianyun speculated that if one day he could cultivate these techniques to perfection, his combat capabilities would undergo a significant enhancement, perhaps even enabling him to challenge opponents of a higher realm. On this day, Tianyun finally returned to the Luoyuan sect. The familiar mountain gate and the towering pavilions stirred within him a wave of distinct emotions. Before his departure, his cultivation was merely at the fourth layer of the Ningshun realm. Now, in just over a month, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the Ningshun realm. Tianyun, let's see where you can run to this time. Suddenly, a cold and piercing voice, akin to frost, rang out sharply. Following the sound, Tianyun turned to see two men and two women approaching. The foremost man exuded an air of grandeur, as resplendent as the stars. Clad in a light purple robe, his long hair stood upright, the ribbon binding it flowing in the wind, adding to his nonchalant demeanor. His gaze radiated an innate pride and confidence. This individual was none other than the foremost prodigy of Tiandao Peak, Xuanhuan. Closely following him were the sisters Ji Wuxin and Ji Wuqing. their graceful figures and exquisite features reminiscent of blooming flowers in spring, exuding an enchanting charm. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan, who had previously suffered a severe beating at the hands of Tianyun, trailed behind them like a lackey. It turned out the group had just exited the herb hall, merrily wandering through the sect until they unexpectedly encountered Tianyun. "Why are you staring at me so intently? Could it be that your heart is fluttering again?" A hint of mockery danced upon Tianyun's lips, his expression tinged with irreverence. His gaze inadvertently flickered over the chests of the G sisters, provoking an immediate reaction of clenched teeth from them. "You little brat, how dare you act so audaciously in front of senior brother Zhou?" Xuanhuan leapt forward, pointing at Tianyun and shouting loudly, "What right do you have to speak here?" Tianyun retorted coldly, a glint of icy malice flickering in his eyes. With a swift motion, he struck Xuanhuan's face with a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed in the air, and before Xuanhuan could react, he was sent flying, crashing heavily against a nearby wall with a dull thud. In an instant, his cheeks swelled painfully, resembling dough rising, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, rendering him a pitiable sight. "How could this be? You have actually broken through to the 9th layer of the Ningxun realm." Ji Wuqing's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across her face. She vividly recalled that when she first met Tianyun, his strength was merely at the 9th layer of the refining Qi realm. Yet now, in just 3 months, Tianyun had astonishingly ascended to the 9th layer of the Ningxun realm, an upgrade of such magnitude that it defied her imagination. What is so astonishing about it? I am an unrivaled prodigy. Rapid cultivation is entirely normal for me. Tianyun raised his chin slightly, his tone laced with playful provocation. "You two sisters possess quite the charm, should you wish to become my concubines. Perhaps your families could bask in my glory when I ascend to become the strongest in the Canglan Continent." Goodness, this fellow is exceedingly arrogant. Several passing disciples, drawn by the commotion, paused to observe. "Such a brazen lad, daring to flirt with the women beside me. It seems you truly seek death." Xuanhuan's face darkened, an aura of chilling wrath emanating from him, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. "I did flirt. What of it? What do you do to me?" A sneer curled on Tianyun's lips, his gaze brimming with defiance. He discerned that Xuanhuan was merely at the 6th layer of the Gathering Essence realm, and defeating him was not a daunting task given his current strength. "You're asking for it. Today I will certainly break your legs." Xuanhuan seethed with rage, his eyes ablaze with cold fury. He could hardly believe that a mere practitioner of the Ningxun realm dared to act so recklessly before him. "Then do make your move and see who ends up breaking whose legs." Tianyun's voice dripped with scorn, his eyes reflecting disdain. "Very well, daring to speak so boldly to me. Even if the King of Heaven were to come today, he could not save you." Xuanhuan's complexion turned ashen, his eyes ablaze with a conflagration of fury and murderous intent. With a swift motion of his right hand, a fierce gust of palm energy surged towards Tianyun, bearing an immense force that howled through the air, as if it would tear everything around it asunder, aimed directly at Tianyun's face. "Fellow disciples, this was initiated by him. I am but a passive responder, so bear witness." Tianyun suddenly shouted, his voice ringing clearly in the ears of all present. As he spoke, his form moved with the grace of a spirit serpent, deftly evading Xuanhuan's fierce strike. This kid's speed is unexpectedly swift. A flicker of surprise crossed Xuanhuan's eyes. He had not anticipated Tianyun to be so fast. Without a moment to ponder, he immediately swung his palm again, ferociously attacking Tianyun. "With such paltry strength, how dare you attempt to show off? Who bestowed upon you such audacity?" Tianyun's figure shifted, the Fengwu movement technique unfurling, and he became like a gentle breeze, swiftly maneuvering behind Xuanhuan. Seeking death, Xuanhuan's eyes widened in fury, letting out a roar akin to a crazed beast, his form whirling around to unleash a powerful punch at Tianyun. This punch was extraordinarily fierce, the wind trailing it resembling an invisible blade, threatening to rip apart the very air around it, emitting a sharp shriek. "Oomph!" Tianyun responded with a cold snort, his eyes reflecting disdain and determination. He immediately channeled his inner energy, condensing it within his fist as if rivers were rushing into the sea. enveloping it with a radiant glow before striking back at Xuanhuan's punch. In an instant, their fists collided with tremendous force, akin to two meteors crashing together, creating a deafening explosion. A wave of invisible energy radiated outward, distorting the air as if it could not withstand the pressure. Xuanhuan's complexion turned ashen, his body involuntarily stumbling backward 7 or 8 steps. Though Tianyun too was jolted back a couple of steps, he remained steady as a mountain, quickly regaining his composure. "Are you trying to break my limbs? What are you standing there for?" A mocking smile danced on Tianyun's face, his eyes openly revealing his contempt. Xuanhuan's countenance darkened remarkably, resembling a hue akin to that of pig liver. At this moment, his fists had begun to tingle slightly, a fierce pain coursing through his arm like a current, compelling him to tremble involuntarily. How could this be? You are merely a practitioner of the Ningxun realm. How could your combat prowess be so formidable? Xuanhuan gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with disbelief and fury. The chasm between a genius and a waste is vast, and surely you must comprehend it without my elaboration. Tianyun's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of disdain illuminating his features. "You little wretch, I shall end your life." Upon hearing these words, Xuanhuan was so incensed he nearly spat blood. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his long sword and charged at Tianyun with ferocity. Surrounding spectators wore expressions of shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if witnessing something utterly incredible. The faces of his sisters Ji Wuqing and Ji Wuxin were equally filled with astonishment and disbelief. Clearly, Tianyun's rapid growth and formidable combat abilities had shattered their perceptions of what constitutes a genius. In the blink of an eye, the two adversaries exchanged blows in a fierce skirmish of over a dozen moves. Tianyun grew increasingly emboldened, executing the Xuanhuan sword technique with unparalleled finesse, each movement flowing like water, as if divinely inspired. Every strike exuded a fierce sword aura, leaving no room for carelessness. In stark contrast, Xuanhuan found himself increasingly stifled. Each of his maneuvers was precisely countered by Tianyun, as if ensnared in an invisible net, unable to escape. As the tide of battle turned decidedly against him, Xuanhuan's expression darkened further, resembling ominous clouds before a storm, a sight that instilled fear. As the most talented disciple of Tian Dao Peak, he had always occupied a position of prominence and admiration. Yet now, he found himself utterly suppressed by a practitioner of the Ningxun realm, rendering him powerless, a humiliation of the highest order. Suddenly, Tianyun's figure flickered, moving with a speed akin to that of a specter, appearing before Xuanhuan in an instant, delivering a ferocious punch. This strike harnessed all his strength, accompanied by a howling wind, aimed directly at Xuanhuan's chest. The speed of this blow was so swift that one could scarcely react, akin to a bolt of black lightning slicing through the air. Xuanhuan, having just executed a move, found himself in an awkward position, his energy exhausted and unable to mount an effective defense. He could only watch helplessly as Tianyun's fist connected with his chest. The impact resounded with a dull thud, and Xuanhuan felt a piercing pain radiate through him, his body soaring like a kite severed from its string before crashing heavily against a nearby wall. How could this be? How could I possibly be defeated? Xuanhuan's eyes blazed with rage and resentment as he struggled to rise from the ground. At this moment, a trickle of crimson blood stained his lips, starkly contrasting against his pale complexion. From now on, keep your eyes wide open. There are always those beyond you, and the heavens are vast. Do not presume that because you possess some skill, you are invincible. Tianyun cast a cold glance at Xuanhuan, his expression revealing unabashed disdain. After uttering these words, he turned and began to walk away from the crowd. He understood that, being a core disciple, if he were to severely injure Xuanhuan, it might invite unnecessary trouble. Although he was unafraid of complications, avoiding them whenever possible was preferable. "You little wretch, die!" Just as Tianyun turned, a glint of cold light flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes, akin to a wolf lurking in the shadows. Seizing the moment, he swung his sword, aiming for Tianyun's back. At this juncture, he had completely lost his sanity, his mind consumed by a singular, frenzied thought: to kill Tianyun and erase his humiliation. Mu Tianyun's eyes glimmered with a fierce light as he swiftly executed the Phone Clan's movement technique, vanishing from his original position. Though he appeared to have turned to leave, he was already prepared for an ambush. On the contrary, he anticipated Zhou Yunhan's attack, knowing it would allow him to strike back without restraint. With a powerful swing, Zhou Yunhan's sword cleaved through empty air, the force of his strike creating a deep and substantial scar in the ground. Realizing he had missed, he wasted no time in charging at Mu Tianyun once more. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Mu Tianyun's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. He suddenly swept his Xuanhuan sword, a brilliant flash of sword light piercing through the air, striking Zhou Yunhan's wrist. Zhou Yunhan cried out in agony, his long sword clattering to the ground as blood gushed from his wrist, his face contorted in pain. Mu Tianyun transformed into a blur, executing a kick with blinding speed. This strike, imbued with tremendous force, landed mercilessly upon Zhou Yunhan's groin, with a sharp crack reverberating through the air. Zhou Yunhan emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His previously vengeful gaze was now replaced with despair and terror, the excruciating pain twisting his features into a grotesque mask. Mu Tianyun, how dare you cripple senior brother Zhou? Ji Wuxin trembled in fear, as if struck by lightning. Her delicate hand quivered as she pointed at Mu Tianyun, her voice quaking with a mix of anger and fear. With a flicker, Mu Tianyun appeared before Ji Wuxin, delivering a flurry of slaps to her cheek, each strike resonating with powerful force, echoing through the air. Ungrateful wretch, should you dare to appear before me again, I shall strike you each time. Mu Tianyun's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he delivered a swift kick to Ji Wuxin's abdomen, launching her through the air. Ji Wuxin screamed, her body tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Subsequently, Mu Tianyun's gaze, sharp as a blade, turned toward Ji Wuxin, transmitting a chill that penetrated her very soul. Faced with Mu Tianyun's piercing stare, Ji Wuxin shuddered, instinctively retreating a few steps, her expression betraying her fear. This is utterly absurd. Senior brother Zhou is a genius at the 6th layer of the Gathering Yuan realm, yet he has been rendered powerless. A disciple could not contain a gasp, his voice trembling with disbelief. Indeed, this individual's talent is terrifying. It has only been a few months, and he has already defeated Zhou Yunhan. An older disciple spoke up, his tone laden with astonishment and reflection. This youth has courted disaster. Zhou Yunhan is a direct disciple of the peak master of Tian Dao, and now he has been reduced to a state of impotence. This matter will surely not be resolved easily. At this moment, the disciples of the Lu Hui sect surrounding the scene were utterly stunned by the intensity of the battle. They had initially believed Mu Tianyun would be utterly vanquished by Zhou Yunhan, yet the outcome had defied all expectations. Such audacity, to brazenly attack a core disciple in public. A chilling voice pierced through the air. Following the sound, a man and a woman approached. The man, clad in resplendent white robes, exuded an air of authority, his eyes glinting with a fierce light, while the woman, adorned in a flowing pink dress, appeared ethereal, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her demeanor exudes an air of aloof elegance, her skin as fair as jade, delicate as mutton fat, a beauty that renders one hesitant to gaze directly upon her. The visitors are none other than Bailey Jianyun and Zhang Yuanyuan. Are you blind? Which I saw me commit an act of violence. Mu Tianyun coldly regards Bailey Jianyun. It is evident that the latter harbors malice towards him, and with Zhang Yuanyuan accompanying him, Mu Tianyun has no intention of extending any courtesy. One arrogant brat. Do you truly believe no one can bring you to heel? Bailey Jianyun's voice is frigid, his gaze laced with a hint of murderous intent. Previously, he had sent Liu Yinyun to teach Mu Tianyun a lesson, only to have his plans thwarted when Mu Tianyun retaliated with a toxic smoke bomb, leaving him disfigured. Upon hearing that Mu Tianyun had returned to the sect, he hastened to confront him with Zhang Yuanyuan. Little did he expect that Mu Tianyun had rendered Zhou Yunhan a eunuch, a revelation that genuinely astonished him. There are indeed many who can subdue me, but you are far from being qualified. A trace of disdain graces Mu Tianyun's features. He is well acquainted with the sect's regulations. As long as one does not take a life or cripple another's cultivation, the punishment is seldom excessively severe. Moreover, he has the formidable backing of his master, Xuanhuan Qingro. You insolent wretch, I have no interest in engaging in a war of words with you. You have brazenly injured others, Let us proceed to the law enforcement hall. Bailey Xuanhuan states coldly. Were you? Why do you have to summon me to the law enforcement hall? Mu Tianyun's voice drips with contempt, his gaze radiating scorn. Though Bailey Xuanhuan possesses greater strength, should Mu Tianyun resolve to depart, he would be impossible to detain. As for entering the law enforcement hall, Mu Tianyun pays it no mind. After all, with his exceptional talent and the protection of Xuanhuan Qingro, even a brief confinement would pose no real threat. At most, he would face a fortnight of seclusion. You. Bailey Xuanhuan's expression darkens ominously, as black as ink. He never anticipated that within Liu Yun's zone, someone would so brazenly disregard him. What do you mean? I have neither provoked nor offended you. Why do you attack me? Mu Tianyun's words sharpen, piercing like a blade aimed at Bailey Xuanhuan. Mu Tianyun's audacity raises eyebrows. How dare he mock Bailey Shixiang? It seems he has a death wish. For Bailey Shixiang is the son of the sect leader, and should he dare to strike, few could come to his aid. At that moment, whispers ripple through the crowd, and the onlookers regard Mu Tianyun with pity, as if foreseeing his grim fate. To them, Mu Tianyun's affront to Bailey Xuanhuan guarantees impending calamity, with a tragic end inescapable. You little wretch, you have thoroughly enraged me. Bailey Xuanhuan's countenance twists into a snarl, his once handsome features contorted by rage. As soon as the words escape his lips, his right hand sweeps violently, and a terrifying palm imprint forms instantaneously, seemingly infused with the power to obliterate everything in its path. Rushing towards Mu Tianyun like a surging tide, the air rends as the force passes, emitting a shrill wail. What audacity for a mere cur to claim such titles before me. While Mu Tianyun's tongue is sharp with mockery, he does not dare to show any sign of negligence. He swiftly channels all his energy into his palm and fiercely counters the powerful imprint. A thunderous boom reverberates, as if struck by lightning. Mu Tianyun is sent staggering back several paces, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth, his complexion paling slightly. Clearly, this blow has inflicted considerable impact upon him. Chapter 62. The law enforcement elder Si Canglan. Indeed, you possess some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Today, I shall cripple your limbs, teaching you that there are always greater forces beyond your comprehension. Bailey Xuanhuan darts forward like lightning, charging Mu Tianyun with such speed that his form becomes almost imperceptible. Cease your boastful claims before me. Mu Tianyun snorts coldly, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. His Xuanhuan sword suddenly unsheathes, a brilliant sword aura slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, imbued with a chilling intent, hurtling toward Bailey Xuanhuan. Halt! Just as the situation teeters on the brink, a voice of utmost authority booms forth. An overwhelming force crashes down like a tidal wave, instantaneously nullifying the attacks of both combatants. The crowd refocuses their gaze to discover a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, his visage commanding and his gaze profound, has suddenly materialized between the two. This man is none other than the law enforcement elder Si Canglan. Elder Si Cang, this scoundrel has maliciously harmed others, rendering Xuanhuan incapacitated. I intended to bring him to the law enforcement hall, yet he obstinately resisted and even launched an attack against me. Bailey Xuanhuan coldly asserts, his expression one of righteous indignation. Young man, why have you maliciously harmed others? Si Canglan's gaze pierces through Mu Tianyun, his tone laced with undeniable authority. Reporting to the elder, I have been wronged. Mu Tianyun hastily defends himself, donning an expression of utmost grievance. You wretch, you have rendered Xuanhuan a eunuch. What further defense can you offer? Bailey Xuanhuan interjects coldly, his tone brimming with derision and accusation. Elder Si Cang, you must stand up for me. Xuanhuan, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain radiating from his lower body, struggles to rise from the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury and malice. Youngster, how do you explain this? Si Canglan's gaze returns to Mu Tianyun, scrutinizing and inquiring. Elder, I cannot be held accountable for this incident. Mu Tianyun exhales deeply, regaining his composure before continuing. Today, I have just returned from external training when I encountered these individuals. Due to previous conflicts with these two women, Xuanhuan sought trouble with me and initiated the attack. This can be corroborated by all present. I was left with no choice but to retaliate and subdue him. Yet I did not truly injure him. However, this scoundrel resorted to a despicable sneak attack while I turned my back. In a moment of anger, I delivered a kick, only to inadvertently strike him in a most sensitive area. Alas, as he recounts this, Tianyun lets out a gentle sigh, a semblance of remorse crossing his face. Before adding, "Elder, should you doubt my words, feel free to inquire among the witnesses. What he claims is the truth. No one is permitted to lie." Nant's voice remains authoritative, his gaze sweeping across the gathered crowd like a sword. "Elder Kong, it was indeed Xuanhuan who struck first, and he also initiated the sneak attack," an elder disciple boldly proclaims from within the throng. "Indeed, it was Xuanhuan who acted first, and he also attacked from behind." Another disciple agrees. Once one person speaks up, others follow suit, confirming Tianyun's account. After all, Xuanhuan, known for his arrogance, is not well liked within the sect, and few would wish to support him in fabricating a false narrative. "You little wretch, no matter how eloquently you speak, it won't save you from the consequences of what you have done to me." Xuanhuan, infuriated by the crowd's support for Tianyun, turns a deep shade of crimson, his expression as ghastly as that of an enraged boar. In a fit of rage, he retrieves a communication jade, sending a message to his master. At this moment, his eyes blaze with a tumult of despair and fury, as if he wishes to incinerate everything before him. Being rendered a eunuch is undoubtedly a catastrophe for Xuanhuan, signifying a lifetime of lamentation. Yet, at merely 20 years of age, the beautiful tapestry of his life has only begun to unfold. Even the sisters he adores, Ji Wuxin and Ji Wuqing, have yet to be embraced. Now, having met such a fate, he is driven to the brink of despair. Elder Nan, upon hearing these words, could not help but furrow his brow slightly, and his expression darkened. This matter truly presented itself as a conundrum, akin to a scalding hot potato. After all, Tianyun was the favored disciple of Xian Yuan Qingro, while Xuanhuan was the beloved apprentice of the esteemed master Gao Xianhong from the Tiandao Peak. Regardless of the punitive measures taken against either party, it was destined to be an arduous and thankless task for him. Elder Zhou, this young man is arrogant and ruthless in his actions. If he is not dealt with severely, who knows what calamities he may invoke in the future? Li Jianyun stated with a deliberate calmness, his tone imbued with an air of undeniable authority. "This senior brother, if we were to speak of arrogance, I could hardly compare to you. Though we are strangers, you have seized the opportunity to attack me without provocation. Might I suspect you are afflicted by rabies?" Tianyun retorted, unyielding, his words dripping with sarcasm and disdain. "You insolent wretch, repeat that." Li Jianyun's visage contorted with rage, resembling a malevolent specter, his eyes ablaze with fury. "If your hearing is impaired, hasten to seek remedy. I have no time to waste conversing with a deaf man." Tianyun shot back, his gaze laced with contempt. "You seek your own demise." Li Jianyun, thoroughly incensed, lunged at Tianyun with his sword, a feral beast unleashed. "Elder, behold, this rabid dog has resumed his wild biting." Tianyun reacted with remarkable swiftness, executing his techniques to perfection, akin to a bolt of black lightning. Swiftly retreating to stand behind Nan. "Stop!" Nan bellowed, his voice resonating like a great bell, an invisible yet formidable pressure emanating from him, rippling outward. With a mere wave of his hand, he effortlessly nullified Li Jianyun's fierce assault. "Elder Kong, this brazen fellow cannot be lightly excused today," Li Jianyun asserted, his countenance dark and filled with indignation. "You truly are audacious. Does Elder Kong require your instruction on how to administer justice?" Tianyun retorted coldly. "You." Li Jianyun, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage, nearly bursting with fury. "Enough! Silence!" Kong then could no longer endure the cacophony, his voice cutting through the air with authority. He then turned his gaze toward Tianyun, speaking gravely. "Tianyun, though Xuanhuan was at fault initially, your methods were excessively brutal. In accordance with our sect's regulations, I have decided to deduct 200,000 contribution points from you. Do you have any objections?" Were it not for the favor he held for Xian Yuan Qingro, Kong then would have long since imprisoned Tianyun at Heifeng Cliff to face punishment. Although such actions might offend the master of Tiandao Peak, he could not afford to ponder that now. After all, Xian Yuan Qingro was a preeminent alchemist of the Tianxian Empire, possessing unparalleled medical skills. Leaving a poor impression on her would make future endeavors in alchemy and healing exceedingly difficult. the disciple, am willing to accept the punishment. Mu Tianyun promptly replied with utmost respect, his demeanor entirely submissive. Elder Sikong, this young man has rendered my disciple incapacitated, and yet you merely deduct 200,000 contribution points. Is this justice? A voice, authoritative and frigid, rang out abruptly. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, his gaze as profound as the abyss, approaching like a swift wind, swiftly landing before them. This man was none other than Gao Xuanhuan, the master of Tiandao Peak. Gao Peak Master, your assertion is flawed. This incident was instigated by your disciple, and his downfall is a result of his own inadequacies and skill. Although Mu Tianyun's actions were somewhat excessive, they were unintentional. My judgment of deducting 200,000 contribution points was entirely in accordance with sect regulations. Where lies the bias in that? Sikong Nan responded, maintaining his composure. Neither humble nor arrogant. Having resolved not to offend Xuanhuan Qingro, he no longer sought to curry favor with either side. Although this might alienate Gao Xuanhuan and by Li Jianyun, it was of little consequence to him. Gao Xuanhuan held a status equal to his own. There was no need for him to tread carefully around him. As for Bai Li Jianyun, while he was the sect leader's son, his talents paled in comparison to those of his elder brother, leaving him destined to never ascend to the position of sect leader. In stark contrast, Xuanhuan Qingro was an indispensable elder within Lu Yun's sect, a figure of unparalleled prowess in both alchemy and medicine. Thus, Sikong Nen resolutely chose to align himself with her. Gao Xuanhuan, my disciple has been rendered a eunuch, and you merely penalize him with a paltry 200,000 contribution points. Do you truly believe me to be an easy target? Gao Xin Onyes faz dakend ominusli. Zhou Yunhan was a child he had nurtured from a young age, a favored disciple upon whom he had placed great expectations. To witness him reduced to such a state was a source of undeniable fury. Gao Peak Master, this situation arose from your disciple's initial wrongdoing. I merely acted in accordance with sect protocol. If you truly have grievances, you are welcome to address them with the sect leader, Sikong, Nen replied coldly. Since you cannot uphold fairness and justice, I shall likewise render him incapacitated. You may deduct my 200,000 contribution points as well. Gao Xinhong, scalp, his gaze icy as he turned toward Mu Tianyun, stating, Boy, do not say I am bullying you. If you take the initiative to castrate yourself, this matter shall be considered resolved. Gao Xuanhuan still harbored some recollection of Mu Tianyun. Initially, he had contemplated taking him as a disciple, but due to the absence of any apparent gifted attributes, he ultimately chose not to do so. However, he had not anticipated that in just a few short months, Mu Tianyun would achieve the pinnacle of the Ningshun realm and even defeat his cherished disciple. Such astonishing progress was truly beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, Zhou Yunhan was a disciple he had raised since childhood, and now seeing him reduced to such a state, he could not simply let it go. Senior, one must speak with reason. This incident arose from your disciple's wrongdoing. As an elder of the sect, do you not fear ridicule for wielding your authority against a junior? Mu Tianyun met his gaze with unwavering determination. You ignorant wretch, having incapacitated my disciple, you dare to openly provoke me. Gao Xin Hong Zhao Yin Fe Di, striking with a palm imbued with overwhelming force, aimed directly at Mu Tianyun. Bang! Mu Tianyun felt a searing pain erupt in his chest, his body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. Boy, I offer you one last chance. Either castrate yourself, or I shall assist you. Gao Xin Hong Decolet Gun Li. To demand my self-castration? Dream on. If you dare, kill me. Mu Tianyun gritted his teeth, laboriously rising from the ground. In that moment, his face was as pale as a ghost, a trickle of blood staining his lips, rendering him a pitiful sight. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being ruthless. Gao Xuanhuan's eyes glinted coldly as he struck with a hand knife, infused with lethal intent, aiming for Mu Tianyun's lower body. Gao Peak Master cease. Sikong Nen hurriedly interjected, yet remained physically unmoving. Despite his reluctance to offend Xuanhuan Qingro, he equally did not wish to overly antagonize Gao Xuanhuan. Moreover, even if Gao Xuanhuan were to incapacitate Mu Tianyun, it bore no direct consequence to him. Should Xuanhuan Qingro come to learn of this affair, he could hardly be held accountable. Faced with Gao Xuanhuan's lethal strike, Mu Tianyun's countenance betrayed a flicker of despair. In that instant, he felt his body ensnared by an invisible force, utterly immobile. Gao Xianhong, you possess audacity most brazen, daring to lay hands on my disciple. A chilling, melodious voice resonated like a thunderclap. In an instant, a woman of unparalleled beauty appeared before Tianyun. Her figure was graceful, adorned in a Taoist robe, exuding an air of noble elegance, as though she had stepped forth from a painting. Upon the sudden appearance of the woman, a formidable force emanated from her, instantly neutralizing Gao Xinhong's fierce assault. Xuanhuan Qingru declared, "This young man has rendered my disciple a eunuch. You must provide an explanation today, or I shall do the same to him." Gao Xinhong's voice was icy, laced with a palpable threat. "Yinner, what exactly transpired?" Xuanhuan Qingru turned her gaze towards Tianyun, her eyes betraying a hint of tenderness and concern. "Master, the situation unfolded as follows," Tianyun recounted. "Upon returning from my training, I unexpectedly encountered those individuals. This fellow, eager to impress the two women, initiated an attack on me. I was left with no choice but to teach him a lesson. At that moment, I exercised restraint and did not inflict any substantial harm. Yet he, unwilling to accept defeat, launched a sneak attack as I turned away. Unable to endure further provocation, I retaliated with a kick, inadvertently striking him in a rather sensitive area." Gao Xinhong's expression darkened, and a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. "You truly believe me easily deceived? With your skills? If you had genuinely wished to spare him, it would have been impossible for you to strike at such a vital point." Tianyun, taking a deep breath to suppress the pain in his chest, retorted coldly, "I advise you to refrain from taking on disciples in the future, lest you lead them astray. You insolent brat, you seek death." Gao Xinhong bellowed, livid as a raging bull, and he swung his hand with tremendous force towards Tianyun. At that moment, his anger was uncontrollable. Throughout the years, no disciple had dared to openly challenge his authority. Onlookers among the disciples wore expressions of disbelief. None could fathom that Tianyun would audaciously provoke the master of Tiandao Peak. The master was notoriously temperamental, and those brave enough to challenge his authority were few and far between within the entire sect. Chapter 64. Shocking the entire Liyun sect, Gao Xinhong, you seek death. Xuanhuan Qingru's voice was as cold as ice, seemingly emanating from the depths of a frigid cavern, her beautiful eyes flashing with a chilling light. In an instant, she moved like lightning, positioning herself before Tianyun. With a gentle wave of her hand, a torrent of profound yet gentle energy surged forth, confronting Gao Xinhong head-on. Boom! The two immense forces collided, unleashing a deafening roar that caused the very space around them to tremble. A powerful shock wave emanated from the point of impact, rippling outward like the aftermath of a stone cast into a still pond, sending the onlooking disciples sprawling helplessly as they were swept away by this nearly terrifying force. Gao Xinhong felt his vital energy surge uncontrollably, and he was propelled backward, unable to maintain his footing. He could not suppress a mouthful of blood that erupted forth, his eyes wide with shock and indignation. He had never anticipated that Xuanhuan Qingru's prowess was so formidable, capable of inflicting such severe damage with but a single move. Gao Xinhong, who granted you the audacity to strike at my disciple? Xuanhuan Qingru's voice was imbued with a chilling frost, her gaze fierce. As soon as she finished speaking, she did not hesitate to deliver a resounding slap, her palm infused with immense power, accompanied by a fierce wind as it struck Gao Xinhong. Slap! The sharp sound echoed, and Gao Xinhong was once more sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. "Ah!" he cried out in a wretched scream, his voice filled with agony and despair. He lay on the ground, his body limp, looking utterly disheveled, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with humiliation and resentment. Gao Xinhong, if you truly wish to avenge your disciple, you may summon the younger generation of Tiandao Peak to challenge me. However, should you dare to bully the weak again, I shall ensure you regret ever stepping into this world. Xuanhuan Qingru's voice was ice-cold, like the snow atop a mountain, unyielding and untouchable. Upon finishing her words, she waved her hand lightly, as if a celestial being brushing her sleeve, and she soared away with Tianyun, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Who would have thought that Elder Xuanhuan's strength was so formidable, surpassing all expectations? Indeed, Elder Xuanhuan was known for her serene disposition, rarely engaging in conflict, yet she was fiercely protective of her own. The surrounding disciples stood agape, their faces etched with shock and awe. No one had anticipated that the illustrious master of Tianyun, who usually appeared untouchable, would crumble so easily before Xuanhuan Qingru. Among them, Bailey Jianyun, Zhang Yuanyun, Ji Wuqing, and Ji Wuxin displayed similar expressions of deep astonishment and disbelief. For so long, they had viewed Xuanhuan Qingru merely as a highly esteemed alchemist focused solely on refining medicinal concoctions, never imagining her combat prowess to be so formidable. The law elder, Xikongnan, bore a relieved smile, secretly grateful that he had refrained from troubling Mu Tianyun earlier, for he might have faced a similar fate, losing face in the process. Meanwhile, the fallen Gao Xinhong wore a grim expression, his countenance dark enough to drip water. He lay severely injured, feeling as if his body were in disarray, lacking even the strength to rise. This crushing defeat had dealt a devastating blow to his pride, filling his heart with anger and resentment. Fortunately, many disciples from Tianyun were present, hurriedly assisting the wounded Gao Xinhong to his feet. Simultaneously, news of Mu Tianyun incapacitating Zhou Yunhan and Xuanhuan Qingru's beating of Gao Xinhong swiftly spread throughout the entire sect. In no time, the entire Luyan sect was abuzz, with disciples discussing the events with curiosity and astonishment. On a mist-laden peak resembling a celestial paradise, Bailey Jianshan leisurely enjoyed tea in a pavilion atop the summit, quietly admiring the picturesque scenery surrounding him. Bailey Shixiang, I have gathered information about that young man. Gao Jingling rushed over, her steps hurried, disrupting the previously tranquil atmosphere. What is his name, and from which peak does he hail? Bailey Jianshan inquired nonchalantly, sipping his tea whilst gazing at the enchanting view before him. His name is Mu Tianyun, a disciple of Elder Xuanhuan Qingru. Just moments ago, he kicked Zhou Yunhan into a eunuch, and he even clashed with Shixiang Jianyun. Gao Jingling detailed the events that had transpired. This young man is indeed a disciple of Xuanhuan Qingru. No wonder he exhibits such arrogance. Upon hearing this, Bailey Jianshan's countenance darkened significantly. Bailey Shixiang, he has now broken through to the 9th level of the condensing spirit realm. It seems he has successfully refined the Jiuzhuan Lingji. Gao Jingling added, that wretched little brat. I shall ensure your bones are ground to dust to vent my wrath. Bailey Jianshan seethed with fury, slamming his palm on the stone table within the pavilion. With a sharp crack, the sturdy table instantly bore several fissures, revealing the extent of his fury. Initially, he had harbored high hopes of utilizing the miraculous effects of the Jiuzhuan Lingji to achieve a breakthrough to the gathering spirit realm. However, now that Jiuzhuan Lingji has been refined by Mu Tianyun, it is unlikely that his path to breakthrough will be an easy one. With this thought, a chilling and piercing murderous intent ignited in his gaze. Brother Bai Li, that young man's cultivation has been advancing at an astonishing rate, and his ability to challenge those beyond his level is remarkably strong. If we allow him to continue growing unchecked, he will inevitably pose a threat to your position. A deep concern surfaced on Gao Jingling's face. This young man is exceedingly arrogant. Such individuals rarely enjoy a long life. Just wait. It won't be long before he meets an untimely end. Bailey Jianshan's eyes glinted with a sharp killing intent. There is merit to your words. This young man has not only offended the master of Tianyun, but also Brother Jianyun, and he will surely face incessant troubles. He might even meet his demise outside one day. Gao Jingling nodded in agreement. Keep a close watch on him. As soon as he leaves the sect, notify me immediately. And do not alert him in any way. Bailey Jianshan spoke with an authority that brooked no dissent. The rapid growth of Mu Tianyun had already begun to evoke a subtle sense of threat within him. Thus, he resolved to eliminate this potential danger in its infancy to prevent future calamities. Chapter 65. Disabling Ji Tianhao Yuner. How is it that, after such a short time apart, your cultivation has surged so rapidly? Xuanhuan Qingru's beautiful eyes glimmered with genuine admiration, her tone filled with astonishment and praise. She had not anticipated that. In just over a month, her disciple could leap from the 4th level of the Ningxuan realm to the 9th level in one fell swoop. This pace of advancement is indeed extraordinary across the entire Canglan Continent. I have been honing my skills outside and, by fortunate coincidence, encountered numerous fortuitous events. Allowing my cultivation to break through, Tianyun respectfully replied. He then briefly recounted his extraordinary experiences, including acquiring 10 spiritual stones, a Xuanhuan Lingji, and the inner core of a blazing lion. Truly fortunate, Xuanhuan Qingru smiled and inquired, "What progress have you made in your martial techniques?" "Master, I have perfected both Fengwu body technique and Xuanhuan sword technique." Tianyun straightened his posture and replied respectfully. "Excellent." Xuanhuan Qingru's tones softened as she produced 2 sets of martial arts manuals and handed them to Tianyun. "Take these Baishan's fist and Xianin claw for diligent study." The covers of the manuals were ancient and weathered, as if imbued with the weight of time, emanating a mysterious aura. "Thank you, Master." Tianyun quickly accepted them with both hands, his eyes filled with gratitude. In the ensuing days, Tianyun remained by Xuanhuan Qingru's side, diligently practicing. Under the careful guidance of this esteemed mentor, his alchemical skills and medical expertise saw tremendous enhancement. Occasionally, when disciples or elders within the sect suffered injuries, Xuanhuan Qingru would send Tianyun to provide healing. Unbeknownst to him, Tianyun had begun to garner a modest reputation within the sect, simultaneously building a significant network of connections. After all, in this world of cultivation, no one can guarantee a life free from injury. With his exceptional medical and alchemical skills, Tianyun naturally became a sought-after individual. During this period, he also amassed a considerable amount of cultivation resources. After all, he was not a saint untouched by the earthly realm. Providing treatment or concocting elixirs would naturally not be without compensation. At Luyan Peak, within a mysterious and tranquil cave dwelling, the dim light illuminated by flickering torches cast shadows upon the stone walls. "Are you certain that young man possesses the legendary Hijio Yang divine body?" A middle-aged man with a gloomy countenance broke the silence. His voice was deep and hoarse, resonating as if emerging from a profound well, imbued with an inscrutable meaning. This man was Bai Lingxiao, the master of Luyan's sect, clad in a long black robe. His face was stern, and his eyes conveyed the gravitas and depth of a figure of authority. "Master, I have been discreetly observing him for some time. Various signs suggest that his physique is indeed very likely the Jiu Yang divine body," replied a venerable elder with white hair, known as Gongsun-mo, lean and slightly hunched. He exuded a sense of shrewdness and composure. Time had etched deep lines upon his face, yet his eyes remained sharp and glimmering with intelligence. "Elder 8, keep a close watch on that young man. The moment he leaves the sect, find a way to capture him. Remember, do not let Xuanhuan Qingru notice." Bai Lingxiao's brows furrowed slightly, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes as he spoke in a serious and icy tone. "Understood," Gongsun-mo replied without hesitation, his tone respectful. Unbeknownst to all, a month slipped by. During this period, Tianyun immersed himself in rigorous training. Through his indomitable will and relentless efforts, he successfully advanced to the Jueyuan realm. After this breakthrough, Tianyun departed from his residence, making his way toward the task hall. He understood that in this world where strength reigns supreme, practical combat experience is essential for enhancing his power. Only through the baptism of blood and fire can one forge an indomitable strength. Just as Tianyun was nearing the task hall, a cacophony of noise reached his ears from a distance, instantly capturing his attention. He observed a crowd encircling a scene, with people pointing and discussing animatedly, their faces etched with astonishment. Curiosity sparked within him, compelling his feet to draw closer to the throng. "How dare you strike someone?" A clear yet furious voice rang out. The speaker was Huayurong. At that moment, her almond-shaped eyes widened in rage, glaring at the person before her chest heaving with indignation, clearly infuriated. "How dare you provoke Yanran? What of it if I strike you?" Ji Tianhao sneered, his expression rife with disdain and arrogance. With that, he raised his hand and delivered another slap, the wind of his strike carrying a fierce force that landed heavily on Huayurong's face. The loud crack of the slap echoed among the crowd, drawing gasps of disbelief. "Huayurong, if you know what's good for you, kneel and apologize. And perhaps I will let this slide," Lu Yanran declared, her demeanor exceedingly haughty, her chin slightly raised, her eyes glinting with contempt. Lu Yanran, "You ungrateful woman. Do you think you have the right to demand my submission?" Huayurong's voice brimmed with defiance. Her gaze ignited with flames of anger as she fearlessly met Lu Yinran's stare. "You wretched scoundrel! How dare you treat Yinran with such disrespect?" Tianyun snorted coldly, raising his hand for yet another slap aimed at Huayurong. Just as the tension reached its zenith, a furious roar erupted like thunder. A sharp staff attack, enveloped in dazzling brilliance, struck Tianhao's wrist with the force of a meteor streaking across the sky. The sound of cracking bones pierced the still air, resonating like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of all who witnessed it. Tianhao let out a chilling scream, his voice akin to that of a wounded beast, filled with agony and despair. His face contorted in an instant, his features twisted in pain, revealing a visage of sheer suffering. "You scoundrel! Even if Jesus himself were here today, he could not save you." Tianyun's eyes burned with rage, resembling an enraged lion as he swung the steel rod, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Tianhao. Each strike was fueled by his pent-up fury, the rod slicing through the air with a whooshing sound. The dull thuds echoed continuously, shocking the ears of the onlookers. At this moment, Tianyun was utterly incensed, each blow fueled by an inferno of wrath. A chilling cacophony of agonizing screams echoed throughout the venue, sending shivers down the spine. In a mere instant, Tianhao found himself rendered limbless by Tianyun's merciless assault. He lay on the ground like a kite severed from its string, his limbs contorted, bloodied and battered, a sight too gruesome to behold. Chapter 66. Ruining Lu Yinran's Dantian. "I told you to be a sycophant," Tianyun hissed through gritted teeth, his eyes glimmering with a ferocious hunger for blood, as he delivered a devastating kick to Tianhao's groin. With every ounce of strength and fury, he unleashed his wrath through that single blow. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Tianhao's lips, his body curling up like a boiled shrimp, convulsing on the ground, his gaze filled with despair and resentment. The once handsome features of his face had transformed into a grotesque mask, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. He could hardly fathom the brutality of Tianyun's actions, which not only shattered his limbs, but also rendered him a eunuch, irrevocably destroying his future. "Lu Yinran." Tianyun slowly turned, his eyes radiating murderous intent, piercing through Lu Yinran like twin blades. As he spoke, he advanced step by step towards her, each footfall resonating in the hearts of the onlookers, freezing the very air around them. Tianyun, don't do anything reckless." Lu Yinran's eyes were wide with terror, her body trembling uncontrollably as she instinctively retreated a few paces. Tianyun roared, unleashing a flurry of savage blows upon Lu Yinran. The steel rod sliced through the air, creating sharp arcs, raining down upon her like a relentless storm. The sound of her agonizing screams pierced the air once more, chilling the bones of those who heard it. In less than no time, Lu Yinran was left unrecognizable, her limbs shattered. She collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud, her face a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, her head battered beyond recognition. The beauty she once possessed utterly obliterated, leaving only endless pain and despair. Tianyun, I will not rest until you are dead." Lu Yinran roared in fury, her gaze filled with venom. "Filthy woman, reduced to this state, and you still dare to threaten me?" Tianyun's eyes glinted with malice as he raised his leg, delivering a crushing kick to her Dantian. Lu Yinran emitted a desperate wail, her body propelled backward like a cannonball, soaring several yards away before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. "You have ruined my Dantian." Her face was a mask of disbelief, tears of despair welling in her eyes. She could not comprehend that this man, who once catered to her every whim, now wielded such cruelty, irrevocably shattering her path to cultivation. This man is truly barbaric. Indeed, Lu Yinran was a top beauty of the inner sect, yet she had been so ruthlessly beaten. At this moment, the onlookers stood dumbfounded, their mouths agape, as if an egg could fit inside. While skirmishes among disciples occasionally occurred, they had never witnessed such brutality. It is well known that although the sect does not prohibit conflicts among disciples, none dare to cripple another's Dantian, for that signifies the complete destruction of one's future and a violation of the sect's fundamental principles. Yet today, Tianyun's savagery instilled fear. "Tianyun, you must leave." Huayurong exclaimed anxiously, grasping Mu Tianyun's arm tightly, her eyes brimming with concern. At that moment, she was deeply touched by Mu Tianyun's actions, yet worried that he would face severe repercussions. "Do not worry, I will be fine," Mu Tianyun reassured her softly, his tone infused with calm and confidence. He had already become a premier alchemist within the sect, with medical skills second only to his master, Xuanhuan Qingru. As long as the higher-ups were not short-sighted, they would refrain from imposing excessively harsh penalties upon him. After all, a multifaceted genius like him, excelling in alchemy, medicine, and cultivation, would be regarded as a treasure in any sect and receive focused training. "Mu Tianyun, let's see who can save you this time." A mocking voice suddenly shattered the tense atmosphere. Bai Li Jianyun, accompanied by Zhang Yuanyuan, had unexpectedly positioned himself in front of Mu Tianyun. "Fool, if you have rabies, then seek treatment quickly. If you dare to bite me again, I will surely end you," Mu Tianyun coldly glared at Bai Li Jianyun, his eyes brimming with disdain and provocation. "You little bastard, you're seeking death," Bai Li Jianyun retorted, his face reddening with anger, nearly spitting blood. As the son of the Flowing Cloud sect's leader, he had always basked in the adoration and flattery of others. Disciples in the sect greeted him with sycophantic smiles, doing everything possible to win his favor. However, this Mu Tianyun had consistently met him with scorn and derision, leaving him seething with rage. "Who are you calling a little bastard?" Mu Tianyun's gaze was piercing, directly challenging Bai Li Jianyun, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "I'm calling you a little bastard." Bai Li Jianyun roared in fury. "So it's the little bastard who is insulting me. Forget it, I won't stoop to your level." A smirk crept onto Mu Tianyun's face, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing straight through Bai Li Jianyun's pride. Laughter erupted among the surrounding disciples at the exchange. "You will pay for this." Bai Li Jianyun, fully enraged, leapt into the air, unleashing a powerful strike towards Mu Tianyun. In that moment, his fury clouded his judgment, rendering him utterly irrational. Mu Tianyun was undeterred, soaring into the air like a hawk, launching a formidable punch in response. The two immense forces collided with a thunderous roar, shaking the very ground. Mu Tianyun felt his blood surge, and his body involuntarily retreat several paces before he could regain his balance. Meanwhile, Bai Li Jianyun, relying on his superior cultivation, merely took half a step back before charging at Mu Tianyun once more. "You have some audacity, daring to fight in public." A voice of authority boomed like a tolling bell, instilling a sudden chill among the onlookers. Elder Sikong then had arrived on the scene, his presence imposing. "Elder Sikong, this individual is inherently savage and has assaulted in public. This disciple has had her Dantian ruined, and Ji Tianhao has been rendered limbless." Bai Li Jianyun spoke through gritted teeth, suppressing his fury. Upon hearing this, Elder Sikong's expression grew grave, and he hurried forward to assess the situation. Once he confirmed that Lu Yinran's Dantian had indeed been destroyed, his countenance darkened ominously, like ominous clouds before a storm, instilling fear in those around. Chapter 67. A Summons from the Sect Leader. "Mu Tianyun, how audacious you are, daring to publicly ruin another's Dantian," Elder Sikong chastised, his brow furrowing with severity, his voice laden with undeniable authority. "Elder Sikong, these two dared to humiliate my woman. How could I easily forgive them?" Mu Tianyun's eyes remained resolute as he met Elder Sikong's gaze, his expression unwavering. "You may teach them a lesson as appropriate, but why must you ruin her Dantian?" Elder Sikong's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as a sword fixed upon Mu Tianyun. "As a man of principle, I adhere to my own boundaries. Anyone who dares to bully my woman, regardless of who they are, must pay a heavy price," Mu Tianyun replied, his tone firm and resolute. Huayurong, upon hearing those words, could not help but display a look of profound emotion on her face, her eyes subtly glistening with a hint of crimson, tears welling in her eyes. She understood well that Mu Tianyun's reckless actions were all for her sake, and this deep affection stirred warmth within her heart. "Elder Sikong, this matter arose because of me. I implore you to spare Tianyun. I am willing to bear his punishment." Huayurong, in a state of desperation, promptly knelt on the ground, pleading earnestly, her voice laden with boundless sorrow and despair. "One must bear the consequences of their actions. The rules of the sect are clear. Your pleas are of no avail." Elder Sikong shook his head helplessly, his tone tinged with a hint of reluctance. yet predominantly marked by unwavering adherence to the sex regulations. Who possesses such audacity to cripple my niece Xuanhuan's nephew? A chilling and piercing voice resonated from afar, reminiscent of the frigid winds of winter, carrying an aura of bone-chilling severity. Following this, a mature woman clad in a flowing white gown descended from the sky, resembling a celestial being. Her beauty was unparalleled, her skin as white as jade, exquisitely delicate. Yet at this moment, her visage was shrouded in frost, her eyes radiating boundless fury. "Aunt, it was this little bastard who crippled me. You must seek vengeance on my behalf." Tianyun, with a face full of grievance, cried out in despair and unwillingness, urgently recounting his plight to Xuanhuan. "Master, he has destroyed my Dantian." Lu Yanran's voice was filled with desperation, her jade-like hand pointing accusatorily at Tianyun, her eyes reflecting a trace of resentment, tears brimming as she appeared woefully pitiful. "Tianyun, how do you wish to die?" Xuanhuan's voice was as cold as ice, a layer of frost forming on her face, a terrifying killing intent emanating from her being. She had not anticipated that within the confines of Lu Yun's zone, there would be someone daring enough to cripple her nephew's limbs and vital essence, and furthermore, to render her closed-door disciple's Dantian useless, a blatant provocation against her authority. "Calm your anger, sect master. The sect leader has commanded that Tianyun be brought to the sect leader's hall immediately." Just then, an elderly man with flowing white hair, clad in a Taoist robe, rushed in like a gale. The newcomer was none other than Elder Gong's son Mo. "Since the sect leader wishes to see him, I shall allow him to live a little longer." Xuanhuan cast a cold glance at Tianyun. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tianyun quickly produced a communication talisman, sending a message to his master, Xian Yuanqingro. He understood that at this juncture, the only hope for his survival lay with her. "Young man, come with me," Elder Kong declared, leading Tianyun toward the summit of Lu Yun's zone. Xuanhuan, accompanied by her disciples and nephew, also made her way to the summit. Within the grand, solemn hall of Lu Yun's zone, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe, exuding an imposing presence, sat at the head of the table. His countenance was resolute, and his gaze deep and authoritative, emanating the aura of a commanding figure. This man was Bai Ling Xiao, the sect master of Lu Yun's zone. Beside him sat a stately woman, elegantly dressed in loose, glass-colored attire, her presence reminiscent of a blooming peony, radiant yet dignified, exuding an innate grace. She was Han Xianya, the vice sect master and the sect master's consort. At that moment, Elder Kong entered the sect master's hall with Tianyun. As Tianyun stepped into the hall, his gaze was instantly drawn to Han Xianya, seated in the vice sect master's position. "It's her." A surge of surprise coursed through Tianyun's heart. Though he endeavored to maintain his composure, tumult brewed within. He had not anticipated that this mature woman, with whom he had shared a fleeting encounter, held such esteemed status within Lu Yun's zone. Soon after, Xuanhuan, Tianyun, Lu Yanran, and Bai Jianyun arrived in succession. Following them, several high-ranking members of Lu Yun's zone entered, and the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. "Elder Kong, please elucidate the circumstances surrounding this matter." Bai Ling Xiao's voice resonated with authority, echoing in the hall and invoking respect. "Sectmaster." The events unfolded as follows. Tianyun and Lu Yanran openly bullied Hua Yurong, in a fit of rage for the sake of his beloved. Tianyun incapacitated Tianyun and rendered Lu Yanran's Dantian useless. Elder Kong slightly bowed, respectfully reporting to Bai Ling Xiao, his words concise and clear. "Tianyun, you have displayed audacity beyond measure, blatantly disregarding sect rules and publicly crippling another's Dantian." Bai Ling Xiao's gaze sharpened like a blade, piercing directly at Tianyun, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. "Sectmaster, Lu Yanran shamelessly humiliated my woman. I could no longer tolerate it and thus acted to incapacitate her Dantian." Tianyun responded with calm defiance, his demeanor unyielding, facing Bai Ling Xiao's scrutiny without fear. "Tianyun, do not seek to justify your cruelty. While your woman has been wronged, you could have admonished her adversary appropriately. Why resort to crippling her Dantian?" Bai Jianyun interjected coldly from the side, his eyes filled with reproach and disdain. Sect Master is inquiring. As a disciple, what right do you have to interject? What qualifications do you possess to question me? Tianyun retorted, his gaze sharp as a knife, casting a cold glance at Tianyun without reservation. You inflicted grievous injury upon another. I not entitled to comment? Tianyun gritted his teeth in frustration, his facial muscles twitching, evidently enraged by Tianyun's words. We are both disciples of the sect. You're not directly involved in this matter, so what gives you the right to speak? Tianyun's tone grew increasingly severe, chillingly declaring, or do you believe your status supersedes that of the sect master and the esteemed elders present? You, Tianyun, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words, his face flushed with indignation. At this moment, he was filled with regret, acutely aware that in a battle of words, he was no match for Tianyun. Sect master, Tianyun is ruthless. Having joined the sect for only a few months, he has severely injured several disciples. I propose we strip him of his cultivation and expel him from his sect. The peak master of Tiandao, Xuanhuan, could not restrain himself from speaking, his tone low and frigid. That assertion is misguided, peak master. The grand elder, Sun Wuya, slowly interjected, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly. Tianyun's talent is evident to all, and he is an exceptional alchemist, possessing remarkable medical skills that have saved many elders and disciples. To expel such a prodigy from the sect is utterly reprehensible. Elder Si Kong concurred, stating, the grand elder's words ring true. While Tianyun may have acted impulsively, he is not the instigator of conflict. Tracing the origins of these incidents, the blame does not rest with him. The two elders, often engaging with Xuanhuan Qingro, had frequently sought her assistance in alchemy, thus naturally leaning in favor of Tianyun in this matter. Even if his talent is exceptional, it does not absolve him of violating sect rules. If we do not impose strict punishment today, will Lu Yunzong descend into chaos? Zilan Iwe Kunli Asut, her eyes betraying an icy resolve. Indeed, if one can recklessly cripple another's dantian simply due to their own talent, who would dare to join such a sect in the future? Gao Xianhong coldly echoed in agreement. By your logic, would not your disciples be free to bully others, while their victims are denied the right to retaliate? Tianyun coldly replied, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. Even if one seeks to retaliate, it must be done within the confines of sect regulations. Who permits you to cripple another's dantian? Jilan glared fiercely, her voice becoming increasingly frigid. To this day, you continue to blame others without recognizing your own faults. Tianyun snorted coldly, a trace of mockery crossing his face. Outrageous. What faults do we possess? Jilan scolded angrily, her expression growing increasingly grim. Let me explain this to you. These young individuals possess considerable talent. If you could take the time to impart the principles of morality to them, they would undoubtedly have a bright future ahead. Tianyun spoke with a grave expression. However, what about you? You focus solely on teaching them the ways of cultivation while entirely neglecting the nurturing of their character, which has led to their arrogant abuse of power over their peers. With such brazen dispositions, while you may protect them within the sect, once they step into the world, other sects will not indulge their behavior as you do. I share this in hopes that you will recognize your faults and guide your disciples appropriately, rather than allowing them to act tyrannically within the safety of your walls. Otherwise, they may not even know how they met their end in the future. Tianyun stated coldly. Gao Xinhong and Ji Lanyue's faces contorted with rage, their features almost unrecognizable, momentarily at a loss for words to counter his argument. How dare you presume to instruct me on how to teach my disciples? Gao Xinhong roared, akin to an enraged lion, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Look at you. Despite your age, you are still so impetuous. With such a temperament, it would be remarkable if you produced any good disciples. Tianyun retorted without reservation. Insolent fool. Do not speak recklessly here. If you recklessly cripple another's dantians, no one can save you today. Ji Lanyue's face was frozen in frost. Her gaze as sharp as ice blades fixated upon Tianyun, her murderous intent intensifying. You carry yourself with such arrogance. The sect leader has yet to speak, yet you're already making a ruckus. One might think you're the sect leader yourself. Tianyun scoffed, his eyes filled with provocation. You insolent wretch, you seek death. Ji Lanyue's fury ignited. Unable to contain her rage any longer, She swung her hand, unleashing a palm strike with overwhelming force aimed directly at Mu Tianyun. The strike was terrifyingly powerful. Should Mu Tianyun be struck, he would surely face certain death. Halt! Just as the situation reached a critical point, a stunning figure appeared like a flash of lightning, positioning herself in front of Mu Tianyun. A tremendous crash resonated, shaking the entire hall. Xuanhuan was forced back several paces from the backlash, barely managing to stabilize herself. Upon closer inspection, it was Xuanhuan Qingru who had arrived. Yilaniyue, as a peak leader, how can you resort to violence against a junior? Do you not feel ashamed? Xuanhuan Qingru's voice was cold as winter ice, her gaze piercing as she stared directly at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan Qingru, your disciple, is arrogant. He has not only rendered my nephew a eunuch, but has also crippled my closed-door disciple's Dantian. You must provide me with an explanation today. Xuanhuan's face was frosted over, her voice chillingly sharp. What of it? If he is crippled, then so be it. It is hardly a matter that requires my explanation. Xuanhuan Qingru said nonchalantly, her tone exuding an undeniable dominance. You. Xuanhuan's face contorted with rage upon hearing this. Through the clash, just now, she realized her strength was vastly inferior to Xuanhuan Qingru's. Moreover, as the foremost alchemist of the sect, Xuanhuan Qingru held an esteemed position even within the entirety of the Tianxian Empire. With her personally present, the sect leader might not even consider punishing Mu Tianyun. Realizing this, her complexion grew increasingly grim, filled with helplessness and resentment. Enough, let's all calm down. I have nearly grasped the full context of this matter. Bai Lingxiao stood up, his expression grave. Although Mu Tianyun's actions were indeed somewhat severe, the fault does not lie with him. Expelling him from the sect would be quite inappropriate. Xuanhuan and Gao Xinhong's expressions darkened at once, as though they had swallowed a fly. Yet they ultimately refrained from further comment. They understood that once the sect leader had made a decision, it was unlikely to be reversed. Meanwhile, Lu Yanran and Ji Tianhao's eyes revealed despair and unwillingness upon hearing this. Initially, they had believed Mu Tianyun would undoubtedly be stripped of his Dantian and expelled from the sect, but the outcome had been entirely unexpected. In that moment, Ji Tianhao was filled with regret, lamenting that he should never have provoked Mu Tianyun. He had merely aimed to please Lu Yanran, yet had gained nothing in the process, instead suffering the tragic fate of being rendered a eunuch. As he contemplated this, despair and resentment filled his features, and his gaze towards Lu Yanran bore a hint of malice. In his view, if it were not for this woman, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. In contrast, Lu Yanran's expression was filled with hatred, her eyes fixed on Mu Tianyun as if she wished to see him suffer 1,000 deaths. Mu Tianyun. Bai Lingxiao turned to Mu Tianyun. Present, master. Mu Tianyun replied respectfully. This matter shall be considered settled, but should any further incidents of crippling Dantians arise, I shall impose severe punishment without fail. Bai Lingxiao's tone was stern, his gaze imbued with undeniable authority. Rest assured, as long as no one provokes me, I will not harm others lightly. Mu Tianyun hastily assured. Very well, you may all leave. Bai Lingxiao waved his hand. Upon hearing this, everyone respectfully bowed and then turned to exit the main hall of the sect leader. Before departing, Mu Tianyun discreetly cast a glance at Han Xinya, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. At that moment, he realized that this woman, with whom he had shared a fleeting encounter, was likely the sect leader's wife, the mother of the Bai Li Jianyun brothers. Upon noticing Mu Tianyun's glance, Han Xinya felt her heart race. A slight blush crept onto her regal and exquisite visage, and a trace of barely perceptible fluster flickered in her eyes. Chapter 69. The Tianxian Grand Competition. Before long, Mu Tianyun, accompanied by Hua Yurong, followed Xuanhuan Qingru back to their residence atop the mountain. The peak was shrouded in mist, tranquil and serene, with a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of flowers, resembling a paradise beyond the mundane world. Subsequently, Mu Tianyun guided Hua Yurong back to his humble wooden abode. The interior of the wooden house was simply yet warmly arranged, exuding a faint scent of wood. He carefully assisted Hua Yurong to sit down, then personally applied ointment to her injured face. Tianyun, you are so kind. Hua Yurong hugged Mu Tianyun tightly, resting her head gently against his chest, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Silly girl, You are my woman. How could I possibly stand by and watch as others bully you? Mu Tianyun tenderly stated, gently stroking Hua Yurong's hair. Rest here. I will return to keep you company shortly. Hua Yurong nodded obediently, her eyes filled with reliance. Afterward, Mu Tianyun turned and exited the wooden house. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of Xuanhuan Qingro's villa. The villa was elegantly crafted, surrounded by a riot of blooming flowers and lush green grass. Xuanhuan Qingru was leisurely sipping tea in the pavilion of the villa, sunlight cascading upon her, as if draping her in a golden veil. Though she was clad in the attire of a Taoist priestess, her exquisitely beautiful face and graceful figure were breathtakingly captivating. Mu Tianyun approached respectfully, slightly bowing as he spoke. Master, I have caused you trouble once again. His tone was filled with remorse as he lowered his head, unable to meet Xuanhuan Qingro's gaze. I'm not blaming you, so why are you so anxious? A gentle smile appeared on Xuanhuan Qingro's face. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianyun felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, his tense demeanor relaxing. Master, you truly do not blame your disciple? Mu Tianyun promptly took the teapot and expertly poured a cup of tea for Xuanhuan Qingru, his movements gentle and respectful. What is there to blame? Xuanhuan Qingru gently lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip. Throughout history, has there ever been a truly extraordinary figure who was not a troublemaker in their youth? Master, are you not afraid that your disciple will cause you great trouble? Mu Tianyun scratched his head awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. As long as I am here, even if you create immense trouble, I can shield you from it. However, while I can protect you for a time, I cannot do so for a lifetime. The path ahead must ultimately be walked by you alone. Xuanhuan Qingru's expression turned earnest, her eyes reflecting hope for Mu Tianyun. You are right, master. The road ahead must be traversed by me. I shall strive to be more discreet in the future and avoid causing you unnecessary trouble. Mu Tianyun spoke resolutely, his eyes glimmering with determination. Yin, you must devote yourself to your training. In 3 months, the Tianxian Grand Competition will take place. And if you secure a spot, it may serve as an excellent opportunity for your growth. Xuanhuan Qingru's gaze rested on Mu Tianyun as she spoke earnestly. Master, what is the Tianxian Grand Competition? Mu Tianyun inquired with curiosity. The Tianxian Grand Competition is a grand event organized by the Tianxian Empire, where the 4 major sects will send their young talents to participate. Xuanhuan Qingru explained patiently. Are there any special rewards for this competition? A hint of anticipation flickered in Mu Tianyun's eyes. There are indeed rewards, and they are quite substantial. Xuanhuan Qingru smiled as she replied, Rest assured, master. I will work diligently to earn a commendable rank. Mu Tianyun declared with firm conviction. From now on, I will dedicate myself entirely to your guidance. In a month, I must depart from here, and the journey ahead will rest solely on your shoulders. Xuanhuan Qingru sighed softly, her gaze imbued with a touch of reluctance and helplessness. Master, where are you going? Mu Tianyun's heart tightened slightly, his eyes filled with worry and sorrow. To a place exceedingly distant. As long as you commit to your training and elevate your strength, there may yet be a chance for us to reunite in the future. Xuanhuan Qingru's gaze grew profound, as if she were staring into the endless void. I will certainly strive to train hard and will not disappoint your expectations. Mu Tianyun replied solemnly, his tone brimming with unwavering belief. In the time that followed, Xuanhuan Qingru subjected Mu Tianyun to an intense regimen of training. Each morning, she would focus entirely on imparting her knowledge of cultivation techniques and the nuances of mental disciplines, leaving no detail overlooked. In the afternoons, she would carefully teach him alchemy and medicine, explaining the properties of various herbs, the nuances of refining elixirs, and the intricacies of medical skills. In the evenings, she would share her experiences from her own adventures in the world. Mu Tianyun approached his studies with utmost seriousness, proactively asking questions whenever he encountered difficulties. The bond between master and disciple grew increasingly intimate, as if they had forged a profound connection. However, as time passed, Mu Tianyun became increasingly curious about Xuanhuan Qingru. He discovered that the knowledge she imparted was remarkably profound, encompassing alchemy, medicine, rune crafting, and even array formation techniques. Time flew by, and a month had slipped away in the blink of an eye. Through this period of rigorous training, Mu Tianyun's cultivation had ascended to the second layer of the gathering essence realm. At this moment, he could distinctly feel the surge of spiritual energy within him, flowing more smoothly than ever before. His medical skills had advanced to the point where he could accurately diagnose various ailments and prescribe the appropriate remedies. His alchemical abilities had also seen a qualitative leap, enabling him to refine higher quality elixirs. Both his rune crafting and array formation techniques had undergone significant enhancement, granting him a deeper understanding of their mysteries. Yunair, the skills I have imparted to you are merely to assist in your cultivation. Always remember that true strength is the foundation of a person. Xuanhuan Rose spoke with a serious demeanor, her gaze filled with earnest expectations for Mu Tianyun. I understand, Master. Mu Tianyun nodded, his eyes conveying resolute belief. He fully comprehended the importance of strength to a cultivator. As for martial techniques and cultivation methods, I will only impart these to you. Each individual has their own path. I hope you can carve out an innovative route rather than simply following my old path. Xuanhuan Ro said thoughtfully. She wished for Mu Tianyun to explore a unique approach to cultivation, creating his own brilliance along the way. I will endeavor to forge a distinct path, ensuring I do not disappoint you, Master. Mu Tianyun affirmed with determination. He was acutely aware that to become an unparalleled powerhouse, he must create his own unique martial techniques. Currently, he was still too weak to develop his own skills, relying instead on those created by others. Yet he believed that in the future, as he elevated his strength, he would ultimately create unparalleled techniques and carve out a distinctive path in his cultivation journey. Chapter 70. Xuanhuan Ro's Departure. Yuan, it is time for me to leave. This chaos pearl shall serve as a parting gift from me to you. Xuanhuan Ro gazed deeply at Mu Tianyun, her eyes conveying a complex array of emotions. Slowly, she retrieved a pearl radiating a mysterious aura from her bosom. The surface of the pearl shimmered with an unusual light, as if it contained the secrets of the universe, compelling one to delve deeper. Master, such a precious item makes me feel unworthy. Mu Tianyun's voice quivered, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Since his arrival in this world, Xuanhuan Ro had been the kindest person to him, like a guiding light in this unfamiliar realm. Now that she was about to depart, it was impossible for him not to feel sorrow. This chaos pearl is one of my most treasured possessions. If you can comprehend its secrets, it may lead to a tremendous opportunity. A flicker of anticipation danced in Xuanhuan Ro's eyes. Master, why would you give me something so significant? Mu Tianyun inquired, feeling both touched and perplexed. I have spent countless years seeking its mysteries, yet have made no progress. Do you think I would part with it so easily otherwise? Xuanhuan Ro chuckled wryly, her smile tinged with self-deprecation. Please take it quickly. Thank you, Master. Mu Tianyun hurriedly accepted the chaos pearl with great reverence, carefully hanging it around his neck. I have already announced that I will enter seclusion for 2 years. During this time, do your best to avoid trouble and strive to elevate your cultivation. Xuanhuan Ro's eyes reflected her concern for Mu Tianyun. I understand. Mu Tianyun nodded, committing Xuanhuan Ro's words to memory. Suddenly, Xuanhuan Ro turned her gaze towards the depths of the cosmos. Moments later, her brows furrowed slightly, and her expression grew grave, as if she sensed a powerful and mysterious force approaching. Yunair, I must take my leave. Until we meet again, may fate allow it. With that, Xuanhuan Ro transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing into the void with astonishing speed, akin to a shooting star streaking across the sky, leaving behind only a faint glimmer. Master, Mu Tianyun called out, his voice laden with reluctance, as if it had erupted from the depths of his soul. He fixed his gaze on the void until Xuanhuan Ro's figure vanished completely, as though he wished to imprint this moment indelibly in his mind. Mu Tianyun stood silently in place, lost in thought, his eyes fixed on the emptiness, with countless thoughts swirling in his mind. After a long while, he slowly withdrew his gaze, taking a deep breath as he began to focus on his cultivation. He knew that from this point forward, he would no longer have a safety net and that the future would depend solely on himself. Fortunately, Xuanhuan Ro had previously announced her intention to enter seclusion for 2 years, so he was not overly concerned about his safety. Meanwhile, Lu Yan quietly departed from the Lu Yun sect. In her current state, She had rendered her Dantian useless, losing the very foundation of her cultivation. Remaining here held no significance. Instead, she would become the target of countless mockeries. Tianyun, why you roam, if I do not perish? I shall ensure that you pay a grievous price. Lu Yinran ground her teeth, her eyes brimming with resentment and fury. After uttering these words, she resolutely turned and vanished into the Luyun mountain range, leaving behind a solitary figure filled with hatred. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Tianyun devoted himself to cultivation, aside from treating patients and concocting elixirs. He immersed himself in the realm of training, continuously enhancing his power. Meanwhile, his cultivation level ascended to the third layer of the Zhuyuan realm. The spiritual energy flowed more smoothly within him, and his innate power grew increasingly formidable. One day, Tianyun, accompanied by Hua Yurong, quietly departed from the Luyan sect. He planned to venture into the depths of the Luyan mountain range for a period of training, aiming to hone his practical combat abilities. The mountain range behind Luyan was vast and dense with forests, concealing countless dangers and opportunities. As they journeyed deeper into the Luyan mountain range, Tianyun sought out battles with demonic beasts. When encountering weaker foes, he would leave them to Hua Yurong, hoping that this would provide her with the experience necessary to bolster her strength. Should they face slightly stronger demonic beasts, he would personally engage, demonstrating his formidable strength and fearless bravery. Tianyun did not wish for his woman to merely be a decorative figure. He aspired for her to advance her power rapidly, growing alongside him. By day, they trained together, growing stronger through their battles with the demonic beasts. By night, they would find a serene and mysterious cave to relish their time together. Unbeknownst to them, a figure cloaked in black was stealthily following from the shadows not far away. This individual, concealed in darkness, moved like a specter, their eyes gleaming with a chilling light. As they delved deeper into the Luyan mountain range, the strength of the demonic beasts escalated. The intricate terrain and various mysterious traps tested their strength and wisdom. Tianyun, relying on his power and intellect, repeatedly averted crises, simultaneously honing his combat skills. Each encounter deepened his understanding of his abilities and refined his combat techniques. Hua Yurong, too, gradually acclimated to the challenging environment through continuous combat. Her gaze grew braver and more resolute, her strength steadily increasing. From her initial nervousness and fear when facing demonic beasts, she had transformed into a composed and steady adversary. Tianyun, come with me. A sinister voice suddenly echoed through the tranquil woods, resonating from the depths of the nine hells, sending a chilling shiver down the spine. A hunched figure cloaked in black abruptly appeared before Tianyun, shrouded in darkness, revealing only a pair of eyes glimmering with a cold light. Who are you? Tianyun's heart jolted, a strong sense of danger surging within. Instinctively, he shielded Hua Yurong behind him, his gaze warily fixed on this mysterious intruder. Enough of the chatter. Come with me, the cloaked figure huffed coldly. Before the words had left his lips, he vanished in an instant, unleashing a fierce claw strike accompanied by a whistling wind aimed directly at Tianyun. Tianyun swung his right hand fiercely, sending forth a black talisman that soared like an arrow, rapidly transforming into a colossal force, hurtling towards the cloaked figure with an unstoppable momentum. As the force passed, the surrounding air seemed to boil, tumultuously swirling. You know not what you speak. The cloaked figure scoffed, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He increased the pressure of his massive claw strike, amplifying its already formidable might. The collision of these two immense powers erupted with a thunderous roar, shaking the entire forest. A powerful energy shockwave radiated outward, shattering trees and stirring up clouds of dust. Before Tianyun could react, he was sent flying by the overwhelming aftershock. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling to that of a ghost, his breath becoming exceedingly weak. You dare resist before me? The cloaked figure's voice was as cold as winter's ice, instilling dread. He swung his arm once more, sending a claw strike imbued with a devastating aura toward Tianyun. Tianyun, run! In this critical moment, Hua Yurong stepped forward without hesitation, resolutely placing herself before Tianyun. Seeking death, the cloaked figure's voice dripped with disdain. The massive claw strike ensnared Hua Yurong midair. She struggled relentlessly. Yet it was futile. Her form appeared minuscule within the grip, as if it could be crushed at any moment. Let her go. Tianyun cried out in desperation, his voice tinged with urgency. Tianyun, hurry and escape. Do not concern yourself with me. Hua Yurong's voice resonated with despair, her body trembling slightly. Yet her gaze remained resolute. She understood the vast disparity in strength between herself and the enemy, hoping only that Tianyun could seize the opportunity to flee. Your target is me. I beg you, spare her, and I will come with you. Tianyun's voice was laced with fury, mingled with a plea. Let her go. Do you think that is possible? The cloaked man's voice was rife with mockery. As soon as he spoke, a tremendous force emanated from him like a surging tide. Before Hua Yurong could utter a cry of horror, her body was reduced to a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. No! Tianyun released a furious wail, filled with agony and despair, as if he sought to shatter the very world around him. He disregarded everything, his eyes ablaze with rage, and charged furiously at the cloaked figure. At that moment, he was entirely consumed by madness, his heart filled with an insatiable desire for vengeance, longing to rend the enemy before him into pieces. You ignorant wretch, do you believe you can resist before me? The cloaked figure regarded Tianyun with a hint of disdain. He observed the frenzied charge of Tianyun as if watching an insignificant insect. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a fierce gust of energy, sweeping toward Tianyun's sword attack with overwhelming force. A resounding crash echoed as Tianyun was propelled backward, spitting out blood once more, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. You scoundrel! I will kill you! Tianyun roared in fury, struggling to rise from the ground, once again swinging his sword at the cloaked figure. Despite his battered body, every movement accompanied by excruciating pain, the hatred in his heart urged him onward, driving him to charge recklessly at his foe. You, an insignificant insect, cannot even protect your woman, yet you dare to challenge me? A smirk of contempt graced the face of the cloaked figure. He raised his hand once more, delivering another powerful strike, imbued with disdain and murderous intent, aimed directly at Tianyun. A resounding thud rang out as Tianyun, unable to mount any defense, was once again hurled away by the cloaked figure's immense force, crashing down with a cloud of dust. In that moment, he was uncertain how many bones had been broken. He had utterly lost the ability to fight back, unable even to rise, lying helplessly on the ground, gasping for breath. Who are you? Tianyun's eyes brimmed with hatred as he gritted his teeth and roared. His heart was heavy with confusion and anger, unable to comprehend why this enigmatic figure would inflict such harm upon him and Hua Yurong. Since you wish to know, I shall tell you. The cloaked figure slowly removed the black cloth from his head, revealing his true visage. Old fool, I hold no grudge against you. Why you treat me this way? Tianyun seethed, his face contorting with rage. He could scarcely believe that the masked man before him was Gongsun-Mo, the 8th elder of the Luyun sect. Enough with the nonsense. Come with me, Gongsun-Mo declared, a cruel smile spreading across his face, his eyes glinting with greed and satisfaction. He began to approach Tianyun, each step seeming to crush Tianyun's heart. Facing Gongsun-Mo's advancing form, Tianyun's gaze was filled with despair and helplessness. At that moment, he had completely lost the will to fight and could not even muster the strength to move, forced to watch as Gongsun-Mo drew nearer. You dare lay your hands on my man, you insignificant insect! A voice that sent shivers down the spine suddenly echoed through the air. In the next instant, a breathtakingly beautiful maiden appeared before Tianyun. The moment she emerged, an overwhelming pressure emanated from her, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. The surrounding space seemed to warp under this tremendous force. In an instant, the once arrogant Gongsun-Mo was brought to his knees by this formidable aura, his body trembling uncontrollably, eyes wide with fear and disbelief. How is this possible? You cannot be alive. Gongsun-Mo's eyes were filled with dread, his body quivering as disbelief washed over his face. He could not fathom how the woman before him, who he believed had been reduced to a mist of blood, could suddenly reappear. Hongya! Tianyun rubbed his eyes, disbelief etched across his features. He gazed at the maiden, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Hua Yurong. Yet the aura she exuded was starkly different from the Hua Yurong he once knew. Whoever dares to touch my man has chosen the path to destruction. A sharp glimmer ignited in Xuanhuan's eyes as a terrifying power surged from her, sweeping towards Canglan in an instant. Canglan let out a pained wail as his body disintegrated into ashes, vanishing into the air. Lying on the ground, Tianyun wore a bewildered expression. He could feel that this woman was indeed Xuanhuan, yet her aura was undeniably distinct, evoking feelings of both familiarity and strangeness. Tianyun, are you all right? After vanquishing Canglan, Xuanhuan hurried to Tianyun's side, gently helping him to his feet. Ronger, what on earth is happening? Tianyun inquired, his eyes wide with shock. Do not worry, Tianyun. I did not truly perish. The blood mist you witnessed was merely a fragment of my Tao body. Xuanhuan explained swiftly. Are you merely a Tao body? Tianyun's face was filled with incredulity. Indeed, what died was but a Tao body. My true self resides in the Tianyun immortal realm. Soon, this spiritual avatar will completely dissipate. If you truly wish to see me, then strive to cultivate diligently and ascend to the Tianyun immortal realm. Xuanhuan replied, her eyes filled with reluctance. But how will I find you in the Tianyun immortal realm? Tianyun asked hurriedly. At present, I am but a spiritual entity, and my knowledge of my true self's whereabouts is limited, Xuanhuan said helplessly. Rest assured, no matter where you go, I will find you, Tianyun asserted, gripping Xuanhuan's hand with unwavering determination. I believe in you, she nodded gently, leaning against Tianyun. I am sorry. It is all my fault for not protecting you. Tianyun held Xuanhuan tightly, his eyes filled with profound guilt. A useless fool, unable to protect his own woman. Xuanhuan's voice turned chillingly cold, a wave of murderous intent radiating from her. Who are you? Tianyun felt a tightening in his chest, a wary expression crossing his face. You vile wretch, with your insignificant cultivation, who granted you the audacity to provoke my Tao body? Xuanhuan's voice was frigid, her piercing gaze instilling fear. She had initially intended to utilize her reincarnated Tao body to cultivate anew, merging with her true self to break free from her current cultivation constraints. Yet, she had never anticipated that this Tao body would sacrifice itself for a man from the lower realm. Consequently, her years of meticulous planning had been utterly ruined. It is worth noting that this Tao body had taken countless years to coalesce. Once her cultivation reached a certain level, she would awaken her past memories and bloodline, allowing her to advance at an astonishing pace. Now, all of this had been obliterated due to this man, igniting her boundless fury. You're Ronger's true self? Tianyun's face was a mask of astonishment as he fixed his gaze on Xuanhuan, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. I grant you 10 years. If you cannot ascend to the Tianyun immortal realm within that time, I will personally return to eliminate you, Xuanhuan declared coldly, her voice laced with undeniable authority. Ronger, you cannot be serious. Ascending to the immortal realm in 10 years is impossible. Tianyun's expression reflected his frustration. During this time, he had garnered a detailed understanding of the history of the Canglan Continent. According to historical records, there had been individuals who successfully ascended to the upper realms. However, the fastest among these extraordinary beings took hundreds of years, with some even requiring over 1,000 years to accomplish such a feat were it not for you. My reincarnated Tao body would not have perished in vain. 10 years is already an immense gift. Xuanhuan's voice was icy, her eyes still filled with anger and dissatisfaction. I will strive to cultivate diligently and aim to ascend to the immortal realm as soon as possible. Tianyun affirmed with a solemn nod. This is your promise, so do not disappoint me. Xuanhuan's eyes revealed a glimmer of hope. Where in the Tianyun immortal realm will you be? How can I find you? Tianyun asked. Knowing my location will not benefit you. What you must do is cultivate diligently and carve out your own path. I shall come to find you when the time is right, Xuanhuan responded. Very well. Tianyun acquiesced reluctantly. Do not be disheartened. Though she is my reincarnated Tao body, she and I are fundamentally one. If you truly earn my recognition, I shall bestow upon you immense fortune and, in the future, interact with you in her character. Xuanhuan gazed deeply at Tianyun, her eyes concealing a hint of complex emotion. This is your promise, and you must not go back on it, Tianyun insisted. I shall not waver now. Cultivate well, and do not let me down, Hua Yurong replied before her form gradually dissipated, vanishing like smoke. Watching Hua Yurong's figure fade away, Mu Tianyun's eyes reflected a mix of sorrow and indignation. Although she had not truly died, she had transformed into a stranger to him. After a moment of lamentation, Mu Tianyun retrieved a healing pill and consumed it, then began to channel his energy to swiftly mend his internal injuries. About half an hour later, he finally stabilized his wounds. With great difficulty, he rose to his feet and, dragging his weary body, made his way to the spot where Gongsun-Mo had turned to ash. After a careful search, he eventually discovered a storage ring on the ground. After carefully securing the storage ring, Mu Tianyun swiftly departed from the scene. However, scarcely a quarter of an hour had passed when a mysterious figure silently emerged at the very spot he had just vacated. Could it be Xuanhuan Xingro's doing? The enigmatic man murmured to himself, a glimmer of chilling malice flickering in his eyes. Subsequently, he began to stealthily search the mountains. After walking a considerable distance, Mu Tianyun discovered a clandestine cave to conceal himself. His body was battered and bruised, and without timely treatment, it would be impossible for him to traverse this treacherous area. Upon entering the cave, he retrieved a healing elixir and consumed it, focusing intently on repairing his internal injuries through his cultivation techniques. The severity of his wounds was grave. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of Hua Yurong's spirit, he would have surely fallen into the clutches of Gongsun-Mo. The mere thought of Gongsun-Mo sent a frigid glint of murderous intent flashing through Mu Tianyun's eyes. Time slipped by, and 2 days swiftly elapsed. After 2 days of healing, Mu Tianyun's injuries finally mended. Once restored, he set forth towards the direction of Lu Yunzhou. He had already formulated a plan to return, gather resources, and then depart this place permanently. With both Xuanhuan Xingru and Hua Yurong absent, remaining in this merciless sect held no significance. Furthermore, he harbored a persistent feeling that Gongsun-Mo was not acting alone. Staying here would undoubtedly pose great danger. Yet, just as Mu Tianyun stepped out of the cave, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared before him. Esteemed senior, may I inquire as to the reason you have obstructed my path? Motianunis continents darkened. A wave of ominous premonition washing over him. Come with me, the mysterious man commanded, his figure flickering and instantly materializing before Mu Tianyun with a speed so swift that there was no time for reaction. With a mere wave of his hand, an overwhelming force rendered Mu Tianyun unconscious. Chapter 73. The transplant surgery time passed unmeasured. When Mu Tianyun finally stirred from his slumber, he found himself ensconced in a dark, windowless dungeon. The air was thick with the scent of damp decay, and the walls emanated a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, Mu Tianyun's cultivation was sealed by an enigmatic force. He was bound tightly to an iron pillar, resembling a lamb destined for slaughter. The ropes dug painfully into his skin, and each slight struggle elicited excruciating agony, leaving him utterly powerless. In the midst of the oppressive silence, broken only by his heavy breathing, the dungeon's heavy iron door slowly creaked open. The rusted hinges emitted a sharp screech that resonated painfully in the stillness. A middle-aged man, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, entered with a steady yet imposing gait, gently pushing the dungeon door aside. The moment Mu Tianyun beheld the man's visage, his eyes widened in shock, disbelief washing over him. He never imagined that the one who had bound him here was none other than the master of Lu Yunzhou. Master, why have you brought your disciple here? Mu Tianyun managed to suppress his astonishment, striving to keep his voice steady. Mu Tianyun, your innate talent is indeed commendable. Were it not for my urgent need for young attribute flesh to concoct elixirs, I would not harbor such murderous thoughts towards you, Li Lingxiao replied, a glint of avarice flashing across his face, revealing a chilling ruthlessness in his gaze. Master, whatever elixir you require, I can assist in its refinement. There is no need for such drastic measures against me, Mu Tianyun implored, his heart racing with trepidation as he realized the depths of the man's cruelty. Intending to use his flesh for alchemical purposes, a mere novice in alchemy dares to claim he can assist me? Li Lingxiao scoffed, a disdainful curve gracing his lips. His cultivation had long reached a bottleneck, and despite countless attempts with various rare treasures and cultivation methods, he was unable to break through. Yet recently, he fortuitously acquired a mysterious alchemical formula that rekindled a flicker of hope within him. However, the formula was brutally cruel, requiring the flesh of a man with a special physique as a catalyst, plunging his newly ignited hope back into despair. Just as Bai Lingxiao was on the verge of giving up, Tianyun fortuitously entered his line of sight, prompting him to set his sights on the young man. "Master, how can you know my capabilities without giving me a chance?" Tianyun exclaimed urgently, desperation lacing his tone. "To be on the brink of death yet attempt to deceive me," Bai Lingxiao sneered disdainfully. "Master, you are gravely ill, and I alone possess the means to cure you," Tianyun declared, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat, anxiety, and fear evident in his eyes. "Child, do enlighten me on what ailment I suffer." Bai Lingxiao's voice was icily cold, his gaze fixed on Tianyun. "If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, you will regret ever entering this world." "Master, if my assumptions are correct, you have not touched a woman in over 20 years. Tianyun's voice trembled slightly, yet it bore the weight of a desperate resolve. "Nonsense." Bai Lingxiao's expression darkened ominously. This deeply personal matter was known only to his wife, Han Xinya. The fact that this young man could discern such an intimate secret left him utterly astonished. "Master, cease your pretense. I can see through your affliction. If you grant me a chance, I assure you I can heal you," Tianyun implored, desperation etched across his features. In truth, he had only made a vague deduction based on subtle observations, surmising that Bai Lingxiao was unable to engage in intimate relations. The specifics remained unclear to him, but given the dire circumstances, he prioritized preserving his life above all else. "Child, do elaborate on how you propose to treat me. Should you fail to provide a credible explanation, I shall ensure your demise is without a burial place," Bai Lingxiao threatened ominously. With a sudden flash of inspiration, Tianyun hastily replied, "Of course, it can be treated, but it requires a surgical procedure." "Surgery?" Bai Lingxiao's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Explain. What does surgery entail?" "Surgery involves transplantation, which means transferring someone else's attributes into your own body," Tianyun explained. "Are you certain you're not jesting with me?" Bai Lingxiao's eyes glinted with a sharp, threatening intensity. "Master, how could I ever dare to deceive you?" Tianyun exhibited an extraordinary desire for survival and promptly declared, "I have now received the true teachings of my master, and this issue is trivial for me." The expression on Bai Lingxiao's face twisted into a cold smile. His gaze sharp and venomous, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike, instilling a profound sense of dread. Upon hearing this, Tianyun's complexion darkened significantly, and he hastily responded, "Master, we share no blood relation. Even if my essence were to be transplanted into you, it would be futile and would instead provoke an immune rejection. Are you suggesting that a blood relationship is essential for such a transplant?" Bai Lingxiao's brow furrowed slightly. "Indeed, it is preferable that the donor is a direct descendant. If they're willing to make a sacrifice, I could restore your former virility," Tianyun stated earnestly. This type of transplant surgery posed no challenge for him, as he had completely mastered Xuanhuan Qingrou's authentic teachings. However, he had no intention of benevolently aiding his adversary, for once he was healed, his value would diminish, leading to an inevitable and tragic demise. Chapter 74. The Art of Deception. Do you comprehend the repercussions of deceiving me? Bai Lingxiao's eyes were as piercing as a sword, coldly fixed upon Tianyun, as if he sought to penetrate his very soul. "Master, even if you were to grant me 100-fold courage, I would not dare to deceive you," Tianyun hastily replied, his voice trembling slightly. Upon hearing Tianyun's words, Bai Lingxiao fell into contemplation, his expression growing increasingly grave. He had only 2 sons. The eldest, Bai Jianshun, was the sect's holy son and a candidate for future sect leader, renowned for his extraordinary talent and high standing within the sect. The younger son, Bai Jianyun, was equally gifted and currently the foremost disciple within the sect, with a bright future ahead. Bai Lingxiao held a deep affection for both sons, but the thought of transplanting his son's essence into himself caused him considerable internal conflict. After all, such suffering was not something an ordinary person could endure. It was a dual torment of body and soul. He could not bear to inflict his pain upon his sons. Yet, if he did not proceed with the transplant, he would forever remain a man devoid of humanity. At just over 40 years of age, he still had many years ahead, and enduring such agony would render immortality meaningless. Especially in recent decades, he had grown weary of a life resembling that of a living corpse. Each time he beheld his stunningly beautiful wife, who was breathtakingly alluring, a wave of deep inferiority and resentment surged within him, akin to countless ants gnawing at his heart. After much painful deliberation, Bai Lingxiao ultimately resolved to transplant the essence of his younger son, Bai Jianyun, into himself, though his heart was filled with struggle and reluctance. The desire to restore his virility ultimately triumphed over paternal affection. "Elder Yu," Bai Lingxiao softly called, his voice echoing distinctly in the silent dungeon. "Master." A voluptuous and alluring woman dressed in a black robe entered respectfully. Her movements were light and graceful, each step imbued with a unique rhythm. Yet beneath her enchanting exterior lay a subtle, unyielding ferocity. "Lower him down and watch him closely. Ensure he does not escape," Bai Lingxiao commanded before turning to exit the dungeon. He had already formulated a plan. Once he was healed, he would immediately refine Mu Tianyun into a medicinal elixir. At that point, he would finally break through to the coveted Earth Profound realm. However, his immediate task was to bring his son to him while ensuring that his wife remained oblivious to the matter. After Bai Lingxiao departed, Xuanhuan released Mu Tianyun from his restraints upon the stone pillar. "This sister is truly beautiful," Mu Tianyun remarked with a friendly smile, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere with his charm. "Flattery is of no use. Remain here obediently. Should you dare to flee, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Yu Wuxuang's voice was icy, her eyes glinting with a hint of menace. "Sister, I possess a method to enhance your cultivation, and it can be achieved immediately. If I were to deceive you, you may kill me on the spot," Mu Tianyun quickly asserted. He understood that he must seize every potential opportunity to escape this dire situation. At this juncture, he resolved to employ his allure. Previously, he had heard Hua Yurong mention that his unique constitution had certain beneficial effects on women's cultivation in specific aspects. If he could successfully persuade this woman, perhaps he would find a way to escape. "Do you understand what it means to toy with me?" Yu Wuxuang's gaze held a fierce intensity. "I am not lying. I possess the legendary 9 Yang divine body, or else the sect master would not have brought me here," Mu Tianyun proclaimed. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Yu Wuxuang replied coldly. "My physique is rather exceptional. If you were to engage in the rites of Zhougong with me, your cultivation could be significantly enhanced." Mu Tianyun insisted earnestly, his eyes revealing a confidence meant to persuade Yu Wuxuang of his claims. "You are exceedingly bold to dare deceive me, the elder. Do you think I would hesitate to eliminate you?" Yu Wuxuang's voice was as sharp as ice, her eyes glinting with a lethal coldness directed at Mu Tianyun. "I truly do not deceive you. If my claims do not hold true, you may slay me immediately," Mu Tianyun insisted, inwardly praying that Yu Wuxuang would be swayed, thus providing him with a chance for survival. "I am utterly devoted to the sect master. How could your mere words persuade me? Remain here obediently, and should you act rashly, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Yu Wuxuang shot Mu Tianyun a frigid glare before turning to exit the dungeon. It would be disingenuous to claim that Mu Tianyun's proposal did not stir something within her. After all, her cultivation had long since reached a bottleneck, and despite her diligent efforts over the past few years, she had been unable to break through that barrier. However, she was acutely aware of the considerable risks involved. If the sect master discovered her actions, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. For this reason, she refrained from immediately acquiescing to Mu Tianyun's suggestion, as she needed to conduct thorough research. Only once she confirmed that Mu Tianyun's unique constitution indeed benefited women's cultivation would she dare take the risk to save him. Seeing Yu Wuxuang depart, Mu Tianyun's expression turned to one of helplessness. At present, his powers were sealed, rendering him utterly powerless. The prospect of escaping from such a heavily guarded place seemed utterly preposterous. "Curse you! Do not let me escape, or I shall annihilate your entire clan." Mu Tianyun seethed through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. At this moment, he was certain that Gongsun-Mo, who had captured him, was undoubtedly dispatched by Bai Lingxiao. "I wish my master were here." Mu Tianyun's gaze was filled with helplessness and despair. In that moment, he could not help but recall his master, Xuanhuan. He knew that had she been present, her extraordinary abilities would have surely revealed his imprisonment. Suddenly, Recalling Xuanhuan brought to mind the chaos divine pearl. He instinctively reached for his neck and felt relieved to find the pearl still in place. Fortunately, the pearl remained. Clutching the chaos divine pearl tightly, Tianyun exhaled a sigh of relief, as though he had grasped a final glimmer of hope. At that moment, an accidental cut on his hand caused blood to unexpectedly touch the chaos divine pearl. In an instant, a dazzling golden light flashed by, akin to a lightning bolt piercing through the darkness, as the mixed chaos pearl swiftly entered his body. Chapter 75. The Mysterious Chaos Pearl. How peculiar. How did this pearl end up within me? A look of astonishment spread across Tianyun's face, his eyes wide as saucers, filled with incredulity. At this moment, he could distinctly feel the chaos pearl firmly settled within his dantian, akin to a greedy beast, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Although Tianyun yearned to utilize the divine stone for a probe, his current cultivation was sealed, rendering his divine consciousness utterly ineffective. This pearl is actually exerting force against the seal within me. Suddenly, Tianyun sensed that the steadfast seal within his body was being gradually impacted and eroded by mysterious and potent force. Moreover, intriguingly, as this enigmatic pearl frantically absorbed spiritual energy, a portion of it gently returned to his body, gradually nourishing his meridians and dantian, revitalizing his previously languid physique. Observing this situation, a flicker of joy involuntarily appeared on Tianyun's face. Yet, this fleeting happiness was but a momentary bloom, quickly replaced by a calm demeanor. Tianyun knew well that, given the pace at which this pearl was assaulting the seal, it would not be long before his cultivation seal was completely shattered. Once his cultivation was unsealed, the probability of his escape from this dungeon would rise dramatically. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to suppress the fluctuations of his internal energy. He absolutely could not allow the other party to catch the slightest hint. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Time passed quietly amidst tension and anticipation, and a day slipped by unnoticed. Under the tireless onslaught of the Chaos Pearl, the stubborn seal within Tianyun was finally broken. At the moment the cultivation seal was lifted, Tianyun's body felt as though it had been rejuvenated by much-needed rain after a prolonged drought, instantly brimming with vitality and vigor. Yet, he did not dare to slacken his efforts, hastily activating the breath concealment technique imparted to him by Xuanhuan, completely suppressing his aura. Creak! Just then, the heavy iron door of the dungeon was slowly pushed open once more. Bai Lingxiao entered, accompanied by Bai Jianyun. Tianyun, I never expected you to end up in such a pitiful state today. Bai Jianyun crossed his arms, chin slightly raised. A smirk of pride and mockery etched upon his lips. What are you so proud of? You will soon have your own moment of despair. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on Tianyun's face. How foolish to be so arrogant when reduced to such a state. A glint of coldness flashed in Bai Jianyun's eyes, as sharp as a blade, and he swung his hand, delivering a forceful slap towards Tianyun. Stop! A voice, resonant and authoritative like a great bell, suddenly rang out. Bai Lingxiao swiftly extended his hand, akin to an eagle's claw, and accurately grasped Bai Jianyun's wrist. Father, why are you stopping me? Bai Jianyun looked at Bai Lingxiao in confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Jianyun, I summoned you here today for an exceptionally important matter that I wish to discuss. Bai Lingxiao's gaze sharpened, his tone turning unusually grave. Feeling the piercing intensity of his father's icy gaze, Bai Jianyun involuntarily felt a twinge of unease. He quickly repressed his dissatisfaction, respectfully stating, Father, please command me. I shall not hesitate to lay down my life for you. Indeed, a good son to his father. Bai Lingxiao nodded slightly, a glimmer of hard-to-detect satisfaction flashing in his eyes. While speaking, he swung his hand forcefully, unleashing a mysterious and potent force that instantaneously sealed Bai Jianyun's cultivation. Father, why are you sealing my cultivation? Bai Jianyun's voice trembled, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Jianyun, over 20 years ago, I encountered unforeseen circumstances, preventing me from behaving like a normal man all these years. Bai Lingxiao's voice was somewhat somber, and now at long last. There exists a method to restore my manly vigor. Would you be willing to assist me? Li Lingxiao's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he looked at Li Jianyan. Father, as long as I can be of assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Li Jianyan spoke without a second thought. At this moment, he had yet to realize the terrifying ordeal that awaited him. I always knew you were filial. Li Lingxiao nodded with satisfaction, then gradually shifted his gaze to Mu Tianyun. Kid, the next step is up to you. As long as you can restore my vigor, I shall spare your life. Rest assured, Master, I will exert every effort to assist you in regaining your vigor. Mu Tianyun replied, his face a mask of deference. I will first lift your cultivation seal, and then we shall see how you perform. After declaring this, Li Lingxiao strode confidently before Mu Tianyun, extending his palm and delivering several sharp slaps to him, his movements crisp and decisive. Yet, he remained utterly unaware that Mu Tianyun's cultivation seal had already been successfully breached by the Chaos Pearl prior to this. Master, please first remove his, so that I may facilitate your procedure. Mu Tianyun spoke calmly. Remove what? Li Jianyun's expression shifted instantly, a wave of dread washing over him, as an overwhelming fear surged within him. Jianyun, do not be afraid. Your father is quite proficient with the blade, and there is ample high-quality healing balm here. You will recover swiftly after the procedure. Li Lingxiao reassured him, brandishing a glistening dagger that had appeared in his hand without him noticing. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Li Jianyun, dagger in hand. Father, do not heed this brat's nonsense. Such matters must not be taken lightly. Li Jianyun was paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling, his face as pale as paper, his body involuntarily shaking. At this moment, he realized that his father was indeed intent on castrating him to fulfill his desire to restore his manly vigor. You fool, lie still and do not move. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. Li Lingxiao reprimanded coldly, his gaze fierce and almost cruel. Simultaneously, an invisible and powerful pressure emanated from him, nearly suffocating Li Jianyun. Father, I beg you to spare me. Do not. Li Jianyun's voice was filled with despair, his body instinctively retreating, seeking to evade the impending doom. Jianyun, rest assured, after this is over, I will compensate you. Li Lingxiao waved his hand, a powerful force binding Li Jianyun, as if with ropes, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. Once again, the cultivation realms were listed: Zhuyuan, Zhuling, Dixian, Tianxuan, Wengsu, Wu Wing, Wu Wang, Wudi, Wuzun, Wuxing, Wushen. Chapter 76. Yu Wuxuang takes the bait. How ruthless! Mu Tianyun silently shook his head, filled with disdain. He had not anticipated that the usually composed Li Lingxiao could be so vicious, even willing to harm his own flesh and blood. However, Mu Tianyun felt not a shred of sympathy. After all, this father and son duo was hardly virtuous. Previously, Li Jianyun had often troubled Mu Tianyun, taking advantage of his status. Li Lingxiao, too, was merciless, intending to use Mu Tianyun's flesh as a medicinal ingredient to concoct a cruel elixir. A scream, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, echoed throughout the dungeon. Li Jianyun's eyes bulged, almost popping from their sockets, filled with boundless despair and rage. He could hardly believe that the father he had always respected would personally subject him to such a fate. In the midst of excruciating pain and a tempest of anger, Li Jianyun collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Mu Tianyun, hasten to transplant for me, commanded Li Lingxiao, his visage contorted in rage, clutching a gruesome mass of bloodied flesh that evoked a chilling terror deep within. The sight before him filled Mu Tianyun with a wave of nausea that threatened to overwhelm him, compelling him to take a deep breath and suppress his revulsion as he focused on calming himself through the practice of his techniques. Moments later, Mu Tianyun began the sinister procedure of the transplant. His hands moved with the grace of an illusion, accompanied by the peculiar scent of a quality healing ointment, as he commenced the brutal operation on Li Lingxiao. However, it was clear that Mu Tianyun had no intentions of genuinely aiding him, as his own survival was at stake. Seizing the opportunity during what appeared to be a concentrated effort, he stealthily severed a crucial vein, ensuring that even if the transplant seemed successful on the surface, Li Lingxiao would ultimately be reduced to a mere tool for urination. At that moment, Mu Tianyun's expression was one of intense focus, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. After a series of tense maneuvers, this operation, laden with deceit and calculation, was finally declared complete. Zhongzhu, the operation has been temporarily completed. However, the forthcoming month is a critical recovery period. During this time, you must refrain from any strenuous activities. Even the slightest misstep could damage the meridians and render all efforts futile. Tianyun spoke with utmost reverence. Upon hearing the necessity of a month-long recovery, Bailey Lingxiao's brows furrowed slightly, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Zhongzhu, how could a disciple ever dare to deceive you? If, in a month's time, you have not regained your manly vigor, you may take my life, Tianyun replied earnestly and sincerely. Excellent. Once I am restored, your rewards shall be plentiful. Bailey Lingxiao smirked coldly. No sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand, unleashing a formidable force that once again sealed Tianyun's powers. Subsequently, he strode out of the dungeon, carrying the unconscious Bailey Jianyun. After enduring over 2 decades of torment, he was indifferent to waiting another month. You dog, just wait. Tianyun gritted his teeth, the words squeezed through clenched jaws, his eyes glinting with malice. In the ensuing 2 days, he remained confined within the dim, damp dungeon. However, compared to before, he experienced a slight increase in freedom, no longer bound to that cold pillar. Furthermore, his treatment was relatively decent, as every day, Xuanhuan would personally bring him food. During this time, Tianyun made several attempts to seduce her in an effort to escape, yet each time he met with failure, leaving him feeling quite helpless. As time flowed quietly by, 3 more days passed. During this period, the seal on Tianyun's powers was once again broken by the wondrous force of the chaotic divine pearl. On this particular night, silence enveloped the air, save for the occasional chirping of insects in a corner of the dungeon. Just as Tianyun was about to close his eyes for a brief respite, the heavy iron door of the dungeon creaked open, emitting a long and somewhat eerie sound. In walked Xuanhuan, the dim light in the dungeon casting a soft glow upon her, revealing an alluring halo around her figure. She glided in gracefully, her lithe form stepping lightly with a hint of seduction, like a sprite in the dark of night. With each step, her curves became apparent beneath the delicate, sheer black robe, inviting endless fantasies. The neckline of her robe plunged deeply, exposing ample, snow-white skin, and the alluring valley of her bosom seemed to draw the eye irresistibly. Her face was exquisitely enchanting, adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, her eyes glimmering with captivating allure. Beneath her high-bridged nose lay luscious, cherry-red lips, the corners slightly upturned in a teasing smile that hinted at boundless temptation. Her long, ink-black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, a few rebellious strands playfully falling across her chest, adding to her charm. Witnessing this scene, Tianyun could not help but smile faintly, a hint of intrigue playing at the corners of his mouth. He understood that this woman had ultimately taken the bait. If he could successfully win her over, his escape would become significantly simpler. Xuanhuan approached him with a sultry grace, gently sitting beside him, the faint yet enticing fragrance emanating from her enveloped Tianyun, causing his heart to flutter involuntarily. Tianyun, are you certain you can help elevate my powers? Xuanhuan extended her delicate, jade-like hand, her touch soft yet imbued with an irresistible force as she gently grasped his chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. Sister, how could I ever deceive you? Tianyun seized the moment, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. You mischievous rascal, I shall indulge you today, but should you dare to deceive me, the consequences need not be mentioned. Xuanhuan's voice was laced with a gentle allure. Rest assured, having come this far, I wouldn't dream of deceiving you. Tianyun assured her. If what you say is true, I shall take you away from this wretched place, she replied, a charming smile gracing her lips. As she spoke, she leaned in, wrapping her arms around his neck, her body melting into his embrace, exuding a unique blend of allure and intimacy. Faced with such a captivating, mature woman, Tianyun felt a rush of heat course through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew her closer, leaning in toward her luscious, cherry-like lips. In an instant, their lips intertwined passionately, the atmosphere thickening with an unmistakable tension. The sounds of their hurried breaths echoed in the dim, silent dungeon, adding a touch of enchantment to the already charged scene. One by one, their garments gradually fell away, as if swept by an autumn breeze, strewn across the corners of the dungeon. Undeniably, Yue Wuxuang possessed extraordinary beauty. Coupled with her long-standing position of power, she exuded a unique aura of confidence and allure. Though she was no longer young, her skin remained as smooth as the finest silk, radiating an enticing sheen. At that moment, Yue Wuxuang was completely captivated in Tianyun's embrace, lost in the whirlpool of desire. She found herself quite satisfied with his looks, which was one of the key reasons she dared to take this risk. After all, even if she were deceived, such a handsome young man was not a loss in any sense. Over the past few days, she had thoroughly searched through the ancient texts of the sect and finally discovered a trace of information regarding the Jiuyang divine body. It was for this reason that she had entered the dungeon quietly, her heart a mix of trepidation and anticipation under the cover of night. Yu Wuxuang had already made her plans in her heart. If Tianyun could indeed fulfill his promise and elevate her cultivation, she would immediately take him away. At that moment, as long as she kept this man firmly by her side, she would have no worries about her future progress in cultivation. As 2 hours leisurely passed, Yu Wuxuang's complexion flushed crimson, yet her eyes distinctly revealed a glimmer of surprise. During her profound exchange with Tianyun, although she had not achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation, her strength had certainly improved, which filled her with immense joy. "Quickly put on your clothes. I will take you away now," Yu Wuxuang said, swiftly regaining her composure and adopting a serious expression. "Understood." Tianyun nodded slightly, hastily donning his garments. "Kid, I am about to lift the seal on your cultivation. Do not run around recklessly, or you will bear the consequences," Yu Wuxuang coldly warned Tianyun, her gaze imbued with a sense of caution. "Rest assured, I will not run," Tianyun replied earnestly, his eyes brimming with sincerity and urgency. "Follow me, but be careful," Yu Wuxuang instructed, taking Tianyun's hand and swiftly making her way toward the dungeon's exit. At this moment, her heart raced like a drum, and her mood was somewhat tense. Over the years, she had remained utterly loyal to Bai Ling Xiao, and now, to betray him alongside Tianyun was undoubtedly a difficult decision. However, thinking of Tianyun's unique physique and the boundless possibilities it entailed, a flicker of anticipation arose within her. Before long, the two had quietly exited the dungeon. "Yu Wuxuang, how bold you are to betray the sect leader," two middle-aged men, exuding a powerful aura and emanating robust energy fluctuations, suddenly appeared before them like phantoms. Their icy gazes conveyed an unbridled murderous intent. "Yu Wuxuang, if you surrender now, out of consideration for our past ties, I may still grant you a path to survival." One of the men spoke with a voice as cold as the winter wind, devoid of warmth. "Surrender? Such foolishness!" Yu Wuxuang's heart tightened as she pulled Tianyun and swiftly fled into the distance, seeking death. Yet, as soon as she took flight, the other middle-aged man brandished his sword, its cold light flashing as he ruthlessly struck toward her. The fierce sword energy tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. Faced with this formidable strike, Yu Wuxuang had no choice but to swiftly turn and defend while instinctively shielding Tianyun behind her. Simultaneously, the other middle-aged man bellowed, charging at her like a tempest. In an instant, sword energies crisscrossed and rampaged, the terrifying energy surging forth like turbulent waves, spilling wildly into the surroundings. Yu Wuxuang found herself in a desperate battle, pitted against two formidable opponents whose strength and coordination were exceptional. Within moments, several wounds appeared on her body, crimson blood seeping through her garments, appearing particularly glaring under the moonlight. "Kid, you must escape. I can no longer protect you," Yu Wuxuang, consumed with urgency, transmitted a message to Tianyun during the skirmish. At this point, she was deeply trapped in a dire predicament, struggling to protect herself, let alone safeguard Tianyun. "Take care," Tianyun replied through the transmission, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Then, with a flicker of his form, he dashed away to the side. "Not good, that kid is escaping," one of the elders shouted, abandoning Yu Wuxuang to pursue Tianyun. Yu Wuxuang gritted her teeth and swung her sword fiercely at the elder, chasing Tianyun, attempting to buy him precious time to flee. Indeed, her enraged strike had some effect. The elder sensed the fierce sword energy approaching from behind and quickly turned to defend. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Tianyun pushed his speed to the limit, darting away like a streak of black lightning. Upon seeing this, Yu Wuxuang's eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions, concern for Mu Tianyun and uncertainty about her own future. She was acutely aware that she had betrayed by Li Lingxiao, and if she did not escape now, her demise was inevitable. Thus, she employed her agility to flee in the opposite direction, her figure swiftly vanishing into the night. The two elders, however, chose not to pursue Yu Wuxuang, but instead pursued the direction where Mu Tianyun had disappeared without hesitation. In their eyes, Mu Tianyun was the key to Bai Li Lingxiao's advancement in cultivation, while Yu Wuxuang was merely a traitor. They could clearly discern what was of greater importance. Mu Tianyun raced forward, the sound of the wind howling past his ears. Yet, the two behind him relentlessly pursued him like a relentless shadow, the distance between them continuing to close. Realizing the imminent danger, Mu Tianyun suddenly dashed into a nearby bamboo grove. In the dim light of night, the bamboo swayed in the wind, producing a rustling sound. Mu Tianyun pushed his speed to the utmost, continuing to race toward the other end of the grove. His heartbeat echoed loudly in the stillness of the bamboo forest, each step heavy and urgent. After a brief moment, Mu Tianyun finally burst out of the grove and found himself before a mysterious palace. This palace was grand and imposing, with flying eaves and brackets casting a massive shadow under the moonlight, imparting an intangible sense of oppression. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Tianyun leaped into the palace. Chapter 78. Reunion with Han Xinya. How audacious to intrude upon my abode, a chilling voice suddenly rang out, as if emerging from the depths of hell, laden with an endless coldness. Following this, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, both elusive and unsettling. Mu Tianyun found his vision momentarily obscured, and before he could react, a powerful force seized his throat, lifting him straight off the ground. An overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped him, and he instinctively struggled to pry open the iron-like grip. Suddenly, he caught sight of the woman's face before him, and his expression transformed into one of shock. "Xinya Jia, it's me," Mu Tianyun managed to say, his voice hoarse from the constriction. "You fool, what are you doing here at this hour?" Han Xinya exclaimed in surprise, realizing it was Mu Tianyun, and quickly released him. She had not anticipated that Mu Tianyun would have the audacity to trespass into her palace at such an hour. If Bai Li Lingxiao were to discover this, the consequences would be dire. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Tianyun had come to her palace purely by chance, having fled in a state of panic. Subordinate Lu Dayo requests an audience with the deputy sect leader. A deep and respectful voice sounded from outside the palace at that moment. "Fool, quickly hide inside." Han Xinya urgently signaled to Mu Tianyun, her expression serious. Seeing this, Mu Tianyun did not hesitate and hurriedly concealed himself within the palace. At this moment, he was out of options, placing all his hopes on Han Xinya. The palace was already surrounded, and if he were to recklessly step outside, it would be akin to walking into a trap. On the other side, Han Xinya took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the grand doors of the palace. Instantly, an aura of authority graced her countenance, regal and aloof, radiating an imposing presence that rendered onlookers unable to meet her gaze. "Lu Dayo, Chen Tiansheng, what brings you here at this hour?" Han Xinya's voice was icy, slicing through the night air like a blade. "Deputy sect leader, someone has intruded upon the sect, and I have been tracking him, which led me to your palace," Lu Dayo respectfully replied. "What do you mean by this? Are you implying that I am harboring someone?" Han Xinya retorted coldly, her tone imbued with undeniable authority. "The vice sect master has misunderstood. We merely suspect that he may be hiding within your palace." "Might we enter to search?" Chen Tianxing spoke with a tone of utmost respect. "Preposterous. How could the sanctity of my palace be breached by mere commoners? Do you doubt my strength?" Han Xinya's voice was icy, sending a shiver through the air as she cast a cold glance at the two men. Upon hearing her words, Lu Dayo and Chen Tianxing's expressions darkened considerably. They had tracked Mu Tianyun's aura all the way to this point, only to lose his trail entirely. However, Han Xinya was not only the vice sect master, but also the sect master's wife. Even if they possessed the audacity of a tiger, they would never dare to conduct a forced search. Failing to capture the target would certainly lead to a dire fate for them. What is happening? A voice, both authoritative and tinged with urgency, suddenly echoed in the tranquil night. Bai Li Lingxiao appeared like a flash of lightning. moving so swiftly that only a fleeting shadow could be perceived as he reached the entrance of Han Xinya's palace. His expression was grave, his gaze sharp, scanning the surroundings as if he wished to comprehend every anomaly. Sectmaster, here is the situation. Xuanhuan led that boy out of the dungeon. We attempted to intercept them, but the boy seized the opportunity to escape alone. We pursued relentlessly until we arrived here, only to lose his trace. Lu Daiyou and Chen Tiansheng hurriedly recounted the events in rapid succession, their bodies slightly bent in a show of tension and unease, clearly burdened by their failure. What exactly transpired? Han Xinya's voice was frigid, revealing a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. You two must immediately seal off the entire sect. We cannot allow that boy to escape. I will handle matters here, Baili Lingxiao commanded with a stern expression and an undeniable authority, waving his hand to issue orders. Yes, Sectmaster. Lu Daiyou and Chen Tiansheng responded respectfully before swiftly retreating, their figures quickly vanishing into the night. What is going on? Han Xinya's brows furrowed slightly as she inquired coldly. Over the years, due to Baili Lingxiao's own hidden ailment, the intimacy between them had long since faded, and the once passionate romance had dissolved, leaving only a nominal relationship. Xinya, the situation is as follows. Mu Tianyun is said to possess the legendary Zhuyang divine body. His flesh is the key ingredient for crafting a special elixir. If successfully refined, our cultivation could ascend to the gathering spirit realm. Baili Lingxiao took a deep breath and detailed the events, deliberately omitting any mention of his son's organ transplantation. He knew that if this scandal were to be revealed, Han Xinya would not forgive him easily and would likely cause a significant uproar. You suspect that boy is hiding here? Han Xinya narrowed her eyes, her gaze piercing as she spoke coldly. That boy is exceedingly cunning. Your palace is vast, with numerous chambers. If he intends to hide here, it is certainly feasible. We should search promptly. Baili Lingxiao maintained a serious demeanor, his tone resolute. With my strength, if that boy were to come here, how could I fail to notice him? Han Xinya retorted sharply. At that moment, her heart raced with anxiety, as if it might leap from her throat at any second. After all, if Mu Tianyun were indeed concealed within her quarters, the consequences of Baili Lingxiao's search would be unimaginable. Very well, caution is the mother of safety. Please assist me in the search, but ensure that the boy does not escape. If Xuanhuan Qingru learns of this, it would spell tremendous trouble. Baili Lingxiao's bro furuba. His expression grave. Then hurry and search. Han Xinya nodded reluctantly. At this moment, she had already devised a plan. If Mu Tianyun were captured, she would find a way to rescue him. Baili Lingxiao strode into the palace, conducting a meticulous search. His gaze was sharp, leaving no corner unexamined, and he thoroughly inspected every room. Before long, apart from Han Xinya's chambers, he had searched every other area with great care. Lingxiao, that boy may have already fled far away. Why not stay here tonight with me? Han Xinya's visage was enchanting, a hint of allure gracing her lips. As she spoke, she elegantly moved to grasp Baili Lingxiao's hand, guiding him toward her chamber. Xinya, perhaps another time. This matter is of great significance, and I must search elsewhere. Baili Lingxiao felt a surge of panic and quickly declined. He understood that his recent surgery required him to avoid any form of stimulation, or else it could lead to dire complications. Very well, if you have matters to attend to, then you may go. I too should rest. Han Xinya hoofed dismissively, feigning anger as she released Baili Lingxiao's hand, her expression rife with dissatisfaction. Very well, Xinya, rest early. I shall take my leave. Baili Lingxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, turning to leave Han Xinya's palace in haste. As Baili Lingxiao's figure gradually faded into the night, Han Xinya's taut nerves finally relaxed, and she exhaled deeply. She then quietly closed the palace door, hastening back to her room. Mu Tianyun, your audacity truly knows no bounds. Are you not afraid I might hand you over? Han Xinya gazed intently at Mu Tianyun, her tone half reproachful, half curious. I trust you would not do such a thing. Mu Tianyun smiled confidently, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated assurance. You place such faith in me? Han Xinya arshid an eyebrow. A flicker of surprise crossing her features, clearly taken aback by Mu Tianyun's unwavering confidence. Of course, for you're my woman. Mu Tianyun's gaze was steadfast, his tone leaving no room for doubt. He then gently embraced Han Xinya, his movements natural yet tender. Impudent. Han Xingya coldly snorted, her expression instantly turning frosty as she seized Mu Tianyun by the throat. Enough of this fierce demeanor. If you truly intended to betray me, you would have handed me over just now. Mu Tianyun held on to Han Xingya tightly, showing no intention of releasing her, his voice tinged with playful mockery. Are you truly unafraid of death? Han Xingya's eyes revealed a complex mixture of astonishment at Mu Tianyun's boldness, along with an unspoken sentiment that lingered beneath the surface. Of course I fear death, yet I do not believe you would harm a man who genuinely cares for you. Mu Tianyun spoke slowly, his voice imbued with deep affection. Cease your sweet talk before me. Han Xingya huffed once more, ultimately loosening her grip on Mu Tianyun's throat. Sister Xingya, be my woman, and I shall bring you happiness. Mu Tianyun's gaze was filled with love and promise as he looked at Han Xingya. You impudent boy at my age. I could easily be your mother. Are you certain you would not find me a burden? Han Xingya's eyes fixed on Mu Tianyun, a hint of self-mockery and testing glimmering within. Sister Xingya, your beauty is unparalleled, and your elegance is unmatched. How could I ever find you wanting? Mu Tianyun replied earnestly, his eyes brimming with sincerity. He indeed harbored unique feelings for Han Xingya. This woman, mature and voluptuous, exuded grace and nobility in every gesture, radiating an aura of authority. Furthermore, she was not only Baili Lingxiao's wife, but also the mother of Baili Jianshen and Baili Jianyun. Securing such a transcendent beauty for his harem would undoubtedly be a significant achievement for Mu Tianyun. In the long run, should he desire revenge against Baili Lingxiao, Han Xingya might very well lend him a helping hand. You merely wish to exploit me to exact your vengeance on Baili Lingxiao. Do you think I would fall for your deceit? Han Xingya retorted coldly, a glimmer of wariness flashing in her eyes. I confess I do indeed seek retribution against him. Yet my feelings for you are genuine, Mu Tianyun replied earnestly. Do you truly believe I would be swayed by your empty words? Han Xingya responded icily. Sister Xingya, if my guess is correct, you and Baili Lingxiao have not shared a bed for over 20 years, have you? Mu Tianyun remarked with a nonchalant smile. How do you know? Han Xingya's eyes were filled with confusion, her face revealing a hint of surprise. I certainly know. Baili Lingxiao was castrated over 2 decades ago, which is why he has persistently refused to share a bed with you, Mu Tianyun explained slowly. How did you find out? Han Xingya furrowed her brow, her expression betraying her astonishment. A few days ago, he imprisoned me in a dungeon, intending to refine me into a medicinal pill. At a crucial moment, I discerned his physical ailment and offered to assist him in treatment. Mu Tianyun recounted the events in detail. No wonder he has kept his distance from me all these years, Han Xingya realized, her expression becoming increasingly complex. There is something I must tell you, but you must remain calm, Mu Tianyun said with a serious demeanor, a trace of concern evident in his gaze. Speak, Han Xingya urged. It is thus. Baili Lingxiao knows I possess medical skills, and he asked if it was possible to transfer someone else's attributes to himself, to preserve my life. I naturally agreed, stating that only those of the same bloodline could donate for a transplant. To my utter shock, Baili Lingxiao severed the attributes of Baili Jianyun and forced me to transplant them to himself. Mu Tianyun disclosed the harrowing experience. That despicable beast, how utterly vile. Han Xingya's face instantly turned icy, her body trembling with rage as she turned to leave. Sister Xingya, please calm down, Mu Tianyun quickly embraced her, attempting to soothe her agitated emotions. Release me. I must kill him. Han Xingya seethed, gritting her teeth, her body quaking fiercely in Mu Tianyun's grasp. Sister Xingya, with your current strength, you are likely no match for him. If you recklessly confront him, it may expose our connection, Mu Tianyun urged anxiously. I do not care. I must take his life. Han Xingya continued to roar with indignation, her fury swelling like a relentless tide. She could hardly accept that Baili Lingxiao was capable of such cruelty, having personally mutilated his own son. Sister Xingya, if you wish for vengeance, there will be ample opportunities in the future. Do not act impulsively and endanger yourself. Mu Tianyun's voice was gentle yet firm as he held Han Xingya close. Han Xingya struggled to push him away, yet Mu Tianyun held her tight. After a while, Han Xingya gradually calmed down. She understood that with her current abilities, she was no match for Baili Lingxiao. If she rashly sought him out, not only would she fail to avenge herself, but she could also suffer dire consequences. Furthermore, Bailey Lingxiao was treacherous and ruthless. If she were to expose this matter, he would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, potentially revealing her relationship with Mu Tianyun. Sister Xinya, revenge is not something to be rushed. What you must focus on now is to elevate your cultivation as swiftly as possible, Mu Tianyun whispered gently in her ear, his tone filled with concern and encouragement. Chapter 80. The Divine Pearl Space. Mu Tianyun, do you truly not despise me? Han Xinya raised her head slightly, her beautiful eyes locking onto his, imbued with a blend of expectation and apprehension. How could I ever despise you? As long as you are willing to be my woman, I shall ensure you become the happiest woman in the world, Mu Tianyun stated solemnly. You scoundrel, if you dare deceive me, I shall not rest until I have avenged myself, even if it costs me my life, Han Xinya declared resolutely, her eyes revealing a sense of determination. Mu Tianyun immediately raised his hands above his head, affirming, I swear, as long as you do not betray me, I shall never abandon you. May the heavens strike me down if I break this oath. Do not swear. I believe you. Han Xinya quickly covered his mouth with her hand, her eyes glimmering with emotion and shyness. Sister Xinya, you are truly beautiful. Mu Tianyun gazed at her with fervent admiration, his eyes filled with affection. You naughty boy. Han Xinya's face, rare in its display of charm, revealed a hint of allure. She could easily discern the desire in Mu Tianyun's gaze. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately began to slowly remove her belt. Her flawless, fair body was suddenly revealed before Mu Tianyun, emanating the unique allure of a mature woman. Upon witnessing this, Mu Tianyun could not help but embrace Han Xinya tightly, passionately kissing her luscious red lips. Han Xinya's heart raced uncontrollably at his wild actions, leaving her feeling weak and soft as she melted into Mu Tianyun's embrace. For over 20 years, apart from Mu Tianyun, she had never touched another man. This absence rendered her exceptionally sensitive. Merely being held by him sent her heart racing and her cheeks flushing. During the quiet nights, she would inevitably recall the tender moments shared with Mu Tianyun. After all, for so many years, he was the only man capable of bringing her joy. Moreover, this man possessed a unique constitution that greatly benefited her cultivation. In that instant, she unveiled her most tender and gentle self before Mu Tianyun without reservation. In fact, to please this young man, she was willing to lower herself and set aside her usual prideful demeanor. During the subsequent days, Mu Tianyun remained at Han Xinya's residence, and their bond deepened as time passed. Tianyun, you surely haven't truly restored him, have you? Han Xinya's face bore a hint of concern. Since being with Mu Tianyun, she found no room in her heart for any other man. Furthermore, the attributes that had been transferred to Bailey Lingxiao had originally belonged to her son, which left her feeling deeply unsettled. Do not worry, I have taken precautions. He is destined to remain a eunuch for life, Mu Tianyun assured her with a comforting smile, a glint of cunning in his eyes. That is a relief. Han Xinya sighed, her worries somewhat alleviated. At Liuyunzong, in the main hall of the sect leader. At this moment, Bailey Lingxiao was in a state of utter frustration, as though a heavy stone weighed upon his heart. During this time, he had turned the entire Liuyunzong upside down, yet he had failed to uncover a single trace of Mu Tianyun, inciting an overwhelming fury within him. Simultaneously, a deep worry began to take root in his heart. He harbored considerable trepidation toward Xuanhuan. After all, she was the foremost alchemist of the sect, possessing great status throughout the Tianquan Empire, extensive connections, and formidable power. If she were to learn that her disciple had been harmed, her character would guarantee that she would not let the matter rest. Sect leader, it appears Xuanhuan is not currently in seclusion within the sect. I have used the divine stone to scan for her presence these past few days, but have found no trace of her, Lu Dayo respectfully reported. She has gone into seclusion. She mentioned before leaving that this retreat may take 2 years. Therefore, we must locate Mu Tianyun before that time. Bailey Lingxiao spoke, his brow tightly furrowed, revealing a hint of anxiety in his gaze. This young man conceals himself too deeply. Finding him will prove to be a formidable challenge. Shen Tianqing's face was etched with helplessness. It is all the fault of that wretched Yu Wushuang. Had it not been for her, Mu Tianyun would never have escaped. Lu Dayo complained with a gloomy expression, his tone rife with resentment towards Yu Wushuang. Very well, you shall investigate discreetly. It is imperative that we locate this young man. Bailey Lingxiao commanded with an undeniable authority. Yes, sect master, the two replied respectfully, then turned and retreated, their figures swiftly vanishing within the grand hall. At this moment, Bailey Lingxiao's countenance was ominously dark. His greatest concern remained the vulnerability of his crucial areas. If he could not restore his masculine vigor, he would undoubtedly face utter devastation. After all, in his desperate attempt to regain his abilities, he had cruelly castrated his own son. During this time, Bailey Lingxiao had devoted considerable effort to comforting Bailey Jianyun. Yet the latter continued to harbor resentment, showing no signs of forgiveness. To prevent Han Xinya from discovering this disgraceful affair, Bailey Lingxiao had no choice but to confine Bailey Jianyun within his residence, fearing that the truth would be exposed. Meanwhile, Mu Tianyun had been residing at Han Xinya's abode, diligently cultivating, and the two had been living a life of sweet intimacy and affection. One day, Mu Tianyun sat quietly in Han Xinya's room, wholly engrossed in studying the chaos divine pearl. After extensive research, he increasingly found this pearl to be enigmatic. The chaos divine pearl perpetually absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into a gentle power that nourished his body, solidifying the foundation of his cultivation. At that moment, he carefully extended his consciousness into the chaos divine pearl, meticulously exploring its mysteries. Suddenly, a mysterious and formidable aura surged forth. In the blink of an eye, his body vanished from the room, leaving only a dark pearl emitting a faint and enigmatic glow. Could this possibly be the internal space of the chaos divine pearl? A look of astonishment flickered in Mu Tianyun's eyes. He was astounded to discover that the spiritual energy within was astonishingly rich, far surpassing that of the outside world by several dozens of times. Such abundant spiritual energy would undoubtedly accelerate his cultivation speed exponentially if he were to practice here. Clearly, this was an extraordinary sanctuary for cultivation. Chapter 81. The ancient door of the second layer of the chaos divine pearl. Soon after, Mu Tianyun, filled with curiosity and excitement, began to explore the interior of the chaos divine pearl. The space within the chaos divine pearl was not large, merely the size of 4 or 5 football fields. Yet it contained an abundance of spiritual energy. After a brief exploration, Mu Tianyun discovered a mysterious staircase at the very center of the chaos divine pearl. Atop the staircase stood a colossal ancient door, exuding an aura of antiquity and weightiness, as if concealing boundless secrets. Mu Tianyun ascended the steps slowly. In no time, he found himself before the ancient door of the second layer. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully pushed against it, only to find it utterly immovable, as if it were fused with the very fabric of space itself. How strange! Why can't I open the second layer of the chaos divine pearl? Is my cultivation insufficient? A puzzled expression crossed Mu Tianyun's face as he contemplated various possible reasons. After several attempts, he ultimately resigned himself to the idea of abandoning his quest for the second layer. After all, with his current strength, he was utterly incapable of unlocking this enigmatic giant door. Just then, Mu Tianyun noticed a stone tablet not far away, half buried in the earth. It was inscribed with ancient and mysterious symbols. Intrigued, he hurried over to examine it closely. Technique. A look of astonishment spread across Mu Tianyun's features. He could discern that this was a supreme cultivation method. Moreover, judging by the aura emanating from the tablet, this mysterious technique was far superior to the Jiang Shishinju he was currently practicing. Forget it. I shall try cultivating it first. Mu Tianyun took a deep breath. Calming his mind, he then sat cross-legged, following the methods inscribed on the tablet, beginning to cultivate this mysterious technique. As the technique gradually activated, the spiritual energy within the chaos divine pearl seemed to be drawn by a powerful force, surging into his body like a torrential tide. The rich spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, cleansing his body and imparting a sense of unprecedented fullness and strength. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours slipped by. During this time, Mu Tianyun immersed himself in cultivation, and his cultivation level soared rapidly, breaking through from a third layer of the gathering Yuan realm to the fourth layer. This sudden breakthrough filled Mu Tianyun with elation. He could distinctly feel a qualitative leap in his power. The moment he successfully cultivated this technique, Mu Tianyun sensed that the chaos divine pearl had entirely fused with him, as if it had become a part of his very being. He realized that with just a thought, he could freely enter and exit this mysterious space. This extraordinary sensation exhilarated Tianyun, as it meant that his safety was now more assured. In the face of danger, he could quietly retreat into the Chaos Divine Pearl. However, entering the Chaos Divine Pearl did not guarantee absolute safety. After all, once he entered, the Chaos Divine Pearl would be exposed to the outside world. If discovered and seized by a powerful being, it would undoubtedly pose a considerable risk. In the days that followed, Tianyun devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. Yet, he remained tight-lipped about the secrets of the Chaos Divine Pearl, revealing nothing to Han Xinya. After all, their time together was still brief, and trust had yet to be fully established between them. Furthermore, the Chaos Divine Pearl was exceedingly precious, a true treasure. Its immense power and mysterious opportunities capable of driving countless individuals to madness. Tianyun could not be certain whether Han Xinya would succumb to greed when faced with such overwhelming temptation and resort to acts of theft. He had always maintained a high level of vigilance. He understood that in this ruthless world of cultivation, where the strong prey upon the weak, even the closest companions might turn against each other when confronted with extraordinary opportunities. With Tianyun's companionship and nurturing, Han Xinya seemed to radiate a renewed vitality and vigor. She exuded an enchanting charm, her beauty breathtaking. Once already striking, her skin now glowed with an even more lustrous and fair sheen, delicate as mutton fat jade, as though time had reversed, returning her to the exuberance of her youth. Presently, Han Xinya was in the prime of her life, her desires in matters of love and intimacy fervent. Consequently, the two found themselves immersed in flirtation and affection almost daily. However, Tianyun did not relax his own cultivation standards due to romantic entanglements. He understood that in this world where power reigned supreme, only by becoming sufficiently strong could he truly seize control of his destiny and dictate the trajectory of his life. Therefore, they spent nearly every day engaged in sparring within the palace. Fortunately, Han Xinya's palace was grand in scale, encompassing a vast area, which included an expansive garden. The environment there was serene, suffused with spiritual energy. They could practice their techniques freely without drawing attention from outsiders, making it an ideal place for cultivation. Han Xinya treated Tianyun exceptionally well. Sometimes, she would even allow her personal maid to attend to Tianyun. After all, Tianyun's constitution was almost inhuman, and there were times when she found it overwhelming. Yet, she feared that Tianyun might not be satisfied, which is why she permitted her maid to serve him. Initially, Tianyun found this somewhat disconcerting, thinking that Han Xinya was testing him. However, after a heartfelt conversation between the two, he realized that she was genuinely concerned for his well-being. From that moment on, Tianyun began to live a life akin to that of an emperor. As time quietly slipped away, 2.5 months passed in the blink of an eye. Through intense training during this period, Tianyun achieved astonishing breakthroughs, ascending to the 6th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. Such remarkable progress was largely attributed to the enhancement provided by the Chaos Divine Pearl. This mysterious orb constantly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, continuously channeling it into his body, nourishing both his physique and meridians. Moreover, Han Xinya provided Tianyun with numerous precious resources, aiding him in his steady advancement on the path of cultivation. Under normal circumstances, a typical cultivator would require at least a year to elevate even a minor realm within the Gathering Yuan stage. Even those with exceptional talent would often take 4 to 5 months. However, Tianyun achieved the extraordinary feat of breaking through 2 minor realms in just 2 months. Such an exaggerated rate of improvement, if spread, would undoubtedly astonish the entire cultivation world, leaving many in disbelief. Simultaneously, after 2 months of diligent effort from Tianyun, Han Xinya also experienced a significant enhancement in her cultivation. Prior to meeting Tianyun, her level was merely at the early stage of the 9th layer of the spiritual origin realm. Now, she had already reached the mid-stage of the 1st layer of the earth profound realm. At this moment, Han Xinya was filled with gratitude for having crossed paths with Tianyun. She understood that with her original talent, breaking into the earth profound realm would have taken at least a decade. Yet now, she had achieved a qualitative leap in just 2 months. In the Lingyun sect, within a cave abundant in spiritual energy and tranquility, Bai Ling Xiao was seething with rage, violently shattering his teacup on the ground. The exquisite cup shattered into countless fragments, sending shards flying. His face contorted with fury, resembling a fearsome demon from hell. "You wretched brat! I shall ensure your bones are ground to dust." Bai Ling Xiao Baluba. His voice echoing in the cave, filled with boundless hatred and murderous intent. Over the past 2 months, he had attempted various methods, only to find that his situation remained unresponsive. At present, that thing was only useful as a urinal. Bai Ling Xiao was on the brink of collapse. Having originally harbored hopes of restoring his manhood and regaining his former dignity and confidence. Yet now he faced this dire outcome, not only losing his own hopes, but also rendering his son a eunuch, despite making numerous compensations to his son in an attempt to atone for his mistakes. Bai Jianyun's resentment towards him had yet to dissipate. The chasm of animosity between father and son weighed heavily upon him, suffocating him with its burden. "Master, our people have been steadfastly monitoring the movements of a Mu family near Juiyun City, but we have yet to detect any trace of that brat," Lu Dayo cautiously reported, his eyes betraying a hint of concern and helplessness. "Continue to observe. Do not act rashly, lest we alert the enemy." Bai Ling Xiao ground his teeth as he spoke. "Yes, master," Lu Dayo respectfully acknowledged before withdrawing. Just then, Chun Tiansheng hurriedly entered the cave, his expression fraught with urgency. "Master, the renowned physician Du Gujing has arrived." He spoke hastily. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling Xiao's eyes ignited with excitement, and he quickly responded, "Quickly, invite him in." Soon, guided by Chun Tiansheng, an elder clad in black robes entered the cave. This elder, with graying hair and a robust aura, emanated an ominous presence, and his deep black eyes made it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze directly. This black-robed elder was none other than the illustrious and charismatic physician, Du Gujing, known throughout the Tianxian Empire. "I apologize for not welcoming you properly, esteemed physician," Bai Ling Xiao said with a beaming smile, exuding warmth as he adopted a humble demeanor. "You are too courteous, Master Bai." Du Gujing nodded slightly, his expression carrying a hint of arrogance. "Tiansheng, you may leave now," Bai Ling Xiao instructed. "Yes, master." Qin Tiansheng replied respectfully before quietly exiting the cave, leaving Bai Ling Xiao and Du Gujing alone. "Esteemed physician, my situation is as follows, and I would appreciate your assistance," Bai Ling Xiao said, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly began to remove his trousers. Du Gujing approached with measured steps, focusing intently on his examination. After a brief moment, his face displayed shock, and he murmured in disbelief. "I never imagined such a miraculous grafting technique existed in this world. Esteemed physician, as it stands, this thing of mine only serves the purpose of urination. Do you think it can be salvaged?" Bai Ling Xiao asked eagerly, his eyes alight with hope. "This situation is indeed rather troublesome. A vital main vein is missing, which is why it remains unresponsive," Du Gujing replied, furrowing his brow, his expression turning grave as he contemplated a solution. "What should I do?" Bai Ling Xiao's heart sank at the words, his voice involuntarily rising a notch. "In your case, I am at a loss unless we can locate the person who performed the grafting. Otherwise, there is no one in this world who can cure you." Du Gujing slowly shook his head, a note of resignation in his tone. Hearing this, Bai Ling Xiao's face turned ashen, despair evident in his gaze. "Do not be too disheartened. While I cannot fully cure you, I do have a method to help you regain your vigor," Du Gujing said, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if casting an alluring bait. "What method?" Bai Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly brightened, and he urgently inquired. "I possess a unique elixir formula. Consuming this pill will surely restore your vigor," Du Gujing replied mysteriously, speaking in a leisurely manner. "What kind of elixir?" Bai Ling Xiao felt as if he had clutched the last straw of hope, eagerly pressing for more details. "Do not rejoice too soon. I have yet to finish my explanation." Du Gujing waved his hand, teasingly withholding information. "Esteemed physician, please continue." Bai Ling Xiao's tone grew increasingly respectful, leaning forward slightly, fearful of missing a single word. "The elixir I intend to concoct is the pill of heaven's support. This pill is exceedingly special, and the required ingredients are exceptionally rare," Du Gujing stated with a serious demeanor. "Moreover, This elixir contains a certain level of toxicity. While it can restore your vigor, you may only take it once a month, lest it harm your meridians. Once a month? Baili Ling Xiao frowned slightly, contemplating before he replied, once is acceptable. I implore you, esteemed physician, to concoct this elixir for me. Please specify the ingredients you require. For him, as long as he could restore his vigor, even once every 6 months would be akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, a tremendous blessing. Master Bai, do not be hasty in concocting the elixir. You should understand my rules. Du Gujing's aged lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a wicked smile. Du Gongshindi, rest assured. Your rules are well understood by me. Baili Ling Xiao, with a knowing glance, clapped his hands and called out loudly for the people to be brought in. Moments latte. Chen Tiansheng entered the cave, dwelling accompanied by a group of women. Each of these women possessed a graceful figure, swaying like willows in the spring breeze. Their pure and beautiful faces resembled flowers blooming in the early morning, and their revealing attire, crafted from delicate fabrics, effortlessly ignited a man's boundless desires. Dugong Jing's gaze swept over these women, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he were appraising his prey. Baili Ling Xiao, with such lackluster offerings, do you truly expect me to assist you in refining pills? Is this not a display of utter insincerity? Dugong Jing's voice was chilling, laced with disdain. Chapter 83. The despicable Baili Ling Xiao, Dugong Shindi. These are the finest female disciples of her sect. If you are dissatisfied, I can certainly find another group for you. Baili Ling Xiao hurriedly smiled, his tone tinged with flattery. He was all too aware of Dugong Jing's character. This man, despite being a notorious evil doctor, was known for his insatiable appetite for women, particularly those who were married. If you do not understand my position, then perhaps it is best not to pursue this elixir. Dugong Jing scoffed, waving his sleeve, and turned to leave. Dugong Xianpei, please share your preferred type, and I shall certainly accommodate you. Baili Ling Xiao's heart raced, urgently trying to retain him. Baili Zhongzhu, I have heard that your esteemed wife, Han Xinya, is unparalleled in beauty, possessing a countenance that could topple kingdoms. If you could arrange for her to accompany me for 3 days, I would gladly concoct 500 elixirs for you. A wicked smile spread across Dugong Jing's face, his eyes glinting with greed and desire. Upon hearing this, Baili Ling Xiao's expression darkened significantly, though he managed to suppress his rising fury. Dugong Xianpei, is this truly your intent? Though his heart burned with anger, Baili Ling Xiao dared not reveal his emotions. Dugong Jing's cultivation was on par with his own. Should a confrontation arise, he would not necessarily gain the upper hand. Moreover, if he were to provoke Dugong Jing, the consequences could be dire, potentially bringing immense trouble to the Luoyuan sect. After all, Dugong Jing maintained a vast network of connections, with ties to various forces within the Tianxin Empire. Rest assured, I'm a man of my word. If you bring Han Xinya to me, I will assist you with any elixirs you require in the future. Dugong Jing's eyes gleamed with sinister light. Upon hearing this, Baili Ling Xiao fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he bit his lip and replied, Dugong Xianpei, Xinya possesses a rather strong-willed nature. I fear I may not be able to persuade her. Convincing her is your concern. Dugong Jing replied coldly. Baili Ling Xiao furrowed his brow slightly and proposed, Dugong Xianpei, how about this? You accompany me, and if you can persuade her, that would be ideal. If not, with our combined strength, we can certainly subdue her. At this moment, Baili Ling Xiao had already made up his mind to have a serious conversation with Han Xinya, as long as she was willing. He could offer her some precious cultivation resources as compensation. However, if persuasion failed, he would have no choice but to resort to coercion. After all, this pertained to his future happiness, and he could not afford to miss such a rare opportunity. How intriguing. What were we waiting for? Let us depart at once. Dugong Jing urged eagerly, his eyes glinting with wickedness. He was not concerned about any potential traps set by Baili Ling Xiao. With his prowess and means, most individuals were no match for him. After all, he was not only a divine doctor, but also a highly skilled alchemist, carrying a diverse array of poisons. Soon, the two men moved swiftly, racing towards Han Xinya's residence. Meanwhile, in the garden behind Han Xinya's palace, Mu Tianyun was deeply engrossed in an animated and passionate exchange with her. They seemed to exist in a world apart, completely oblivious to their surroundings, lost in a state of rapture and fervor. Master, The sect leader has arrived. At that moment, the maid, Xuanhuan, hurried over, interrupting their enchanting atmosphere. Damn it. Tell him to wait and say, I am in seclusion. I will not be out for a while. Han Xinya furrowed her brows and quickly instructed. Understood, master. Xuanhuan respectfully acknowledged and retreated. You little rascal, how much longer will you take? Han Xinya's face displayed a hint of playful reproach. Her tone infused with a mixture of helplessness and affection. It may take another half an hour, Tianyun said awkwardly, offering a wry smile. You truly are a stubborn one. Han Xinya could not help but reveal a speechless expression, gently shaking her head. At this moment, Bailey Lingxiao and Du Gongjing were in the palace's reception hall, sipping tea. Bailey Lingxiao's brow was tightly furrowed, his expression dark and brooding. Were it not for the need to restore his masculinity, he would never consider offering his wife to another for amusement. The humiliation cut him like a sharp blade, piercing his heart. In contrast, Du Gongjing wore an expectant smile, his eyes betraying a fervent desire. An hour passed swiftly. Xuanhuan, why hasn't your master emerged yet? Bailey Lingxiao asked impatiently, his tone tinged with irritation. Zhongzhu, I have already informed the master. Please wait a moment longer. Xuanhuan replied respectfully, treading carefully. Bailey Lingxiao, what brings you here? A cold, melodious voice rang out in the hall. Han Xinya entered gracefully, her steps exuding elegance. Upon seeing Du Gongjing seated nearby, her expression instantly turned frigid, her eyes reflecting vigilance and disdain. Xinya, you have finally arrived. I have something important to discuss with you. Bailey Lingxiao's tone was urgent, his gaze inadvertently darting towards Xuanhuan. Understanding the situation, Xuanhuan subtly bowed and withdrew, leaving only Bailey Lingxiao, Han Xinya, and Du Gongjing in the reception hall. What is it? Speak. Han Xinya's voice was imbued with an icy chill, reminiscent of the biting cold of winter, sending shivers down one's spine. Xinya, Du Gongshindi is here to assist me in refining pills. Bailey Lingxiao paused, his face betraying an awkward expression. Du Gongjing was known as a notorious evil doctor. While his medical skills were exceptional, he was infamous for his unsavory proclivities, particularly his penchant for married women. Thus, his notoriety was well established throughout the Tianqian Empire. Known by all, Bailey Lingxiao was confident that even without explicit mention, Han Xinya could discern the implications of his words. You wish for me to accompany him? Han Xinya's voice was as sharp as a blade, her eyes shooting icy daggers at Bailey Lingxiao. Xinya, I am left with no other choice. If you agree to accompany Du Gongxianpei for 3 days, you may propose any conditions you desire. Bailey Lingxiao quickly explained, his tone tinged with desperation. Beside them, Du Gongjing's gaze fixated on Han Xinya, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Bailey Lingxiao, you are truly a despicable creature, to offer your wife to another. You are lower than a swine. Han Xinya seethed, her eyes aflame with fury, her face contorted with disdain. Xinya, I am truly a loss. If you agree to assist me this one time, I will comply with any of your future requests without question. Bailey Lingxiao wore a grim expression, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness and pleading. He has asked me to accompany another. You should give up on that notion. Han Xinya's voice carried a sharp edge, instilling a chilling fear in those who heard it. Madam Bailey, why such wrath? Du Gongjing slowly stepped forward and stated, if you would consent to accompany this old man for 3 days, this 10,000 ling stones would be yours. In the future, should you require my assistance, I shall never refuse. Du Gongjing produced a storage ring, his eyes gleaming with fervor. For an ordinary married woman, he might not have been interested. Yet Han Xinya stirred something deep within him. After all, she exuded an air of noble elegance, her beauty and figure utterly breathtaking. Throughout his life, indulging in pleasures and consorting with countless women, he had never encountered a married woman as exceptional as Han Xinya. You despicable old man. How dare you entertain such thoughts towards me? Han Xinya shot Du Gongjing a scornful glance, her tone laced with disdain. Xinya, do not be ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Du Gongjing's expression darkened ominously. As he spoke, he slowly turned his gaze towards Bailey Lingxiao. In that moment, their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding was reached. Xinya, since you are so unappreciative, do not blame me for being merciless. Before Bailey Lingxiao's words could fade, he vanished like a specter, lunging at Han Xinya with astonishing speed. Almost simultaneously, Jing waved his right hand, summoning a chilling iron chain of ice that coiled towards Han Xinya's waist like a serpent. The swiftness of their attack left little time for reaction. Seeking death, Han Xinya's eyes turned as cold as ancient ice upon their unexpected assault. Her aura surged explosively, releasing a powerful wave of elemental force that radiated from her. In an instant, she darted forward, meeting Bailey Lingxiao's oncoming form head-on. Her jade hand sliced through the air, infused with sharp elemental energy, aimed directly at Bailey Lingxiao's throat. This strike was charged with her unbridled fury and determination. Bailey Lingxiao gasped, quickly evading while channeling all his elemental energy to form a solid shield before him. A thunderous boom echoed as Han Xinya's fierce blow crashed against the shield, the force propelling Bailey Lingxiao backward. He tumbled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the icy chain of Jing had also ensnared its target. Without a glance, Han Xinya swiftly formed hand seals with her left hand, her motions fluid and practiced. In an instant, a blazing flame erupted from her palm, engulfing the icy chain in a fierce embrace. With a crisp sound, the ice rapidly melted, as if it had encountered a blazing sun, transforming into a puddle of molten iron. You have actually broken through to the Earth Profound Realm. Jing's face registered shock, his eyes wide as saucers. Old fool, perish! Han Xinya scoffed, leaping forward towards Jing. It will not be so easy to kill me. Jing's hands moved like phantoms, unleashing a flurry of icy sword energies that shot towards Han Xinya, each glimmering with a deadly chill. You two beasts shall die today. Han Xinya shouted, stamping her feet hard against the ground and leaping high into the air, nimbly evading the onslaught of icy sword energies. She then dove towards Jing with the force of a thunderbolt, her gaze fierce. Wretched creature, meet your demise. Bailey Lingxiao's eyes reflected a mix of determination and madness. Seizing the moment while Han Xinya was engaged with Jing, he unleashed a powerful strike aimed at her back, driven by a frenzy of desperation. At that moment, Bailey Lingxiao had completely lost his reason, consumed by madness. He knew that if he did not subdue Han Xinya today, a tragic end awaited him. Despicable scoundrel! Han Xinya roared, seemingly possessing a sixth sense, twisting her body at an impossibly acute angle just before the strike landed, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. Simultaneously, she swiftly countered, delivering a kick towards Bailey Lingxiao with the force of tempest. Not good. Bailey Lingxiao's face paled with fear as he realized he could not evade in time. Helplessly watching Han Xinya's foot approach, a sharp crack echoed as her kick connected, sending him sprawling backward, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. He coughed up blood, his complexion turning ashen, instantly rendered incapable of further combat. At the same time, Jing unleashed all his cunning, deploying various tactics in rapid succession. He first scattered poison, filling the air with a pungent odor, followed by a release of toxic smoke that enveloped the area in a haze. In addition, he continuously invoked various mystical techniques, dazzling lights flashing, leaving no room for defense. Under his frenzied assault, the once magnificent palace crumbled, beams splintering, bricks flying, transforming the scene into utter chaos, resembling a desolate wasteland. As the battle raged on, Jing's anxiety grew. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he found himself at a disadvantage, being relentlessly pushed back by Han Xinya, unable to retaliate. Suddenly, Han Xinya flickered before him, appearing like a ghost. With her palm raised high, she summoned immense power and struck fiercely at Jing's chest. This blow contained all her pent-up fury and strength. Jing's eyes widened in horror. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. In desperation, he hastily channeled his elemental force, barely forming a protective layer at his chest to withstand the impending strike. A series of sharp cracks echoed as Jing felt the crushing impact on his ribs, several fracturing under the force. He could not suppress another spurt of blood, his body trembling violently, agony etched on his face. Die, old beast! Han Xinya's eyes glinted with a ruthless light as she vanished once more, delivering a lightning-quick kick to Jing's groin, fueled by her overwhelming rage. Jing shrieked in a pitiful wail, his body curling in agony, the pain intensifying on his face. Wait for me, you wretches! Dugu Jing gritted his teeth through the excruciating pain, uttering a vengeful threat. He recognized his inability to continue fighting and hastily produced a teleportation talisman, affixing it to himself. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance, leaving only a faint afterimage. Upon witnessing this, Bailey Lingxiao's face reflected sheer terror. He endured the agonizing pain coursing through him, disregarding his injuries, and fled desperately, appearing utterly disheveled. "You vermin, you cannot escape." In that fleeting moment, a chilling voice pierced through the air, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell, imbued with an icy malice. In an instant, a blinding white light surged towards him like lightning, its speed so astonishing that he had no time to react. At that moment, Bailey Lingxiao had already lost all combat capability, leaving him with no room for resistance. Before he could gather his wits, a fierce sword aura pierced through his chest like a razor-sharp blade. With a gasp, Bailey Lingxiao felt a searing pain erupt from his chest. Blood erupted from his mouth like a fountain, and his body crumpled to the ground, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. "Mu Tianyun, it is you." Bailey Lingxiao's eyes widened in disbelief and despair. He never imagined that the very person he had been desperately searching for, Mu Tianyun, would be hiding here. "You scoundrel! Today, I will slay you." Mu Tianyun's voice was chillingly cold, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. As he spoke, he charged towards Bailey Lingxiao, mercilessly stomping on his limbs. The sound of bones snapping echoed with a series of sharp cracks. In less than a moment, Mu Tianyun had shattered all four of Bailey Lingxiao's limbs, creating a scene too gruesome to behold. Even the third leg, which he had painstakingly reattached, was ruthlessly crushed by Mu Tianyun, resembling a broken doll. "Ah, you little bastard, I will kill you." Bailey Lingxiao's eyes were filled with venom as he let out a series of wretched cries, his face contorted with resentment. "To wish for my death at such a moment, you are truly deluded." A hint of disdain flickered across Mu Tianyun's face, as if he were observing an insignificant ant. He lifted his leg and delivered a blow to Bailey Lingxiao's dantian, channeling his fury and strength into the kick. Bailey Lingxiao emitted a desperate scream, his voice rife with agony and helplessness. He could scarcely believe that he, the lord of a sect, would be rendered powerless by Mu Tianyun, doomed to become a mere shell of his former self. "You scoundrel, just wait and see how I will deal with you." Mu Tianyun dragged Bailey Lingxiao as though he were a dead dog, leading him into a dilapidated room nearby. There, he securely chained Bailey Lingxiao. Next, he intended to make him pay a harrowing price, forcing him to languish in torment. "Deputy Sectmaster, what has happened?" At that moment, several elders rushed onto the scene. They surveyed the chaotic surroundings, filled with confusion and concern. "It's nothing, you may leave." Han Xianya's voice was icy, radiating an aura of terrifying killing intent that deterred anyone from approaching. "We shall take our leave." The elders, upon witnessing this, hurriedly responded with respect before turning to depart. Despite their lingering questions, none dared to inquire further. After all, the atmosphere surrounding Han Xianya was so fearsome that it made one tremble. Once everyone had exited, Han Xian, you stepped into the adjacent room. "You wretched woman, you dare to hide a man from me." Bailey Lingxiao gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Bailey Lingxiao, you despicable beast, in pursuit of your selfish desires. You heartlessly castrated your own son and even wished to give me to that old brute for his depravity. Today, I shall ensure your demise." Han Xianya's voice was chilling, her gaze piercing with lethal intent, akin to two daggers aimed straight at Bailey Lingxiao. "Please do not kill me. I beg you, spare my life." Feeling the palpable killing intent emanating from Han Xianya, Bailey Lingxiao's face contorted with fear, and he hastily pleaded for mercy, his voice steeped in despair. "Xianya, do not be too hasty in ending his life. Killing him outright would be far too lenient." Mu Tianyun gently embraced Han Xianya, an evil smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "What do you propose?" Unseen Dia skid softly, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "Naturally, I want him to witness a performance. I intend to make him die of rage." A sinister smile crossed Mu Tianyun's face, reminiscent of a cunning demon. As he spoke, his hand began to roam freely over Han Xianya's body, as if to assert his claim. "You rascal! You have such tastes." Han Xianya couldn't help but glare at Mu Tianyun. Despite her words, she made no effort to push him away, instead cooperating fully. Soon, the two were entwined in one another, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only the two of them. You wretched fools! You shall not have a good end. Bai Li Ling Xiao, witnessing this, was enraged, spewing another mouthful of blood. His previously refined visage was now twisted with rage, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. In response to Bai Li Ling Xiao's furious roars, Mu Tianyun wore a smug smile, occasionally taunting him with provocative words. Initially, Han Xianya felt a twinge of resistance, but soon she surrendered completely, lost in the intimate interaction with Mu Tianyun. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. You shall not have a good end. Bai Li Ling Xiao's eyes widened as he spat blood, completely devoid of life. A look of disdain settled on Mu Tianyun's face as he collected Bai Li Ling Xiao's storage ring. Little rascal, Bai Li Ling Xiao is dead. I must swiftly seize control of the sect. Come with me. Han Xianya spoke with determination and resolve. You wish to publicly announce our relationship? A hint of concern flickered in Mu Tianyun's eyes. Of course, you are my man, and I have no desire to continue our affair in secrecy. Do not rush. With Bai Li Ling Xiao just deceased, announcing our relationship now would undoubtedly tarnish your reputation. Mu Tianyun's tone was filled with care and reason. I do not care. Han Xianya's voice was soft, yet imbued with stubbornness. I know you do not care, but I do. You are my woman, and I do not wish to see you bear any scandal. Mu Tianyun gently caressed Xinjia's face, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness. Very well. Han Xianya nodded slightly, her eyes brimming with emotion. Xianya, do not rush. We are still young, and the future stretches long before us. We can announce it in a few months. There is no hurry. Mu Tianyun genti risusurether. I will heed your advice. Han Xianya's eyes glimmered with gratitude as she nestled closely against Mu Tianyun. You should attend to your affairs. Swiftly take control of the sect, especially regarding Lu Diyu and Chun Tiansheng. They must not pose a threat to me or my family. A hint of vigilance and concern shone in Mu Tianyun's eyes. Rest assured, I will handle it well. Her figure gracefully rising as she hurried towards the main hall of the sect.